In the realm of the seven deadly sins, a character named Zhang Hai finds himself transported to a world of divine slaying, where he adopts a daughter named Hongying. He holds a teaching position at a secondary school, believing that life would proceed with a semblance of normalcy. However, when Hongying awakens her latent powers and, much like in the original narrative, joins the Night Watch organization, Zhang Hai feels an urgent sense of responsibility. Fortuitously, he is endowed with the seven deadly sins system, which allows him to sacrifice mysterious creatures in exchange for obtaining anything from this world. To his astonishment, he draws the power of Escanor, the embodiment of pride, right from the outset. The magic, known as sunshine, grows stronger with the rising sun, peaking at noon, wielding immense power and peril. Zhang Hai finds solace in this newfound strength, balancing his life as a bartender by night and a teacher by day. Chapter 1. Is the goddess Hongying my daughter? Old Zhang. A girl waves her hand towards a frail man tidying up the dishes in a room within a residential complex in Cangnan City. I'm off to work. The man nods in response, advising her to be cautious on the road and to foster good relations with her colleagues at the office. She's grown up so much, he reflects, attempting to offer more advice. But the girl playfully salutes and assures him she understands before darting away, leaving him to gradually shed his paternal demeanor for a more unfamiliar guise. He recalls her attire: athletic shoes, white knee-high socks, denim shorts, a white jacket, and a high ponytail, exuding freshness with no trace of excessive adornment. Even without makeup, she possesses striking beauty. Zhang Hai finds himself lost in nostalgia, realizing that this girl is indeed his daughter, more accurately, his adopted daughter. Hongying, the world of divine slaying. My favorite character has always been Hongying, so dashing and captivating. She evokes my first love, and now, in the blink of an eye, she has become my daughter. Zhang Hai sits on the sofa, grappling with emotions that oscillate between joy and resignation. He is a time traveler, having arrived over 2 decades ago. His misfortune led him to enter a treacherous mist upon his arrival. Luckily, he encountered a reconnaissance team, among whom were Hongying's parents, who bravely rescued him but tragically perished in the process. Before their demise, they entrusted their newborn daughter to him. With no reason to refuse, Zhang Hai accepted this responsibility. In the original tale, Hongying's parents disappeared in the mist 5 years ago, yet I have accelerated this timeline. Thus, Hongying finds herself an orphan from the moment of her birth, and Zhang Hai assumes the role of a father, diligently raising her since infancy. Reflecting on his role as a single parent, he smiles. As long as I am here, I shall continue to. Suddenly, he is interrupted by a fit of coughing and ailment that has plagued him since his encounter with the mist. Even a brief exposure has left him with irreversible damage, diminishing his once robust stature from 178 centimeters to 165 centimeters, and his health has deteriorated over the years. Despite his numerous attempts to seek remedies for the lingering effects of the mist, all efforts have proven futile, and he suspects that any viable solutions would come at a steep cost, one that few would be willing to expend on him. However, there is always hope. Just days ago, his golden opportunity, the system activated. To fully harness its power, he must sacrifice a mysterious corpse, specifically one from the world of divine slaying. Finding a mystery, killing, and sacrificing is not overly difficult. He muses, especially with his daughter, a Night Watch member, by his side. Yet, he prefers not to involve her unless absolutely necessary. Today presents a fortuitous chance. Lin Xie has just enrolled today, and during the evening self-study session, he should encounter the phantom face he contemplates. Afterward, I can collect the remains of the phantom face. As a music teacher at Cangnan City Secondary School, his schedule is relatively relaxed, allowing him to plan for tonight's endeavor. As the evening descends, he prepares for his mission, equipping himself with protective gear and an electric baton, then stealthily positions himself in an alley of the old city, the path Lin Xie must traverse after class. If I fail this time, I could fabricate a story about my own sacrificial endeavors. He muses, aware that he must secure a mysterious corpse to enhance his own power. The bell rings, signaling the end of classes. Students from the school, having completed their evening studies, begin to disperse. In an unseen corner, an equilateral triangle of light flickers, forming a void in space signaling the Night Watch team's commencement of action. A piercing scream shatters the stillness of the night. Moments later, a brilliant beam of light erupts from the same alleyway, illuminating the sky and capturing the attention of half of Cangnan City, including Zhang Hai himself. Has he awakened? He wonders, recognizing Lin Xie as the agent of Michael. Yet, he remains still, biding his time. Chapter 1. The goddess Hongying, is she my daughter? Old Zhang, I'm off to work. In the Sunshine Garden community of Cangnan City, a girl waved her hand towards a frail man tidying up the dishes in their small apartment. Go on, he replied with a nod. Don't be late, and be careful on your way. Remember to build good relationships with your colleagues at the office. She's grown so much, he thought. I shouldn't always worry about her being reckless. Just as he was about to offer more advice, the girl saluted playfully, standing at attention as she exclaimed, "Got it," before dashing out of sight. The man gradually withdrew his fatherly demeanor, or perhaps he shed that appearance altogether, replacing it with a visage unfamiliar to her. Sporting shoes, white socks, denim shorts, a white jacket, high ponytail, fresh, no garish scents or flamboyant nail polish. Even without makeup, she possesses striking beauty. Reflecting on the girl's appearance and aura, Zhang Hai found himself lost in nostalgia. Merely gazing upon her was a source of comfort. Yes, that was his daughter, his adoptive daughter, to be precise. Hongying, the world of slaying gods. My favorite female character is Hongying. She's both dashing and formidable. She gives me a sense of first love. And now, in the blink of an eye, she has become my daughter. Zhang Hai sat on the sofa, unable to discern whether he felt joy or helplessness. He was a transmigrator, having arrived over 20 years ago. Unfortunately, he had landed amidst the deadly fog. Yet, fortune smiled upon him when he encountered a scouting party. Hongying's parents were among them, and they bravely rescued him. Tragically, they met with misfortune and perished within a mist. In their final moments, they entrusted their barely born daughter to him. Zhang Hai had no reason to refuse. In the original story, Hongying's parents disappeared in the fog 5 years ago, and I have significantly advanced that timeline. This meant that Hongying was left without parents almost from birth. Not quite, as he considered himself a father of sorts. Zhang Hai sighed. Nonetheless, he had kept his promise to care for Hongying, raising her from infancy. He had become a single father. A smile crept upon his face as he thought, as long as I am here, I will always. He suddenly broke into a cough, a lingering ailment. The fog was not easily navigated. Even a brief encounter could leave lasting damage. The most tangible consequence was his height dwindling from 178 centimeters to 165 centimeters, as his once healthy organs deteriorated and his senses diminished with each passing year. Even with his strong prescription glasses, clarity eluded him. He had attempted numerous remedies to address the lingering effects of the fog and had subtly inquired with relevant individuals, but all had ended in failure. Moreover, even if a solution existed, it would likely come at a steep price. Who would invest such resources in him? Yet, there's always a glimmer of hope. Just days ago, his golden opportunity, the system activated. However, to access it, he needed to sacrifice a mysterious corpse, specifically a monster from the world of slaying gods. Find mysterious, kill, and then sacrifice. That shouldn't be too difficult. After all, he had a daughter who was a night watcher. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to involve her. He wanted to test his own capabilities, and fortune presented him with an opportunity. Lin Xie just started school today after evening classes. He should encounter the ghost-faced man. Then I can strike. He was a music teacher at Cangnan City's 2nd high school, a position that allowed for a relaxed schedule, often having his classes substituted. This was precisely why he was aware of Lin Xie's enrollment today. Tonight, I shall act. His eyes sparkled with determination. The system. He was in poor physical condition, weaker than the average person, but with this opportunity before him, he would seize it with all his might. As evening descended, he finished his workday without any classes. After exchanging pleasantries with the janitor, he stepped out of the school only to receive a phone call from Hongying. Hello. Hey, old Zhang. Don't go to the old district today. There's breaking news from the office. A psychopathic killer has resurfaced. The police are mounting a joint operation to capture him. Hongying relayed the information in one breath. Zhang Hai acknowledged her with him. He understood that it wasn't just any murderer, but rather the ghost-faced man making an appearance. The Night Watcher Squad 136 was commencing a purge tonight. Yet for ordinary citizens, including himself, the narrative changed. This was a common occurrence. Hongying had awakened in the fog and joined the Night Watchers, concealing her identity. Whenever there was critical information, she would inform him in such a manner to warn him of potential dangers. Zhang Hai recognized that her awakening heightened the urgency of her growing strength. He was not yet old, yet he felt the embarrassment of relying on his daughter for protection. This had happened numerous times, but it did not mean he wished to become a passive observer awaiting death. Understood. Even if you're working late, Don't overindulge in midnight snacks, especially junk food. It isn't good for your stomach. He habitually chided her. Hongying, feigning poor signal reception, claimed the office was busy and hung up. Zhang Hai shook his head and returned home. He retrieved his pre-prepared protective gear and electric baton for basic armament. Then, he entered an alleyway in the old district to stake out. Indeed, this was the route Lin Xie would take home after evening classes. If I fail this time, failure to collect a corpse? He could fabricate an excuse, claiming he had a sacrificial variant of the fog. Then he would confront Hongying about obtaining a mysterious corpse to enhance his strength. After all, a living person could not be allowed to perish from such trivial matters. Ding, ding, ding. Time slipped away. The class bell rang. Most shops had already closed, and the students of 2nd High School finished their evening classes. The boarders began their nightly routines, while the day students walked home in groups, chatting amiably. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a radiant triangle of light flickered in a secluded corner, forming a void in the old district. The Night Watcher squad was officially on the move. Oh! A piercing scream erupted on a nearby street, echoing abruptly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds later, the same alley erupted with a brilliant beam of light shooting into the sky. It was so blinding that nearly half of Cangnan City took notice, including Zhang Hai. Has he awakened? The agent of Michael, Lin Xie. But he did not act yet. He was waiting. Section 3. After silently counting to a minute within, he finally took a step forward. Chapter 2. The Sin of Pride. Son, awaken. 202503230758840 Author. God of Marathon, it is wise to be cautious. That is acceptable. After all, so much preparation has been made. But to say one possesses courage is equally true. For despite knowing a monster could crush him with a single hand, Zhang Hai still chose to act and test the waters. In truth, to some extent, if Zhang Hai lacked confidence, he would not have moved at all. In fact, the timing of Zhang Hai was impeccable. At that very moment, around the corner of the alley, lay 2 monstrous beings, each weighing over 200 kilograms. One had its head pierced through, while the other had been decapitated. Blood gushed forth like a small fountain, continuously releasing a foul stench. After showing off for a while, an older man slowly sheathed his knife, turned his back to a young boy, and retrieved a walkie-talkie. The 2 fleeing ghost-faced beings had been dealt with. It was time for the logistics team to come and clean up. After saying this, he deliberately flashed a charming smile, turned to face the boy in school uniform, and initiated a classic dialogue. Did I look cool just now? Do you want to be as cool as me? No. Oh, why not? The conversation continued. Zhao Kongqing felt a bit awkward and wished to change the subject, while the boy found an excuse to retrieve his backpack. He then vanished for a good 10 seconds. It was then that the older man realized he had been played and sprang to his feet in an attempt to pursue, just as they left. Less than 5 seconds later, someone emerged from a corner. This individual appeared to be of similar age, an older man, yet more handsome, exuding a greater charm and approachability. If he were to converse with Lin Xie, they might engage in a lengthy discussion. At this moment, the man gazed upon the cold, tiled ground where the 2 ghost-faced monsters lay, his eyes stirring with emotion. Yet, when his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 blood-soaked school uniforms, along with the names Jiang Qian and Wan Xiao, his expression suddenly darkened. Had they been consumed to the point of mere remnants? Just as the plot had unfolded. In fact, today, Zhang Hai had deliberately warned and hinted at some classmates, yet to no avail. This is the plight of ordinary people, weak and helpless. In this era of encroaching fog, life could be claimed at any moment. If I were to encounter such a fate one day, it would be the same. Zhang Hai was unwilling to continue in this state of weakness, to be a mere survivor. He gathered his thoughts and looked at the corpse of the bear-like monster. Observing its peculiar bodily structure, inhaling a faint breath. The stench was overwhelming, yet as he approached, he could still feel a hint of warmth. The aura emitted after death could likely intimidate some wild beasts if placed in the wilderness. And this was merely a low-level Zhangjing monster. Without hesitation, Zhang Hai disregarded the foul odor and placed his hands upon the 2 corpses. Detected 2 ghost-faced corpses. Would you like to proceed with the sacrifice and officially activate the system? Sacrifice, activate. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a miraculous scene unfolded. A faint glow emanated from the 2 corpses beneath his hands, only to dissipate into the air moments later. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Successfully activated. Binding the world. Binding successful. World. 7 deadly sins. You may sacrifice corpses to draw abilities and items from the world of the 7 deadly sins, the stronger the corpse. The higher the level of the extracted items. Would you like to consume and draw immediately? 7 deadly sins? Zhang Hai's expression shifted slightly. Consume, draw. The worldview of the 7 deadly sins, those individuals possess formidable strength as well. However, What could be drawn from the corpses of Zhangjing? One step at a time, he thought. Trembling, he had survived all these years. It wouldn't hurt to take it slow. Just as this thought settled, the system voice rang out again. Drawing in progress. As this is your first extraction, a critical hit has been triggered. Significantly increases the probability of quality. Ding, extraction successful. Section 4, reward acquired. Pride magic of the 7 deadly sins. Sun, a critical hit? Zhang Hai was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise right from the start. The sun. Is it Escanor? If one were to ask who left the deepest impression in the 7 deadly sins, the sole character who truly fought with their fists and stood at the pinnacle of power, there would be no doubt. It is Escanor. The sin of pride among the 7 deadly sins. Possessing magic related to the sun. His personality and physique fluctuate dramatically with the time of day. As the sun rises, his power gradually increases, reaching its zenith at noon. He becomes the embodiment of invincibility, with magical power rivaling that of deities. In heaven and on earth. I am supreme. Anyone who displeases me shall face my wrath. In his strongest state, he is undoubtedly considered the most powerful among the 7 deadly sins. A fact acknowledged by all the members. Of course, there is a most evident flaw. When night falls, his combat level and magical power plummet to their lowest. In simpler terms, he loses the power of the sun, reverting to his original form, relying solely on his innate strength. Born as a human, I apologize. Simultaneously, his demeanor becomes cowardly and timid, marked by an extreme lack of confidence. It is akin to his true self being revealed. A stark contrast to the arrogance and hubris of the daytime. However, Zhang Hai harbors no concerns. After all, the barefoot need not fear the one in shoes. The transformation of personality ultimately stems from the loss of power, leading to a shift in mindset towards humility. If one does not temper their arrogance, they might find themselves buried beneath the weight of their pride. Hence, this is merely a natural state. Zhang Hai felt the magic gradually merging perfectly with himself. Without sensing any alteration in his character, he remained himself. Furthermore, there was an additional surprise. He could feel that with the integration of magic, all his hidden ailments and the after-effects of the fog began to heal. At a visibly rapid pace, his vision and senses returned to normal. His height increased from 165 centimeters to over 170 centimeters, transforming him into a robust, ordinary adult man. This did not seem to be merely the enhancement of pride, but rather an extra restoration brought about by the fusion. The sensation of recovering from a severe illness felt like a rebirth. It was wonderful. Like a blind person suddenly gaining sight. A deaf person suddenly hearing. Zhang Hai clenched his fist, then opened his palm, reaching out towards a bright moon. Unfortunately, it was night. Otherwise, he could have felt the grace of the sun. As he spoke, he suddenly froze. Wait, the moonlight, ultimately, is merely the reflection of sunlight. But why? Why does it not attempt to draw power from the moon itself? Zhang Hai withdrew his hand, positioning himself to face the moonlight. After a few moments of anticipation, he received no response. Just as he began to resign himself to failure and prepare to wait for the morning sun to try again, a sudden reaction surged within him. Zhang Hai's expression shifted slightly as he contemplated transforming the distant moon into the sun and envisioning the moonlight as sunlight. In the next instant, the sun was drawn forth, expanding and gradually engulfing his entire field of vision. Buzzing, the muscles of his slender frame began to swell. A searing power erupted, liberating itself with a fervent intensity. He coursed through him, waves of light radiating outward, emitting a cacophony akin to a roaring beast. The air trembled with waves of heat, 100 degrees, 200 degrees. Soaring into the thousands, the blood upon the ground began to vaporize, the foul stench dissipating as temperature soared. The tiles, trees, and utility poles around him began to warp and melt, far exceeding any imagination of exaggeration. If a thermometer were present, it would likely shatter under the strain. Meanwhile, approximately 400,000 kilometers away on the moon, a colossal being sat upon an ornate bench, elbows resting on the armrests, 6 feathered wings gently quivering. It had noticed Lin Chia, the little one, awakening once more. As anticipated, with this thought, it slowly closed its divine eyes, seemingly poised to lapse back into silence. Yet, in the next moment, it abruptly opened its eyes, casting its gaze into the void. Chapter 5. Who? Chapter 3. Michael, attempting to kill his own agent? Author, God of Marathon Michael, whose previously calm demeanor now exhibited a flicker of disturbance, sensed someone observing him. Indeed, he felt it instantaneously. Although this presence was feeble, it was decidedly unusual. Initially faint, it burgeoned exponentially with the passage of time. Though still trivial to a deity, its rapid acceleration was undeniable. If this pace continued, of utmost importance, which human possesses the ability to perceive him and to meet his gaze? Suddenly, Michael sensed a peculiar essence, fire, fleeting yet unmistakable. Instantly, his thoughts turned to Apollo, the sun god of Olympus. Intrigued, Michael began his search, swiftly honing in on the source. Xia, Cangnan City, the old district. Around the corner of an alley, could it be? Still observing, perhaps out of caution, perhaps out of testing, or perhaps sensing provocation. Michael infused a modicum of divine power into his gaze. Buzz. In the next moment, a sacred, scorching light burst forth from the moon, piercing straight towards the azure planet. Boom. At the corner of the alley in the old district, the area was instantly engulfed in brilliance. The previously soaring temperatures, climbing into the thousands, were abruptly interrupted. This spectacle surpassed the commotion stirred by Lin Xie's awakening. If his previous disturbance had roused half of Cangnan City, this would now awaken the entirety of Cangnan. Night transformed once more into day. The residents, momentarily blinded by the flash, were now subjected to a relentless flicker. What is this? What astronomical phenomenon or natural occurrence could it be? Could it possibly be an explosion from a munitions depot? The discussion swirled thickly, with some eager souls already pulling out their phones to capture the spectacle before the light had even faded. Others, undeterred by danger, rushed toward the source of illumination. Only in Xia would this happen. In other nations, the populace would likely not gather in curiosity but rather flee in terror. A heightened sense of foreboding gripped the ordinary citizens of Xia. However, for certain individuals, this was no ordinary spectacle. In the old district, moments earlier, 5 figures clad in black and red cloaks stood upon another street, surrounded by 3 or 4 dozen grotesque corpses. They had not anticipated the presence of a phantom king among the monstrous faces. Fortunately, their leader had pursued him, hoping for a successful kill. As for old Zhao, he had gone after the 2 that had fled, an oversight on their part. A woman, supporting her injured shoulder, bore a grim expression, far removed from her usual liveliness. Remembering old Zhao, she instinctively checked her phone. Upon glancing at the shared location, she saw that the person bound to her was still within the peace community, prompting her to turn off her screen. Her expression softened slightly. Hongying, your father? He will be fine. Did I not warn you ahead of time? Uncle Wu Ti appeared in the old district. When Qima smiled gently, though he mused that if he saw his daughter in such a state, it would surely frighten him. The night watchmen have families, yet they must conceal their identities. This is confidential. Even if it were not confidential, they would prefer their loved ones remain oblivious to the dangers of their profession. Chapter 6. Old Zhang is not so fragile. Hongying regained her composure, pouting. While she stated this, she knew that ordinary individuals would struggle to accept such brutality, especially in the face of such carnage. Her father's health had never been robust. It would be a shock for him to see his daughter like this. Regardless of how strong he might appear, she could still discern his worry. Thus, she often purchased supplements. No matter what, this time, even if she had to drag him kicking and screaming, she would ensure he underwent a full examination. Lately, his complexion had worsened. Illness must be treated. Just as her thoughts began to spiral, they were abruptly interrupted by a radiant beam shooting skyward, intertwined with an unusual energy fluctuation. This energy wave was extraordinarily potent. Was it the Forbidden Ruins? No, the intensity suggested it was the Divine Ruins. The aura was formidable, divine, and searing, if she was not mistaken. Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan exhaled slowly, his demeanor grave. He was the agent of the celestial being known as Michael, the King of Angels, codenamed 003. The remaining 4 individuals exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. They understood all too well what the presence of a divine agent signified. Why was he here? Before they could ponder further or recover from their astonishment, another beam of light shot down from the lunar expanse above. This one was twice as thick and radiated an intensity that was equally amplified. What was happening? Another manifestation? No, the previous one had emanated from below, while this one descended from above. What could it possibly mean? Could it be that Michael was responding? This seemed more inclined towards aggression. Was there ever such a response? Surely it could not imply that Michael sought to eliminate his agent. The group was perplexed. And even Wu Xiangnan felt somewhat bewildered. Such occurrences defied reason. Did a deity truly respond? Could it be a bestowal of power? That didn't seem right either. The atmosphere was saturated with a sense of impending destruction. If any one of them were to confront it directly, they would surely succumb. In a state of shock, Wu Xiangnan's mind raced, and he squinted towards the source while reaching for his walkie-talkie. The others lowered their breaths. Old Zhao. Yes, I see it, he exclaimed. But before he could inquire further, they were plunged into confusion, for old Zhao's response deviated from their expectations. I encountered the owner of the Golden Forbidden Ruin. He is merely a high school student, he escaped. Cough, cough, I'll let that kid slip away. As for the beam of light, I can assure you it was not directed at him, as it originated from an entirely different position. I don't quite understand what is happening, Zhao Conching admitted. his tone laced with bewilderment, yet tinged with an insatiable curiosity. Tonight is simply extraordinary. He cursed under his breath. I should be quite a distance away. Yet I'm sweating profusely from the heat. He intended to say more, but suddenly, as if witnessing an incredible sight, his words faltered. And the walkie-talkie emitted a crackling sound, as though disrupted and severed from the connection. Hello, Old Zhao? What did you see? Old Zhao. Chapter 4. A Blessing in Disguise? Who is he? March 23, 2025, 7:58. 41 Author, God of Marathon. The group furrowed their brows. With no time to process the matter concerning Lin Chiya, they dashed towards a certain direction, unwilling to afford even a moment's delay. Although Zhao Kongcheng was one of their night watchmen, he lacked the skills of a forbidden ruin. He was merely a watcher, ill-suited for combat. In the face of unforeseen incidents, particularly those of a mysterious nature, they felt a tightening in their chests when considering the potential for encountering something formidable. They were a team, a family. No one could afford to falter. In the old city, at a certain residence, Yang Jin stood upon the balcony, gazing into the distance alongside a small black dog. Upon noticing Lin Chiye approaching from the street corner, he gradually retreated into his bedroom. However, the second beam of light flashing across the sky halted his steps. Meanwhile, in the hidden corners of Cangnan City, including the ancient god church, both the mystical and the mundane sensed the unusual aura that permeated the air. Some chose to conceal themselves further, while others, instead of hiding, grew increasingly exhilarated. In the old city, at the corner of an alley, Zhao Kongcheng clutched the walkie-talkie, relaying his encounter with Lin Chiye to the rest of the team. As he spoke, he moved closer to the radiant beam. Upon nearing, he realized it was the very spot where Lin Chiye had recently vanquished the masked demon. The only difference was that the vicinity had suddenly become unbearably hot. Was it due to the beam? It had flickered momentarily, dissipating in less than a second. Such immense power? Was it residual heat? As he approached, Zhao Kongcheng's lips visibly dried, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead and back. In ordinary circumstances, one would only experience such effects after laboring under the blazing sun for many minutes, even hours. Yet now, in mere seconds, it was as if he were nearing an operational nuclear reactor. He wiped the perspiration from his brow, instinctively gripping his weapon tighter. As he drew closer, a scorching wave washed over him, followed closely by an overwhelming presence. Zhao Kongcheng paused at the corner, hesitating for a moment before cautiously extending his head to peer ahead. The sight before him caused even more sweat to bead upon his brow. He beheld a shrouded mist intertwined with the sin of charred earth. The ground was barely recognizable. Riddled with craters, and the weeds that once flanked the street had vanished. Not only that, but nearby utility poles and other structures appeared as though they had been eroded by molten lava, rendered shapeless. The air was thick with heat. In the center stood a grotesque figure, not human, but something otherworldly. The recent beam of light had not originated from Michael, but from a passing powerful entity that had witnessed this mystery and unleashed an attack, seeking to obliterate it. Zhao Kongcheng's imagination ran wild. After all, what benevolent outer god would take it upon themselves to cleanse Cangnan City of the unknown? Merely maintaining neutrality would be commendable. Yet, in the next moment, his mind was abruptly shattered by the reality before him. The figure emerging from the pit was neither a mystery nor a monster. It was human. In the tranquil night, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed. A robust silhouette emerged, bare from the waist up, muscles coiling with an aesthetic appeal. While the lower half was clad in tattered shorts, resembling a primal deity. The figure slightly turned, as though having sensed Zhao Kongcheng, and locked onto him. Instantly, a shiver coursed through Zhao Kongcheng's body. With a single glance, he felt an overwhelming heat radiate from within, as if his very core threatened to ignite. What kind of existence was this? Zhao Kongcheng stood frozen in place. Was it a type of forbidden ruin? The figure cast a glance, then shifted its gaze skyward. This individual was Zhang Hai. Moments ago, he had imagined the moonlight as the sun and discovered it yielded results. However, the very next second, a certain presence had fixated on him. Then, he beheld a six-winged angel. Their eyes met briefly. Zhang Hai felt a slight itch in his eyes, and then, well, nothing more followed. It was as if raindrops had pelted him a few times. After taking a shower, he felt nothing unusual. The six-winged angel vanished, seemingly returning without success. Zhang Hai's thoughts remained agile, particularly in such a state, spinning rapidly. Was that Michael? Why did he target me? Was it aimed at my eyes, attempting to blind me? Or did he seek to delve into my gaze to uncover something hidden? Was it merely because I glanced at the moon? Did he feel offended? Countless people admire the moon every day. Why should I be singled out? You are not Chang'a. Even she allows others to gaze upon her. Moreover, I did not even look at you. An unwarranted disaster? No. This felt more like a test. What puzzled him was why he had been chosen. Was it the moment he fused with the grace of the sun? Or was it simply a sense of provocation? Can deities truly be provoked by humans? How astute. Yet, was my gaze truly so wild? Zhang Hai pondered, regrettably without a mirror at hand. He felt his persona had not significantly altered. Furthermore, this seraphim had not previously bound the 7 deadly sins, which was acceptable. Now, however, he could not afford to be careless. This matter would not be forgotten. Zhang Hai gazed once more at the moonlit sky. This time, however, the moonlight seemed no longer to assist him. Its essence remained cold, unlike the sun's warm glow. The acceleration soon halted, and a dark cloud suddenly swept across, seemingly intervening. This forced Zhang Hai's state to falter, a sense of weakness washing over him. And his body reverted to normal, a mere 178. His aura no longer manifested outwardly, returning him to an ordinary state. Was it only possible to maintain the illusion of the cold moon as the sun for a brief moment? And even then, could it be obscured by the cloud? Zhang Hai had grasped several patterns, or rather, he had reached his current limit. In the night, the ambition of pride sought to exert its influence, yet numerous constraints remained. Nevertheless, it was still advantageous. At least during this awkward interval, he had some means at his disposal. Michael. Zhang Hai etched this name deeply into his memory. However, reflecting on it, Michael's fleeting glance at him was not entirely detrimental. He had even benefited from it, awakening something dormant within him. At this moment, the temperature around him plummeted, and the steam began to dissipate. In the corner, Zhao Kongqing gradually regained his composure, becoming more animated. Upon seeing Zhang Hai's profile, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Wait, could it be that he was the corpse that had risen? Who is he? Zhao Kongqing wrestled with his recollections, feeling an uncanny familiarity as if he had encountered this figure before. Yet, he could not pinpoint it. This sensation was vexing. As if he were on the verge of recognition, yet unable to make the connection. Their faces matched, yet their physiques did not align. If the physique matched, the face did not. Had he misremembered? No, that could not be right. He must have seen him somewhere. Zhao Kongqing's mind was in turmoil, his brow furrowing in concentration. Is he leaving? As he watched the enigmatic figure recede into the distance, Zhao Kongqing hesitated but ultimately called out. His intuition suggested that this mysterious person bore no malice. After all, he had always been cautious. Moreover, his companions, Lang Xian, Hongying, and Si Xiaonan should be arriving soon. Bolstering his confidence, he was no longer alone. That, elder, are you a divine agent? Or perhaps one of our night watchmen? Ahem. If it is inconvenient to answer due to confidentiality, that is quite all right. Divine agent? Zhang Hai seized upon this term, raising an eyebrow slightly. A divine agent, in simpler terms, signifies a deity who has forged a contract with a human to accomplish a specific task, endowing them with a fraction of their power. Similar to divine envoys or messengers. However, Zhang Hai's situation was entirely different. He was not receiving a portion. Rather, he had assimilated everything in one fell swoop. There was no obligation to serve anyone. Thus, being a divine agent was an entirely different matter. Zhang Hai remained silent, allowing his figure to meld into the shadows. Gradually retreating, he had no intention of being a night watchman, and thus, no need to engage in conversation with one. Why? The answer was simple. Night watchmen were predominantly nocturnal. Given how often his daughter worked late, this was evident. Conversely, he was inherently opposed to the night, only able to exert his powers during the day. To what extent he could manifest those powers had yet to be tested. So why guard the night? It was fundamentally unstable and incompatible. Zhao Kongqing refrained from pursuing. Having the courage to speak was commendable enough. He would not court disaster. You're dying, came a distant voice, sending a chill through Zhao Kongqing. It was Zhang Hai, a reminder, as he had taken 2 of the ghostly corpses. No reward without effort. According to the unfolding narrative, Zhao Kongqing, the dutiful individual he was nearing death. Zhao Kongqing paused. What? Unfortunately, this time, no one responded. Before he could indulge in suspicion and contemplation, a series of approaching footsteps echoed. Soon, 5 cloaked figures emerged. It was Wu Xiangnan and the others. Old Zhao. Phew, I'm relieved to see you're safe. Why is it so hot here? Is it the residual power of Michael? Old Zhao, what just happened here? Did you see anything? The group sighed in relief, their gazes turning serious as they focused on Zhao Kongqing. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Kongqing recounted everything he had witnessed, experienced, and speculated. It was a high school student. Golden Forbidden Ruins, Divine Might, the possessor of Divine Ruins. Was the one you encountered, the one who left, also a high school student? Were they in uniform? No. Zhao Kongqing coughed slightly. He was bare-chested, with only a few strips of cloth around his waist. A rogue? Si Xiaonan, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain herself. Hongying raised her eyebrows. He had muscles, Zhao Kongqing noted, casting a deep glance at the 2. Those muscles possessed a fluid, streamlined quality exquisite. A girl like Hongying would likely find them quite admirable. Oh? The eyes of Hongying shimmered with a hint of brightness. What did she look like? More than anything, She was eager for a challenge. The specifics of her appearance remained unclear. Only a fleeting glimpse of her profile lingered in memory. Zhao Conqing, however, quickly redirected the conversation back to pressing matters. Could he, like that high school student, perhaps be an agent of Michael? Such a notion was audacious. Has there ever been a deity with two agents in history? It seemed improbable. Wait a moment. This line of thought defies logic. Which deity would turn against its own agent? Perhaps a test? But such tests are rare. Before becoming an agent, one is typically an ordinary person. How could an ordinary individual withstand such trials? Not even we could endure it, though perhaps the captain could. For certain unique possessors of forbidden realms. Thus, only one possibility remained, Wu Xiangnan. What? He is an agent of another deity, perhaps akin to Lucifer, who is in direct opposition to Michael and thus faces conflict. Lucifer? It was all conjecture. The group engaged in a flurry of back-and-forth analysis, planning to report their findings upon their return. Yet, did these two individuals share any connection? One, a golden forbidden realm, a divine realm possessor and an agent of the seraphim. The other, an enigmatic figure, uncertain if he was indeed a deity's agent. Speaking of which, it was fortunate he bore no ill towards me. Otherwise, Zhao Conqing would have been left speechless. The thought of being immobilized under that gaze still sent shivers down his spine. Akin to the terror of beast instills in an ordinary person, a feeling of life being beyond their control. However, before departing, he uttered a perplexing statement. I am dying soon. Don't worry, Uncle Conqing. Even if I harbor malice and wish to harm you, I have my own safeguards. Hongying tightened her grip on her spear, her eyes alight with determination, her presence formidable. I am the frontline combatant of our team, the strongest aside from the captain. I will ensure your safety. From a distance, her posture appeared impressive, but as they drew nearer, the extent of the surrounding devastation was not as severe as anticipated. It was likely caused by Michael. The true strength of that mysterious individual remained indeterminate, leaving much to the imagination. Perhaps their means of survival were merely robust, while their offensive capability was average. Observing Hongying's inexplicable confidence, the others chose not to comment, seemingly accustomed to her exuberance. After all, banter was harmless. Yet, unbeknownst to them, had Hongying truly encountered that mysterious figure face-to-face, combat would have been utterly out of the question. Just as they resolved to return and await the captain's arrival, the logistics team's voice crackled through the intercom. We have arrived at the destination. However, aside from the blood-soaked ground, there was no sign of the ghost-faced corpses. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan and the others were collectively taken aback. What? Over 30 corpses? All vanished? How long had they been gone? Surely, they hadn't risen and fled? What in the world was happening today? Chapter 6, An Unconventional Forbidden Realm, a brewmaster? Corpses don't just vanish without reason. The battleground we previously occupied sees little foot traffic. Even if there were passers-by, it would be impossible for them to remove everything in one sweep. It must have been a coordinated effort by a group. Wait a moment, what about the two ghost-faced corpses on old Zhao's side? They too are gone? Wu Xiangnan keenly noted this detail. Zhao Conqing, upon hearing this, was equally stunned. Looking around, he too found nothing. The area was utterly barren. Where could the ghost-faced corpses have gone? But who would dare to tamper with the bodies? It made no sense. Of course, one could concoct an explanation. Perhaps they were swept away by the recent heat wave and incinerated. But what of the other side? Surely they couldn't have perished in flames as well. In an instant, their strength had diminished significantly. Had I truly overwhelmed them? On the moon, Michael could no longer sense Zhang Hai's gaze, and with it, the opposing aura faded rapidly as if it had evaporated into thin air. Had he been eliminated? Was that the limit of his capabilities? After all, how could a human maintain such a pace indefinitely? Michael retracted his perception, initially believing that apart from Lin Xie, an intriguing presence had appeared, only to realize he had misjudged. He was left wondering who the agent belonged to, Apollo or another deity. Yet, he cared little about offending any divine being, as most deities regarded their agents with indifference. If they vanished, they could simply withdraw their power and select another. In the old city, Zhang Hai moved with purpose. Passing by a location, he stumbled upon dozens of ghost-faced corpses. What a coincidence, so many. Were they all dealt with by Hongying and her team? It felt akin to finding $20 only to discover hundreds more just a few steps away. To pick up or not to pick up? The answer was self-evident. Zhang Hai hesitated momentarily. Was this appropriate? One ought to be honest. He had always taught Hongying to turn in valuable items to a teacher or the authorities. His moral compass was well formed. Yet, gazing upon the corpses, he found himself drawn closer, instinctively reaching out to touch one. In the blink of an eye, the corpses dissolved, absorbed by some unseen force. Beep. Detected 38 ghost-faced corpses collected, temporarily stored in the system. The system could temporarily store corpses. Zhang Hai had no intention of immediately offering them as a sacrifice. After all, ghost-faced beings were merely low-tier mysteries, possessing only the power of the lamp realm. The combat ability of the lamp realm was only slightly superior to that of large beasts, and even a well-armed soldier could handle them. Sacrificing them may not yield beneficial outcomes, as the critical prize draw was only available once. Subsequent draws depended on the quality or quantity of the corpses. Corpses did not count as possessions and would only frighten people if left here. Consider it a favor in collecting the bodies. Moreover, even if the night watchman took them, it would serve no purpose, better to make use of them. Additionally, acquiring these corpses held other potential uses. Beyond the sacrificial path, Zhang Hai sensed another force within him. A flicker of thought. Indeed, this was a blessing in disguise, something unexplainable yet vaguely perceptible, capable of being unleashed through some medium. The locals referred to it as a forbidden realm. Was it the provocation from Michael? In the moment of awakening, he comprehended the general utility of this ability. It belonged to the category of auxiliary powers. He found it difficult to articulate. If he were to assign a name to it, perhaps he could label it with a profession, such as brewer or bartender. Why? Because it pertains to alcohol. The medium is wine. It involves gathering various materials, blending them into the liquor, infusing it with one's own power, and then administering it to others. This would elicit diverse responses from the drinkers, such as enhancing certain attributes. Of course, the specifics would only be revealed through experimentation. He could set that aside for now. There would be ample time for exploration later. What intrigued him more was why, as an outsider, he could awaken the Forbidden Realm. In his memories, ordinary individuals seeking to awaken the Forbidden Realm relied on divine agents or the mist. When the mist descended, it would emit a radiation-like force that permeated the Great Xia. This ethereal energy was harmless, even beneficial. Any child born after the arrival of the mist had a chance of developing unique powers under this benign radiation's influence. Then, at a certain juncture, an event would occur, leading to awakening, possessing extraordinary abilities, transcending boundaries, and impacting reality. This was what was referred to as the Forbidden Realm. Indeed, one's innate potential to awaken the Forbidden Realm was predetermined from birth, akin to the Conqueror's Haki in One Piece. Some individuals lacked the requisite bloodline, and no amount of stimulation could awaken them. Others might harbor latent potential within, and under certain provocation, awakening could occur. Without such stimulation, awakening would remain elusive. Zhang Hai was not a native-born individual, thus he should, in theory, lack the Forbidden Realm in his bloodline. Perhaps it was due to his exposure to the mist, his resilience in surviving thus far, and the divine power of Michael that triggered some reaction, leading to his awakening. He could only explain it this way. Nevertheless, acquiring an additional ability was advantageous. There was no need for excessive contemplation. He would experiment upon returning. This was indeed its utility. Apart from sacrificial purposes, he intended to use the ghost-faced person as a material to concoct a drink. The ghost-faced individual was shrouded in mystery. Using mystery as an ingredient might yield even better effects. The corpse would not be wasted. Consider it a favor owed to them. Zhang Hai withdrew his gaze, departing from the old city. However, he did not return home immediately. Instead, he stopped by a bar along the way to observe the bartenders at work, witnessing the art of mixology firsthand. Subsequently, he procured some basic ingredients, such as juices and other essentials, to commence his research. Yet, he soon realized that he seemed to lack any talent in this regard, or perhaps his skills were utterly abysmal. His bartender ability did not afford him any enhancements in the realm of mixology. Oh well, he thought, let me try concocting a drink. He prepared a mixture, without understanding the precise ratios, merely experimenting at random. To be honest, Zhang Hai had never been fond of alcohol. Whether high-proof or low-proof, he was not particularly enthusiastic. Thus, he resolved to find a test subject to try it. Meow. Meanwhile, in the corner of a trash bin, a stray cat lay sprawled on the ground. This cat had been roaming rooftops for days, meowing incessantly like an infant, disturbing the slumber of the neighboring residents. Yet, it seemed indifferent to the ruckus it caused. At that moment, however, Zhang Hai noticed it and promptly retrieved his tools for experimentation. Champagne, lemon slices, ice cubes, and ghost-faced hair, along with some flesh from the ghost-faced person. The cat had a fondness for fish bones, so he gathered some fish spines from the ground. In the end, he added this and that, unsure of what he had concocted, the mixture appearing quite murky. He held it at arm's length, slightly repulsed, akin to someone who had just burnt their first stir-fry, pinching their nose and distancing themselves. Meow? Meow meow. The wild cat suddenly opened its eyes, realizing it was being held captive by a stranger, and began to struggle, especially upon seeing the individual prying open its mouth and forcing a substance that looked suspiciously like poison into it. It became even more frantic. Meow. Meow. It protested. However, In the instant the liquid entered its mouth, its pupils abruptly contracted. Without Zhang Hai's assistance, it gulped down the liquid that appeared toxic, gulping like a parched soul in the desert after 3 days without water. In the end, Zhang Hai nearly released his grip, but to his surprise, the cat clutched the cup with its paw, anthropomorphically continuing to drink. The cat's tongue curled, its barbs moist, leaving not a single drop behind. Zhang Hai widened his eyes slightly, incredulous. Was it truly enjoyable? Chapter 7, Initiative. A showcase of skill. 202503230758842 Author. God of Marathon, or was it merely coincidence? At this point, I hope readers take note of our domain name. Could it be that this cat had a penchant for alcohol? He should not possess any talent for mixology, after all. His ratios were entirely chaotic, entirely random. Yet, observing the cat's expression, its actions, and demeanor, it was evident that it was relishing the experience, leaving no room for alternative interpretations. It was somewhat absurd. Do animals genuinely savor fine wine? Zhang Hai composed himself. For the cat was undergoing a transformation. Meow. Meow? Its feline visage twisted into a fierce countenance, tinged with a hint of menace. A peculiar scene unfolded. The cat's face gradually morphed into that of a human. The fur on this visage appeared to be coated in a glue-like substance, turning white and rigid, resembling a skeletal mask. It bore a striking resemblance to the hollows from Bleach. This humanoid-faced cat suddenly slid onto the ground, landing on all fours, advancing towards Zhang Hai while continuously vocalizing. It even licked the air towards the bottle, its gaze revealing a glimmer of desire. Did it still crave more? Was it addictive, or was it simply extraordinarily delicious? Zhang Hai's lips twitched, choosing to ignore it. He gazed at the creature he had inadvertently created, curious to see how it would evolve. The humanoid-faced cat, waiting for a moment, grew irritated when Zhang Hai failed to acknowledge it. It opened its mouth, and within its throat, a darkness began to coalesce, like a wave of energy. Siro? Zhang Hai's eyelids flickered. In the next moment, the humanoid-faced cat, having gathered enough energy, unleashed it. Puff. Splash. Yet, it materialized as a mass of viscous black substance, flying less than a meter before plummeting to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was merely a mouthful of viscous phlegm, intertwined with strands of black hair, emanating an indescribable stench reminiscent of the ghastly visage of the specter. Zhang Hai remained unresponsive. The face cat, displaying unexpected audacity, lunged forward with an air of regality akin to a king of beasts. Zhang Hai deftly sidestepped, smoothly evading the onslaught. However, due to inertia, the creature catapulted around the corner and landed squarely in the street, illuminated by the beams of passing headlights. The cat's pupils dilated momentarily, only to be incensed by the source of the light. Its fur bristled as it bared its fangs mid-air. "What in the world is that?" exclaimed the truck driver, startled by the sight of a cat with a grotesque human face soaring towards him. Instinctively, he slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The collision was inevitable. A resounding thud echoed through the air as the cat's form twisted grotesquely, its organs shattered and blood splattered forth. Fragments of its shattered, bony visage scattered before Zhang Hai, only to disintegrate into dust moments later. In less than 10 seconds, the first experimental subject, the face cat, was no more. Gazing at the vanished remnants of its skeletal face, Zhang Hai fell into a contemplative silence. Was this a failure or a success? The cat's bony face had simply turned to powder. This alteration seemed not to be permanent, merely transient. He pondered whether adding more auxiliary materials would prolong its existence, rendering it everlasting. Although his intellect had sharpened, he had also become exceedingly irritable. Almost a replica of the specter, and unexpectedly attempted to retaliate against him. The reasons for this behavior remained elusive. Perhaps it was merely a thirst for spirits? Zhang Hai considered this, ultimately deciding against further analysis. This time, it was an animal subject. He would seek other species or even humans for future trials. This ability, this forbidden realm, still held vast potential in his eyes. Hongying was likely finishing her shift soon. Should she discover his absence, only his phone would remain at home, leaving her to wonder about his expression. Indeed, he was acutely aware of everything. She mistakenly believed she had discreetly tracked his location by binding it to her phone. Zhang Hai found this notion rather naive. He had developed a keen awareness of counter-surveillance over the years he had spent in this world. The enhancement of his physique was arduous, yet other aspects were not beyond development. Zhang Hai hastened, arriving swiftly at the community. His height, nearly 1.8 meters, had reverted to its previous stature. Indeed, after merging with the sun's grace, he had gained a remarkable degree of control over his body, allowing him to finally manipulate certain physical parts, akin to the mastery of the collarbone technique. Nothing extraordinary, really. As he donned his glasses and entered the community, he soon spotted a familiar figure ahead. Zhang Hai's expression shifted subtly, prompting him to take a detour and quicken his pace. pressing the elevator button to ascend. Meanwhile, the figure, sensing something amiss, turned back with a furrowed brow. Who is it? She wondered, feeling as though someone had scrutinized her, but dismissed it as mere paranoia. She quickened her steps, glancing at the time. It was nearly midnight. Upon returning to the office, the team had intended to wait for the captain together. However, Deputy Wu Xiangnan and several teammates advised her and Xiaonan to return home early, as remaining at the office would be of no assistance. They figured it was best to let her rest. Considering her family circumstances, her situation was indeed unique, and staying out late was not advisable. Reluctantly, Hongying complied, tending to her wound before nodding in agreement to escort Xiaonan home, then returning herself. Ding! The elevator reached the designated floor. Hongying inhaled deeply, rubbed her shoulders, and feigned nonchalance as she approached her door. Old Zhang must be asleep, she murmured to herself, feeling a twinge of guilt. It was indeed late, but she could easily claim she had been working overtime. The real concern lay with the injury on her shoulder, which would be difficult to explain. A close inspection would reveal it was no ordinary wound. Instinctively, she softened her footsteps and movements, inputting the code into the lock. Ding! Grasping the doorknob, she opened the door and stepped inside, closing it quietly behind her. The process was seamless, like flowing water. The room was eerily silent and shrouded in darkness. The door to old Zhang's bedroom appeared to be closed. As expected, he had gone to bed early. Thank goodness. Hongying slowed her pace before turning on the light. With a click, the light illuminated the figure of a man seated on the couch in the center of the living room, his hands resting on his knees, calmly observing her. Hongying's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing. It took her a moment to compose herself. Her complexion shifted, and her voice instinctively softened. Old Zhang, how did you manage to be so quiet? You startled me. Why are you still awake? She felt reckless for allowing her guard to drop upon returning home, failing to maintain her vigilance and missing the opportunity to notice him as she entered. Wasn't there talk of a murderer lurking in the old district? If you weren't here, would I dare to sleep peacefully? Zhang Hai replied with a calm tone, casting a sidelong glance at her. Had you not sent me a message ahead of time, I would have gone to fetch you. Despite his composed demeanor, his heart raced just as fast as hers. Why? Because he had only just returned home himself. Knowing that Hongying was following closely behind, he had no time to react and simply chose to sit on the couch. Sure enough, within moments, the door swung open. Thus, their gazes locked. And as the quicker of the two, Zhang Hai seized the initiative to inquire, adopting a tone of authority. I must ask, why have you returned so late? Was it due to a demanding task today? As he spoke, he noticed the stiffness in Hongying's right shoulder compared to her left, an unnatural rigidity that even he could discern. His brow furrowed as he pondered the cause. Chapter 8. Causing Trouble Under Broad Daylight? 2025032307584 Author. God of Marathon. This is an inevitable accident. Even if Zhang Hai is aware, there is little he can do. Should he attempt to dissuade Hongying from her duties as a night watcher? That seems unrealistic. In the past, he could only serve as a safe haven, preparing delectable dishes and taking her out for leisure whenever possible. However, the circumstances have changed. Returning a bit late is inconsequential. I am an adult now. Old Zhang, do you still not trust me? Knowing that her father cares, Hongying playfully waved her fist, signaling him to relax. Besides, who would dare to harm your daughter? She is a martial arts master, capable of defeating 10 adversaries at once. This is indeed the truth. She has dedicated time to study martial arts and possesses innate talent in this area, even before awakening to her latent abilities. Her combat prowess was already extraordinary among the ordinary. A criminal is not the same as a mere delinquent. Zhang Hai shook his head, advising caution around strangers. All right. I will keep my distance from unfamiliar faces, even if they offer me treats or candies. I shall not accept them, Hongying chuckled. This is basic knowledge for kindergarten children. Zhang Hai nodded solemnly. It is indeed unwise to accept offerings from strangers. However, if you truly desire something to eat, you may boldly ask strangers for food, as they would have no time to poison it. Hongying found this dark humor amusing. Old Zhang. She did not remove her coat, wary of revealing her injuries, which were the result of an incident at work today. What happened? A thief infiltrated the office. And you wouldn't believe, old Zhang, he made off with all the fruits of our labor today. Speaking of this, Hongying felt a pang of frustration, especially since there were no traces left behind. Of course, in comparison to this, the Seraphim agents and a mysterious individual are of greater significance. The former is a high school student, and old Zhao plans to stake out the school tomorrow. As for the latter, there have been no leads. A thief? One can only speculate. They might think Hongying is deliberately trying to provoke her father. Zhang Hai shook his head, chuckling, and decided to relax. It is often said that one can guard against outsiders, but not against those within. Could it be that the culprit is an insider? Impossible. Hongying swiftly dismissed the notion. Let us change the subject. There is a generational gap in our conversation, she said, heading off to freshen up. Old Zhang, you should also rest early and stop worrying about me. Now that we are both outside, I will protect you. If anyone should be concerned, it should be me about you. Ahem. Also, let's visit the hospital together this weekend for a full checkup. Please do not refuse this time. Minor ailments can be overlooked, but serious issues are futile to ignore. Old Zhang used to say this, but this time it won't work. Surprisingly, Zhang Hai agreed, stating they could go anytime, and he would have a professional doctor re-examine and dress her wounds. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongying's shoulders stiffened. Ah, have you noticed? She feigned nonchalance, claiming her injuries were merely scratches from a cat, insisting it was nothing serious. In truth, going to the hospital is unnecessary. The Night Watcher's medical team is far more specialized and capable than any hospital. Moreover, her injuries were trivial. They had been checked and would heal quickly. Hongying initially expected her father to press for more information, but he remained silent. One would think she could breathe a sigh of relief, having concealed her injuries. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Hey, is that all you're going to ask? At least show a little more concern for your daughter. Yet, she could understand. Throughout her life, she had faced numerous challenges, like being bullied, which her father was often oblivious to. If he were to find out, he would certainly make a fuss. Though not physically imposing, his presence was undeniably strong. Yet now, perhaps he realizes he can no longer be the pillar of support for his daughter, leading to his growing silence. Each year, he becomes increasingly muted. Though he remains the same old Zhang, he feels increasingly powerless. How to describe this feeling? It must be unpleasant. It's akin to how in elementary school, parents could supervise and assist, but once one reaches middle and high school, they feel utterly lost. Sometimes, even when one wishes to help, they find themselves at a loss. Does Zhang Hai truly not care? Not quite. He is merely contemplating that now possessing power, he must consider what actions to take. The past mindset is no longer applicable. The city of Cangnan is neither too large nor too small, yet it conceals many things. If troubles can be resolved in advance, especially those pertaining to oneself, why not address them? It would also allow for the collection of bodies as offerings. One cannot remain unscathed in the future. Various calamities will inevitably converge, and it is improbable that he can remain detached. Can Hongying? Just like this time. If she can be injured once, she can be hurt again. Will the next injury be minor? Perhaps not. Moreover, with his presence as an outsider, could there be a butterfly effect, introducing more variables? One cannot know. It is futile to ponder too far ahead. The current matters are of greater importance. Time passed slowly. The dawn broke, and the sun rose more intensely than anticipated. Zhang Hai suddenly felt wide awake, an overwhelming restlessness surging within him, nearly impossible to contain. And it was barely past 5 o'clock. His state surpassed even his strongest moments from the previous night, to the extent that they were no longer comparable. Indeed, daylight is the proper path. Zhang Hai sensed that something significant was amiss. He could not remain at home, for he might lose control. Remaining there could result in a conflagration that would draw the attention of the entire neighborhood. He needed to find a deserted place, without considering anything else. After a swift change of clothes, Zhang Hai hurried out towards the suburbs north of the city. Hongying also sensed the commotion, bleary-eyed. She wondered why he was up so early. It was time for her to rise as well. Captain, we still do not know what the situation is. As Zhang Hai exited the building and descended the elevator, he encountered a petite girl with round glasses and a mushroom haircut. Uncle Zhang? Xiaonan. Are you looking for Xiaoying? Zhang Hai paused slightly. The girl before him, smaller than Hongying, was Si Xiaonan, who lived in the same community. Ah, yes. Si Xiaonan, feeling the wave of heat approaching, appeared somewhat dazed. How strange. Did Hongying not say her father was in poor health? Yet, he seemed anything but. He looked robust and spirited. Si Xiaonan averted her gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed as she inadvertently caught sight of the quintessential masculine aspect. She quickly shifted her eyes away, surprised that Hongying had lied. He was clearly not frail. Although her understanding of men was limited, this much she grasped. Well, you should head upstairs. In the past, Zhang Hai would have exchanged a few more words, but now there was no time. He departed in haste. Typically, he would take the bus, but this time he hailed a taxi, reaching the outskirts in no time. Clearly, in this state, there was no need for restraint. After pursuing all night, he still had not found it. During the day, the chances were even slimmer, as it would only conceal itself more deeply. The night was the only time to search. In the northern suburbs beyond the city, a man cloaked in dark red walked heavily, bloodstains marking his face. This night was far from easy. The mystery from the Chuan region, if left unchecked among the populace, could result in unimaginable casualties. The threat was significant and needed to be eradicated. For him, the captain of the 136th Night Watch team, this was even more pressing. First, he headed to the affairs office. Chen Mai accelerated along the riverbank, but as he took his first step, he sensed something amiss. It was early morning. The sun just rising, and it should have been relatively cool, yet the heat was intensifying subtly, imperceptible to ordinary people. But not for him. As he focused his gaze, he beheld a shocking sight. The lake along the road began to boil. Indeed, it was suddenly boiling. Fish and other aquatic creatures surfaced at a visible speed, turning pale. What was happening? This was undoubtedly over 100 degrees Celsius. Chen Mai's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he spotted a figure walking along the roadside. With each step forward, the lake boiled even more violently, the disturbance unabashedly evident. In broad daylight, who was this individual? A mystery? A member of the ancient cult? What were their intentions? Chapter 9. Flames of Death? Ghost-Faced King. Do you underestimate the ghost? In the glaring light of day, such audacity was rare. Why were they called night watchmen? A significant reason was that the night was more perilous, with a higher probability of incidents, thus extending their nocturnal activities. It was indeed uncommon for someone to brazenly appear during the day. Was it because the suburbs were sparsely populated, making detection difficult? Unfortunately, by mere coincidence, Chen Mai, the captain of Team 136, happened to be present. Without hesitation, he pursued. After getting out of the car, Zhang Hai gradually relaxed. Yes, he had grown weary of suppressing himself, letting go of his restraint. At that moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. If there were anyone around, they would surely be alarmed. But so what? This was the outskirts. If one had to be so discreet and cautious here, there would be nowhere to truly unleash oneself. Moreover, it was still not even 6 o'clock in the morning, a stark contrast to the previous night. He let loose, feeling as free as a fish in the sea. His senses were vastly heightened. Smell, hearing, taste, sight, touch, each sense transcended those of any creature in the natural world, surpassing limits, increasing at a terrifying rate every second. The slightest rustle of leaves or a gentle breeze did not escape his perception. Trees, bushes, pathways, ants, the lake, fish and shrimp, the air, murky substances, and the nearest man, a middle-aged man, to be precise. Zhang Hai perceived it all. Suddenly, he paused. Come to think of it, he shouldn't refer to him as such. Lost in thought, he realized he was of a similar age as Chen Mai, the Black Wuchang of the Forbidden Ruins, making them contemporaries. In truth, he had a youthful mindset. Conversing with Hongying often felt like chatting with a peer. Zhang Hai pressed on, extending his senses further. He soon caught a whiff of a distinctive odor. The same foul stench he had detected the previous night, albeit now more potent and bloodier. A remnant of the hunt had been located. Zhang Hai locked onto it, forming a trail of scent. What to do? Naturally, he would act. On one hand, it was vengeance for the injury to Hongying. On the other, it was a debt to the one who retrieved the bodies. If he remembered correctly, Zhao Conqing had died at the hands of the Ghost-Faced King. And Zhang Hai wanted to resolve this swiftly. Sometimes, it was unnecessary to wait for danger to approach before addressing it. There was no need for meaningless theatrics or to wait until someone exclaimed how cool a strike was. Why not eliminate all threats in their infancy? Especially when aware of the circumstances. With this thought, Zhang Hai contained his surging power as much as possible. He could no longer indulge. The disturbances he had caused around him were exponentially greater than the previous night. If left uncontrolled, as time passed, the surroundings would become barren. Simultaneously, he would be unable to draw anything out. It was time to experience the true strength of the Ghost-Faced King from the Chuan region. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at a sewer entrance, and without hesitation, he flipped open the manhole cover and jumped down. Did these mysterious beings take refuge in sewers? It seemed they preferred to hide in dark corners. Following the scent trail, Zhang Hai ventured into the darkness. There was no light here. Logically, sunlight was blocked, making it akin to night. Yet strangely, this did not affect his current state. It was as if sunlight penetrated the ground, even in darkness. As long as it was still daytime, he could absorb its energy. At night, there were various limitations, but during the day, regardless of the absence of light, could he still maintain his state? He wondered if he could continue to disregard the fog enveloping him. Zhang Hai quickened his pace. As he approached his target, the dormant essence ahead sensed something, revealing a glimmer of desire in its eyes. It was the Ghost-Faced King. Its imposing figure reached an astonishing 3 meters. Resembling a small mountain, far surpassing an ordinary ghost-faced creature. An invisible pressure emanated from it. It craved fresh human flesh. Moreover, it bore wounds and was in dire need of sustenance. In the dark, Zhang Hai appeared to it as a centuries-old ginseng, a most delectable treasure, yet it possessed intelligence. Having just endured a fierce battle, it found it peculiar that prey had come knocking. During its moment of hesitation, Zhang Hai continued to restrain his aura, diminishing his threat level. After a prolonged pause, the Ghost-Faced King finally made its decision. Go and take a look. If it proves futile, then we shall reconsider. With that, the demon masked king swiftly turned around. Its powerful legs, far more agile than those of a cheetah, propelled it forcefully off the ground. Whoosh! A wave of energy surged forth. In the blink of an eye, it traversed several dozen meters. Mere seconds later, accompanied by a pungent stench and its violet pupils, it arrived within 10 meters of Zhang Hai. Roar! A thunderous bellow erupted, stirring the winds and ruffling Zhang Hai's short hair. At the same time, several kilometers away, Chen Mai's expression shifted slightly. So, it was hiding here? Was it an accomplice or a mere distraction? The demon masked king licked its lips with a crimson tongue, bending one leg slightly and pressing a hand against the ground, adopting the stance of a top predator ready to hunt. Yet it remained cautious, having faced many setbacks recently. Moreover, it sensed that Zhang Hai was no ordinary individual. Even a lion would exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Thus, it decided to unleash its utmost power. Buzz. The Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176. Demon Mask Territory, activated. Within a certain range, it could deceive the perceptions of all beings whose realms were inferior to its own. It twisted the spatial dimensions, inverting up, down, left, right, and forward, akin to the Shinigami Shurikai reversal in Bleach. Zhang Hai remembered this clearly. Noticing the situation, he extended his hand, more precisely, his fingertip, raising it upwards. Whoosh! In the demon masked king's pupils, a flicker of flame ignited from his fingertip, gradually illuminating the surroundings. An intense heat enveloped the tip, contained and unyielding. However, this only perplexed the demon masked king further, its eyes betraying a human-like confusion. Hey, can we be serious here? A flame? Such a small one, what purpose does it serve? For illumination? This fellow had not reacted earlier, had it failed to notice its presence? Even now, it was oblivious to being right in front of it. Was the demon masked territory ineffective? Was this individual merely an ordinary person who had stumbled into the sewers? Whoosh! The demon masked king wasted no more time and lunged forward. Should I add more? This flame seems insufficient if it backfires. Zhang Hai could not accurately gauge his own strength. Seeing the demon masked king so impatient, he could only send forth the tiny flame to meet it head-on. Puff! The demon masked king, with its grotesque visage, revealed a sneer. The flame was meant to attack him? Was this a sign of diminished intellect? Thus, it ignored the tiny flame altogether. Yet, the moment its form had soared several meters into the air, regret flooded in like a tide. The temperature of the flame surged as it approached, suddenly expanding explosively. From several dozen degrees to over 100, 1,000 degrees, 3,000 degrees, tens of thousands of degrees. In mere seconds, it escalated to such extremes. Like a miniature sun, it illuminated the passage for hundreds of meters. Its roar instantly transformed into a scream. Muscles twisted and slackened. It became as pliable as wax. One must understand that its physical fortitude, in a state of blood engorgement, could easily surpass steel. Yet now, it was no different from being made of paper. The demon masked king had no time to ponder. It unleashed all remaining primal energy, instantly elevating its overall prowess. Boom! Its legs pushed against the wall, attempting to pivot in midair to escape in the opposite direction, only to discover that the surrounding walls had melted due to the intense heat, becoming soft and yielding. Consequently, its feet sank directly into the surface. The demon masked king was stunned. At that moment of delay, it was already too late. Whoosh! The fingertip-sized flame continued to burn against the demon masked king's form. In a swirling motion, it enveloped it entirely, and in less than a second, it was reduced to ashes, or rather, evaporated entirely. Only a pile of ash remained on the ground. Chapter 10. The glass is crafted by Marlin 20250323075843. Author. God of Marathon. The burning was complete. Even the previous foul odor dissipated into the air. However, the purification seemed a bit excessive. As the red flame spiraled, consuming the demon masked king, it appeared to have acquired a combustible catalyst. Suddenly, it erupted forth. With a violent expansion, it engulfed the entire underground pipeline, including Zhang Hai. Boom! The pipes and walls melted away. The thick flames even burned through the road above, radiating outwards for dozens of meters, forming a spherical blaze. Around 6 o'clock, on the road nearby, a few students were wandering about. Upon witnessing this spectacle, their hearts skipped a beat, instinctively holding their breath. What the hell? Did the underground pipeline explode? There were no manholes in sight. Did the flames burst forth from the ground? An explosion? Even if it were an explosion, how could flames erupt through such a solid surface? Absurd. Gazing at the towering inferno, the group was left in a state of shock. Among them, by mere coincidence, were students from the 2nd high school. Even more coincidentally, Li Yifei, who had abandoned Lin Qiye and others to escape the clutches of the demon mask, was among them. Already anxious and reluctant to attend class, hoping to take a leave of absence, his mind was in a haze. Now, witnessing this scene, He was left speechless, mouth agape. Why was he so unfortunate? Why did he keep encountering trouble? No. He could no longer attend this school. He needed to take a break for a few days. With this thought, he disregarded his bewildered friends and turned to flee. However, it was strange. Observing the flame's vigor, one would expect the range to expand rapidly, yet, in reality, at the moment of eruption, it seemed to be drawn back by some force. The flames did not travel far before being swiftly reined in. It was as if the entire scene was played in reverse, returning to its natural state. What remained was a massive pit in the ground, measuring several dozen meters across. And within this pit lay Zhang Hai's figure. He had not managed to control the flames in time. Upon realizing the situation, he had enveloped the fire with magical energy and drawn it back. So that demon masked king is gone? Initially, he thought that a tiny flame might not suffice, contemplating adding more fuel. Who would have guessed the effect would be so extraordinary? The entity residing above the realms of Zhan and Qi, Chuan, turned out to be somewhat easier to handle than anticipated. Was it a natural counter, or was it genuinely formidable? It seemed unlikely he could ascertain his strength in the short term. Nevertheless, it provided a reference point. The minuscule portion of magical energy he had just utilized managed to cause such devastation, effortlessly annihilating the demon masked king of the Chuan realm. If everything were to be unleashed, the entire street, no, the whole city might struggle to withstand it. This is around 6 o'clock. If it were midday, at the zenith of the sun, it would be unimaginable, perhaps capable of obliterating an entire nation. A country the size of that of the Cherry Blossom Nation would hardly be a challenge. This serves as a foundation. The specifics of the escalation over time remain unclear, but it is certain to be significant. This is all predicated on the assumption that his essence is that of an ordinary human. Since I have awakened the forbidden abyss, the bartender, it indicates that I can enhance my corporeal strength through the growth of my mental energy, augmenting my power during the night's most vulnerable hours. So, with the impetus of mental energy, fueled by spiritual force, what heights could the solar magical energy reach? Perhaps initially inconspicuous at midnight, at most. It might be akin to a flicker. However, when elevated to the levels of a pool, river, sea, and beyond, what then? It is feasible, with great potential. Magical energy can ignite, and thus mental energy can likewise do so, akin to gasoline enhancing a flame. By the 19th section, it might accumulate to an astonishing degree, which is something to eagerly anticipate. Zhang Hai took a deep breath, not lingering, and continued forward towards the next passage. It seemed he had forgotten something. Upon reflection, the corpse of the ghost-faced king would have made an excellent sacrificial material. Was it just burned away so easily? Completely? Was that not a waste? One of his purposes for coming here was to collect. After all, Zhang Hai fell into silence. Yet, he was not entirely at fault. Having been compressed to such an extent, the ghost-faced king was easily incinerated, which only spoke to its lack of resilience. Just as this thought settled, the system abruptly chimed. Detected the death energy remains of the ghost-faced king. It can be collected as an entire corpse. Would you like to collect and sacrifice it? How considerate. Zhang Hai's eyes glimmered. Does this mean that it can still be treated as a complete corpse despite being thoroughly burned? Collection initiated. Ding, collection successful. Ghost-faced king corpse 1. Sacrifice. He retained a few ghost-faced corpses. Zhang Hai proceeded to sacrifice the remaining 30 corpses, along with the ghost-faced king. Upon receiving the corresponding command, the system commenced operation. The stored corpses began to dissipate, and soon, a faint glow appeared before Zhang Hai, manifesting a luminous sphere. Sacrifice successful. Demon-suppressing glasses crafted by Ma Lin 1, function, significantly suppresses magical energy and conceals presence when worn by a solar favored one. Divine Axe Rita Fragment 1, 110, the sphere dissipated, revealing a pair of glasses. Zhang Hai attempted to wear them, finding them perfectly fitting. In the next moment, his muscles, bulging with power, nearly overwhelmed him. But the surging magical energy swiftly receded, becoming natural. There was no discernible difference from an ordinary person. In terms of presence, he had not completely vanished, but instead simulated the aura of a regular human. If he were to entirely conceal it, it would instead appear abnormal to any observer. Truly, a timely solution to a pressing need. Based solely on his own capabilities, he could indeed still restrain some magical energy, but as the clock approached 8 or 9, as midday arrived, the magical energy would swell to an unbearable extent. Moreover, his height and bulging muscles were a glaring indication, broadcasting to all that he was anything but ordinary. Additionally, this sacrifice yielded 2 items. The second, the Divine Axe Rita. Was the fragment a result of insufficient corpse energy for the summoning? Zhang Hai's mind raced, contemplating various possibilities. In the sewers, after the flickering light, Shenmai quickened his pace, reaching the location where Zhang Hai had battled the ghost-faced king. Gazing at the melted craters surrounding him and the vast opening above, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 11. Hey, Brother, could I borrow a light? 202503230758844 Author, God of Marathon, is this a battle? Could the Ghost-Faced King produce such an effect? The extent of destruction here is beyond what even a bundle of explosives could achieve, even if detonated simultaneously. An ordinary rocket would not suffice. It could not even breach the surface. Yet it has caused such extensive melting. What just transpired? Far beyond expectations. As to why he contemplated heavy weaponry, it was because while traversing the pipe, a radiant beam of light had pierced through. That brightness, that intensity, resembled an enhanced illumination flare, dazzlingly bright. It naturally led to thoughts of heavy armaments. Yet, weapons produce a loud report. This did not. Not a whisper of noise. Chun-Mai, sensing the abnormal heat, recalled phenomena by the lakeside, his heart unsettled. He had encountered the Ghost-Faced King and engaged in battle. But now, there was no one left, nor any lingering traces of presence. The Ghost-Faced King could not have concealed itself to such an extent. Thus, there is but one possibility. The Ghost-Faced King has been slain. That mysterious individual has dispatched the Ghost-Faced King. The battle concluded before he even arrived. It was all too swift. The disparity in power between the two sides is staggering. Chun-Mai, piecing together various clues, surmised with near certainty. The body has vanished. Absent any indication of a peculiar obsession with collecting corpses on the other side, the only conclusion is that it was dispatched with such swiftness that not even scraps remained. The Ghost-Faced King, often likened to a humanoid tank, would surpass that comparison. Even if injured and forced to flee, retaining only 2 or 3/10 of its strength, its defenses would not diminish significantly, especially with the possession of the Forbidden Abyss. It would be elusive and hard to capture. In such circumstances, to be dispatched so quickly indicates that the opposing force must be at least at the peak of the river realm, posing a genuine threat. What astonished him was the realization that their strength exceeded expectations. Stronger than the Ghost-Faced King, yet his identity remains a mystery. Chapter 20, Uncontrollable. Unstable Factors. Chun-Mai's sense of crisis surged. However, no matter how formidable, he dipped a finger into the charred ash, rubbing it together, for having come to Cangnan. Even the faintest trace is worth pursuing. Isn't it? Before Chun-Mai could finish his thought, he was interrupted. A sudden chill crept over him. An eerie sound reached his ears, accompanied by a sensation on his shoulder, as if someone had placed a hand upon it. The Ghost-Faced King. Well kept, right? Chun-Mai's expression shifted, and as he turned, he drew his blade. The movement was fluid, seamless. Whoosh. The forceful gust swept by. Yet he cut through nothing but air. Nothing remained but the atmosphere, as if it had all been an illusion. No, that is incorrect. Someone was clearly there just now. Beads of sweat formed on Chun-Mai's forehead as he scanned his surroundings. When did someone come up behind him? He actually has no feeling at all. So reactive. He didn't even wait for me to finish speaking. Zhang Hai put on his glasses again and plunged into the crowd, clutching his briefcase. He had to get to work. Time was of the essence. Speaking of which, just after defeating the Ghost-Faced King, Chun-Mai arrived, quite timely. As for just now, Zhang Hai was merely testing the effect of the demon suppression glasses, observing the reaction of the Night Watch captain. I didn't expect such a strong response. Of course, this also indicates that the effect of concealing one's aura is indeed remarkable. What happened? Quick. Let's report to the police. Shouldn't we call the fire department? There is no fire now. What is the point of that? Hey, is there someone down there? Could it be someone investigating the issue, dressed in a cloak? Hey, master. And holding a knife? What is going on? Could it be his doing? Chun-Mai stood his ground, alerting himself for a moment, until a group of onlookers began to gather around the scattered pit above. The noise gradually increased. It was then that Chun-Mai snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and retreated into the shadows. Damn it. It seems like I've been played. A little over 10 minutes later, in a tall building, a man draped in a dark red cloak entered a room with heavy steps, exuding an indescribable fatigue. It was none other than Chun-Mai. Before him were all the members of his team, including Zhao Kongqing, gathered around a blurry image on the table. The captain has returned. Wu Xiangnan, Zhao Kongqing, and Hongying immediately stood up as they looked up. Chun-Mai nodded and took a seat to one side. Gazing at the concerned faces around him, he rubbed his forehead and slowly recounted the events from last night until morning. The Ghost-Faced King escaped. I spent the entire night pursuing him. After catching up, we fought, and he fled after sustaining severe injuries and damaging his own source. The expressions of the team members shifted slightly. Even the captain couldn't capture him? That is not good news. However, as he continued, their anticipation grew. Chun-Mai, this morning, I planned to give up the pursuit, but then as he spoke, the expressions of his teammates varied, gradually becoming more animated. The Ghost-Faced King is dead. Captain, are you saying he was intercepted? More accurately, it was he who sought us out. Which faction could it be? If it were our people, they would have notified us in advance. Another powerful entity? So much has occurred from last night to this morning. The waters of Cangnan City are becoming increasingly murky. Another seraphim agent? Another mysterious figure? Another body theft? The incidents that have transpired in Cangnan over the past 2 years do not compare to the tumult of these 2 days. Body disappearances, mysterious individuals. Suspected high-temperature forbidden ruins. Wait, could these events be connected? There is a significant correlation, but it's also rather fortuitous. Killing the ghost-faced king inadvertently aided us. The last words were spoken by old Zhao. He felt there was no malice in that. Long Xian, should we report this? If it can't be resolved, we'll need a special team to handle it. Wu Xiangnan. Reporting is a certainty. As for the special team, it hasn't reached that point yet. When Qima, however, it has already exceeded our capacity to manage. Even the captain looks somewhat demoralized. Hongying immediately interjected, suppressing Wen Qima's voice. What are you saying? Just because it's a bit difficult, we should back down? That high-temperature man may not necessarily be stronger than the captain. He is facing a ghost-faced king who has just entered the Chuan territory, whose foundation is unstable, heavily injured, and has self-damaged his source. He is merely fleeing faster. The captain could eliminate him in an instant if they faced off again. A stranger versus the captain. She is surely defending the captain. Sishaoan also nodded in agreement. Yet, Chenmai suddenly coughed, as if recalling something, his expression darkening. We may not understand it. But regardless of whether they are friend or foe, we must uncover the truth. Chenmai immediately issued orders. No matter what, this mysterious individual is an uncontrollable factor. We must investigate thoroughly while ensuring safety to ascertain their intentions. Long Xian, Qima, you two check the surveillance in the old city. Hongying, Xiaonan, you are in charge of the suburbs. Old Zhao, Chenmai pondered for a moment, turning to the burly man beside him, the weakest of the watchers, the seraphim agent. Who is equally important? Keep an eye on him. Wu Xiangnan nodded. His potential exceeds ours, and if the ancient god church finds him, I will definitely catch that brat. Old Zhao displayed a determined expression, promising to fulfill his task. Then he recalled something. The mysterious individual is the first eyewitness. That high-temperature mysterious figure. Although his profile was blurry last night, I could recognize him if I encountered him. If you find anyone suspicious, send me their photo if you're uncertain. After confirming, everyone began to take action. Some checked the surveillance, some searched for individuals, and others reported the situation. At the gate of the 2nd high school, Zhao Kongqing was stationed, watching the students entering with great focus, not blinking an eye. After a while, he instinctively reached for a cigarette and lighter, only to find it had run out of fuel. Just then, someone happened to pass by. Hey, brother. Could you lend me a light, and I'd like to ask you something? Huh. Stopped unexpectedly, the person turned around. Upon recognizing the face of Zhao Kongqing, he was momentarily stunned, gradually widening his eyes. Chapter 12. Snake Demon. Go straight in. 202503230758844 Author. God of Marathon ISNT. This Hongying's father? Yes, he remembered. To be precise, everyone in the peace affairs office, including the captain, knows Zhang Hai, as he has visited the office. Hongying occasionally mentions her father, always referring to him as Old Zhang. From their address, one can tell their father-daughter relationship is exceptionally close. Indeed, for Hongying, her father is of utmost importance. Knowing that her father's health is poor, she proactively seeks ways to treat him. Wait, Zhao Kongqing took a deep breath. He almost forgot why he was seeking distant paths. The seraphim agent is a student. Hongying's father is a teacher at the 2nd high school, right? Through him, it would surely be easier to gather information about that seraphim agent. Zhao Kongqing's eyes brightened, gradually igniting with enthusiasm. Borrow a light. Oh, upon hearing the word fire, Zhang Hai turned around, smiling slightly. Are you sure you want to borrow fire from me? My flames are rather intense. Most can't handle them. Zhang Hai had already noticed Zhao Kongqing. The individual, akin to the original text, awaits Lin Chia. Simultaneously, several teachers passing by from class 2 expressed peculiar expressions upon overhearing their conversation. Fire? Intense? Unbearable? The female Chinese teacher of class 2 raises an eyebrow, instinctively casting her gaze over. Observing Zhao Kongqing's fervent demeanor, she glances at Zhang Hai, swallowing hard. She is taken aback that teacher Zhang engages in such matters. Noticing the unusual look in her eyes, Zhao Kongqing coughs and hastily waves the cigarette, but in his hand, indicating not to misunderstand. He merely seeks a flame. How fortuitous, Mr. Zhang. Do you still remember me? Of course, Zhang Hai maintains a smile. Old Zhao, has your office received any new assignments? Ah, yes, there is indeed a task. With their familiar connection, the matter becomes much simpler. He finds an excuse, subtly probing for information. Students? Zhang Hai, fully aware of whom he seeks, directly hits the mark. Is it Lin Chia? This child just enrolled yesterday and has taken leave today. You might check the psychiatric hospital. In truth, even without this mention, Zhao Kongqing would eventually learn the truth. Regardless of Zhao Kongqing's fate, Lin Qiye would inevitably join the Night Watchers, a decision already predetermined by the upper echelons of the organization. Psychiatric hospital? Zhao Kongqing is momentarily taken aback. So, this lad skipped school today to visit the hospital? A psychiatric hospital? He instinctively offers Zhang Hai a cigarette but halts midway, suddenly recalling that Hongying prohibits him from smoking, chuckling. Zhao Kongqing inquires further about any peculiarities surrounding Lin Qiye. Any distinctions from others? None, Zhang Hai contemplates before shaking his head. However, he mentions that the other students in the school have been acting strangely recently. Boys with previously timid personalities are now unexpectedly assertive. Girls focused on studies have suddenly begun to date, becoming close with certain boys. Moreover, they deliberately avoid monitored areas, taking them to secluded spots. Initially, Zhao Kongqing listened out of mere curiosity, but as the conversation progressed, he grew increasingly uneasy. After a moment's hesitation, he bid farewell and reported the situation to his captain. Besides that seraphic agent, has anything else extraordinary occurred in this school? Changes within the student body? The source of information, provided by Hongying's father? Very well, I understand. The plan has shifted. Let us review the surveillance footage from Class 2. If those who consciously evade blind spots are indeed students exhibiting drastic personality changes, we have a serious issue. A voice from the phone, belonging to Chun Mai, confirmed this concern. Old Zhao, splendid work. You are currently the fastest in progress. Indeed, my luck has always been favorable. Perhaps I will soon encounter that mysterious individual. Old Zhao chuckles. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that the so-called mysterious person had just engaged in an extensive conversation and brazenly stepped onto the campus, unrecognized. After watching Old Zhao depart, Zhang Hai entered the school. This is one of the few things he can do for the students, to alert the Night Watchers in advance. Prior to merging with magical powers, he could not perceive or differentiate, but now it is all too evident. Zhang Hai speaks of the offspring of serpent demons concealed within the campus. The magical power, hidden and compressed, does not imply the loss of perception. On the contrary, he can now easily identify several serpent demon offspring at a glance, indicating their numbers have significantly increased. Upon reaching his office, Zhang Hai overhears the homeroom teacher of Class 2 conversing with Li Yifei, who wishes to take leave. The student's situation extends to their parents, indicating that anomalies exist both within and beyond the school. If action were taken now, it would only alert the main entity, Li Yifei, who fortuitously has also taken leave today. Should the main entity perish, the remaining serpent progeny would follow suit, hence capturing the leader first is crucial. However, the critical question arises, he must attend work? No, Zhang Hai suddenly regains clarity. He realizes he has been constrained by a rigid mindset in the current situation. Attending work is entirely unnecessary. He is no longer an ordinary person. It would be better to engage in pursuits he enjoys or other endeavors, rather than waste time. Moreover, the impending catastrophe in Cangnan looms ominously. If he wishes to avoid having his life dictated by others, he must accelerate his strength. Currently, the only means to hasten this process is to uncover the mystery and offer a sacrifice. Furthermore, my abilities will eventually be discovered. It is merely a matter of time. In this modern city, where surveillance cameras, fingerprints, and facial recognition abound, although I have employed some counter-surveillance measures, they are only effective in the short term. Perfection is unattainable. Over time, detection is inevitable. Cangnan City is inhabited by numerous talents, such as Lin Qiye and Qingyu, who can uncover many truths through the smallest clues. As to why Zhang Hai conceals his powers, it is not a deliberate act but rather a precaution. Should he carelessly reveal his strength? Unless one day he can eliminate everyone who has witnessed his abilities without leaving a trace. Any single oversight could lead to dire consequences should that individual return for vengeance at night. Thus, to openly display his prowess, he must possess sufficient strength by night as well. Are there other mysteries within Cangnan City? If all were to be sacrificed, Zhang Hai's thoughts drift. His attention is suddenly captured by several teachers discussing Lin Qiye's absence, which is understandable, but Li Yifei's situation is a clear case of truancy. His parents are unaware of this matter, and I have just inquired about it. The teachers from Class 2 engage in conversation regarding Li Yifei, eventually turning to Zhang Hai. Teacher Zhang, do you agree? Indeed, Zhang Hai responds, if students dare to take leave at will, I have even less reason not to do so myself. With that, he stands and exits the room. The teachers are left bewildered. Just a joke. Isn't Li Yifei absent? I shall visit his home and bring him back. Zhang Hai leaves behind a remark. In Class 2, the female Chinese teacher, dressed in professional attire, enters with textbooks. Due to the illness of the physical education teacher, I will be taking this class. I will also cover the music class next. Your teacher Zhang has some matters to attend to. As her words fall, the students below instantly widen their eyes. Once again, the expressions of the boys convey a sentiment that if they were outside, they would surely be compelled to don a hood and drag her into an alley for a good thrashing. The girls, including Lu Xiaoyan, wear equally discontented expressions, deeply unhappy. Ah, what illness, what family matters. Surely it's just an excuse. That is the true reason. It is simply a desire to rush to class. The classmates hushed their voices. The female teacher caught wind of it, her lips twitching slightly, an unusual display of innocence. What a coincidence, isn't it? This time, her heart truly had nothing to do with it. A little while later, Zhang Hai arrived at Li Yifei's doorstep and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Chapter 13. Harvest. Divine Axe Rita. Golden Heavy Armor. 202503230758844 Author. God of Marathon. The moment the bell rang, Zhang Hai knew that Li Yifei was not home. He had sensed it beforehand. The room was empty. Not a single shadow was present. His parents were not around. Indeed, it seemed he had no parents at all. As for how he knew Li Yifei's address, it was quite simple. The school registration forms contained such information, including the students' home addresses, provided the information was not fabricated. So, did he plan to lurk around like Zhao Conching at the second high school, waiting for him to return? Not at all. Zhang Hai had no such intention. If no one was home, then so be it. He had no desire to waste time. Since he could not find him, he would let it go, after all. He would eventually return to school, as that was his stronghold. Thus, he decided to wander around Cangnan City. Given that his identity would eventually be discovered, he aimed to improve himself as much as possible before that happened. Time was of the essence. Zhang Hai strode along the city streets. Upon seeing the green light, he crossed. Taking a left turn, he arrived at a corner of the area devoid of surveillance, where he performed a simple change of attire, adjusting his facial features to become unrecognizable. Slowly, he removed his glasses. Power surged forth. Buzz. Zhang Hai attempted to rein it in. Although it was still challenging to contain, he noticed his control had improved somewhat, significantly better than in the morning. Was it the glasses' influence? Even after removing them, he could gradually adapt and harness this force. A thought crossed Zhang Hai's mind. He released his perception. In the next moment, he effortlessly encompassed the nearby snack street and commercial street within his awareness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Various miscellaneous sounds filled the air. Upon careful discernment, he detected some frequencies of breathing that did not belong to humans. Heartbeat frequencies that were not human-like emerged like flames in the dark, one after another. It was simply superhuman. He could hear the rhythm of breathing. Even the sound of ants crawling was audible to him. He calmed his mind and let it settle. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes. He had indeed found a peculiar individual. In such a bustling place, there was still something mysterious concealed. It was hidden quite deeply. He stepped forward and vanished from the spot. In an internet CAF, Li Yifei was currently online. Having experienced too many bizarre and frightening events in the past few days, he continued to vent his emotions, liberating and emptying himself. Of course, to put it nicely, it was self-exploration. To put it bluntly, it was merely skipping class. The teacher's call would undoubtedly reach home, but alas, if they called, no one would pick up. Li Yifei shrugged, suddenly recalling something that gave him a headache. Having encountered such incidents, how could he possibly focus on attending class? He had trudged to school that morning, only to be met with yet another upheaval. The ground felt as if it might explode. Danger seemed to lurk everywhere. This completely drained his enthusiasm. Buzz. Suddenly, the phone that had been set aside rang, emitting a melodious male voice. I've tried my silence, regretting my impulsiveness. Even if I made a mistake this time, I only fear missing out on being together. When apart, it hurts. Li Yifei glanced at his phone, discovering the caller was a neighbor. After a moment of hesitation, he answered the call. His relationship with the neighbor was quite amicable. Hello, Shally? Your school's teacher is looking for you. Teacher? Li Yifei was taken aback. Aunt Wang, how did my teacher get your phone number? Ah, no. The neighbor shook her head. They specifically came to find you, saying you skipped class, and they wanted to bring you back. They even asked me where you were, specifically to catch me. No way. How could my school's teacher be so dedicated? So concerned about me? Li Yifei found it hard to believe, his tone filled with confusion. Aunt Wang, did they say their name? Is it the homeroom teacher? Not your homeroom teacher. Then is it the Chinese teacher? Neither. Math? No. English? No. Then who is it? It can't be the PE teacher, right? I didn't pass the last physical test, but surely they wouldn't come to catch me for that. Li Yifei became increasingly perplexed. Oh, they said it was your music teacher. Oh, it's the music, huh? What is that? Li Yifei nearly choked on his words. He was utterly baffled, filled with confusion. What does the music teacher want with me? Is she calling me to sing? Forget it, forget it. Perhaps it was a prank, trying to sell something fraudulent. At Wang, don't be easily deceived. Be careful. What nonsense was this? Skipping class? The music teacher looking for him? What a ridiculous notion. He shifted his gaze back to the computer. If only I could play here every day. What if I could become a hero in the game, possessing shooting abilities, magic, sword skills, and various superpowers? Li Fei took a deep breath. Subconsciously, a desire for power arose within him. With power, he could confront those monsters without fleeing, without abandoning his classmates. Speaking of monsters, did that imply the existence of corresponding superhumans? He recalled something. You've been playing games too much and watching too many movies, haven't you? What superhumans? A stout friend nearby, just about to head to the restroom. Couldn't he help but burst out in laughter upon hearing him. Unexpectedly, he turned around and bumped into someone, as if colliding with a wall, solid and unyielding. Who is it? Looking up, he saw two men in sunglasses. They ignored him and simply gazed at Li Fei. Li Fei, come with us. The Sunshine Mental Hospital. A burly man dragged a young boy out, heading towards a hotel, seemingly to discuss life. Shortly after they left, a man in a doctor's uniform, hands in his pockets, slowly emerged from a corner. Team 136. Night Watchman Zhao Conqing. How did he know that Lin Chiya would come to the mental hospital? Time flew by, and 2 days passed. There is no secret that remains undisclosed. The commotion in the old city that day was far too significant. News about the Seraphim agent and another mysterious owner of the Forbidden Ruins had spread widely, especially among the ancient god church. Preparations were swiftly underway. In a certain district, a CAF. It was a tranquil place. Amidst the stirring of coffee, a man and a woman exchanged furtive glances and whispered softly to one another. The arrangements were nearly complete. The preordained plans, combined with the unexpected elements brought in on this occasion, would undoubtedly sow chaos. A little more time was needed. But rest assured, it would not be long. The city of Cangnan would soon be in turmoil. The objectives of this mission included the Seraphim agent, Lin Chiya, and another individual, the one who had slain the heavily injured Ghost-Face King. This debt would soon be settled. A cacophony of sounds filled the air, interspersed with faint cries of agony. Indeed, Zhang Hai had been quite active over the past few days, traversing various locales. He had encountered desolate mountains and wilds, where he stumbled upon monstrous beasts feasting upon their prey. There were encounters with individuals from a certain church at a container base, who were preparing to unleash a truckload of ghost-faced creatures. He had also infiltrated a clandestine organization as hideout, where unique energy fields attracted a swarm of monsters, as well as shadowy corners, suburban jungles, and underground tunnels, all teeming with bloodthirsty insanity and low intelligence. Zhang Hai methodically cleared through each challenge. His perceptive range was vast, and with his mobility and efficiency, it could be said that the mysteries of Cangnan City could not elude his scrutiny, save for a few particularly elusive presences. He had nearly become addicted to the thrill of the hunt, relishing the sounds of victory that resonated in his ears. With each successful endeavor, notifications from the system chimed. Ding, 30 ghost-face corpses. Ding, 6 corpse demon corpses. Ding, 1 corpse demon king corpse. Ding, tree demon. The forest's mid-slope was littered with severed limbs. The spoils of his labor were plentiful, all of which Zhang Hai dedicated to the altar of sacrifice. The offerings seemed to resonate with the system's call, converging towards a singular purpose. Ding, sacrifice successful. Ding, sacrifice successful. Artifact Shattered Divine Axe Lita Fragment 1, 1010. Gathering completed, summoning conditions met. Congratulations, you have triggered an unexpected reward. Gift of the accompanying armor. Golden Armor of Pride 1. Would you like to summon immediately? Chapter 14, Explosion. Is there truly a way to alleviate fear? 20250323075845 Author. God of Marathon with a low incantation. 2 colossal orbs of light materialized before him. One was a custom-designed heavy golden armor specifically tailored for the sin of pride. Upon donning it, Zhang Hai felt an unexpected comfort. Surprisingly, it also seemed to assist in consolidating his magical energy. Additionally, its protective properties were formidable. It not only provided essential armor but also mitigated elemental attacks. It appeared highly suitable for combat scenarios. Furthermore, there were likely hidden attributes yet to be discovered, which he could explore in time. As he took a few steps, he noticed each movement caused the ground to tremble slightly under the weight of the armor. It felt remarkably heavy, though Zhang Hai could not precisely gauge its heft, as it did not impede his mobility in the slightest. Turning his attention to the other orb of light, he reached in and grasped the smooth handle. Initially cold to the touch, it gradually warmed with contact, becoming akin to a warm jade. As he carefully extracted it, the orb vanished, revealing a massive single-handed axe. The axe was perfectly rounded where it should be, and keenly sharp where necessary, its entire body shimmering with golden hues, inscribed with runes that symbolized the passage of time. It was evident that it was crafted by a master artisan. No, it should be termed a divine craftsman. Zhang Hai casually swung it, and the air resonated with explosive sounds. He then aimed it at a tree embraced by 3 individuals, effortlessly slicing through it with merely a gentle push, displaying no resistance as it sailed through the air. With a resounding crack, the massive tree was cleaved in 2, crashing to the ground and startling a flock of birds into flight. It was far easier than slicing through paper. He placed the axe upright on a boulder and released his grip. In an instant, it cut through the stone as effortlessly as slicing tofu, plunging downwards into the earth, 1 meter, 3 meters, 10 meters, cutting deeper with each passing moment. To describe its cutting ability as slicing through iron like mud would be an understatement. Unlike other weapons that required kinetic energy, this divine axe relied solely on gravity, achieving a terrifying level of effectiveness. Was it truly the sharp? Zhang Hai extended his hand and summoned the axe back to him, halting its descent. When laid horizontally, it rested peacefully. However, if positioned upright and left unattended, it would continue to slice downward. Was it the magical energy he had infused that granted it such sharpness? He conducted a series of experiments and confirmed that the more magic he channeled, the sharper it became. Without infusing energy, it remained sharp, but not to such an exaggerated degree. As Zhang Hai engaged in his experiments, he also forged a profound connection with the axe. Even if he were to lose it one day, no matter how far apart they were, as long as he wished for it, the divine axe Lita would return to him. The air was thick with heat waves, and as he reveled in the properties of this artifact, he discovered its unique trait. It could absorb and radiate immense solar energy. Zhang Hai infused his magical energy into it, and no matter how much he added, the axe accepted it all, storing it for future release. It could even replenish his own energy to a degree, akin to a blood bag. Overall, this significantly enhanced his combat capabilities during the day. Clad in heavy armor and wielding the resplendent golden axe, he would be a formidable force on the battlefield. As Zhang Hai descended the mountain, he paused momentarily, noticing each step left behind a massive crater, each nearly a meter deep, a testament to his overwhelming presence. He certainly could not traverse down the streets in such a manner. The system space could only accommodate corpses, not other items. Once summoned, one must find a suitable place to settle. Zhang Hai shook his head. In the future, if given the chance, he would seek a space akin to that of Bai Li Pang Pang, a realm capable of containing weapons and items. Alternatively, he could continue with sacrifices, hoping to draw forth a magical item related to spatial storage through a lottery. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hai discarded his heavy armor, placing it alongside the divine axe Rita, in an absolutely secure location, several thousand meters underground. He was not concerned about theft, even if discovered. It would be exceedingly difficult to move, and should they attempt to do so, it would immediately trigger his perception. All he needed to do was extend his hand, and the divine axe would fly to him without the slightest delay. For now, he would temporarily store it away. Next, it was time to return to the 2nd high school. A certain classmate had taken leave, and it was time for classes to resume. Besides looking for him, Zhang Hai had another matter to address, resigning from his position at the school. Bang. Damn it. Our nails have all been pulled out. What is happening? Not a single one can be contacted. Our arrangements have all fallen through. How are we to report this to our superiors? In the CAF, the same pair of individuals were present. The woman, sporting a single ponytail, was dressed in fashionable attire. The man, although casually dressed, exuded a strong presence, causing passers-by to instinctively avoid him. However, at that moment, his expression was one of incredulity. The woman's face turned grim as she pondered how their people had been completely cleared out without any knowledge of it. This had to be a premeditated act. It seemed the night watchman had discovered their presence. No, this was illogical. The night watchman here could not have acted so swiftly within just 2 days without their notice. Indeed, this was an international mockery. Putting that aside, what shall we do about our hunting plan? He had just received a communication regarding the latest intel on Lin Xie. The operation was to proceed ahead of schedule. It appeared the night watchmen from Team 136 had learned something and were now converging on the 2nd high school. This was where Lin Xie attended school, presumably to safeguard him. Furthermore, considering the incident with the nails being pulled out, it was clear who was behind it. The ancient god church could not allow the night watchmen to succeed. What a well-connected web. If we cannot hunt, we shall kill. According to the latest intelligence from above, the divine aura surrounding Lin Xie not only included that of the seraphim but also another power, indicating he was likely a dual deity proxy. The man suppressed his fury. There were more pressing matters at hand. The dual deities were unprecedented. The ponytailed woman was momentarily taken aback. Yes, the Lord of Murmurs places great importance on this. not only hastening our actions but also mobilizing the 13th and 16th seats of the faithful in this third-tier city. To muster such a configuration and deploy those two was a testament to the utmost seriousness. Additionally, there were new directives regarding the elimination of the Masked King, a suspect associated with the high-temperature Forbidden Ruins. Any uncertainties encountered must be eliminated on the spot. The suited man's gaze was cold and unforgiving, allowing no room for error or interference. Indeed, our strength is not comparable to an injured Masked King. The ponytailed woman regained her composure, elegantly sipping her coffee. Not to mention, my Forbidden Ruins inherently counterfire. As she spoke, her slender fingers curled slightly, conjuring droplets of water that crystallized into frost in the air. High temperature? He must pray that he does not cross paths with us. My Forbidden Ruins can create and control. Suddenly, she felt a large hand gripping the back of her head. Not just her. The man who had just attempted to rise found his head firmly held by a powerful hand. Crack. Bang. The viewing window beside them shattered simultaneously. In truth, it had cracked first, but the speed of the event created the illusion that the hands emerging from outside had grasped the two individuals first. Next, it was as if two watermelons were being gently collided together. Boom. In an instant, they exploded. White and yellow liquid splattered everywhere. The seemingly effortless action yielded an extraordinarily explosive effect. Instant kill. No words were exchanged, no banter, no probing, and no process. It was a direct conclusion. Perhaps due to a disdain for prayer, he encountered these two individuals. Back at the scene, only two wobbling headless bodies remained, surrounded by screams. Bang! A dull thud reverberated as a massive shadow landed steadily within the CAF. Then, with courtesy, it supported the two headless figures, gently placing them back in their seats. Subsequently, it offered an apology to the few patrons present, perhaps in an attempt to lessen the surrounding shock and fear. Chapter 15, Milk Dragon? Fountain of Life. Eternal Body. 202503230758845 Author. God of Marathon apologies for the disturbance. Please continue your drinks. Maintaining poise and elegance, it would be apt to describe him as a gentleman. Even after suddenly acquiring the power to rival many, he did not forget his origins. Zhang Hai remained human. Of course. His current demeanor appeared entirely different in the eyes of the other patrons in the CAF. The stark contrast in appearance, coupled with the impact of the double explosion, was disconcerting. No matter how one looked at it, something felt amiss. Hey, it cannot be. They have acted so openly, and yet, they are so polite to us. It is as if a murderer, right after committing a crime, helps an old lady cross the street. How bizarre. After creating such a bloody scene, who would believe you're a gentleman, with those muscles? Nevertheless, no one was currently concerned with that. Murder. No. This must be a joke. I am terrified. I am so frightened. I want to kill you. There were not many customers in the store. Aside from the pair, only 3 or 4 others remained, all of whom were now frightened and rising to their feet. Among them, one woman screamed the loudest. Suddenly, she drew a submachine gun. Indeed, it was a gun. The remaining few either pulled out their weapons or charged at Zhang Hai, seemingly in a frenzy. 2 adults, one half-step into the realm and the other fully within it. Impossible. Kill him. Before the words could fully escape, they abruptly halted. The bullets in their pistols never fired, and all those in the CAF collapsed. They were too slow. All were merely at the lamp realm. Their foundational combat attributes equated to a multitude of special forces. However, in comparison, they were certainly better off than the earlier pair. They were truly unfortunate. For in their final moments, they did not even comprehend how they had perished, despite their strength surpassing that of the wounded Masked King. However, it perished even faster than the King of Ghosts. Moreover, the so-called forbidden wasteland that restrains high temperatures did not manifest itself. This place is indeed a den of thieves. Thoroughly infiltrated, Zhang Hai wandered around, and one by one, the people in the shop vanished, their corpses absorbed into the system. Ultimately, he arrived at the initial pair, the 2 strongest in the establishment. Realizing something was amiss during his descent, he came back, just as he prepared to collect everything. A specially modified phone belonging to a headless male corpse rang. It played a female ringtone. I've blown the evening breeze you once did. So do we count as embracing? But it feels like waking from a dream, hands empty. Unfortunately, you cannot awaken again. Zhang Hai silently uttered a thought, then picked up the phone. The caller ID displayed a series of peculiar symbols. Unable to decipher it, he slowly answered. A voice immediately echoed from the other end, imbued with a sense of ethereal grace and casualness. Hello? Has the notification been sent out? Your mission is to intercept the night watchman's movements on the path to the school. It is imperative to ensure absolute success. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai reflected, pondering deeply. Are you El Liang or Han Xiaoyan? Has the ancient god church's people infiltrated the second school? Has the hunting plan been advanced so significantly? Is it due to my arrival causing a butterfly effect? Who are you? There was a moment of silence on the other end. You know me. Are you El Liang? I am El Liang, not Liang. He is not Han Xiaoyun, but Han Xiaoyun. Besides that, you seem to know quite a bit. El Liang ceased his nonchalance. Oh, I must have made a mistake. Zhang Hai, who exactly are you? The voice on the other end seemed fixated on this inquiry. I am the Dragon of Milk. The Dragon of Milk? The other side paused, regardless of the truth, noting the name. What have you done to my people? Terrified them, Zhang Hai replied, bringing the phone closer to the headless corpse, where blood gushed forth like a small fountain. Listen to that. It truly resembles urination. There was another silence on the line. And after a while, the voice resumed. Do you find this amusing? El Liang discovered that engaging in a normal conversation with this individual was utterly impossible. Since he could not gather the information, he decided to move on. As a member of the 16th seed of the faithful, he had more significant matters to address. Just as he finished speaking, the phone began to heat up rapidly, seemingly under remote control. Boom. With a muffled sound, it exploded. Being a modified phone, if it had played audio normally, the explosion's impact would have surpassed that of a gas canister, easily obliterating the entire CAF. However, Zhang Hai's reflexes were exceptional. He merely pinched it, and the phone let out a burp, emitting wisps of black smoke from between his fingers before vanishing entirely. Clearly, I was not jesting. I possess a talent for the abstract. It is better to remain an honest person. Zhang Hai set aside his thoughts. The ancient god church indeed integrated well into modern society, engaging in electronic information warfare with robust defenses. He recovered the two corpses into the system, while simultaneously sacrificing the remaining members of the Lamp Shadow Church alongside them. Zhang Hai then prepared to head toward the school. Indeed, he was merely passing through, casually resolving matters. At that moment, a mechanical voice from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Peak of the Pond Realm, Half-Step River Realm, Human Corpse 1. Ding. Initial River Realm, Human Corpse 1. Ding. Sacrifice successful. Congratulations, you have drawn the Fountain of Life. Fountain of Life. Water imbued with boundless vitality. Drinking it grants eternal life, an undying body. Additionally, any injuries can swiftly heal. Zhang Hai's pupils gradually dilated. He had initially been indifferent to this reward, or rather, he did not expect to attain something remarkable. Yet unexpectedly, fortune had favored him. The Fountain of Life. Could a reward of such caliber truly be drawn from a mere River Realm corpse? No, the system had mentioned before that the higher the quality of the corpse, the better the potential reward, but this was not absolute. Ordinary quality could also yield good items, albeit with a lower probability. Zhang Hai's mood instantly brightened. Indeed, his luck this time was rather splendid. With a flick of his hand, an ancient chalice materialized. A pink liquid continuously overflowed from the cup. The true essence of the Fountain of Life resided deep within the chalice. The water that emerged was merely energy that had escaped. Nonetheless, even this leakage contained immense power. As it fell to the ground, just a single drop permeated into the smooth crevices, and immediately, tender sprouts began to grow. Within less than a second, the surrounding space was entirely enveloped in a tangle of branches, continuously spreading outward, transforming into a small thicket. Merely witnessing this scene caused Zhang Hai's expression to shift slightly. If mere droplets catalyzed such effects, what would the core yield? Without further contemplation, he took a deep gulp. Glug, glug. As the core of the Fountain of Life merged with his being, it dispersed throughout his limbs and bones. Blood, skeleton, meridians, bone marrow, flesh, every cell within him. All the internal organs underwent a profound transformation. His aura began to undergo a certain alteration. The surrounding flora and grass stirred with newfound vigor, becoming resilient, tearing through the earth and crazily expanding outward. An indescribable sensation enveloped him. Is this what eternal life feels like? The elevation of life's essence is indeed unparalleled. The combination of the sin of pride and the Fountain of Life sent shivers down his spine. Zhang Hai found himself at a loss for words. Having acquired immortality, he had also rectified his nighttime vulnerabilities. He slashed open a bloody wound, and in the blink of an eye, it healed. Truly terrifying. He recalled an anime he had watched, Undying and Unfeeling, where the mechanics of immortality were intriguingly depicted. It would be worth experimenting with. Thus, at night, in the absence of sunlight, he would possess more means of self-preservation. At night, he could gradually unleash his full potential. The very thing that Qin Shi Huang pursued throughout his life, indeed, was now within his grasp, leaving him slightly disoriented. Gradually, he regained his senses. After donning immortality, what level had he now attained? Chapter 16. Hongying is anxious. 202503230758846 Author, God of Marathon. In contemplating immortality, he thought of a woman, immortal Jialan. Yet, even Jialan has her limits. After reaching a certain threshold, her immortality will shatter. What of the fountain of life? Within the 7 deadly sins, any injury can recover in an instant. Even the attacks of the Demon King can still be restored. Relative to other attacks, the recovery is somewhat slower. However, this is not the moment for such discussions, as there are pressing matters at hand. The commotion caused is rather significant. Zhang Hai senses something and vanishes from the spot, while the dense branches fill the void he left behind. I recall this being a coffee shop. How has it become overrun with so many flowers and trees? Could it be that the establishment has changed ownership and transformed into a botanical-themed venue? Just now, I believe I witnessed a lifeless body inside. There were firearms and blood everywhere. Could it possibly be a haunted house? Or perhaps a film set? The shattered glass appears so convincingly realistic. How intriguing. Goodness. The plants inside are still growing. They're advancing outward at an alarming rate. Quickly, take cover. The vegetation is visibly and wildly spreading onto the streets. Onlookers, initially casual, suddenly lose their indifference and start to exclaim in surprise. The more astute among them instinctively retreat. Bang! One passerby collides with a doctor, hurriedly apologizes, and rushes off to video call a friend. The doctor, after assuring him it was no trouble, adjusts his glasses and continues to observe the coffee shop. A name tag hangs from his chest, Li Yongguang. Indeed, it is Dr. Li, who recently conducted a routine checkup on Lin Chiye. To be honest, wearing a white coat in the vicinity of no hospital seems somewhat peculiar, yet no one pays him any heed. His focus, unlike that of the crowd, is profound, as if he has glimpsed the inner workings of the situation. The disturbances have been escalating in intensity over the past few days. As an uncertain factor himself, he has eliminated much of the uncertainty surrounding Cangnan. Each time, there are no bodies left behind. What could he be planning? To uphold justice? Is he acting alone? Or is he part of some spontaneously formed civil organization? Thoughts race through his mind, analyzing various possibilities, until the sound of police sirens interrupted. Officers arrived and began cordoning off the area, prompting Li Yongguang to depart. Strangely enough, after his exit, passers-by momentarily appeared dazed, subsequently unable to recall the recent events. Only feeling perplexed by the sealed-off area. Was there a robbery? Are there terrorists? Why are there so many police officers? Not far from here, at No.2 Middle School, people from all directions began to converge. They were dressed in flamboyant attire, ballet dancers, elderly individuals wielding fans, couples on motorcycles, and muscular men. Nearby, a black van idled close to the school entrance. A man in the driver's seat picked up a walkie-talkie and set down his binoculars. Scorpion 3 reported no abnormalities. Scorpion 5 reported. Scorpion 7 reported. Reports came from various locations, some on rooftops, armed with sniper rifles, aiming at someone, others concealed within bushes, some masquerading as bystanders. They were the Scorpion Squad, once seasoned mercenaries. Beyond their line of sight stood Disciples 16, El Liang, and 13, Han Xiaoyan. Han Xiaoyan, clad in a black robe, obscured his features. El Liang, donning a leather jacket and flamboyant sunglasses, held a tablet, fixated on the screen. This fellow was once known as Nilong, the one who eliminated the Ghost-Face King. Finally, I see his true visage. Nilong. What an odd name. However, since he is male, it certainly cannot be the female character Nai, it must be Nai. Now that I have his facial features and name, targeting him in the future will be much simpler, whether through family or other means. At the very least, he is a peak contender in the realm. No wonder he was able to eliminate all our people. El Liang squinted, exhaling a cloud of smoke, stating, "We don't have time to deal with you now. Speaking of which, shouldn't we take action? Han Xiaoyan?" He suddenly raised his voice. Wait, this guy isn't the owner of the high-temperature Forbidden Realm, is he? Within the tablet, the scene blurred. In an instant, Zhang Hai was surrounded by a tangle of weeds, with vines wildly thrashing, spreading throughout the entire CF in less than a second. The surveillance footage fizzled into static, indicating a clear disconnection. El Liang's eyes narrowed. His breath hitched. This is not right. This is utterly unscientific. This Nilong can make flowers bloom in all seasons? Isn't his ability related to fire and temperature? Or does he possess dual abilities, one for fire and another for plants? A dual Forbidden Realm? This does not contradict itself. On the other hand, Han Xiaoyan remained unfazed. What can generate fire? It is scientifically plausible. His true possession is a botanical Forbidden Realm, as plants can ignite and burn at temperatures ranging from 400 to 800 degrees. Thus, it creates the illusion that he possesses a high-temperature Forbidden Realm. Perhaps he seeks to conceal something, creating an information gap. Yet, he did not anticipate that the CAF is under constant surveillance, keeping an eye on him. He cast a glance at El Liang, who took a moment before reluctantly acquiescing. In truth, he too has a botanical affinity, but he has never engaged in such practices. Never played with fire. Why? Because it is dangerous and could lead to self-immolation. After all, his fire resistance is not particularly strong. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Our primary target is Lin Xie, the dual deity's agent. He should be at the school. Let us commence our operation. El Liang extinguished his cigarette, crushing it underfoot. Otherwise, the night watchers would soon arrive. Han Xiao nodded. The Master of Murmurs is also monitoring the situation here. Let us move. Meanwhile, in the past 2 days, Team 136 has been busy as well. They first had a special task force engage with Li Yifei, having him sign a confidentiality agreement while inquiring about school affairs. Initially, they could not extract much information. However, today, Li Yifei unexpectedly approached them, claiming that during his sick leave, he discovered a female classmate had transformed into a man-eating monster. She devoured the headmaster, who subsequently also became one of them. A mythological creature capable of infection? According to the description, this monster possesses exceptional camouflage abilities, can communicate normally, and assimilates individuals with various traits. This aligns with the intelligence provided by Hongying's father. No. 2 Middle School is indeed suspicious. Longshan observed that old Zhang is sometimes quite meticulous. Hongying raised her fair neck, saying, "Does this mean he is in danger?" The others furrowed their brows. When Chima swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately voiced his concerns. Uncle could also possibly be assimilated. Impossible. Hongying clenched her fists, glared at him, and then swiftly stood up, grabbing the black box, ready to depart. Wait, Hongying. We still need to discuss our plan. Sister Hongying, if Uncle has been assimilated, how could he possibly inform Kongqing about the anomalies at school? Wouldn't that be akin to confessing? What reason would the monsters have to do such a thing? They hurriedly restrained the impulsive Hongying, but she was desperate. When it comes to family, many would lose their composure. Even the night watchers are no exception. It wasn't until Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan intervened that she managed to calm down, albeit only slightly. Nonetheless, he did not squander time. Based on the findings from the last 2 days, he quickly devised a plan. Then, they divided their tasks, splitting into 2 groups. One would investigate infected individuals outside the school, while the other would seek out the source within. Additionally, they would rescue Lin Xie and Zhang Hai, particularly Lin Xie. They had received intel suggesting he might be a dual deity agent. This needed utmost attention. The task of infiltrating the school was assigned to the capable Hongying and Si Xiaonan, who could disguise themselves as students, fitting the image of Zhong. Leng Xian was responsible for sniping. Zhao Kongqing would revert to his usual role, responsible for initiating the barrier-free domain. After establishing their basic responsibilities, they donned their uniforms. Urgency at hand, and immediately took Li Yifei with them. Just before Hongying stepped out, she had already pulled out her phone to urgently dial Zhang Hai. Xiaonan. What should I say? Let me think. Si Xiaonan offered a suggestion. Hello, Xiaoying. On the other end, Zhang Hai, who was en route, answered the call. Aren't you supposed to be working? Old Zhang, can you take a day off? Come to the hospital. I've been diagnosed with something. Hongying rarely lied. This first attempt was somewhat clumsy. However, there was no alternative but to fabricate a matter significant enough to draw old Zhang out. What's wrong? What illness? The doctor said it can only be discussed with family members. All right, just wait. True to form, Zhang Hai immediately agreed, confirmed which hospital it was, and hung up. Then he continued on his way to Zhong. Chapter 17. The Rebellious Father? The hunt begins. 202503230758846 Author, God of Marathon. If a reporter were present at this moment, witnessing Zhang Hai's actions, a certain headline would surely emerge. Rebellious Father, now showing. The tone was so unnatural. Can I see through the lies of a girl I raised since childhood? Zhang Hai adjusted his glasses, returning to his normal appearance, devoid of any oddity. Xiaoying. In front of this father, you still seem too naive. What illness was diagnosed? A respected night watcher. He practiced his morning drills with a firearm in the office backyard daily, maintaining this routine for years. What illness could he possibly have? A terminal illness? A hereditary disease? If it were an injury, that would be more plausible. Of course, he cared. Having raised her, he was certainly more concerned than anyone else. Yet he could easily discern between Hongying's truths and falsehoods. It resembled the time he caught her sneaking spicy snacks, consuming several bags. Her mouth greasy and filled with spice. When she insisted she hadn't tea eaten, it was blatantly obvious. Regardless of the excuses presented, he could differentiate truth from deception. Not to mention his current perception ability, he could easily detect whether Hongying's voice was steady or not. Zhang Hai collected his thoughts. Finally, he arrived at the school gates. Teacher Zhang, the security guard, upon seeing him, immediately beamed and greeted him. Zhang Hai couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The convenience of being a teacher lies in this aspect. Entering and exiting the school is extremely effortless. Moreover, the guard was quite familiar with him, often sharing stories about his divorced second marriage and his 2 children. On the 136th Team S side, efficiency was remarkably high. Hongying and Si Xiaonan were in the same group. 10 minutes after Zhang Hai entered, they smoothly arrived at Zhong's entrance. In truth, the phone call just made should not have been made. It was ill-advised. This could alert the enemy. If there was even the slightest chance that Hongying's father had been infected and discovered something amiss, this operation could come to an abrupt end. At that moment, as a good sister, Si Xiaonan did not dissuade her. If the mythical creature fled, it could still be captured. However, if a father were lost, he could not be resurrected. At the entrance of Zhong, Hongying and Si Xiaonan donned their uniforms. One sported a high ponytail, wearing a white t-shirt underneath a red and white school uniform. Their youthful faces sparkled like morning dew, radiant and full of life. The other, in knee-high socks and a cartoon long sleeve, had her school uniform wrapped around her waist, a bun atop her head, clearly a shy little girl. Their attire was not the issue. The critical concern was that a class had likely already begun. How would they blend in? Moreover, each of them carried a black box containing weapons. Gazing at the stern-faced security guard, they hesitated, their expression somewhat awkward. Let's climb over the wall. The 2 exchanged glances, deeming it feasible. In fact, the process was remarkably smooth. Meanwhile, Li Yifei successfully called out to Lin Qiye and led him to a secluded corner to regroup. You all. Lin Qiye was quite taken aback. He had visited the peace office and recognized a few individuals, so he was aware that something was amiss. Hongying and Si Xiaonan were just about to explain when he, somewhat surprised, asked, What do you know? Well, even if I didn't come looking for you, I intended to find you. Something's off at school. Lin Qiye pointed to his eyes, indicating, through this, I can see many different things. He voluntarily cooperated, stating he could identify infected individuals, and it seemed there were quite a few. After a quick exchange of information, they realized the situation at school was far more severe than anticipated. They could not afford to delay. Si Xiaonan promptly contacted Deputy Wu Xiangnan through her earpiece, and the latter swiftly issued instructions and plans. No problem, I'll coordinate with you. Lin Qiye had no objections. This was also his school. With that, they outlined their basic tasks. Lin Qiye and Li Yifei would return to the classroom to assess the number of infections. Meanwhile, the 2 girls would use the head teacher as an entry point and check the office first. However, at that moment, Hongying had another pressing matter she wanted to inquire about. Lin Qiye, since you happen to be in class 2 of year 2, do you know Teacher Zhang? Has he been infected? Hongying's breath slowed, a hint of tension evident. Teacher Zhang? Lin Qiye replied honestly, I don't know. He only taught music on the first day. I didn't pay much attention, and I haven't encountered him since. Why? A flicker of disappointment crossed Hongying's eyes as she slowly replied, It's nothing. I need to adjust my mindset. Now that old Zhang has gone to the hospital, there is no point in rushing. First, let us address matters concerning the school. By the way, here is a headset for you. We can stay in touch anytime. Very well. Within the campus, in a tall building, 2 figures flicker faintly behind the window screens. The night watchman has arrived. The believer, Lu Liang, with a slight smirk, tapped the headset, indicating our people have already infiltrated and are ready to act at any moment. Let the night watchman outside deal with the situation. Han Xiaoyun remarked coolly. Capture the 2 inside first, and then eliminate them in front of Lin Qiye. Let him witness the stark choice of allegiance. His gaze flickered, revealing an unfathomable train of thought. Buzz. Another figure emerged nearby, adorned with a gold nose stud and earrings, a streak of red on his forehead, and draped in gold chains. He appeared to be of high-caste Indian descent. Notably, he exuded an aura that commanded authority above the borders of the province. This was a being of the sea realm. Such entities are rare even on a national scale. In a rather ordinary third-tier city like Cangnan, the station forces are typically not formidable. Under normal circumstances, one would not encounter a sea realm individual here unless supported by powerful night watchmen from a first-tier city or a specialized team. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for all. The arrival of a sea realm entity here is akin to a seasoned player bullying newcomers in a novice village. Lu Liang was taken aback. Han Xiaoyun cast him a glance. You 2 have arrived? The individual spoke in English, placing his hands behind him, maintaining an air of aloof superiority without uttering another word. At the office building, just outside the director's office, Hongying and Si Xiaonan halted, planning to enter when suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. The pair's expressions turned serious as they quickly sought refuge in a corner. Before long, a bespectacled, genteel man approached, holding a resignation letter, stopping at a designated spot. He knocked and entered. The moment he stepped inside, Hongying's head peeked out, her eyes wide in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Old Zhang. Si Xiaonan was utterly bewildered. Resurrected from the dead? Her large, glistening eyes fixated on the figure, as if drawn by some mysterious force. Old Zhang, why are you here? Didn't you say you were going to the hospital? This is a school, not a hospital. Why haven't you left yet? Why are you entering that office? What is that in your hand? Could it be? Hongying felt a surge of both fright and confusion. I saw it. It was a resignation letter. Si Xiaonan, shorter in stature, peeked out from behind Hongying. Sister Hongying, who would have thought Uncle Zhang cares about you so much that he would resign over this matter? Taken aback, Hongying pondered, what on earth does resigning signify? And what does it have to do with going to the hospital? The only possibility for old Zhang not going to the hospital is that he doesn't care about me. In this situation, how could he not care? The only truth is that he has been infected. He is no longer my father. Before Hongying could spiral into further thoughts, Shannon gently tapped her hand. Sister Hongying, is it possible that Uncle Zhang has seen through our deception? Huh. Hongying paused. Is that possible? Could it be? There shouldn't be any flaws, right? Suppressing her myriad doubts, she realized time was of the essence and they needed to attend to urgent matters. Upon entering the director's office, they discovered a series of peculiar items, including snake skins. Is this snake shedding skin? Xiaonan inquired. Hongying nodded absently. Not long after, when the two exited the office again, the school bell suddenly rang. Dingling. At the same moment, Zhang Hai also stepped out, instinctively glancing in their direction. The two quickly turned their heads, retreating into hiding. Especially Hongying, her heart raced like a fawn, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. More thrilling than facing a ghostly figure. The tension was palpable. She was almost discovered. If Zhang Hai were indeed who he seemed, his discovery of her presence would be utterly inexplicable. Why was she here? Why was she wearing a school uniform? What mission could require them to masquerade as high school students? Sister Hongying, it's all right. Even if we are discovered, there are dream-weaving whispers that can erase parts of memory. Hongying did not respond. If it were possible, she naturally preferred not to employ forbidden means on her family. Zzz. A voice crackled through the headset. Lin Qiyi informed them that the source of the infection might be in the girls' dormitory and that they should head there immediately. All right, while you raise the flag, I will make a brief visit. Hongying took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and then slowly opened them, gazing at Xiaonan. Xiaonan, please help me with something. Keep an eye on old Zhang. Observe him closely. Why is he resigning instead of going to the hospital? I need to investigate the girls' dormitory on my own. If that is indeed the source, the pressure will be immense. I am the main combat force of the team, while Xiaonan serves as combat support and part-time medic. So who will bear the pressure? It is clear. Moreover, I can trust old Zhang. Thus, this was the only viable strategy, allowing both fronts to be addressed. Sister Hongying understood. Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, but slowly nodded. Chapter 33. Since Sister Hongying believes in me, I must not let her down. Once their roles were clearly defined, they set off in separate directions. However, halfway through, Hongying dashed down the stairs, only to suddenly double back. Seeing this, Xiaonan was taken aback. Wrong way. Hongying cleared her throat. Lin Qiyi said the dormitory is that way. This route is shorter. All right. Xiaonan, relieved, thought to herself, Sister Hongying, sometimes you are indeed better suited as a combatant. The two walked together for a while before parting ways, with Xiaonan closely following Zhang Hai. The current situation within the school was uncertain. The number of infected individuals was unknown, and should a riot occur, danger was indeed a possibility. Sister Hongying's concerns were not unfounded. Zhang Hai entered the teaching building, while Xiaonan cautiously followed. Thus, the scene transformed. A mature, refined man walked ahead, while a girl darted stealthily behind him, akin to a lovesick fool. Ah, have I been infected by Sister Hongying? Xiaonan exclaimed, slapping her forehead and donning a veil of invisibility. Instantly, her presence was concealed, and her footsteps faded away. She could move freely now, no longer needing to tread lightly. What purpose does one have in the teaching building? Currently, the students have all gathered for flag raising. Is there something left behind there? Following along the way, nothing significant transpired, and no peculiar occurrences unfolded. A considerable amount of time was squandered. Thoughts uncontrollably swirled in Si Xiaonan's mind. How is Sister Hongying doing over in the dorm? Family can sometimes feel more like a burden. If not for the concern regarding Zhang Hai, perhaps Sister Hongying could be more liberated? Determined to grow stronger, she shook her head, interrupting this dangerous line of thinking. At that moment, as if by coincidence, Zhang Hai came to a gradual halt in the middle of the corridor. Si Xiaonan likewise stopped. There were no classroom doors nearby, so why had he paused? Come out, Zhang Hai spoke in a calm tone. Seconds passed with no reply. Si Xiaonan stood frozen in place. Did he notice me? Was there a hidden barrier? Zhang Hai was an ordinary person. How could he have detected this? Unless he was not ordinary after all? I said, come out, he repeated in the empty corridor. Si Xiaonan bit her lip. contemplating whether to lift the hidden barrier when an unexpected scene unfolded. A pair approached from the end of the corridor. One, in high heels, adorned with a crystal necklace, had long white hair and a seam on her cheek, looking exquisite like a princess. She was a ballerina. The other was a muscular man, clad in white, towering at 6 feet 2 inches. Xiaonan's mouth fell slightly open. What was happening? It was all rather perplexing. Are you the night watchman? The burly man crossed his arms. I don't recall anyone like you in Team 136. I indeed before Zhang Hai could finish. The ballerina revealed a hint of a pitying smile, cutting him off. Since you are not, then you must die. With her gloved hand, she swiftly flicked forward, and 5 transparent threads shot out. She wasted no time in engaging. With a whoosh, the sound of the threads slicing through the air echoed. Xiaonan hesitated for a moment before deciding to intervene. Would Zhang Hai take action? If he could detect these two, he must possess some strength. Did she still need to intervene? In the next instant, she made her choice. Opening the black box, she retrieved the star blade. Yet, just as she grasped it, a white-haired elder wielding a paper fan burst forth from another classroom, swinging his fan. Clang! The star blade was intercepted by the paper fan, producing a clash of metal. Little girl, you've crossed into their territory, the elderly man declared with theatrical flair. You are from the Ancient God Society? Xiaonan instantly deduced. The Ancient God Society? Why were they here? Were mythical creatures unleashed by them? Just to lure them here? She cast her gaze forward. There was no time to rush over. However, she remained unperturbed, for she sensed that Zhang Hai's calm demeanor indicated he had a plan. Suddenly, 5 threads pierced through the body, drawing forth crimson droplets. The forehead, neck, chest, and lungs, each a fatal strike. In stark contrast, Zhang Hai remained motionless, seemingly oblivious. As the ballerina withdrew the threads, with a soft thud, Zhang Hai fell backward. Thud. Midway, the burly man drew a silenced pistol, firing a few shots into Zhang Hai's head. He had been a mere bronze. At that moment, Xiaonan, who had anticipated Zhang Hai, the concealed master, to spring into action, felt as though struck by lightning. Engaged in combat with the elder, she faltered, a wound appearing on her forearm, failing to react. Zhang Hai, you, what on earth? Zhang Hai had not intervened. Falling silent, had he perished. Why then? Was he so composed? Did he misjudge their strength? Or did he believe she could protect him? She dared not dwell on the thought. The fear of what Sister Hongying would feel upon discovering that she had failed to protect her father, that he had been killed by members of the Ancient God Society, gripped her heart. Would she be devastated? Would their bond endure? Sister Hongying, I'm sorry. Xiaonan felt her limbs turn cold, her complexion pale. In the chaotic battleground, who would pause to let you finish your words? The ballerina extended her hand, striking a pose reminiscent of Latin dance, perhaps sensing something. Yet you cannot outpace my invisible threats. Even if you can sense it, your body cannot evade. What use is that? She then turned her gaze towards Xiaonan. It's your turn now, Night Watchman Xiaonan. Are you here to protect him? You are utterly irresponsible. You all must die. Xiaonan, biting her lip, lost her previous charming demeanor. With a fierce cry, she temporarily repelled the white-haired elder and charged forward, only to be ensnared once more. Meanwhile, the burly man and the ballerina stepped over Zhang Hai's lifeless body, approaching her. The next moment was tense. The burly man cracked his neck, producing a series of explosive sounds. The situation deteriorated swiftly. In the heat of combat, it became evident that their strength was not inferior to Xiaonan's, at least on the surface. Thus, detaining one was feasible, but 3? They were merely adorable little girls. If only they grew taller and took up ballet, they would surely excel. What a pity, the burly man remarked. Only slender limbs. What is so great about that? A robust physique is the true standard, they bannered, their tone casual, seemingly dismissive of the ongoing battle. Suddenly, without a sound, the corpse lying behind them stood up. The wounds had healed. To be precise, they had fully mended before he fell. The body belonged to Zhang Hai. He adjusted his glasses, appearing as if his earlier stillness had been a mere act for experimentation. It seemed he could instantaneously recover from fatal injuries while suppressed. As he pondered, he turned to approach. Meanwhile, a bewildered Xiaonan gazed at this scene, questioning her own sanity. He had come back to life. Those were mortal wounds. He had just lost consciousness. Her eyes widened, losing focus as fear gripped her heart. Despite being a night watchman, she was still just a girl. The burly man shook his head. The white-haired elder also paused, ceasing his fan-esque movement, staring ahead in astonishment. What is happening? Is this some sort of forbidden ability? Have you been turned into a wooden puppet, or is it early-onset dementia? The burly man was momentarily taken aback. It was not until someone patted him on the back that he abruptly fell silent, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Instinctively, He turned around and swung a fist, swift as the wind. The sound of his punch echoed through the air, creating a rush that swept a pair of glasses away, but failed to strike any tangible target. The burly man's fist met only empty space. In contrast, a massive shadow loomed before him, overshadowing not only the burly man but also the ballet dancer with a slight twitch at her mouth, as well as Si Xiaonan and the elderly gentleman with the folding fan. Chapter 19. Can't even bend a hair? Palm strike. He is not human. Returning to a few seconds earlier, as the burly man unleashed that punch, it must be said that he possessed some skill. Had anyone else been struck by that blow, their internal organs and ribs would likely have shattered, sending them flying several meters away. For the weaker ones, it could even result in being pierced through entirely. However, this scenario was rendered moot as the man before him remained unscathed. Perhaps the burly man had misjudged his opponent's height, causing his punch to sail over. Nevertheless, such details were inconsequential now, because, after Zhang Hai lost his glasses, it was as if he had shed his restraints, his stature soaring to surpass that of the burly man. Both his arm circumference and all other measurements had expanded by 3 folds. Under the sunlight in the corridor, he cast a colossal shadow over the burly man and the ballet dancer. A flicker of shock crossed the ballet dancer's eyes. She had confidence in her abilities and was certain she had struck at Zhang Hai's vital point. Yet, the scene before her was inexplicable. Why had he risen again? And without a single mark of injury? Most crucially, why had his physique swelled? In truth, had Zhang Hai not deliberately held back, even with his glasses on, the two would not have been able to breach each other's defenses. Upon contact, his magical power would automatically counteract. The grace of the sun passively radiated. The true function of those glasses was to assist Zhang Hai in suppressing his power, while simultaneously honing his control, rather than genuinely restraining his magical prowess. That was an impossibility. It could not be done. The only reason he could be pierced was because Zhang Hai had allowed himself to revert to a weakened state, akin to nighttime vulnerability. Otherwise, there would not have been a single chance. What kind of monster are you? What is this forbidden ruin? The 3 members of the ancient god church gazed at Zhang Hai's released form, feeling the rising oppressive aura. Their expressions varied, judging from the fluctuations of his mental energy. It appeared to resemble the state of a lamp, yet it bore no resemblance to a lamp at all. He lived. He had returned from the dead. Did humanity possess such a physique? Si Xiaonan snapped back from her astonishment. Did he possess the power of resurrection like the vice-captain? Or had Uncle Zhang Hai been assimilated, infected, becoming one of the serpent kind? Such a notion could explain much, like why his wounds healed so rapidly, as if nothing had happened. For instance, had he intentionally divulged information about the school's anomalies to lure them in? Moreover, why had his height surged abnormally? All these irregularities sent Si Xiaonan into a frenzy of speculation, diminishing her guilt. If Zhang Hai were indeed one of the serpent kind, then her failure to rescue him was somewhat justifiable. However, judging by her assessments, this mythical creature, if truly identified as the No.2 serpent demon, could not be exceedingly powerful. Its upper limit was evidently set. If it were genuinely formidable, it would not have only infected a portion of the school. The trio from the ancient god church shared this realization. They were well aware of the presence of the No.2 serpent demon lurking within the campus. They even suspected that higher powers were involved in orchestrating this situation to create trouble for the Night Watchers. They would not be oblivious to this. Therefore, was this serpent kind? What madness drove them to obstruct them? Upon this realization, their expressions turned enlightened. Even if it were not the No.2 serpent demon, the current situation was irreconcilable, and each knew what course of action to take. With formidable resilience, he might still be fragile, akin to being pierced by my threads. Do not be frightened. It bears some resemblance. Owners of the forbidden ruin with rapid recovery were not unheard of. Recovery was indeed normal. What they had just employed was merely a standard attack. The ballet dancer sought to justify her earlier demeanor or perhaps regain face for her expression moments ago. Indeed, rapid recovery does have its limits. The burly man nodded, uttering words of stark contrast, asserting that being taller and more muscular meant little. What truly mattered was density. The outcome, however, would remain unchanged. He spread his arms, his form likewise beginning to ascend. Soon, he reached over 2 meters in height, embodying the Forbidden Ruin Sequence 214. Muscle reconstruction capable of freely compressing muscles, expanding or contracting at will. Si Xiaonan gripped her star blade tightly. In a smaller form, his explosive power was tremendous, agile and terrifyingly swift. In a larger form, his strength would be truly formidable. She understood the nature of this forbidden ruin. It was exceptionally challenging. The ability to control muscles to such an extent implied the capacity to fully unlock human potential. If an ordinary individual could exert only 30 to 40% of their strength, then such a being could unleash 12-fold. Each punch could mobilize every bone, muscle, and drop of blood in their body, maximizing their strength. It is often said that a mere 4 ounces can deflect 1,000 pounds. Yet few comprehend how much force can be exerted when those 4 ounces grow to 1,000. Despite being smaller in stature than Zhang Hai, when purely assessing strength, he could very well match Zhang Hai. Enough of this nonsense. There will be no second chance for mistakes. The burly man sneered. With a powerful stomp, the ground cracked beneath him, unleashing a wave of energy. The ballet dancer and the elderly gentleman with the fan were knocked back several steps. In an instant, the burly man's fist vanished, tracing a blurred arc through the air. A deafening crash resonated. A heart-wrenching scream akin to a wild boar echoed throughout the entire floor. Witnessing the fist capable of effortlessly breaching multiple walls crash into Zhang Hai, it was a sight to behold. Chapter 36. The wrist snapped at an unnatural angle, breaking and warping grotesquely. Not just the wrist, but due to the excessive force and impact, his forearm and upper arm were torn apart, shredded into pieces, bones fractured, turning into splinters. An agonizing pain surged through his entire being. This was the very reason for the burly man's screams. Even the toughest of men could not endure such torment. Who dare say I am fragile? The burly man's eyes turned crimson, his molars nearly ground to dust. He stared at his bloodied and mangled hand, hesitating to touch it, before casting another glance at Zhang Hai, letting out a low growl akin to a beast. Enough. The three of us together. He could not finish his sentence. Zhang Hai extended a hand and swiftly struck the man's head. Then, with a sudden force, he pressed down. The burly man's eyes bulged, and his body began to compress and contort. Thud. Bang. The floor trembled slightly. When Zhang Hai withdrew his hand, all that remained was a mass of blood, bones, eyes, and various remnants, all haphazardly pooled on the ground. It was as if a mosquito had been squashed. The formidable man, who had relied on his physical prowess and martial arts to dominate others, was now reduced to a mere stain. His life extinguished by a simple display of force. Just wait a moment. I'll let Xiaonan come out. I'm not calling for you, he had said. But since urgency was in the air, he decided to act swiftly. Zhang Hai cast a glance at the paralyzed Xiaonan before turning to the ballerina. It's your turn. Suddenly, a chilling aura surged towards the ballerina's crown. With a flick of her 10 fingers, razor-sharp, translucent threads shot towards Zhang Hai with unparalleled intensity. The threads shimmered with a glimmer, potent enough to pierce through steel. Yet, without exception, they were repelled, as if they hadn't even grazed his skin, halted by an unseen barrier. Of course, no one would believe it. Yet, the ballerina, as the master of these threads, felt the reality of it deeply. It was absurd. As though a natural protective membrane had formed around him. Could this be the profound energy cultivated by ancient martial families? If not, he must be an agent of some divine being. She trembled, astonished by the resilience of his physique. Such a body? It was as if even a hair could not be bent. Who would believe it if she spoke of this? The mission had indicated she would encounter such a being. Otherwise, she would never have come. It was entirely beyond expectations. Why hadn't the higher-ups warned her about his physique and appearance? Why you? The ballerina snapped back to reality. Don't come any closer. With a subtle movement of her hands, she executed a feint, preparing a hidden maneuver. Buzz. Countless threads flew out from the teaching building, cascading down upon dozens of students below. With a mere tug, they would sever arteries and lead to death. Stop. If you continue, these students will, before she could finish. Footsteps echoed ominously. This time, I want to misjudge the force. You have a fine physique, so I'll strike down. Another resounding impact. A beautifully adorned balloon exploded, releasing a resonating sound akin to a wave of thunder. That balloon represented a head. The headless ballerina collapsed gracefully, her skirt cascading down like the delicate Lin Daiyu, evoking sympathy without diminishing her form's beauty. This time, the force was well controlled, leaving only the lower half intact. Then, with a gulp, the elderly man with white hair and vigor immediately turned, fleeing without a backward glance. Chapter 20. Harvesting Forbidden Treasures. Chaos. You are the lung mist. 202503230758847 Author. God of Marathon. His white hair and beard, if only he were to adorn himself further, would evoke the aura of a celestial master, that ethereal grace. Yet, now he was fleeing faster than anyone else, devoid of any attachment. He had been quietly retreating all along, as if to stabilize a rampaging tiger, not allowing it to perceive his fear or hesitation. Otherwise, death would come swifter. But now he finally realized. The other party perhaps did not care at all, merely curious, playing with him, or perhaps it simply was not yet time for him to meet his end. Upon this realization, what else could he do but escape? As for the burly man's earlier suggestion to face them together, what nonsense! Was he suggesting they all march to their demise? Self-preservation was the paramount strategy. With this thought, the elderly man hastened his pace even further. His speed left Xiaonan momentarily in the dust. For in the blink of an eye, the elderly man, who had previously handled her with ease, had already darted several meters ahead. Yet even so, he remained vigilant, not allowing himself to relax. He recalled that he was the owner of the high-temperature forbidden ruins, and before taking action, the faithful had sent him a photograph. The elderly man pressed his earpiece. Contacting others, you all come quickly. We've made a significant discovery. The three of us cannot handle it alone. Frankly, the commotion had been rather loud. Had it not been for the sound of the national flag being raised on the playground, it would have been impossible to conceal. Thus, others were unaware of the disturbance here. Dead Taoist friends do not hinder the living ones. But I no longer have any companions. What to do? Then I must seek them out. As expected, the Taoists moved swiftly, and soon 8 or 9 shadowy figures surged forward. They seemed to have been lying in wait for a long time. Emerging from various corners, each wielded short-barreled submachine guns, their eyes fierce and menacing. Indeed, it was the Scorpion Squad. Captain Scorpion was among them, a clear indication of their seriousness. Zhao Lao, have you discovered something significant? Scorpion raised an eyebrow. Observing the elderly man's expression of delight as he hastened toward them, momentarily perplexed. What was happening? But soon, upon seeing Zhang Hai and Si Xiaonan behind the elderly man, he understood. This was a flight for survival? What was going on? Just moments ago, he had heard commotion on this floor, thinking it would end, only to realize it was a call for support. This old man had been so arrogant before, dismissing them as unnecessary, yet here he was, a coward after all. They exchanged glances, and simultaneously, Zhang Hai began to stride forward. Scorpion cast a cold gaze ahead, waving his hand. Injure the woman, kill the man. The remaining 8 acted in perfect synchrony, instantly aiming their guns forward. Yet, Zhang Hai remained unfazed, strolling leisurely. Strangely, despite his slow pace, he effortlessly surpassed them. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the 8 were about to fire, they all exploded on the spot, transforming into clouds of blood mist. Elite special forces, all their skills rendered useless. All 8 members of the Scorpion Squad were annihilated. As for how they perished? In the narrow corridor, with so many gathered, Zhang Hai had no choice but to plow through. Yet he had not anticipated their fragility. Scorpion's pupils trembled. Positioned at the back, he had the clearest view. You'll pay for this. Scorpion's expression changed dramatically. The elderly man seemed to hear the commotion. Startled, he opted for a more drastic approach, abandoning the stairs altogether. With a swift shift of his body, he leaped from the 5th floor, landing on a high platform below. The old adage proved true. Experience prevails. It turned out that this old fellow named Zhao intended for us to be mere scapegoats. What a scoundrel. In a moment of peril, Scorpion quickly tore off the silver insignia from his chest. Forbidden Sequence 209. Blood boiling, it siphoned the life essence from all nearby deceased beings, absorbing their strength from life before channeling it back into me. The treasure unearthed from the rainforest was unexpectedly put to use in such dire circumstances. Just as the insignia was revealed, a powerful attraction emanated from it. The robust man, the ballet dancer, and even the 8 corpses from the Scorpion Squad, along with several others from the nearby female dormitory, all felt the pull of blood energy rushing toward the forbidden object, blood boiling. Let them be my offerings. Once I have consumed this energy, my foundational combat prowess will ascend to the pinnacle of the river boundary and perhaps beyond. Yet, in the next instant, his realm quickly plummeted. It fell to the initial stage of the river boundary, with the blood energy within the insignia diminished by a staggering 80%. It was as if it had been snatched away. Could it be that he was not the only one with blood boiling? Do you understand what it means to inhale and exhale smoke? In silence, Zhang Hai crept closer. What? As Scorpion began to speak, his fierce eyes suddenly widened, and with a sharp pain in his brow, his consciousness faded, leaving him voiceless. From the perspective of Si Xiaonan not far away, Scorpion's head was gently tapped by Zhang Hai, only to be pierced through, collapsing backward. It was the lung mist. Zhang Hai retracted his hand, and the remaining blood energy was completely reclaimed by the system. The corpse and bloodstains appeared as if they had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Ding. Human corpse of the lamp boundary X1. Ding. Human corpse of the lamp boundary X1. Ding. Human corpse of the lamp boundary X1. Ding. Corpse of the pinnacle of the pond boundary X1. Ding. Corpse of the pinnacle of the pond boundary X1. Ding. Corpse of the serpent demon offspring X16. There are even offspring of the serpent demon? It seems that a battle has erupted on Hongying's side. Listening to the incessant notifications in the background, Zhang Hai understood what was happening. However, it was still insufficient. He gazed outside at the old man who had leaped from the window. In truth, in this situation, it was not solely Zhang Hai observing. Numerous others from the outside were also watching. It was simply too conspicuous. One person told another, and soon it spread like wildfire. Someone jumped from the building. But why was it an old man? Dressed in a long robe and wielding a paper fan, was he off to enjoy a performance? How absurd. This was clearly a suicide. Why would he choose to end his life at our school? Tianli, what's wrong with you? Your mouth, what the hell? No. It's a monster. Initially, the students, having just finished raising the national flag, were orderly leaving when someone noticed the figure on the 5th floor. Nearly all the faculty and students were left speechless. Then, a scream erupted. One of the girls in the playground had transformed into a monster. Alive. She devoured those around her. Soon, dozens more emerged, plunging the scene into chaos. More screams filled the air. Panic spread. First, the girls began to flee, followed closely by the boys, until the entire group was in disarray. The situation spiraled out of control. What transpired at the flag-raising platform on the 5th floor? Lin Chia squinted and then shouted, Li Yifei, I'm here. Li Yifei's face turned pale, trembling all over. However, recalling his vow and determination to join the night watchman, he steeled himself. No, it's nothing, Chia. This time I won't leave you behind. But in the next moment, he was scolded by Lin Chia. Fool, the situation has changed. It's too chaotic now. We must flee first. Let's separate from the main group and regroup later. How coincidental. He had just observed the number of infected individuals and sensed trouble when he reported to Chiang Mai and Wu Xiangnan. Those serpent demon offspring had all revealed themselves. Why? There was no reason for it. Or did they discover something that compelled them to revolt? Did it have any connection to that old man? He turned to look outside. Outside the school, 2 snipers from the Scorpion Squad gazed at the elderly man with a folding fan, who had leaped from the building, unable to comprehend the situation. Had something gone awry over there? They attempted to contact their captain, only to find that their earpieces were completely unresponsive. The rest of the Scorpion Squad members also failed to reply. It was eerie. All communication was lost. How long had it been since they entered? They fell silent. The night watchman seemed far more terrifying than they had imagined. Should they contact Miss Snake Woman? The Medusa agent was their direct superior. A crackle of electricity surged through. The earpiece automatically switched channels, revealing a cold, emotionless voice. I am the 13th seed of the faithful, Han Shaoan. To all who can hear, pay attention now. Do not concern yourselves with the night watchman. There are only 2 targets, Lin Chia and another person. He described the target slowly, his voice trailing off, seemingly uncertain of the necessity to continue. However, beside him, LV Liang interjected, the other person is a guy named Nairo. Chapter 21, the final outcome. If the soft approach fails, then resort to the hard one. 202503230758847 Author, God of Marathon. Upon hearing this, the members participating in the operation silently noted it down. Following the approximate coordinates provided through the earpiece, they immediately set off toward the 2 locations. Chapter 39, the plan has changed. Directly seek out those 2. Indeed, forget about the night watchman. No time for theatrics to intimidate Lin Chia. It was time for the hard approach. The Scorpion Squad had lost 9 members, and the remaining personnel had also vanished. All within that brief moment. It was utterly unexpected. On a certain floor, a flicker of malice crossed LV Liang's eyes. It was true what they said. Enemies seldom meet without conflict. Who was responsible? He had already begun to piece it together. They were not seeking them out due to a lack of time. But who could have anticipated they would come knocking at their door? Of course, as a cautious individual, LV Liang had ascended to the 16th seat of the faithful within the Church of the Ancient Gods precisely due to his prudence and meticulous nature. Therefore, despite feeling a stir of excitement, he refrained from taking the initiative. Why? Because engaging another plant type Forbidden One was the most challenging scenario to determine a victor. Both parties understood each other well. If they clashed, it would reveal much and signify an arduous battle. Furthermore, the fact that the opponent dared to utilize wood to create fire indicated a robust resistance to flames. Although I can manage on my own, it can be detrimental to my health, so I generally refrain from doing so. You should not confront him directly. Instead, seek out Lin Chia. His location is indicated there. Han Shaoyun cast a sidelong glance at him, gesturing towards a particular spot, before turning his attention back to the Indian man. As for this matter, it has been repeatedly directed at us by an unidentified individual. He paused for a moment, pointing in another direction, quite close to Lin Chia. It should be handed over to you without any issues. The high-caste Indian man remained silent. After a few seconds, he finally nodded. LV Liang glanced at him. This man is someone he has not interacted with much, yet he has maintained an aloof demeanor throughout. Is it disdain or simply a lack of desire to communicate? Nevertheless, he shares the same realm as Han Shaoyun. Both are truly of the ocean realm, and thus, there is no necessity to heed commands. There is no obligation to present a pleasant demeanor or to answer every inquiry, were it not for the request of the Lord of Whispers. Specifically naming Han Shaoyun as the overall commander, it is likely that this high-caste Indian man would not have appeared at all. Once I capture Lin Chia and have this dual deity representative join us, it will indeed be a significant achievement. At that moment, I will swiftly ascend to the ocean realm as well. LV Liang was filled with motivation. I will take my leave now, once the target is confirmed. He nodded at Han Xiaoyan and then turned to the Indian man, offering a greeting out of respect for his seniority. With a flash of green light, he vanished within the building. Just seconds after LV Liang finished speaking, the Indian man attempted to speak, moving his throat, but upon seeing his departure, he could only close his mouth, rendered mute. Why did he only try to speak now? It was because the translation software in his earpiece had just now completed its task. It was not that he was aloof or unwilling to communicate. Rather, there was a language barrier. Aside from comprehending some simple vocabulary, communicating was indeed somewhat challenging. The translation software required time to process. Often, by the time the translation was complete, it was too late. Thus, over time, it easily created the illusion of his coldness. However, this was of little consequence. Completing the task assigned by the Lord of Whispers was the utmost priority. The Indian man stepped forward, emitting a yellow arc of light, transforming into an arrow that surged in a specific direction. Near the second middle school, there existed a boundaryless void. Within it, nothing could escape. Zhao Kongqing activated the boundaryless void, enveloping the entire campus. Indeed, the boundaryless void not only masked internal movements, but also possessed the ability to trap the internal mysteries. Has Lin Chia willingly cooperated? I knew he would not let me down. Zhao Kongqing leaned against the wall, taking a drag from his cigarette. As a watcher, when participating in a genuine large-scale battle, when faced with realms surpassing the lamp realm, he could only withdraw from the battlefield, focusing on his primary duties. This aligns with what Lin Chia previously mentioned, keeping watch, as it is relatively safer. He himself did not possess the forbidden ruins, and was quite weak. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his earpiece, "Cold Xian." Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately dodged to the side. Whoosh! At that instant of retreat, an arrow pierced through the concrete wall, embedding itself where he had just stood. Zhao Kongqing felt a lingering fear. Following the trajectory of the arrow, he spotted the archer, a white-haired woman clad in black tights, with twin ponytails and a mask. She knocked another arrow, murmuring something incomprehensible in a foreign tongue, preparing to shoot again. How could there be other forces involved? Zhao Kongqing's expression darkened. The earpiece crackled once more, this time emitting a soft yet urgent voice. It was Si Xiaonan. The cult of the ancient gods is also involved in this operation. Indeed, it is the Nandu snake demon. Several kilometers away, in a rental unit within a residential building, Chun Mai had finished his cleanup. The ground was littered with the corpses of snakes with vertical pupils, severed limbs, and dismembered bodies. This corpse had once belonged to a parent of a student. There was no doubt. They must have been infected by their own child. Not only was there a connection with the students, but also with some infected teachers and the families of the education directors. From here on, it was up to Hongying and the others. His voice faltered. Wu Xiangnan across from him suddenly looked up. The cult of the ancient gods. Captain, I heard that. Chun Mai's expression grew grave. There was no time to investigate the remaining infected individuals. The situation with Hongying and Xiaonan was far more pressing. One Nandu snake demon was manageable for them, but the addition of the cult of the ancient gods brought a multitude of uncertainties that they could not easily navigate. The cult of the ancient gods is here for Lin Chia. It's my fault for not anticipating this. Wu Xiangnan gritted her teeth. Enough idle chatter. We must go support them now. Chen Mai made a decisive call, simultaneously reaching out to another team member, Chiemo. Just then, his voice was interrupted. Hey, where do you think you're going? A teasing female voice rang out. From a corner, a woman dressed in a plush coat and fashionable attire sauntered over. Finding you two is no easy task. Chen Mai furrowed his brow. Had they stumbled into a snake's den? The Nandu snake demon is a snake. Now another one has appeared. A wild snake and a domestic snake. Is it? A Medusa representative? Are they trying to block us? It seems these are all part of your plan. Chen Mai grasped the starry blade. But just because of you, do you think you can stop us? No, Captain. We can't afford to waste time. Wu Xiangnan suddenly stepped forward. You're stronger than I am. You go ahead and reinforce Xiaonan. I'll handle things here. Moments earlier, in the campus of the second middle school, when the elderly man with the folding fan leapt from the building, exposed to so many gazes, he felt a surge of panic. He felt as though he had been played for a fool, treated like a pet. However, upon considering the presence of Zhang Hai behind him, he felt somewhat reassured. After all, what could be more important than preserving one's life? Cold Xian and Si Xiaonan suddenly pressed their earpieces, murmuring a few phrases, reporting the target location. Received came a swift reply in the earpiece. Meanwhile, the elderly man with the folding fan, suspended in midair, had his face twitch slightly as he swiftly waved his fan. It collided with a sniper bullet. Clang. Sparks erupted. The first sniper bullet was deflected, but the tremendous force still propelled him back towards the building. The elderly man with the folding fan's words were cut short as a burst of blood erupted from his chest. It was the second sniper bullet fired by Cold Xian. Of course, this was no ordinary sniper bullet, in terms of caliber and various aspects. It was a specially equipped bullet designed for the Watchers. Nationwide, it was among the strongest in performance. Consequently, even with the forbidden ruins and a few tricks up his sleeve, the elderly man could barely deflect one bullet, and in midair, without a place to hide or land, he was powerless to stop the second. The perfect target for Lung Xian. Bang! After being thrown back, the old man with the folding fan displayed a deep sense of unwillingness in his eyes. So close. Just a fraction away. Damn it. A figure approached, enveloping him, and he cast a surprised glance at Si Xiaonan. Chapter 22. Am I a young father? Si Xiaonan stood still, relaying information about the ancient god church to the other 136 team members. Zhang Hai silently waited for her to finish, simultaneously giving a gentle kick to the plaque on the ground, the forbidden item boiling blood, sending it soaring into the air, where it rested in his palm. The ancient god church. Understood. I will soon escape this place. In Si Xiaonan's earpiece, the sounds of a long gun being wielded and piercing flesh echoed. It seemed she was still in fierce combat with the serpent demon offspring. Speaking of which, Xiaonan, how are things on your end? Is everything all right? There are numerous serpent demon offspring here. Hongying spoke rapidly, and if things get dire, just knock him out and send him away. I suddenly mentioned Zhang Hai. Si Xiaonan swallowed her words, gazing at the man towering above her, and whispered, isn't that inappropriate? To knock him out and carry him away? Shouldn't I do it? What is wrong with that? Don't be so courteous with me. Hongying, known for her straightforwardness, was even more so in the present context. I will hold on until the captain arrives. By the way, Uncle Zhang, he hasn't changed, right? Si Xiaonan was unsure how to phrase it, glancing at Zhang Hai, who stood less than half a meter away, instinctively taking half a step back. After hesitating, she chose to hang up. You are calm. Zhang Hai straightened up and then spoke. Were you just helping me? He referred to the clever moment when Si Xiaonan enabled Lung Xian to hit the old man. Whether or not it was help, Zhang Hai had his ways to ensure the old man stayed. However, sometimes it was better to speak up. Having more teammates would indeed bring peace of mind. The ancient god church, and we are sworn enemies. This is what should be done. Uncle Zhang. Si Xiaonan took a deep breath, tentatively asking, are you the offspring of the No.2 serpent demon? I am a young father. Zhang Hai felt speechless for a moment. I am the father of a young girlfriend. Why do people keep asking him who he is? What is his name? Such fundamental philosophical questions about life? In truth, Si Xiaonan also found this question rather meaningless. If either the offspring or the original body was this strong, she and Hongying would have likely perished the moment they entered. They wouldn't have survived to this point. No. Really? Si Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. Resembling a simple child, she believed whatever others said. Then she covered her mouth, feigning surprise, tinged with a hint of admiration. Wow. Does that mean you have been hiding your strength in front of Sister Hongying? That was really cool just now. And thank you, Uncle, for saving me. Originally, Sister Hongying told me to protect you, but I ended up being the one protected. With clear, innocent eyes, she slightly bowed and sincerely expressed her gratitude. She was both adorable and amusing, like a little doll. In truth, Si Xiaonan was just a girl. Her age was already quite young, even younger than Lin Xie, and she had only recently joined the Night Watchers. This demeanor appeared quite natural. However, in the eyes of Zhang Hai, someone who was clearly familiar with the original text, it seemed somewhat peculiar. Si Xiaonan blinked. Her brain should be functioning rapidly. Uncle Zhang, you were very handsome just now, and your muscles are quite impressive. Zhang Hai, are you out of words? He shook the forbidden item in his hand. Are you, Si Xiaonan, curious about what this does? No. Zhang Hai bent his body. Do you want it? Ah, can I have it? Si Xiaonan hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to say something, Zhang Hai suddenly retracted it. No. Si Xiaonan, then why are you so close to me? All right, the atmosphere has been lightened. No more jokes. I understand you have many questions. But who doesn't harbor a few secrets? Zhang Hai smiled slightly, addressing the 136 team member, Si Xiaonan. Just moments ago, the system had reminded him that while boiling blood is a forbidden item, it could also be used for sacrifice. Moreover, its quality is not low. So, it's best to keep it for now. He had been observing while inquiring with the system. With that, he did not waste time. In just a brief moment, chaos erupted on the playground as students fled in all directions. Some even rushed into the teaching building, seeing Zhang Hai leave so abruptly. No one dared to utter another word. Si Xiaonan felt dazed. Is it truly over? Revived? The body vanished? No one is saying anything? Xishaoan pursed her lips, recalling Zhang Hai's words. Indeed, everyone has their secrets. Should she tell Sister Hongying about what she witnessed here? Meanwhile, not far ahead, Zhang Hai had barely walked when a sudden rush of footsteps echoed. To be precise, they were ascending. Run. Hurry. Wait for me. Damn. Why are they still chasing us? Whoever said zombies are slow. A dozen students frantically rushed from the fourth floor, pursued by two serpent demon offspring with gaping mouths and slitted pupils. In the corridor, Xishaoan instantly gripped her starry blade. The situation is far from resolved. The current predicament is dire. Serpent demon offspring are scattered throughout the campus, and the ancient god church lurks nearby. The captain's arrival would still take some time. They must hold their ground. But can they truly withstand it? Even if they can, it would result in significant casualties. Bang! Pull me up. Wang Liang. You guys, wait for me. Several classmates ran past, but some, in their panic, twisted their ankles and tumbled to the ground. Help! I need medicine. Wu Shujia lay on the ground, her eyes filled with despair. Teacher. The few students running ahead internally complained. The teacher had already fled faster than anyone else. They even saw the frail PE teacher, upon witnessing the zombie outbreak, sprinting away. Indeed, the language teacher had been deceiving them, all for the sake of monopolizing the class. Surprisingly, Wang Liang suddenly turned back, attempting to help her up. How noble. But the two serpent demon offspring would not wait, charging forward with bared fangs. Just as they ran, they collided with a wall. To be precise, they crashed into a human wall far taller than they were. They flicked their forked tongues, looking up, momentarily bewildered. Are there beings of such height among students, teachers, or humans? Since the call for a teacher has been made, I, a teacher who has yet to resign, cannot afford to remain indifferent. The human wall is naturally formed by Zhang Hai. Nowadays, it is not just at the forefront. The entire school is teeming with the offspring of snake demons, all in a frenzy. Though individually weak, the challenge lies in eliminating them one by one without inadvertently harming the students, which proves to be quite troublesome. There seems to be no solution. A continuous loop of complexity. The best course of action at present is to locate the elusive No.2 snake demon, Zhang Hai mused silently. It was as if his thoughts were echoed in response to the bewildered boys and girls beside him. Zhang Hai brought his index and middle fingers together, raising them slowly like a sword. The air immediately began to warp. Fine, nearly invisible threads emanated from his body. Oh, yes. Your name is Wang Liang, correct? May I inquire why you returned? Zhang Hai suddenly interjected with curiosity. To save her? I hope your reasons are not trivial and cliché, such as love or the noble act of chivalry. Clearly, this female classmate could have slowed her pace, allowing you to escape further. I don't know. Wang Liang stammered, caught off guard. His mind instinctively replied, perhaps out of impulsiveness. She once lent me her homework. She just called my name. Zhang Hai nodded in understanding. Very well. Before we depart, I shall not hold a final class for you. With a gentle wave, the sound of crackling flames erupted. Whoosh. In an instant, all specific beings within the range of the blazing sun, from the first to the sixth floor, inside and outside the teaching building, on the grass, playground, and square. Within the girls' dormitory, the offspring of snake demons, members of the ancient god cult, anyone touched by the sunlight with even a hint of warmth, became ensnared and spontaneously ignited. Chapter 23, Annihilation, Killing with a Heart. The elation of all faculty and students. 202503230758448 Author, God of Marathon. A small display of fireworks, including the two snake demon offspring on the fifth floor. During a pause in Zhang Hai's speech, they attempted to extend their claws, only to twist and burn in the fiery glow. The crisis was averted. Yet, in the eyes of Wang Liang and Wu Shujia, the colors of the flames reflected vividly. This moment, they would likely remember for a lifetime. Moreover, safeguarding oneself is paramount at all times. Zhang Hai grasped Wang Liang's shoulder. Wang Liang snapped back to reality, swallowing hard and nodding. Is this a teacher? A teacher from the school? Remarkably powerful. What sort of superpower is this? As for the notion of self-preservation, he didn't entirely agree. Suddenly, Wu Shujia let out a piercing scream, transforming into a ball of fire. The immersive atmosphere dissipated. Wang Liang stumbled back, startled. Teacher? His face quivered, unable to comprehend how Wu Shujia. In the next moment, the struggling Wu Shujia's pupils dilated, forced to reveal her true form. The stark contrast struck him deeply. Indeed, she was a snake demon offspring, a fellow athlete who had been trailing Wang Liang. However, this group was remarkably swift. They had dashed up to the fifth floor in one breath. She could barely keep up, resorting to the desperate tactic of pretending to fall in hopes of slowing down. Unfortunately, she failed. In her dying moments, she suddenly spoke, her tongue forked, gazing at Wang Liang. In truth, this woman has not only lent you her homework. Others have borrowed from her too. You do not have exclusive rights. Damn. Wang Liang was taken aback, then cursed angrily. He kicked out, causing her to explode into a cloud of ashes. Even the offspring of snake demons bully people. The crowd behind felt a sense of disconnection, akin to a jester. One could anticipate that such a moment would lead to a lifetime of introversion. Ding, Snake Demon Corpse 1. Ding, Snake Demon Corpse 1. Ding. Snake Demon Corpse 1. The system kept chiming from the back. What is happening? Why are they not moving? They are on fire. We are saved? The students and teachers, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Each snake demon offspring, whether already exposed or blending in with the students, could not escape the inferno. This included those encircling Hongying in the girls' dormitory, as well as the ancient god cult members standing not far from her, intending to hunt her down. At this moment, they all began to writhe and scream, desperately fleeing towards water sources or other areas, yet often met their demise before reaching safety, charred to a crisp, unaware until the end of what transpired. The number of snake demons rapidly dwindled. 60, 50, 30, 15, ultimately reducing to single digits. Their breaths dissipated swiftly. From a distance, it resembled a grand spectacle. They transformed into wisps of fine threads, drifting towards a certain floor. Thus, the painstakingly laid plans of the No.2 snake demon were nearly obliterated, leaving only its main body intact. Aside from that, only a few pitiful remnants of snake demon offspring, hiding in shadows or classrooms, evaded the sun's direct rays, narrowly escaping calamity. All were incinerated, their breaths locked, systematically exterminated. Was this accomplished through the use of forbidden objects? On the 5th floor of the teaching building, Si Xiaonan was somewhat lost in thought. The abilities Zhang Hai possessed were numerous. If he were utilizing multiple forbidden objects, it could be somewhat explained. Yet, the question arose, how could one person possess so many forbidden objects? He was not a night watchman, nor a member of the ancient god cult. To which faction did he belong? Could it be a certain folk organization or a large conglomerate? Manipulating just 2 fingers effortlessly resolved an incident that would require the entire Cangnan squad to address. But why not use it sooner? Because this inspiration was newly conceived. Zhang Hai seemed to have seen through Si Xianan's thoughts. That ballet warrior could precisely locate students through threads, targeting desired objectives for lethal threats. Then he pondered. Why couldn't he fire do the same? As long as it coalesced into threads and reached a certain combustion point, such operations could yield results, as just witnessed. However, for others, this would likely sound like a fantastical tale. For to achieve this step, it necessitated a high degree of control and mental fortitude. Of course, for Zhang Hai, as long as it formed in his mind, it could be realized. A newly formed inspiration, then put into practice? Si Xiaonan opened her mouth, her throat a bit parched. She often praised Hongying's prowess. Yet, most of the time, it was merely to maintain her facade. But now, faced with the truly formidable Zhang Hai, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Uncle Zhang Hai, what is this move called? I don't know. Can I name it then? Let us call it Rootless Inferno. How does that sound? Si Xiaonan whispered. Whatever. Uncle Zhang. Well then, goodbye. Si Xiaonan took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and ran downwards. Reading Jia should be free of pressure now. Her immediate goal is Lin Xie, in the teaching building on the 3rd floor. Several students were panting heavily. Before them lay a stack of desks and chairs, which they had used to block the snake demon offspring, saving everyone from disaster. However, as the impacts grew increasingly violent, anxiety began to creep into their hearts, heightening their tension. What should we do? Will we be able to hold on? We must hold on, no matter what. The people in the classroom gritted their teeth. Among those assisting were Li Yifei, Lin Xie, and the newly acquainted Qingyu. 3 pivotal figures. Fate seemed to conspire to bring them together, no matter the odds. It seems the force has diminished? Just as the other students grew more anxious, the sounds of impact from outside suddenly lessened. What is happening? Did they leave on their own? At that moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Qingyu's eyes as she gazed outside. On the playground, brilliant flashes began to flicker. Not only outside the window, but also among the snake demon offspring in the corridor, similar flashes erupted, accompanied by a chorus of agonizing cries. Soon after, a thick, foul-smelling smoke enveloped the area, causing them to fall. Spontaneous combustion? It was inexplicable. It felt as if an invisible hand had descended to rescue them. And Qingyu directed her gaze towards Lin Xie. It wasn't he the night watcher's doing. Lin Xie, equally astonished, inquired through his earpiece. But no one seemed to know what was going on. There was support on the way, but it hadn't arrived yet. Even when it did, it was unlikely they could achieve such a feat. Just as the students in the classroom experienced a flicker of joy from surviving a disaster, Only Li Yifei remained visibly tense. Chapter 24, Recruitment. Special gameplay. A dual soul entity. However, this subtle movement was so minute that even he was unaware of it. Uncontrollably odd. Damn it. No good. There's also that girl in the classroom. A boy shouted. Everyone turned their gaze to a shadowy corner, where a girl devoured the boy who had been comforting her. Then, with a gulp, she transformed successfully. In a leap, she became two snake demon offspring. Why wasn't she burned to death? Li Yifei appeared anxious. Was it because she was too strong? It wasn't that. Spontaneous combustion requires specific conditions. In my view, light exposure and assistance are necessary. And Xingyu adjusted her glasses, quickly analyzing. In the presence of light, it becomes easier to locate and provoke. Fortunately, their numbers were few, and with a bit of cooperation, they could be dealt with. Lin Xie thought the same. Let me handle this alone. Just as he prepared to act, a sound of something slicing through the air came from outside. Crack. Crash. The window shattered. A streak of green light shot in. Instantly, two snake demon offspring exploded. A man clad in leather shoes, a leather jacket, and leather gloves descended slowly to the ground, adjusting his pink glasses with a showy flare. He lowered his head slightly, ultimately locking his gaze on the boy in the middle. Hello, Lin Xie. For our first meeting, I am El Liang, a disciple of the ancient god church. Seated in the 16th position. You may also call me El Liang. El Liang smirked wickedly and wasted no time. I now present you with two choices, either death or join us. Get lost. Lin Xie instantly rejected the offer. And Xingyu also drew her handgun. This handgun was initially given to Lin Xie by Si Xiaonan for self-defense. Later, due to his poor shooting skills, he handed it to the newly acquainted Xingyu. Now, he took the initiative. Recognizing that they were facing something akin to a cult, the instigator of this riot, he showed no signs of retreat. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan rushed down from the 5th floor and paused abruptly as she passed by the classroom. People from the ancient god church? This mental energy fluctuation is at least at the Chuanjing level, comparable to the Ghost Face King. No, the pressure from El Liang is an entire tier above that. Under normal circumstances, only the squad leader would be his opponent. TSK. Do we really have to fight? El Liang, noticing Si Xiaonan, disregarded her, thinking she was just a small fry. He merely raised his hand. A faint green light ignited in his palm. But the next moment, there were two explosive sounds from above. Boom. Boom. El Liang's expression shifted as he hastily extended his other hand, and in an instant, countless vines intertwined to form a massive hand. The strength of a half-step sea realm burst forth, piercing upwards. Scorching fire hellspike. It seemed he was provoked by someone, attempting to use fire, would to create fire. Indeed, not using fire does not mean one cannot. Unfortunately, at the moment El Liang lifted his hand, the vines exploded, and a substantial portion of his body twisted and dissipated into blood mist. Boom. Chapter 45. The entire classroom and the 3rd floor trembled violently. Lin Xie and the others, along with the remaining students, were swept away by the shockwave. Whether it was due to being unable to withstand the immense pressure or some other reason, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed. In the thick dust and haze, the ceilings of the 4th and 5th floors were shattered as if someone had stomped through them. Where El Liang had once stood, there was now Zhang Hai. As for El Liang, being a half-step sea realm, he possessed a keen sense of danger, though he had lost a part of his body. He rolled away just in time to avoid the direct hit, leaving him with most of his life intact. However, sweat continually beaded on his forehead. What the hell is happening? Why did he suddenly appear here? Did that superior fail to stop him? Was he had agreed that he would be responsible for Lin Xie? He spoke with you over the phone today. So soon, they crossed paths. El Liang propped himself up with one hand. Just as he stood up, he began to convulse. Dots of red light emanated from his body. He was beginning to self-ignite. However, after burning for a while, green light burst forth. It seemed to be an attempt to prevent this force from igniting. To counteract it, using his wooden attribute's ability to resist, countering with poison to fight poison. Yet, the moment he ignited the green light, the flames raged even higher. It appears that a certain catalyst has been acquired. In a fit of extreme regret, Lu Liang was reduced to mere charred remains. You and I shall await each other in hell. He attempted to call out a name. I am Hang Dali. Zhang Hai's gaze was as calm as an ancient well. In his final moments, Lu Liang likely understood that Zhang Hai had been toying with him all along. With a thud, he crumbled into dust. 3 seconds on stage. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. In the corridor, Si Xiaonan stood frozen. Having just parted ways, she encountered the same familiar tone once again. She had just arrived, seeking Lin Xie, who found himself in peril. In the blink of an eye, the danger vanished. Zhang Hai's experience, he mused, is merely that of Zhang Hai. Employing such a crude method, It hardly seemed intentional in seeking the ancient god's teachings. Ding! Half-step C-realm human corpse detected. Zhang Hai slowly approached the students sprawled on the ground, scanning them one by one, Lin Xie and Xingyu. He finally halted before Li Yifei. Still pretending to sleep? He remarked, gripping the latter's chin and lifting him into the air. Li Yifei, unable to maintain his charade, rolled his eyes as the true form of the Nandu, snake demon, awakened. However, midway through the awakening, Zhang Hai delivered a swift blow to the creature's head, twisting its neck several times until only a breath remained. He afforded no opportunity for speech. Ding! Mythological creature Nandu snake demon detected. Special status: near death, the snake demon possesses dual souls, personalities, which may be entirely sacrificed or one selected for sacrifice. Sacrifice the primary personality Nandu snake demon? Sacrifice the secondary personality Li Yifei. Oh, such a procedure is possible? Retaining the body while sacrificing only the soul? Zhang Hai pondered, having two personalities. Sacrificing just one seemed plausible. A single entity with dual souls could revert to a singular soul. This appeared to be specifically tailored by the system for the Nandu snake demon. It should be noted that Li Yifei, by nature, was not malevolent. He was vivacious and a quintessential high school student with a sound moral compass. He never missed music class, and although no one ever did, he left a favorable impression on Zhang Hai, reminiscent of a past life, though his background was rather pitiable. If Li Yifei's personality were to remain, could the body of the snake demon be genuinely controlled by him, along with all its abilities? Perhaps out of curiosity, Zhang Hai decided to sacrifice the Nandu snake demon's personality alone. In the next moment, Li Yifei stirred. Noticing this, Zhang Hai felt a surge of anticipation. With the Nandu snake demon's demise, the incident on campus was nearly resolved. First, he would attend to Li Yifei. Zhang Hai found a secluded corner and laid Li Yifei down. He took his responsibilities as a teacher seriously. Observing Li Yifei's near-death state, he realigned the boy's neck. Crack! The sound of bones echoed like grinding teeth. Chapter 46, successfully restored. The snake demon, true to its nature, exhibited remarkable vitality. The fracture began to heal gradually. And soon, Li Yifei's eyes fluttered open, not with human pupils, but with the slit pupils of a serpent. His body twisted, transforming into a hybrid of man and snake. Moreover, in terms of essence and attributes, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the Nandu snake demon. The only distinction lay in the innocence and naivety reflected in his gaze, contrasting sharply with the cunning and malevolent glint of the snake demon. This juxtaposition was not easily replicated. Perhaps it was one reason the snake demon's primary personality birthed Li Yifei anew. Excuse me, who are you? Are you the night watchman? Where is this? Wasn't I with Chie and the others? Li Yifei's voice was tinged with uncertainty, slightly feminine. After speaking, he was left bewildered. What has happened to me? The sensation of his body felt peculiar, slippery. Could it be that someone has transformed me? His gaze traveled downward, and his pupils constricted suddenly. Chapter 25, The Greed of Magic Power. Bestowed. What on earth is this? Scales. Is this a fishtail? No, it's a snake tail. Have I been infected and transformed into a snake demon? Yet why do I retain control and reason? Am I unique? Before he could ponder further, fragmented memories that had long been etched in his mind surged forth. Li Yifei's expression shifted dramatically, gradually morphing into one of terror as he glimpsed certain gruesome images. Overwhelmed, he clutched his head, bending low in anguish. I am the true form of the snake demon. Those were my actions, my victims. Why? No. This cannot be real. He grappled with the reality of his monstrous identity, unable to accept it. Yet in the next instant, a blow sent his head awry, rendering his mind blank. The true snake demon had perished, and as a secondary personality, he was a wholly new individual. Zhang Hai was not adept at comforting others. Li Yifei, dazed from the strike, regained his composure and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Hai. Teacher Zhang. His lips were parched. His eyes were clear. This was indeed Teacher Zhang. The disparity in their proportions suddenly caught his attention, plunging him into deep self-reproach. A new entity, yet these hands had committed murder. There was no possibility of resuming the role of a night watchman, nor could he return to school. He would be incarcerated. Even if forgiveness were granted, he could not reconcile it within himself. This was a body stained with guilt, and Li Yifei found it difficult to surpass that hurdle. Those students, even if they survived, would soon dissipate into the mundane realm. Zhang Hai turned to leave. "Live well. Here is my advice. Consider yourself missing and start anew elsewhere." "Wait, teacher. Can I follow you?" Li Yifei called out urgently, his gaze complex. His past experiences were fabrications, false memories bestowed by the snake demon. "I don't know where to go, but you have given me a new life. Follow me." Zhang Hai contemplated. "I do not desire a son. but I am considering opening a tavern after resigning. If you wish to join, you may come and serve as an apprentice. The No.2 snake demon was skilled in disguise and could accomplish many tasks. Coincidentally, he also wished to open a tavern, which would be beneficial. As for the tavern, this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Ever since awakening as a bartender in the Forbidden Ruins, Zhang Hai had harbored this ambition. A tavern? Excellent. Li Yifei rediscovered his purpose in life. Simultaneously, a special notification from the system resonated. Ding! Hidden reward triggered. No.2 Snake Demon. The No.2 Snake Demon, as a special plot character, grants a critical strike upon sacrificing its primary personality, soul. No.2 Snake Demon? Zhang Hai was also perplexed by the system's judgment criteria. After all, the Ghost-Face King was indeed a character within the narrative. Why did it not trigger at that moment? Could there possibly be alternative calculations? Nonetheless, such matters held little significance now. Since it had triggered unexpectedly, it was best to make full use of it. Sacrifice. Ding. Currently performing a solitary sacrifice of the Non-2 Serpent Demoness soul. Congratulations, you have acquired the power of Greed-S magic theft, along with the accompanying granting magic. Effect description. Theft: the ability to seize all possessions from the opponent, whether tangible or intangible. Effect description. Granting the ability to lend one's own magic power to others, which can be recalled at any time. Note: complete fusion requires a certain amount of time. One power to seize, another to bestow. Was this not akin to the power wielded by Ban in the original work of the Seven Deadly Sins? At that time, Ban's magic, combined with the Fountain of Life, rendered him nearly omnipotent. Chapter 47, was it now returning to him? Zhang Hai's thoughts stirred. What a delightful surprise. A new trump card had emerged during the night's vulnerable phase. Although the magic of theft would come with certain limitations and side effects, the presence of the Fountain of Life rendered those concerns negligible. The ability to strip an opponent of their physical capabilities and magic, thereby weakening them while simultaneously enhancing one's own abilities, was indeed formidable. The downside was a profound sense of fatigue. A fatigued vulnerable phase, coupled with nighttime usage. It could indeed yield adverse effects. But would an immortal being truly fear such consequences? As for the other power, the ability to grant magic served as a means of self-preservation for family or trusted subordinates. It also held potential for various special purposes, which were all quite promising. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts surged through Zhang Hai's mind. The manipulation of space was vast. Could it be directly bestowed? The magic of theft was still in the process of fusion. He turned and directed a palm towards Li Yifei, attempting a test. Theft, upon activation. Li Yifei immediately became exceedingly weak, his eyes bulging in distress, unable to withstand the strain. Lacking magic, his essence had automatically transformed into spiritual power. Alas, he was already on the brink of death. This action had pushed him closer to the edge. Next, let us try the granting magic. Zhang Hai let out a small portion of his magic to bestow upon Li Yifei. Unexpectedly, even a mere trickle caused Li Yifei's body to swell like a balloon. His face flushed crimson, unable to process the influx. He had reached his limit. Though his spiritual power remained unchanged, he had inadvertently birthed a new form of power magic. In rough equivalence, his magic had ascended to the realm of the Zhan level, the Qi level, the Chuan level. It stagnated at the initial stage of Chuan, unable to progress further, having reached the limits of his physical capacity. Simultaneously, due to the solar attribute of the magic he bore, Li Yifei's magic would plummet to its lowest levels overnight, only to recover during the day. Furthermore, Zhang Hai could sense his own power residing within Li Yifei. Regardless of the distance, a mere gesture would allow him to detonate it instantaneously. Much like a time bomb. Li Yifei's serpentine eyes widened as he felt the expansion of magic, bewildered by the unfolding events. Teacher Zhang Hai, how mysterious. What is this power? That is the magic I have bestowed upon you, distinct from spiritual power. Your magic level has now reached the Chuan realm. The advantage lies in the fact that the two powers create an additional layer of strength, making you twice as formidable compared to others of the same realm. The disadvantage, however, Zhang Hai patiently elucidated, is that as long as you remain my subordinate, you will be subject to my will. But aside from that, there are no significant drawbacks. In the classroom on the third floor of the teaching building, Xishan entered. After confirming that Lin Qiye was unharmed, she let out a subtle sigh of relief. Lin Qiye and Qingyu, having been unconscious for a while, gradually regained consciousness, their first sight being Xishan. What about Lu Liang? Was it you who dealt with him? How could someone of such a diminutive stature have caused two large holes in the ceiling? Lin Qiye looked up, his impression of the Night Watchers evolving anew. Lin Qiye, are you all right? Can you move? Xishan chuckled lightly, lacking time for extensive explanations. If you're fine, we should go find Sister Hongying immediately. All right, Lin Qiye nodded, returning to his senses. And Xingyu interjected suddenly, her question sharp. What about Li Yifei? Chapter 26. Borrowing and Seizing. Heaven's Devourer. Hongying has severed ties. 202503230758849 Author. Marathon God. This phrase held a double entendre, inquiring not only about Li Yifei's whereabouts, but also subtly probing his current state of existence. Si Xiaonan was straightforward, yet somewhat vague. He should have been dealt with. Should have. And Xingyu sensed something amiss. The uncertainty in her words felt ambiguous. Was there something unspeakable? Or was this a secret among the night watchers? Too sensitive to disclose to ordinary people? After they had fainted, Si Xiaonan was undoubtedly present. However, what transpired between her and the ancient deity's disciple, Lu Liang, remained unknown. Yet, there must have been some interaction. Dead. Lin Xie focused intently, asking, what happened? In truth, both he and Xingyu had noticed numerous inconsistencies regarding Li Yifei. There was a high probability that it was indeed the essence of the No.2 serpent demon. Chapter 48. Yet at this moment, the necessity to uncover the truth had dissipated. Specifics could be addressed later. Si Xiaonan smiled and added, in any case, it's likely that Li Yifei will no longer appear before you. He and Lin Xie will no longer inhabit the same world, one filled with a bright future, and the other, struck in the head, beyond salvation. Very well, Lin Xie exhaled deeply, allowing for later discussion. To claim that their bond had not evoked some emotion would be disingenuous. Having been manipulated by the No.2 serpent demon his entire life, did he truly perish as a mere puppet? Reflecting on Li Yifei's fervent declaration to join the Night Watchers, Lin Xie felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. He retreated into the shadows. But you can take his place and stride towards the light, Lin Xie, Si Xiaonan said, sensing the atmosphere as she led the way. She had not forgotten the mission, to protect and persuade Lin Xie to join the Night Watchers. In truth, she had previously held a keen interest in this dual deity representative. However, now that interest was largely overshadowed by Uncle Zhang Hai, the Night Watchers, Lin Xie mused. Meanwhile, and Xingyu, quite perceptive, chose not to follow. Lost in her own thoughts. Moments earlier, as Lu Liang's presence rapidly faded, the Indian man, also known as the Bodhi Man, flew over. Initially intending to go to the 5th floor, he discovered that the target was absent upon nearing and, after sensing the area, redirected to the 3rd floor. Then, just several dozen meters away from the window, I witnessed the demise of Liang. A chilling sound crackled through the earpiece. Retreat. The man from Tianzhu spoke in broken Mandarin. Why? Reinforcements from the Night Watchmen are approaching. Han Xiaoan sighed. It is the order of the Dreaming Lord. This operation is declared a failure. There have been too many unforeseen incidents, and even Liang, a fellow believer, had perished. Who could have anticipated such a situation arising in the novice village? Dragged to this extent, any further delay would escalate the risks to intolerable levels. Understood. The man from Tianzhu acknowledged. In truth, both he and Han Xiaoan belonged to the Sea Realm. With a quicker pace, they still had a significant chance of success. However, since orders had been issued from above, there were certainly considerations from higher authorities. With a determined gaze, the man from Tianzhu promised, I shall remember you. We will settle this next time. Farewell. His body ascended once more, soaring into the air in mere seconds, reaching above the teaching building and the entire school. Reflecting on the substantial losses incurred this time, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no resentment. The new generation of the ancient God Church had suffered grievously. Alas, they had not even managed to eliminate a single night watchman, yielding no gains. Returning empty-handed would be problematic. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Seeing Han Xiaoan still striving to break through the formless void, the man from Tianzhu lent a hand. His entire being crackled with electric light. Before departing, he decided to bestow them a parting gift. As his words fell, the clear sky abruptly darkened. Countless dark clouds gathered, and the first drops of rain began to fall. This was no ordinary rain. It possessed the power to weaken spiritual strength. Anyone beneath the sea realm would find themselves diminished by one level. The river realm would degrade to the pool realm to the lamp realm, and the lamp realm to mere ordinariness. The crackling intensified. The man from Tianzhu spread his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of lightning. 50% of the lightning aided Han Xiaoan in breaking through the formless void. The other 50% swiftly locked onto several targets both within and outside the campus, releasing with a sudden ferocity. Beneath the sea realm, your fragility cannot withstand even a persistent drizzle. The most vigorous of lives shall descend like rain. Remember the might of the ancient God Church. We shall return. The dual agents of the gods, along with the man of great strength. In an instant, thunder erupted. Beams of golden light shot forth like serpentine lightning, striking various locations. Outside the campus, on a towering building, Lung Xian had dealt with the sniper from the Scorpion Squad. Lao Zhao assisted him nearby. When Chima and Captain Chinmai had also arrived at the school gate, just as they intended to charge in and assist, several beams of light shot towards them. Their speed exceeded the limits of human reaction. Each beam held a power that only those of the sea realm could withstand. No, from those directions, Lao Zhao, Lengxian. Chinmai's expression shifted. His voice was drowned out by the thunder. Boom. Crackle. The muffled roar sounded like a raging lion. The campus surroundings were illuminated by the golden light, clearly revealing every face. Don't worry about me, Captain. Help Chima. She is of greater value than I. Zhao Kongqing gasped. It seemed fate had always toyed with him. Even though he had evaded the massacre of the Ghost-Face King, there was always a threat attempting to correct his course, seeking to lead him back to his demise. Clang. Just as Lao Zhao was overwhelmed, Chunmai drew his sword upwards, but alas, he could only manage to shield when Chima beside him. Perhaps Chunmai possessed other means, no longer suppressing certain powers, allowing his true strength to manifest. Yet, it was all too swift. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Within the second school's campus, atop the girls' dormitory, Hongying, with her flowing black hair, leaped into action. She hurled a spear. As her body rolled swiftly, she exerted a second burst of force, kicking towards the spear's tail. Whoosh! The sound of the air splitting echoed. The fiery red spear spiraled forth. In an instant, it pierced through a classroom, then through an art building, shooting forth to pin the No.2 Serpent Demon's avatar into the ground, creating a massive crater. The air shimmered with a faint scent of charred earth. Hadn't the No.2 Serpent Demon been slain? Why was there still an avatar? Indeed, while the consciousness of the No.2 Serpent Demon had perished, Li Yifei's remained. Thus, the avatars had not lost their source of power, merely their conscious control, acting upon their primal instinct to kill. Fortunately, there was only this one left. Now it was obliterated. The situation was now under control. As Hongying stood on the balcony, poised to descend, she spotted Si Xiaonan and Lin Qiye on the opposite floor. Hey, Xiaonan. She quickly called out to them. Lin Qiye. Sister Hongying. Si Xiaonan waved back. Delighted, I saw that move you just made. It was so cool, so impressive. They exchanged pleasantries, and Hongying, relieved to learn her father was safe, sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai had just completed the fusion of seize and bestow magic. He emerged from a certain location. Coincidentally, at that moment, the man from Tianzhu unleashed all his lightning. By a stroke of luck, several bolts encompassed this area, including Lin Qiye, Si Xiaonan, and Hongying. It seemed to target the night watchman. The three of them, at that moment, saw a bolt of lightning magnifying infinitely before them. Yet in an instant, it vanished, seemingly intercepted. Given the proximity, it was best to intercept. The remaining bolts that raced towards the campus were mostly curtailed, leaving only a small fraction to cascade downwards. If Zhang Hai were to cease his actions, his mind remained focused on the campus, oblivious to the outside. He would only act within his means. After all, he was still in his probationary period. Additionally, he indeed required corpses, but this process needed to be conducted delicately within the school. It was of no consequence if the school were affected. After all, during his time as a student, his greatest dream had been to become an excavator operator and demolish the school. However, with teachers and students present, one could not be neglectful. Of course, that was no longer necessary. Zhang Hai glanced at the spear embedded in the ground, with Hongying soaring elegantly. It was driven deep, demonstrating immense force, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary human. Rose fire feather garment, he thought to himself, admiring her strength, before shifting his gaze. Finally, he was willing to emerge from his hidey hole. I shall not seek you out, yet you seem to relish the game, finding joy in the gaps. Zhang Hai held a disdain for dark clouds, the night, and the rain. I harbor a profound aversion towards those who direct their animosity towards Hongying and Asan. As for the man from Tianzhu, the moment he was released, he turned and retreated alongside Han Shaoan. It appears that for them, the individuals within the school remain no threat. The true peril lies beyond its confines. Thus, the current situation is one of complete freedom. One can come and go as they please. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai approached the pit, reaching for the end of the Hongying spear. Feeling the residual warmth it had previously emitted, he effortlessly extracted it from the serpent demon's progeny and stepped forward, slowly extending his pace. Grasping the spear, he aimed upwards and pulled back with all his might. A sharp sound of tearing air immediately resonated. As the thunderous light dissipated, Hongying, sensing the overwhelming force, gradually regained her composure and clenched her fists. For the first time, she had a visceral understanding of the vast chasm separating her from the powerful two monumental realms apart. Under such overwhelming pressure, not only could she not react, she found no spirit to resist. They were entirely on different tiers. If it were to truly descend upon her, she would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. But why had it suddenly vanished? She murmured softly, Sister Hongying, someone has intervened on our behalf. came the voice of Si Xiaonan from across the way. Hongying looked up, pondering if it was the person old Zhao had encountered that night. I believe I sensed a slight fluctuation from him. Right nearby. She had always contemplated engaging in a spar. No matter the disparity, she wished to test her mettle. Now is not the time, but surely in the future. After all, as the primary combat force of Team 136, she must possess a certain level of ambition. To her surprise, they had encountered this individual so soon. This incident involving the campus Naga serpent demon had indeed aided them significantly. So, who exactly was this person? It wasn't just Hongying who was intrigued. The other team members shared her curiosity, though Hongying was the one to voice it directly. I must assist him. Taking a deep breath, she instinctively gripped her spear, realizing it had just been thrown. Wait, Sister Hongying. Si Xiaonan suddenly called out to her. Not far away. A figure launched a spear. A sudden, ferocious windstorm erupted. The noise was deafening, shattering every piece of glass in the school and turning it to dust. The rain was sucked upwards in a chaotic spiral. As Hongying took a step forward, her delicate features shifted slightly, her coat and hair danced wildly in the tempest. This unexpected hurricane was so powerful that even she struggled to maintain her footing. Si Xiaonan and Lin Xie quickly grasped the nearby pillars for support. Where had this typhoon come from? There had been no warning. Was it a result of the rain and the weather? They dared not speak. For to utter a word would invite a whirlwind of chaos, rendering their voices mere whispers against the roaring wind. They were too close to the epicenter of this unparalleled experience, an indelible memory of their lives. Trees were uprooted, snapping under the force as if challenged by a tempest exceeding the strength of a Category 10 hurricane. Nearby, and Xingyu fared no better, caught in the turmoil. Qinji, Zhang Hai's muscles surged, gripping the spear's tail firmly, and hurled it forward. Before it even left his grasp, a sonic boom erupted. Boom. Yet, before he could fully unleash his strength, the spear began to splinter and twist. Even forged from superalloy, it could not withstand this force. Mid-flight, the spearhead broke off. And as Zhang Hai traced a path through the air, he was left with only the shaft. Nevertheless, the swirling momentum of his strike remained terrifyingly potent. 3 kilometers away in the sky, Han Xiaoyan observed. What unnecessary actions have you taken, Tianju? The man from Tianju stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he were leaving a task completed, concealed in both merit and fame. Tianju shook his head. This is merely an attempt to mitigate some losses. Indeed, Han Xiaoyan replied, his eyes narrowing, someone is fixated on us. This was the instinct of a strong individual. Oh, leave it to me, Tianju replied, sensing the danger as well, though he questioned how someone could strike from such a distance. If they were face to face, there would be a genuine threat. Yet at this range, the energy from the forbidden void would have diffused significantly. How potent could it truly be? Tianju shook his head in confusion, yet still positioned himself before Han Xiaoyan, drawing forth the immense power of the pinnacle of the ocean realm. Golden lightning unfurled like the strings of a lute, each strand capable of annihilating the night watchman squads of third-tier cities. Then, the threads coalesced into a spherical lightning bolt. Hope your strength is truly that formidable, Tianju remarked, pointing with a single finger. Yet before he could fully unleash his power, a beam of orange light surged forth, slicing through the air and cleaving him in two. In an instant, a line of blood appeared, splitting from his head to his abdomen, and within moments, he was severed. He had been cut down by a force that moved with such swiftness that he could not react. Tianju stood in a daze for several seconds, his eyes widening in horror, as if he were an ordinary person, flailing his hands in the air and uttering incomprehensible words. Mother, mother, where are you? Chapter 27, The Shattering Sky. The Fire of the Sun. In the midst of bloodshed, he uttered nonsensical phrases, losing all semblance of his previous composure. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoyan's pupils constricted to their limits at the sight of this gruesome scene. He bit down on his tongue, forcing every ounce of potential from his being, pushing his hands forward to unleash the full power of the 13th seat of the faithful. A tempest of devastation. Those who could ascend to the 13th seat of the faithful were no ordinary individuals. As a former night watchman and captain of the Suzhou City team, he was no exception. Wind blades are of the wind. All attacks carried by the wind fall within its domain. They cannot harm me. As Han Xiaoyan pushed forward, he felt his strength falter, his words caught in his throat. With a sudden change in expression, he made a split-second decision to evade. His form transformed into a whirlwind, propelling him away from the impending strike. With a whoosh, the colossal orange slash sailed past. Han Xiaoyan had indeed evaded a calamity. In truth, due to certain affinities, sharing the same wind attribute, he had been attuned to these forces, which allowed him to survive this ordeal. He was exceptionally fortunate. However, if another person were to take their place, such as Tianju, it would feel as if the moment had grown unbearably cold. What kind of forbidden realm is this? In Han Xiaoyun's eyes, disbelief flickered intensely. Is it a slashing type? Not a botanical variety? Did I guess wrong again? As for whether this power exhibited by Zhang Hai is purely derived from his physical form, he instinctively felt it was impossible. Within the campus of No.2 High School, beneath the art building, when Zhang Hai unleashed this strike, the heavens themselves seemed to rend apart, and the dark clouds along with the rain vanished instantly. To be precise, a colossal gash was torn open across a span of 3,000 meters. Grand and astonishing, the skies bore the brunt of it. As a multitude of clouds were forcefully expelled, with a single shot, the heavens were split asunder. No, it should be said that with a broken firearm. The heavens were cleaved. As he released the grip of the gun, it crumbled to dust, scattering in the air. It was too fragile. Was the Red Ying's gun not made of the same material as the Starblade? A peculiar thought arose in Zhang Hai's mind. It felt akin to being crafted from paper. The Starblade, a quintessential weapon among the Night Watchers, possesses an indestructible nature. Its durability and longevity are its most significant traits. Zhang Hai had unhesitatingly borrowed his daughter's gun, believing it to be standard fare for the Night Watchers. However, it now seemed he had misjudged. The Starblade was merely a blade, with no other variants. In the midst of his thoughts, Zhang Hai heard the system notification. Ding! Human corpse from the Sea Realm. First sacrifice of a Sea Realm human corpse may grant a critical hit reward. Another critical hit opportunity? Zhang Hai's gaze flickered. With Red Ying's gun rendered useless, what remained? He maintained his poised stance, drawing back his right hand once more. In a grasping motion as if he were clutching a heart, the ground beneath him caved in, cracking for dozens of meters. Beneath a certain mountain, a massive golden axe quivered slightly, its frequency increasing. At No.2 High School, as Zhang Hai clenched his fingers inward, an indescribable atmosphere surged forth. The pressure around began to rise exponentially. A cacophony of cawing from crows echoed, lending an eerie sensation. The Calamity Crows? The 136 teams inside and outside the campus had yet to recover from the recent storm, their expressions turning incredulous upon hearing the sounds. Even Dr. Lee, hands in pockets on a nearby street, furrowed his brow at the source of this hoarse noise. The Calamity Crow, a creature of forbidden properties, serves as an early warning system for impending disasters in Cangnan City. Its cries signal the approach of significant calamities. In the middle school, during class, Yang Jin suddenly raised his head. Meanwhile, at Yang Jin's home, the little black dog napping on the balcony abruptly awoke, unable to suppress its low growl. Barking urgently as if sensing a looming threat, they all felt a heavy yet distinct power brewing, unlike that of the divine. Never mind. Using the divine axe Rita here would be too disruptive. Zhang Hai suddenly reconsidered, sensing the location was inappropriate. In an instant, the surrounding pressure diminished, allowing everyone to breathe again. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the forbidden realm, the wind blades were ineffective against him. Even slashing strikes produced by weapons bore no effect. Han Xiaoyun, having narrowly escaped disaster, glanced back and focused again, acknowledging that while he was powerful, he had chosen the wrong opponent. A dispassionate voice resonated. Is that so? A hand rested atop Han Xiaoyun's head. Don't move. What? Han Xiaoyun jerked his head up. You. To say not to move, yet he remained still? Upon hearing this, he scurried away like a mouse. Then, seizing the moment, he unleashed dozens of wind blades, each capable of slicing through steel. The small tornado formed by his hands was hurled upward. Under normal circumstances, it could easily shred through a dozen buildings. Elementalization? Zhang Hai mused lightly. Observing the full-force whirlwind unleashed by Han Xiaoyun, he snapped his fingers. With the sound of the snap, a spark leapt from his fingertip. In an instant, Han Xiaoyun's entire offensive was engulfed in a myriad of sparks, transforming into flames, creating a stunning display of fireworks. The energy of the wind blades dissipated, and amidst the waves of heat, Han Xiaoyun was forced to reveal his true form. Zhang Hai vanished, and when he reappeared, it was above Han Xiaoyun's head. The former Night Watcher, willingly joining the cult for the sake of his comrades' lives, was indeed a pitiable figure. Though he spoke of pity, his tone dripped with contempt. Do you know me? Who exactly are you? Han Xiaoyun, drenched in sweat, wondered. If facing a Night Watcher, he might accept death with composure. But to die before this unknown figure, was that truly his desire? You cannot catch me. Han Xiaoyun gritted his teeth, splitting once more. Slippery as an eel. Yet Zhang Hai had lost interest in play. Coming and going as one pleased was not so simple. He ceased to flicker, and under the sun's embrace, he slowly extended his right hand. The power derived from the sun began to gather furiously. The luminous sphere swelled, reaching the size of a basin. The temperature soared to tens of thousands of degrees and continued to rise. The fire of the sun. He was disinclined to lock onto a target or concern himself with how far Han Xiaoyun had run. He simply tossed it downward carelessly. Han Xiaoyan felt a surge of agitation, daring not to hesitate nor entertain false hopes, activating his final trump card. He crushed the orb in his hand. Murmur, my lord. In the next moment, thick waves of nightmare energy unfurled. A powerful shadow formed in an instant, embodying the darkest essence of the ancient god church. What was happening? Had the mission failed? And was this a summons for significant intelligence regarding Cangnan City? Han Xiaoyan, one of the three oldest gods within the ancient god church, the creator of the faithful contract. Murmur, descend. He opened his slender, phoenix-like eyes, the chill within quickly igniting into fervor, not merely as a description, but a genuine heat. His body began to self-ignite. He had no time to assume an elegant posture, hastily directing his gaze towards a blazing orange sun. At this moment, they were nearly nose to nose. The 53rd section, damn it. The 28th chapter. The shock of all the faculty and students. 202503230755850. Author, God of Marathon. His appearance seemed to serve but one purpose, to intercept this strike. Despite possessing an air of nobility, even the avatar of Murmurs could not refrain from uttering a profanity, an utterance that shattered his image. No sooner had he spoken than his form dissipated, vanishing at a visible pace. Buzz. The light suddenly expanded. It magnified within their sight, consumed by radiance and heat. Behind this brilliance was a pair of piercing eyes, gazing at him as one would a mere insect. Such a gaze had only ever been directed at others by him. No one had dared to confront him in such a manner. What sort of being had Han Xiaoyan provoked? Was he summoned merely to meet his demise? Was he to be used as a shield? No, that cannot be. The followers are absolutely loyal. They would never perform such an act. He swung his hand. Yet, before his power could fully manifest, he was incinerated. Thus, this so-called avatar of Murmurs, upon emerging, achieved nothing before its extinction. Twisted, struggling, bewildered, only the faintest thought lingered. Why? This is Cangnan City. How could such a presence exist here? A power surpassing the pinnacle of the sea realm? How could one of such caliber stoop to this place? Indeed, this was significant intelligence. Yet, what use is it if one cannot return with it? We shall meet again, my true self. This time, it was merely my soul's power that remained unawakened. Buzz. An orange luminescence enveloped this small area. Nearby birds, clouds, air, everything was scorched and rapidly vanished. Even the turbulence stirred by Han Xiaoyan was no exception. All evaporated, transforming into a sea of flames within the clouds. From afar, it resembled a fiery cloud, formed of genuine flames. For those in the sea realm, this was an annihilating force. Yet, how much power had Zhang Hai truly employed? That remained unknown. Furthermore, one noteworthy detail, when the fire of the sun erupted, both Zhang Hai and Han Xiaoyan's forms vanished simultaneously. The headquarters of the ancient god church was steeped in a sinister and foreboding atmosphere. As the presence of Cangnan City dissipated, candles in the nearby windows extinguished one by one. The smaller candles at the lower tier were inconsequential. However, when three of the larger candles, corresponding to El Liang, the man from Tianzhu, and Han Xiaoyan, began to extinguish, the scattered members of the ancient god church, cloaked in black robes, visibly changed their expressions. All three of them are dead? Even Han Xiaoyan's soul lamp has gone out? He should be well aware that the Night Watchers had not suffered such losses in recent years. The rapid response from Cangnan City was unexpected. After all, they were dual divine agents. In truth, the other followers had only just learned of this for the sake of confidentiality. Little did they know. Just as they received the news, the three had been utterly annihilated. In Cangnan City, 3 thrones stood above. 2 were occupied. One was a white-haired man in a tailcoat, hands crossed over his chest, head slightly bowed. His countenance was enchanting, exuding a subtle yet palpable pressure. Even this faint aura rendered the followers below too intimidated to speak. The silence grew, amplifying the fear. They had already been warned to retreat. The Night Watchers would send other teams for support. Yet, they had not escaped. Not only had they failed to flee, but they were also eliminated. Useless. The Murmurs narrowed their eyes, sensing the loss of contact with one of their avatars. Though it was merely at the sea realm, it still represented him. He moved his lips, casting a glance at another deity of the ancient god church, Qianemo. Upon the throne, refraining from further speech. With the destruction of the avatar, continuing to curse would only implicate himself. In the 54th section, it was truly an exposure of weakness before Qianemo. However, the projection vanished too quickly, almost as if it had just appeared only to be erased. The Night Watchers, ordinary ones, could not achieve this feat. No single individual could accomplish such a task. The loss of a nightmare projection was inconsequential to him. Murmurs could project something far more formidable. Yet, the unknown is often the most terrifying. That avatar perished too swiftly, too enigmatically. It must have been at least of a measurable caliber to accomplish such a feat. Where could Cangnan City possibly harbor such immeasurability? Immeasurability does not linger idly. His instincts told him this was unrelated to the Night Watchers. The death of Han Shaoan and the loss of followers could not simply be overlooked. An investigation was imperative. In the campus of the 2nd High School, the tempest gradually subsided and the sky cleared. Both the Nandu snake demon and the ancient god church were resolved in one fell swoop. Little did anyone know that it was a once unremarkable, frail teacher from the campus who had orchestrated their downfall. We were saved. This time, it was genuine salvation. Surely, no other mishaps would occur? You jinx. Don't say that. Damn it. You, my brother, abandon us in times of trouble, fleeing faster than anyone else. Damn. We promised to be sisters for life. This world, it turns out, is not the one we have always known. I had often fantasized about a zombie virus outbreak and how I would showcase my skills. I shall no longer boast. In this light, the routine emergency evacuation drills seem rather essential. How many monsters might have been lurking among us before? And are there still any? After the fierce winds ravaged, the campus was left in disarray. Fortunately, the students and teachers suffered no harm. During the eruption of the snake demon's offspring, they all found places to hide. Meanwhile, the true disaster zone was not here. The Nandu snake demon and others appeared and were swiftly dealt with. The real casualties stemmed from panic, trampling, and the chaos of screams. As calm began to settle, various emotions surfaced. Some teachers picked up their phones, attempting to call for help, while others sought to video chat. Yet one by one, they discovered there was no signal. The scene swiftly devolved into a cacophony. However, it quieted quickly as their attention was drawn elsewhere. Not just theirs. After the hurricane subsided, the members of Team 136 immediately gazed forward, witnessing a scene that would leave an indelible mark on their lives. The sky had split apart. Chapter 29. Yearning for you. The longing of Hongying. The pupils of all present trembled, their souls struck with an overwhelming force. Moments prior, the heavens were shrouded in dense clouds, heavy rains cascading down and saturating the earth. Then, a gunshot rang out, summoning the winds. The sky cleared, allowing warm sunlight to pour in. This all transpired in a fleeting instant. The crowd naively believed that the hurricane had simply swept the clouds away, failing to notice the true state of the skies above. But now, as they lifted their gazes, they realized how utterly foolish and juvenile their previous thoughts had been. Incredible! The clouds and the rain that had destabilized their mental fortitude vanished, cleaved apart. It was akin to a top-tier special effect, yet 100-fold more realistic. Was it some form of advanced weaponry? Had an intercontinental missile soared overhead? Could such a missile create such an expansive fissure? The students erupted into chaos, while the teachers grappled with their crumbling worldviews. After years of believing in a tranquil existence, grounded in materialism, how could they possibly explain this spectacle? They had once thought that creatures like the No.2 serpent demon were the pinnacle of the extraordinary, yet something even more astonishing had unfolded. On the side of the art building in the girls' dormitory, as the dust settled and the tumult ceased, Hongying coughed lightly and emerged from a certain floor, leaping downwards. She first arrived at the pit where the serpent demon had been impaled. Looking ahead, she discovered a massive chasm spanning 30 meters. It appeared as though someone had exerted tremendous force, leaving a mark as if a colossal iron ball, weighing thousands of pounds, had plummeted from 100-meter height, creating this fracture. This was only possible due to the quality of the ground tiles. Had they been inferior, the damage would have been far more extensive. The mere sight of this was astonishing, yet it was merely the beginning. Hongying's gaze extended further. In front of the great pit lay a long, shallow trench, carved by a violent strike. Along the path, the soil and trees, the 400-meter standard track, the synthetic turf of the central football field, and the campus walls had all been superficially cleaved, split in two. Continuing forward for another 100 meters and looking up, she beheld the cloud layer 3,000 meters above, divided in twain. The sheer force of this spectacle was overwhelmingly impactful. Had she done this? Hongying found herself momentarily lost in thought. If it weren't for Shaun and calling out to her just now, she might have been swept away. Was this the nature of combat in the oceanic realm? To think she had not even qualified to be a mere observer. Indeed, even if one of the night watchers from the oceanic realm had arrived, they would have been equally taken aback. Previously, she had believed that Captain Chun Mai was not necessarily inferior to this being, and that she might even surpass him. But now, her confidence wavered. Her resolve was shaken. She was still far from adequate. She longed to protect Cangnan, to safeguard her family, yet faced with such power, she had never dared to imagine that her gun could split the sky, even if it merely cleaved through the clouds. It was crucial to remember that even the lowest clouds were hundreds of meters high, and here, they towered over 1,000 meters. If she could unleash a force that extended dozens of meters, without dispersing, that would be commendable. 100 meters? That was a mere fantasy. She was still in the realm of the pool. Not to mention the staggering difference of 1,000 meters, a gap of 10-fold, or even 100-fold. Hongying, Xiao Nan, accompanied by Lin Xie, descended and gazed at the scene, equally unable to mask their astonishment. Especially Lin Chia, who found himself witnessing a surreal spectacle that seemed only conceivable in movies, now unfolding in reality. For a moment, silence reigned. Yet Xiaonan, though her face reflected a similar stupor, quickly regained her composure. Hongying often remarked about Uncle Zhang Hai's poor health, even deceiving his own daughter. This was true depth and concealment. Previously, she had thought that family was a burden to Hongying, but now it was clear who was truly a burden. Their presence as night watchers in the campus had been the true encumbrance, a liability to Uncle Zhang Hai. Just like that bolt of lightning. Had it not been for Uncle Zhang's assistance, she might have had to rally Xiaonan to focus her spirit. Thus, could it be said that she had benefited from Hongying's presence? If it weren't for her connection to Hongying, would Zhang Hai have intervened to shield her? To protect the night watchers outside? Hongying, are you alright? I'm fine. Xiaonan, you're showing concern for me. Are you alright? Hongying snapped back to reality and quickly turned to grasp her hand with care. Xiaonan felt a warm sensation and shook her head. I'm fine. Lin Chia is fine too. She glanced at the boy beside her. Lin Chia stood in a daze, his mind already traversing the celestial mental hospital, seeking answers from his mother about the nature of this power. However, Nix merely smiled, offering a few simple words, just a bit of brute force. No need to panic. My child, just a bit of brute force? Lin Chia mused, pulling back from his thoughts, still in a state of disbelief. Was this what they called a mere display of strength? Truly, she was his mother. Well, it's nothing. He forced a smile. Regardless, he needed to regroup with the captain and the others. Hongying exhaled deeply, shaking hands, feeling a sense of emptiness. At that moment, Xiaonan inquired, Hongying, where's your gun? My gun. As soon as Hongying spoke, a cloud of powder drifted toward them, causing her expression to shift. With a loud crash, a severely damaged gun body plummeted from the heights, embedding itself beside them and scattering numerous stones. The gun was nearly shattered, incapable of enduring another high-intensity battle. Hongying gasped. Xiaonan crouched down, coughing lightly, remaining silent. Hongying's chest heaved. This was her beloved firearm. It had accompanied her for so many years. In that instant, rage eclipsed her reason. She yearned to confront someone over this. If she were this gun, held by such a person, she would feel honored. Meanwhile, Xingyu suddenly stepped forward, interrupting Hongying, declaring that even if she were dissected or dismantled, it would still be an honor. He has consistently diminished his presence, casually seeking the remains of the Non.2 serpent demon. Yet, the unfolding events are far more captivating. Thus, he could not resist emerging to observe up close. Who are you? And what are you saying? Hongying suppressed her anger, furrowing her brows. Have you noticed? Xingyu adjusted his glasses, facing the gazes of the three. He began to elucidate. This firearm has inadvertently corroborated the caliber of its wielder. First, it consists solely of the barrel, devoid of a grip, clearly indicating excessive force resulting in a fracture. There exists a formulaic calculation for this, but given your limited knowledge, I shall refrain from elaborating further. In summary, only a superhuman could achieve this. He maintained a stoic expression, thus even if you sought to hold him accountable, it would only lead to your demise, a fruitless endeavor. Second, the barrel's destruction is evidently due to its inability to withstand the force exerted. Had it been capable of enduring, the resultant destruction would have been far more severe. To put it succinctly, this strike is far from the full extent of the wielder's prowess. Rather, it epitomizes the firearm's limits. As Xingyu spoke, his tone grew increasingly fervent. He, too, is human, and when the heart trembles, it trembles. The firearm is inadequate? Hongying instinctively wished to retort. After all, she had wielded it for years. How could it be inadequate? Yet, the words faltered on her lips. Thirdly, through the preceding analysis, Xingyu continued, it is purely a manifestation of physical prowess. The more one comprehends and analyzes, the clearer the nature of such an individual becomes. Hence, he stated that to be severed by them is an honor. Faced with such an existence, he could only feel restless. A human body? Capable of evolving to such an extent? Channeling such energy? He was overwhelmingly eager. Oh, how he longed to dissect and examine it. Fourthly, Xingyu suppressed his excitement. Very well, there shall be no fourth point. Let us conclude here. As for this young lady, she shall not pursue the matter further. Hongying, not wishing to appear timid before Xiaonan, feigned a stance of forgiveness, hands on her hips, exuding a hint of playful arrogance. In truth, Hongying did not wish to pursue the matter further, especially after receiving so much assistance. She had yet to express her gratitude. However, the shattered firearm did cause her some heartache, considering he was also a master in the art of firearms. A low rumble echoed. In the distant sky, a brilliant orb of light erupted. A wave of heated air surged forth. The brilliance approached that of the sun itself, and in that direction lay the culmination of a single shot. Given the speculation that someone possessed a high-temperature forbidden realm, Hongying found her words caught in her throat. Stammering, reflecting on the fact that he was a master of firearms, she forgot what she was supposed to say next. Should she mention that he shouldn't let the inadequacy of the firearm delay his killing, only to later hold himself accountable? Chapter 30. The special team is astonished. Date: March 23, 2025, 7:58. 51 Author: Marathon God. Such matters surely do not pertain to us, do they? Let the mass team handle it. That should suffice. No, this involves divine agents, and since we are nearby, it is only logical that we should intervene. Above Cangnan City, a state-of-the-art military transport aircraft sped by. Inside the cabin sat 8 individuals draped in golden cloaks, predominantly women, almost entirely so. Indeed, they were the special team of the Great Xia, ranked 003, the Phoenix team. Their primary duty is to eliminate foreign entities that have infiltrated the nation. This time, they fortuitously found themselves on a mission nearby and promptly responded to headquarters orders. At this moment, Deputy Leader Kong Shang, the only male in the team, summarized the operation. All details regarding this mission had been thoroughly reported, involving the ancient god church and the mysterious individuals lurking at Cangnan No.2 High School. They had operatives outside as well. Team 136 would face considerable difficulty and resistance. The action plan is set accordingly. Does anyone have questions? If not, before Kong Shang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a perfectly proportioned blonde woman. Me. She raised her hand high. Kong Shang ignored her. Kong Momo. Xia Simeng wore a fierce expression. Are you doing this on purpose? That squad leader, Kong Shang, replied impassively. That Lin Xie is suspected to be a dual divine agent. Capture him. And also, at the 57th segment, that ambiguous powerhouse. The high-temperature forbidden realm man. Though not a divine agent, he piques my interest. Flames and high temperatures. I wish to see if I can gain the approval of the Phoenix bloodline. Xia Simeng, eager and spirited, prepared to leap from the transport aircraft. However, just as she took a couple of steps forward, a brilliant orb of light erupted several kilometers away from the transport. As the orb ascended, waves of heat were unleashed, sweeping in at breakneck speed. The 8 individuals on the transport felt their golden cloaks billowing violently, with team leader Xia Simeng feeling the effects most acutely. At that moment, the Phoenix bloodline dormant within her began to stir. It boiled, inciting an intense reaction. The remaining 17 members, including Deputy Leader Kong Shang, merely exchanged expressions of furrowed brows, confusion, curiosity, and solemnity, each exhibiting different sentiments, as if the purity of their bloodlines was insufficient to experience it as vividly as Xia Simeng. Is that aerial combat? Is someone engaged in combat? Is this a munitions depot being detonated in the sky? It must be the ancient god church. Who are they facing off against? Simultaneously, the transport aircraft was suddenly buffeted by turbulence, beginning to shake violently. The pilot, an ordinary person, was first blinded by a dazzling light, instinctively falling into a state of panic, compounded by the turbulence. The aircraft swayed dangerously, and several individuals inside lost their footing. I'll handle it. Just as one of the team members, slightly frowning, prepared to activate her abilities, the aircraft abruptly stabilized. It was as if a toy car on the verge of tipping over had been forcefully righted. Are you looking for me? At that moment, a strange male voice emanated from outside the cabin door. The snail squad is late. You all can return. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the individuals inside the cabin stiffened, and they hurriedly looked outside, only to see a blurred silhouette. As they attempted to focus their gaze, the figure drifted further away until it vanished from sight. Yet, one thing was certain, the figure was quite robust. The tone and manner were exceedingly irritating. The snail squad? Even the supreme commander of the Night Watch, Yi Fan, has never spoken of them in such a manner. Who is that person? So elusive and enigmatic. Wait. Did he just help us stabilize the aircraft with his hands? Kong Shang regained his focus, interrupting the conversation to steer it toward the crux of the matter. I have realized who he is, the mysterious benefactor who aided us. We are searching for him. We have only discussed 2 individuals. One, Lin Xie, and the other, the one the captain desires. He instinctively glanced at Xia Simeng. The man from the high-temperature forbidden ruins fits the description perfectly, and his power surpasses our expectations. So, is he still a novice? Has he not yet fully matured? Surely, he possesses the strength to threaten us, right? What an unbelievable coincidence. A female team member quietly interjected. Even as we approached, we remained oblivious. It wasn't that we were unaware, it was his sudden appearance that caught us off guard. Some team members expressed differing opinions, questioning why he would send us back. Suddenly, the communicator crackled to life. It was Chen Mai from Team 136, calling Phoenix Team. Thank you for your arduous journey. However, the ancient god cult and the No.2 serpent demon have just been dealt with. someone lent us a hand. Or perhaps, that person casually assisted us. As the words hung in the air, the Phoenix team fell silent for a moment, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. So, is it confirmed? Did they encounter this benefactor just moments ago? Several eyes turned to the captain, who had remained silent from the outset. Xia Simon felt the gaze upon her, returning to her usual demeanor, her lips pursed, her beautiful eyes shimmering, and her fists clenched tightly. A genius. An extraordinary talent indeed. No one could be more suitable than him. I have been mistaken. It is not a test of the Phoenix bloodline for him, but rather to see if he can accept the Phoenix bloodline. We must press on. I am determined to recruit him into our team, regardless of Lin Chiye. Just one thought consumes me. I want him. I must have him. Even Yi Fan cannot deter me. Is it truly that exaggerated? The other team members were incredulous. They had never witnessed the captain exhibit such a demeanor. Moreover, what does to entice mean? At the entrance of the second high school, the previously unrestrained void was being re-established, accompanied by whispers of dreams to erase ordinary memories. Meanwhile, logistical personnel were cleaning up the battlefield. Their frustration stemmed from the realization that the serpent demons' corpses had seemingly vanished without a trace. Contact was made with the Phoenix team. As for the situation in Cangnan, there were no significant issues. The Medusa agent had already retreated upon sensing danger. Chapter 58. Shinmai removed his earpiece. He and Wen Qima surveyed the chaotic scene within the school, their expressions tinged with complexity. Leng Xian and old Zhao were both unharmed, thankfully. Leng Xian had demonstrated remarkable reflexes, dodging that bolt of lightning, sustaining only minor injuries, while old Zhao was similarly unscathed. Everyone understood that assistance had been rendered, otherwise, the outcome would have been far worse. Captain, do you know why the Harbinger of Calamity called out previously? Wen Qima inquired suddenly. This was the first time he had heard it. Most likely, it was Han Shaoan. His forbidden ruins manifest as a great wind disaster. And once the eye of the storm forms, even he cannot control it. As the whirlwind continues to expand, Chen Mai, experienced and knowledgeable, seemed well acquainted with Han Shaoan. His tone somber as he predicted it would become a catastrophic event sweeping across Cangnan. He felt a lingering dread, relieved that the owner of the high-temperature forbidden ruins had intervened. Ah, is that so? When Chimo gazed at the slowly healing clouds above, I had assumed it was his strike that summoned the Harbinger of Calamity. I had also considered that possibility, but it is still insufficient to provoke the Harbinger's cry. Furthermore, speaking of which, Chenmai observed Wen Qima, who was fixated on the parted clouds, and paused to add, there exists a certain forbidden object that could also rend the heavens. It is called Zhanbai, a treasure of the Bailey family. It can directly ignore a distance of 1,000 meters, striking with a single blow within that range, causing all things to yield. Before he could finish, Hongying and Si Xiaonan rushed over, accompanied by Lin Chiye. Captain, Qima, are you both unharmed? They exchanged accounts of their respective encounters, growing increasingly astonished. Si Xiaonan even mentioned that Hongying's beloved firearm had been severed by the mysterious person. Upon hearing this, Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan were momentarily taken aback. Was it done barehanded? With Hongying's very own gun? I too had fallen into a misconception, believing it was accomplished using a forbidden object. Chen Mai took a deep breath, turning to Hongying. As for the gun, we are grateful to that person for their assistance. Please do not feel uncomfortable. Although we do not know him, he is the hero who saved our second high school this time. Regarding your firearm, I am aware of how much you cherish it, akin to a part of your own body. Therefore, I will reimburse you for a new one without requiring formal approval. Hongying had initially chosen not to bring it up, but upon hearing this, her cheeks flushed, and she playfully pinched Si Xiaonan's waist. What is this? Why bring it up so deliberately? It makes it seem like I have a small heart. Si Xiaonan stuck out her tongue, a touch of mischief in her demeanor. Hongying rolled her eyes, then suddenly thought of something, her expression turning serious. By the way, Xiaonan, where is old Zhang? I haven't seen him. You mentioned he was in a very safe place, right? Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan hesitated, her tongue momentarily caught. Chapter 31. A Bountiful Harvest. Super Continuous Drawl. 202503230758551 Author. God of Marathon. Well, how would she know where he is? The atmosphere gradually fell silent. After a while, the logistics team reported back. In every corner of the school, Mr. Zhang Hai's presence was not detected. Upon hearing this, the members of Team 136 were left bewildered. Where could he have gone? Hongying visibly began to panic. Si Xiaonan lowered her head, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Silent. Uncle Zhang Hai, please come out quickly. It is highly probable he could not accept the truth of this world, Wen Qima conjectured. Before we arrived, he might have taken advantage of the void's opening to escape. However, there is no need for concern. We are continuously expanding the range of the dream whispers. As long as Uncle Zhang Hai remains nearby, his memories will be erased. Meanwhile, beneath the manhole cover they were standing on, in the foul-smelling sewer, Xingyu lay in wait, trying to suppress his presence and minimize his form. What are they discussing? Are they looking for me, erasing my memories? He heard many footsteps approaching, seemingly searching for someone. He never expected to hold such significance. And Xingyu felt a strange sensation. Was it his talent? Speaking of which, had it not been for the awakening of a mysterious power within him moments ago, he might have remained ensnared within the dream whispers. It is precisely this force that has allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of his own body, leading him to discover a method to diminish the release of his own aura. His mental strength was inherently low and easily suppressed. As he contemplated this, a sudden beam of light appeared around the corner. Someone was approaching with a flashlight, clearly searching for him. And Xingyu narrowed his eyes, piercing through everything, and then held his breath, lifting the corpse of the serpent demon offspring, ready to flee at any moment. Not far from the second school, within a narrow alley, a muffled thud echoed through the air. Zhang Hai descended from the sky, conveniently dragging along an unconscious man. Don't pretend to sleep. I know you're awake, he said, casually tossing the man onto the ground. The man lay there with his eyes closed, remarkably tranquil. Zhang Hai raised his hand, feigning a slap. When the man showed no signs of waking, he switched tactics. Are you really asleep? Yifei. I'm here, boss. Li Yifei emerged from somewhere, his complexion pale yet spirited. Find some water and splash it on him. Understood. Li Yifei replied promptly, beginning to unbuckle his belt. The man on the ground suddenly opened his eyes wide. This man was Han Xiaoyun, who now bore an expression of helplessness, clearly one who preferred gentleness over force. Just kill me, he lamented. If one were to inquire about intelligence regarding the ancient god church, he would not divulge a word. It was not that he was unwilling to speak. Rather, he found himself unable to. Han Xiaoyun was, in truth, yearning for death, seeking liberation through it. Are you certain? Think carefully, Zhang Hai. Followers would never. Wait. Han Xiaoyun squinted his eyes. I am uncertain. Something felt amiss. A certain restraint seemed to have suddenly been lifted. Was it the moment he projected the whispering projection that it was released? He shouldn't have acted in such a manner. Why? Because the controlled version of himself would never, under any circumstances, engage in actions detrimental to the whispers. This was the terrifying nature of the soul contract. It altered one's very thoughts. There would be no betrayal, no possibility of treachery. It would subtly transform one into an unwavering puppet of absolute loyalty. At that moment, Han Xiaoyun realized that casting out the whispering avatar was tantamount to inviting death. That was the true anomaly. Such a thought should not have existed at all. Yet why, when I touched your head, did I not say, do not move? Zhang Hai shot Han Xiaoyun a glance. Still moving, in that instant, he attempted to unleash his magical power to seize control. This was indeed a spur-of-the-moment idea to test his capabilities, and to his surprise, the results were remarkably effective. The soul contract was uprooted entirely. It could, to a certain extent, influence the soul. The action of touching the head was in my best interest, intended to help me rid myself of the contract, Han Xiaoyun realized. Feeling a sudden clarity. I have wronged you, he thought. Zhang Hai remarked. I also mentioned that you were quite pitiable. Han Xiaoyun choked on his words. Isn't that a form of mockery? In the next moment, he sensed with his mental strength that the insidious feeling of the soul contract had indeed vanished. He was free. Subsequently, he was both astonished and elated, thinking there should be no one capable of breaking a soul contract. Han Xiaoyun regained his composure, shock evident in his eyes. How could you accomplish this? This type of contract, which affects one's thoughts, is exceedingly rare, even within the ancient god church. How could the man before him so effortlessly nullify it? He could not comprehend it. Do you mean to say that not only do you excel in physical prowess and high temperatures, but your mastery over the soul is equally formidable? Why would you save me? In such circumstances, even a night watchman would be expected to abandon me. Han Xiaoyun had indeed made countless attempts to resist the soul contract, all of which had ended in failure. The struggle had been excruciating, bordering on unbearable. You have misunderstood a crucial point. Zhang Hai leaned slightly forward, unintentionally exuding pressure. This is not salvation. It is merely sparing your life. I require more subjects for magical experimentation. With that, he pointed a single finger, a force distinct from solar magic. The magic of seizure gradually surged forth, seeping into Han Xiaoyun's forehead. This bestowed magic served to exert a form of indirect control, reminiscent of Li Yifei's earlier condition. However, compared to solar magic, this was much gentler. On the magical level, it elevated him to the realm of the sea of magic and then halted. It did not reach the extraordinary level that Li Yifei had surpassed. Nevertheless, Han Xiaoyun's expression remained vivid. The new magic system caught him completely off guard. This power Zhang Hai took a step back, observing. He noted 3 points. First, an individual could only be granted one type of magic. Imposing 2 attributes would cause an explosion. much like the devil fruits in one piece, though Zhang Hai was an exception, as the sun encompasses all. Second, those who received magic, such as Han Shaoan and Li Yifei, could not immediately perceive growth in their magic. There would be limitations unless Zhang Hai continued to provide it. They could only maintain their current level and might gradually decline. Without intervention, they would inevitably fade away. As for seeking breakthroughs in magic, that would be even more challenging. 1. Their bodies must be able to endure it. 2. Zhang Hai must persist in nurturing them. Only by satisfying these two conditions could they achieve a breakthrough. Even so, the enhancement remained substantial for them. In critical moments, it could serve as a life-saving tool or even enable a counterattack, creating an information disparity against opponents. It was akin to the relationship between a tree and its branches. A tree could survive without its branches, but branches could hardly exist without the tree. Meanwhile, Han Shaoan, through Li Yifei's piecemeal explanations, began to grasp the situation, revealing a rueful smile. So, I have jumped from one pirate ship to another? How do you speak? Li Yifei shot him an incredulous glare, his expression akin to someone about to spit. Ignoring Han Shaoyun's prior strength, he began to berate him like a superior. Actually, I have nowhere else to go. If I return, no one will believe me. They would simply escort me to a fasting institution for the rest of my life. Han Shaoan shook his head, quickly adjusting his demeanor to explain. He could see that Zhang Hai was infinitely superior to the whispers. Otherwise, he would never have intervened in the incident at the second school. Boss, now, whether it be the night watchman or the ancient god church, they probably would never have anticipated my rebirth. Whatever you need, just command it. Oh? Zhang Hai expressed mild surprise. You become so compliant without me even saying anything? However, he indeed had matters to attend to and instructed the two. Then Shaoan, what will you be doing? Settling accounts? Tasting wine? Do you know how to do these things? Zhang Hai reminisced about his uncharted forbidden domain, contemplating the opening of a tavern in a few days. Han Shaoan was taken aback. A tavern? He grasped the underlying intention to disguise his true motives, akin to the ancient church, which concealed numerous outposts disguised as ordinary shops or establishments. In private, they functioned as branches. Well, in a few days, he would elaborate further. Zhang Hai had a preliminary plan. Since he was to establish a tavern, he would need to hire staff. Why not seek to unpaid workers? There was no need for him to oversee every task personally. Moreover, the more enigmatic aspects could be entrusted to Li Yifei or Han Shaoan for hunting, significantly improving efficiency. If they encountered challenges, they could then seek his assistance. He made some initial arrangements, advising the two to find a temporary hideout, as it was inconvenient for them to be seen. Next came the main event. On his way back after parting ways, Zhang Hai felt a surge of anticipation. He was eager to inventory all the corpses he had collected during this endeavor. Nearly 100 from the Zhan realm, offspring of serpent demons, a dozen from the Qi realm, predominantly from the ancient church, several from the Chuan realm, one half-step from the Sea realm, one from the Sea realm. Additionally, there were the recently acquired soul contracts in the forbidden item, blood boiling. Considering all of this, it could be deemed a bountiful harvest. System, Sacrifice. Chapter 32, Breakthrough in Magical Power. True Commandments. 202503230758552 Author, the God of Marathon. It is worth noting that Zhang Hai did not sacrifice everything in one go, but divided them into several batches to test the effectiveness. After all, the Zhan realm was too lowly. Sacrificing them alongside those from the Qi and Chuan realms would not significantly enhance the odds. Rather than that, he preferred to isolate them and see what he could draw. As Zhang Hai's thought surged, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Successfully sacrificed 103 Zhan realm corpses, including serpent demon offspring human, extraction in progress, 1 breath suppression bracelet, 1 Elizabeth sock, 1 fragment of the sacred staff, 110, 1 fragment of the sacred staff, 210, 1 breath suppression bracelet, 1 Diane's giant boots, 1 fragment of the sacred staff, 610. A plethora of miscellaneous items emerged, many of which were of little use, such as personal garments from the 7 deadly sins, including those belonging to Marlin, the giant girl Diane, and the cross-dressing doll Gother. Additionally, there was a sock belonging to Elizabeth, the 3rd princess of the Leonis kingdom, a vast array of items lacking any special attributes or magical power. Unfortunately, Zhang Hai found little utility in them. He refrained from retrieving them for collection, fearing that if Hongying caught sight of them, she might draw unnecessary conclusions. In the subsequent section, multiple consecutive draws yielded superior items. The most significant acquisition was several breath suppression bracelets, capable of concealing one's presence. However, that was the extent of their utility. They were akin to a low-tier version of Marlin-esque glasses, lacking any supportive functions. Nonetheless, they could be of use to Han Shaoan and Li Yifei, but not for the socks and clothing, rather for the bracelets. Then came the fragments of the sacred staff, of which he had collected 6. He continued the sacrificial process. Ding. Consuming 12 Qi realm corpses, extraction in progress. Ding. Consuming Chuan realm corpses, extraction in progress. Fragment of the sacred staff, 4, 1010. Magical power breakthrough. Ding. Consuming Sea realm corpses, first sacrifice of the Sea realm, critical hit triggered. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn the eye technique of the apostle of the blood magic goddess, Druid. Ding. Consuming the forbidden item blood boiling. Consuming 1 soul contract. Extraction in progress. Congratulations. You have obtained the commandment, truth. Effect. Those who speak lies and break promises will be petrified. Blood boiling seemed potent, allowing one to harness the deceased power temporarily. But its effects were fleeting. Once the time elapsed, it would dissipate, likely leaving behind a sense of hollowness. This was unacceptable to Zhang Hai, who preferred to embody persistence. Thus, he included it in the sacrificial offerings. At that moment, after consuming everything, the highlights of the draws were abundant. Firstly, he had assembled the fragments of the sacred staff, a weapon exclusive to the sin of greed. When used in conjunction, its effects were remarkable. The 7 deadly sins once stated that water symbolized magical power, while artifacts represented the means of drawing that power. With those capable of perfectly manifesting magical effects being called artifacts, the term perfect carries considerable weight. He decided to store this weapon for now without revealing it. A breakthrough in magical power. The commandment, truth. This was tantamount to possessing the magical power and commandments of Jialan. As one of the 10 commandments, Jialan's strength was formidable. The breakthrough could elevate one's combat prowess to its utmost limits, but upon activation, it would plunge into a state of rampancy until the magical power was expended. However, after merging with pride, it appeared to have undergone a transformation. Zhang Hai donned the glasses, restoring his physique, and his demeanor became more approachable. Devoid of the previous menacing aura, he activated the breakthrough. Instantly, a cyclone erupted around him. At that moment, even with the marlin, glasses suppressing him, the surrounding environment underwent drastic changes. His toes lightly touched the ground, causing it to fracture. 5 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters. The very fabric of reality began to distort. Had he not quickly reined it in, the distance would have likely expanded even further. Within the 7 deadly sins, there exists the combat level. This level is a combination of magical power, physical strength, and willpower. Magical power embodies mental and characteristic expression. Physical strength pertains to bodily capabilities. Willpower reflects composure and endurance. The breakthrough enhances not magical power, but physical strength. It could instantly disregard the limitations of his daytime physique, reaching its peak. Was this not perfectly suited for him? When was his physical strength at its zenith during the day? Surely it was at noon. Now, with the breakthrough, he was no longer bound by that constraint, enabling him to maximize his physical strength. Moreover, as long as his magical power remained sufficient, he could continuously surpass his limits over time, growing ever stronger. Beyond the utmost limits? While it sounds convoluted, simply put, if he activated the breakthrough at 6 in the morning, he would instantly attain his strongest physique. Then, building upon that foundation, he could continue to grow stronger as the sun rose, culminating in an even more fearsome power 6 hours later at noon. This would reach unprecedented heights. While it might be ordinary for Jialan, it filled Zhang Hai with inexplicable excitement. It was perfectly suited for him. Certainly, the premise is that one must possess sufficient magical power. However, thus far, it has never proven inadequate. Generally speaking, it is advisable to refrain from overexertion, as it may lead one into a frenzied state until their magical energy is entirely depleted. This serves as a subtle indication that such actions can be exceptionally draining on one's magical reserves. Perhaps, in due time, an experiment with full release could be conducted. A harmonious blend of magical prowess, physical strength, and stamina, these 3 elements combined represent the pinnacle of power. Chapter 62 discusses this critical breakthrough, where only one aspect can be pushed, namely the limits of physical endurance, a rather unfortunate limitation. Otherwise, it would mean the ability to harness power at any moment, akin to being at noon. This enhancement pertains solely to physical limits, excluding solar magic, stamina, and willpower across various dimensions. It is wise to recognize that such desires may lead to overreach. Nonetheless, it remains a formidable trump card. Moreover, the peak breakthrough at noon can only be sustained for a brief period, whereas a critical breakthrough lasts significantly longer. The specific effects await practical application. Next, there are the laws of truth. Before me, any liar shall not escape unscathed. They will turn to stone, including themselves. This embodies the concept of indiscriminate, conceptual power, does it not? Zhang Hai raised an eyebrow slightly. It appears to blur the lines between friend and foe. Yet, he possesses the authority to control this ability. The timing of its activation and cessation lies entirely in his hands. He can induce others to lie, prompting them to breach promises. A rather nefarious tactic. And when it comes time for him to face the consequences, he can simply retract the activation. It poses no significant challenge. It is intriguing. Akin to a human lie detector. Zhang Hai set this notion aside. In the face of overwhelming strength, it may seem somewhat superfluous, unless the other party is inclined to engage in prolonged conversation. Of course, if utilized wisely, it may yield extraordinary results. Chapter 33, Healing Eye Technique. The Red Silk Confession Bureau. 2025032307585 Author, God of Marathon. Furthermore, there exists divine-level restorative magic, apostle of the goddess eye technique, healing super magic, among the 7 deadly sins, Elizabeth's hidden magic, accurately described as super magic. In the original story, upon activation, it could envelop the entire kingdom. It allows for widespread healing. Any injuries within the range, whether from the 7 deadly sins or the holy knights, can be mended. Am I in need of healing? If Hongying were injured, I could certainly provide her with some restorative energy. Zhang Hai, endowed with immortality, could perform a great healing spell. It would essentially double the effect, able to heal himself as well as others. Is it not akin to becoming a true healer? Zhang Hai composed himself, assimilating the magical energy and items he had acquired. One divine artifact. The threshold-breaking magical law of truth. The eye technique of the goddess apostle. Most importantly, these 3 elements significantly enhance his foundational strength. The elevation in power is evident and exceedingly gratifying. Next, he resolved to return home. Zhang Hai briefly experienced the critical breakthrough before forcibly interrupting it with solar energy. Indeed, it worked. Just because Jilan could not interrupt does not imply he cannot. Moreover, the duration was not extensive and the process was not cumbersome. Ultimately, the frenzy results from a lack of control. With Zhang Hai's increasing mastery over magical energy, his strength visibly intensified. Before long, even without his glasses, he would achieve this feat for the dream within his heart. He fought valiantly like a tempest. Darkness would yield to light. Just as he took a step forward, his phone rang. Interestingly, the ringtone was set by Hongying. Coincidentally, the caller was also her. Hello? Little Ing? Old Zhang, you finally picked up. Where are you now? I am. Zhang Hai paused, contemplating, then gazed in a certain direction. I am at your office. At the entrance. At the 2nd high school, Hongying, anxious and pacing within the campus, received the call. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Yet, before her taut nerves could fully relax, they tightened once more. Did Uncle Zhang answer? Si Xiaonan inquired cautiously. Yes. How should I put it? He said he is waiting for me at the Peace Affairs office. Huh? Xiaonan, what do you think? Hongying set down the phone, her eyes flickering with a complex glint. Old Zhang must have discovered something, right? Why is he going to the office? Reflecting on the previous events, Old Zhang did not go to the hospital. Instead, he resigned. All signs indicate that I have likely exposed myself. Discovered? Well, that is perfect. It's like walking into a trap. When Chimo's eyes widened, a glimmer of light igniting within them, he suddenly clapped his hands. I have a brilliant idea. We can use Dream Whisper to help Uncle Zhang erase his memories. Get lost. Hongying felt an overwhelming desire to grab a spear and stab him through. Let us be serious. I'm not in the mood for jokes. After taking a deep breath, she murmured softly. Is it no longer possible to interact with you as an ordinary person, Old Zhang? Si Xiaonan, upon hearing this, wore a peculiar expression. In comparison, who truly is the ordinary one? Let us go. It's time to be honest. Hongying steeled herself, burdened by her parents. She had undertaken a series of perilous endeavors. Yet, she pondered what their expressions would be upon discovering this. Acceptance or opposition, regardless of their reaction. Now that she had reached this juncture, she would candidly speak with Old Zhang. At this moment, Si Xiaonan also sighed in relief. It was best for the father-daughter matters to be resolved independently. Deep down, she was quite curious. However, one must eat and drink in moderation. Are you certain about this? Hongying? Shinmuyi's tone slightly faltered. Captain, Article 36 of the Night Watchman's regulations clearly states that if ordinary individuals discover us, the following measures may be taken. First, if discovered by a select few, a confidentiality agreement may be signed. Second, if discovered by multiple individuals or groups, memory-erasing artifacts must be employed to eliminate the witness's memories, preventing the situation from escalating. Hongying's tone turned serious, just like previously with Li Fei. Although he had encountered the Ghost-Face King and come into contact with the Night Watchman, he was merely asked to sign a confidentiality agreement. There was no compulsion to erase memories. Conversely, if a large-scale incident occurs, causing public unrest, the situation would be entirely different. Erasure is necessary. Individual cases are manageable. but groups are challenging. Of course, when it involves the families of night watchmen, as in our case, the situation becomes rather complex. However, artifacts like Dream Whisper are best utilized immediately after an incident. The longer the delay, the less effective they become. Now, how long has it been? Choosing to be honest is without reproach. I see you indeed. It was precisely for this day that I have been waiting. The discomfort has been festering within me. And at last, I can articulate my thoughts. It's time to revel in this moment, isn't it? Chun Mai let out a wry smile, assuring that as long as confidentiality is maintained, you can take the reins of this matter, and rest assured, we will assist you in persuading others. However, full disclosure is not an option. Only a portion of the truth can be shared to provide a general understanding. Thus, the group hastily managed their affairs here, delegating subsequent tasks to the relevant departments. They then escorted Lin Chia back to the Peace Affairs office. Lin Chia, have you decided to join us, the Night Watchman? If you have, soon there will be training for new recruits, and you will be just in time. The pace was swift. They could not allow Lin Chia to slip away again. A thorough discussion was imperative. Yet, before that, the matter concerning Hongying required resolution. At the entrance of the Peace Affairs office, Hongying initially held her head high, mustering her courage with her hands clasped behind her head, feigning nonchalance. However, as she drew nearer, her confidence wavered, and anxiety crept in. After all, the Night Watchmen were not exactly a safe lot, as evidenced by recent campus incidents. She had anticipated that a matter of such magnitude might be difficult for ordinary people to accept. Could old Zhang's heart bear the burden? Girls often ponder extensively, and even the seemingly forthright Hongying was no exception when faced with a dilemma. Ahem, Captain, Vice Captain? Hongying's ponytail swayed as she hesitated. Or should I just stick with Hongying? You've already asked 3 times. What did you say when you arrived? When did you start acting like a woman? Shin Mai shot her a glare, his tone firm. This isn't your style. If you're afraid, Hongying's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? This young lady fears no one. With a sudden surge of determination, she strode confidently to the front of the group, her hands energetically gesturing. The Peace Affairs office was soon within sight. Zhang Hai appeared to be examining something when he slowly turned at the sound of their approach. Father and daughter stood face to face, locking eyes for half a minute. Ultimately, Zhang Hai's composure and gaze proved stronger than that of striped brother, and Hongying quickly faltered, lowering her flag. She awkwardly diverted her gaze and slightly bowed her head. Old Zhang, in front of your teammates, what should I call you? Zhang Hai's serious demeanor was softened by a hint of amusement, often making him inscrutable. All right. Hongying's voice, as delicate as silver bells, barely above a whisper. Dad, Papa, Daddy. Her defiance waned under his scrutinizing gaze. In truth, Zhang Hai was not old. After drinking the fountain of life, he appeared considerably younger. At that moment, he resembled an elder brother admonishing his younger sister. However, the rapid extinguishing of her fire prompted those behind her to stifle the urge to facepalm. You are aware, then? Yes, I received a message from Xiaonan on your way back, Zhang Hai replied gently. She mentioned quite a bit regarding you. Is that so? Hongying lowered her voice, sounding slightly hoarse. Xiaonan? Si Xiaonan looked bewildered. I haven't even added Uncle Zhang to my contacts. How did she reach out? When did this happen? Chapter 34, Wang Su's Code. 2025032307585 Author, God of Marathon. How did she contact you? Telepathy. All right. I suppose I am part of your circle, am I not? Wait. No, that is not quite right. I might be overthinking this. You and Xiaonan both aim to protect Cangnan and defend our homeland. Some say if one cannot care for their own family, how can they care for the larger community? Yet, I wish to express that if the larger community cannot be safeguarded, then how can one's own family find peace? Zhang Hai shook his head, his tone enlightened. Even as you plunge ahead, you are role models. Young ones, the future belongs to you. Moreover, being selected already attests to your excellence. You have been tested. This is what enables you to be part of this team. Just like the female soldiers, selection is stringent and ruthless, a true rarity. Is there anything more I need to concern myself with? He succinctly articulated some thoughts. Chun Mai and Wen Qima exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting as they unconsciously straightened their postures. Hongying's father is far more enlightened than they had imagined. Next, we shall need to sign a confidentiality agreement, correct? Zhang Hai smiled slightly. Hongying, lead the way. Hongying suddenly snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed from the unexpected praise. Wait, old Zhang, you have no objections? Why does everything feel so different? Or will you save the reprimands for when we return home? Nevertheless, it was her first time receiving such blatant compliments, leaving her feeling somewhat shy. Subsequently, the entire process unfolded smoothly and effortlessly, far less cumbersome than anyone had anticipated. Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan was particularly cordial, personally brewing tea and engaging in conversation with Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai noticed the injury on Wu Xiangnan's hand. They discussed this matter briefly, to which Wu Xiangnan could only smile wryly. Often, it is this very injury that confines me to a command role, limiting my encounters with the enemy on the front lines. From now on, I shall rely on you to look after my little Ing, Zhang Hai remarked. A glimmer of light in his pupils. With Hongying's strength, it is only natural she should be the one to care for us. Wu Xiangnan chuckled. Isn't that what you said? Chen Mai's impression of him had shifted dramatically throughout their encounter, now scrutinizing Hongying with a critical gaze. Look at you. All your previous worries were unfounded. Your father is clearly quite enlightened. A tiger father does not raise a dog son. You are both heroes. As Zhang Hai spoke, he extended his perception, sensing the vast underground training facility below, filled with shooting ranges, weight rooms, and a myriad of equipment. After concluding their discussions and signing the necessary documents, it was time to depart. Farewell, everyone. And Lin Qiye, best of luck. Zhang Hai waved as he walked away. Lin Qiye had been present throughout. Upon hearing, he nodded in acknowledgement. Comrade Zhang Hai, thank you for understanding our work. Chen Mai escorted him to the door. I truly appreciate it, little Ing, and make sure to listen to your captain. I can no longer oversee you, for you have grown beyond my control. You all are busy. No need to see me off, Zhang Hai responded, gradually fading from view, declining the farewell with a hint of melancholy. In that moment, his posture appeared to Lin Qiye to be almost frail, stirring an uncomfortable sensation within her. If she were to return to her student days and write an essay on the theme of father, Hongying felt that now. One can certainly articulate lengthy discourses with great eloquence, rather than resorting to insipid prose merely for the sake of filling space, devoid of any authentic insights. Throughout the entire episode, Si Xiaonan observed with an impassive expression. Was it merely my imagination? After Chen Mai bid farewell, it seemed I sensed a fleeting wave of spiritual energy emanating from Hongying's father, faint yet palpable. It felt akin to a recent awakening. Could he also possess a forbidden abyss? But even if he did, what difference would it make? It would be far better to navigate life in tranquility as we are now. An unexpected activation at such an age, constrained in numerous aspects, makes further development exceedingly difficult. The late start is a hindrance. Should he strive for survival like the rest of us? In truth, the majority of individuals awaken to benign or low-risk forbidden abysses, such as watering plants or addressing dental issues, trivial and nonsensical tasks. Genuine capabilities are rare. Even if one possesses the intent, they often find themselves relegated to branches of night watchmen in Cangnan or even less esteemed divisions, spending a lifetime without glimpsing loftier vistas. Chen Mai had encountered many such individuals, the vast majority trapped in a state of stagnation. Zhang Hai arrived at the bus stop, where a bus numbered 53 approached slowly. With a resounding clank, the doors opened. Peacekeeping office, here we are. A doctor clad in a white coat alighted with a smile. Mr. Zhang Hai, good day. Would you be interested in accompanying me to the headquarters of the night watchman in Hongying? The peacekeeping office was still operational. After Zhang Hai departed, the others quickly adjusted their focus, as there were numerous matters to attend to, including the current report, subsequent tasks, and the specific injuries of Lao Zhao and Long Xian, all requiring meticulous attention. There was no need to investigate the high-temperature forbidden abyss that had aided them, as the higher-ups had taken full responsibility. By the way, the Phoenix Squad was supposed to come. The special squad codenamed 003? Indeed, they were meant to assist us. Does that mean they are still in Cangnan City? While discussing one particular matter, Hongying's ears perked up, her lovely eyes sparkling with excitement. The Phoenix Squad? A special squad? There are only 4 such squads among the night watchmen. They stand as the pinnacle of night watchmen, the aspiration of many. Each squad has its distinct responsibilities, addressing incidents across the nation. They are also Hongying's ambition, particularly the Phoenix Squad, which consists almost entirely of women, a source of pride among female night watchmen. Before she joined Squad 136, she had participated in the Phoenix Squad's assessment and had met the captain, Xia Siming. Unfortunately, with so many exceptional talents emerging in Daxia, she could not compete and was ruthlessly eliminated. Nevertheless, remaining in Cangnan City, alongside Lao Zhang, was now the wiser choice for her. Departing would mean grappling with the multitude of mysterious events occurring daily across the nation. Most likely, they were preoccupied with other tasks. Is that so? What a pity. The remaining team members also harbored a desire to witness the Daxia Special Squad firsthand, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Chen Mai cast a glance at Wu Xiangnan, who remained silent, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Could we, too, aspire to be like the Special Squad? When Qimo interjected, the gap is too vast. We are on entirely different levels. We should focus on our own responsibilities. Hongying felt a tinge of disappointment, having not encountered the one who had damaged her gun, nor the Phoenix Squad itself. Under the bus sign, A young doctor locked eyes with a recently resigned music teacher. Two individuals with no prior connection found themselves face to face. The headquarters of the night watchman? Zhang Hai was not surprised. He knew it was only a matter of time before he was discovered, though he had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. When did you discover my presence? He inquired. The young doctor refrained from elaborating, exuding an aura that exuded a subtle control over the situation. I see, Zhang Hai nodded, returning the smile. Then, how may I address you? Ah, yes. Doctorly, he replied warmly, his voice imbued with a hypnotic quality. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Yang. In the next instant, his words faltered, caught at the third syllable, as though an irresistible force gripped him from some unknown dimension, peering from a mysterious abyss. Pressing down on him with an unyielding hand, he locked eyes with Zhang Hai, who stood before him, his expression normal. Just one misstep in his words, and that grip would tighten instantly. It had to be him. Were it anyone else, they would have remained oblivious, unable to perceive this extraordinary premonition, and even he had almost overlooked it. Indeed, it was as if a presence had sensed its own conspicuous arrival and chose to conceal itself more deeply, achieving an almost perfect invisibility. Yet, Liang knew it was always there, lurking, waiting, hunting. If time could rewind, he would fall victim to it without a second thought. How long had it been since something posed a threat to him? Even if merely physically, Dr. Li felt a chill run down his spine, an involuntary physiological response. Gazing at Zhang Hai's composed demeanor, he was about to speak when he was interrupted. Ah, so your name is Li Yang. Zhang Hai extended his hand. Li Yang's thoughts stirred, and he offered a genuine smile as he grasped Zhang Hai's hand. Let me reintroduce myself. You may call me Li Yang Wang, or by my original name, Hu Jia. Chapter 35, Zhang Hai, Unmasked. 202503230758553 Author, God of Marathon Zhang Hai, you have quite a few names. Could it be you suffer from dissociative identity disorder? Li Yang Wang responded. Zhang Hai had surmised from his attire that he was the owner of Wang Su, his mind's wanderings. A being who had lived for a long time and possessed exceptionally unique abilities. The name containing sunlight felt serendipitous to him. As for the earlier incident, it was merely an attempt by a friend, yielding favorable results. He had promptly retracted his constraints midway, the loss of which might have given Li Yangguang a hint of awareness, especially since the constraints had only recently fused and were still adapting to this environment. However, following this incident, Dr. Li's enhancements had seamlessly integrated, becoming a flawless code of conduct. As for the consequences of lying after being bound by the constraints, the answer was evident, the petrification of one's physical form. However, this does not encompass petrified souls and spirits. Yet, conversely, the inability to petrify does not imply that the corporeal form, once petrified, can confine the soul. Enough of jesting. Is there something amiss? Zhang Hai. Li Yangguang pondered for a moment. You seem to suffer from amnesia. He had just articulated his purpose. Zhang Hai inquired, do you have any medication? Yet. He did not specify what matter he was referring to. Li Yangguang retrieved a bottle of calming and brain-enhancing liquid from his pocket. Indeed, he possessed it. You are quite impressive and enigmatic, Mr. Zhang Hai, he mused, eager to unearth more. The earlier sensation of long-lost threat conjured three possibilities. First, it could be a latent ability within Zhang Hai, of which he himself remained unaware. Second, Zhang Hai might be an envoy of some deity, activating a certain power. Third, it might pertain to something else entirely, fixated upon him. Yet, from Zhang Hai's subtle expressions, he discerned no anomaly. So, which scenario truly applies? You are also quite remarkable. Zhang Hai chose not to dwell on this topic, apologizing, I am rather busy. I still need to select a venue for the tavern. Shall we reconvene once I've finished? In a few days, if necessary, I could send my daughter. Your daughter? Opening a tavern? Li Yangguang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. We will assist you with the tavern's location. You may choose any place you desire. Your liquor, if it proves satisfactory, will undoubtedly attract a substantial clientele. He hinted. Without further ado, Zhang Hai took a step forward. Li Yangguang was momentarily stunned. Shall we depart then? What is there to discuss? Let us head to Beijing. This would aid in alleviating his concerns. Very well. Li Yangguang found the situation rather intriguing and pointed toward the bus. Let us take this vehicle. The bus? Thus. The two boarded the bus. Aside from the driver, they were the sole passengers. Zhang Hai had anticipated some peculiarities, but to his surprise, it was remarkably ordinary. It seems your funding has been rather constrained lately. In truth, the vehicle we are currently aboard is valued at $1 million. Li Yangguang briefly elaborated. Mr. Zhang Hai, the reason we sought you out should be quite evident. Not particularly. You rescued the 2nd High School, vanquishing several official members of the ancient God Church. Li Yangguang appeared to have acclimated and continued. Thus, this invitation is to bestow upon you a special commendation. Meritorious achievements and special rewards await you. Have you fallen asleep? He was slightly taken aback. Why are you not adhering to conventional behavior? It seems rather capricious. Could it be due to fatigue? Indeed. Perhaps the exertions of the day have reached his limits. At this juncture, exhaustion had set in. Having attained a certain level, one truly need not concern oneself with the gazes or thoughts of others. In the diminutive Cangnan, this was particularly true. There were hardly any adversaries. However, Cangnan was merely a small fragment of the vast realm of Daxia, a mere third-tier city. Ultimately, one must venture forth to witness the expanse of the world. Li Yangguang gazed through the bus window, observing the bustling street, serene and peaceful. Perhaps the significance of the night watchman's sacrifices lay therein. Gradually, Li Yangguang began to feel drowsy, closing his eyes for a brief respite. As time elapsed, unbeknownst to him, it was already afternoon, nearing dusk. The vehicle had long since entered a specialized base, yet both remained asleep. The driver dared not disturb them, until Li Yangguang awoke, noticing Zhang Hai's absence. His expression turned to one of surprise. A glance around revealed Zhang Hai just disembarking. Truly, he was a master at concealing his presence. Yet, no matter how adept, it was implausible to entirely evade his perception. Li Yangguang's thought stirred. He realized that rather than concealing his aura, Zhang Hai had merely exited the vehicle with remarkable swiftness the moment he awoke, creating the illusion that he had just departed. He had shrouded his presence. Is it proper to have your guest wait until you finish sleeping? Zhang Hai glanced back at him. Simultaneously, within the confines of the base, an armed transport aircraft stood parked. Beneath the aircraft, several figures clad in golden cloaks were stationed. Damn it, we have searched for an entire afternoon without finding anything. Should we inquire with the local night watchman? We have already contacted them via phone. They are also in the dark. Third brother, how about your end? Captain. While I discovered numerous traces, none were of any use. Captain, we are nearing a conclusion. Kong Shang, feeling helpless, interrupted Xia Siming, redirecting the conversation. We have other tasks to attend to. Speaking of which, who is responsible for keeping us waiting for so long? Xia Siming, hands on her hips, chewed her gum, noting the lack of any information shared, suggesting some peculiar circumstances. They were there to execute an escort mission, which was somewhat coincidental, as the squad was already scheduled to travel to Beijing, thus they took on this task as well. The level of difficulty was not insignificant. Could it be? Xia Siming suddenly conceived a possibility, her eyes brightening. Until she spotted Li Yangguang and Zhang Hai approaching, her enthusiasm waned. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. After a prolonged absence, Li Yangguang approached, feigning a handshake, Captain Xia Siming. As they drew nearer, a rather awkward moment ensued. Xia Siming appeared not to hear him, bypassing him entirely to scrutinize Zhang Hai from top to bottom. My apologies, Dean Li. Kong Shang cleared his throat and hurried to Li Yangguang's side, shaking his hand. I am truly sorry. The captain can be like this. No worries, I understand. After all, Zhang Hai is indeed somewhat exceptional, Li Yangguang responded with a smile. What is so exceptional about him? It does not seem right. His height, physique, and aura are vastly different. The figure I glimpsed in the sky was quite imposing. You appear nothing like that, and there is no warmth, neither physically nor in presence. Xia Siming, like a curious child, circled around, observing closely, occasionally stroking her fair chin. Only to grow increasingly disappointed. Did I make a mistake? She paused for a moment, then suddenly became animated. Moving to his side, lowering her voice, her breath like orchids. Tickling Zhang Hai's ears, I understand now. When you were in the sky, it seems you weren't wearing glasses. Now you are. Why is that? It must be something extraordinary. Your glasses are forbidden items, something that can suppress your presence, am I right? Chapter 36, Sisanu? No treatment is necessary. 202503230758553 Author, God of Marathon. Her mind was exceptionally quick this time. To become a captain, none are without merit. If one truly underestimates her as frivolous, please remember the website for the quickest chapter updates. Understanding a situation is crucial. Neglecting this is a grave mistake. At this moment, Xia Siming channeled her intellect and determination to the fullest extent, swiftly removing Zhang Hai's glasses. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Once removed, Zhang Hai's aura, under the darkening sky, diminished even further. In terms of mental prowess, it barely reached the threshold of a mere flicker. Xia Siming was taken aback. Had this young lady played enough already? Zhang Hai glanced back, noting that casually taking a guest's glasses was hardly a courteous act. Not enough, Xia Siming insisted on continuing. She summoned another teammate, a young and beautiful girl skilled in sensing auras, to test Zhang Hai. The young teammate touched Zhang Hai's hand, noticing his lack of resistance. She softly apologized and began to grip his hand firmly, somewhat recklessly. Yet, she soon released it, shaking her head. Captain, I must have mistaken him for someone else. Is that so? Xia Siming responded with a hint of mockery. Ah, my apologies. Xia Siming, you madwoman. Kong Shang hurriedly approached the captain, his forehead creased with worry. You are incredibly rude and reckless. This is a guest from headquarters. Facing Zhang Hai, Kong Shang continued to apologize, expressing sincere regret on behalf of his team. This was not the first time such an instinct had led them astray. Typically, those who caught their attention would be dealt with directly. Those deemed unworthy, no matter their excellence or resilience against the phoenix blood, were disregarded entirely. Li Yongwang cleared his throat, feeling perplexed as the peculiar aura surrounding Zhang Hai dissipated entirely. What is going on? Even at its lowest, it should have maintained some presence. It's nothing, Zhang Hai reassured. I haven't been touched by a stranger in quite some time. However, I do have a suggestion. If your mental state is not optimal, Director Li is here and can provide treatment. His tone was earnest, devoid of sarcasm, indicating genuine concern. Xia Siming stepped aside, whistling softly. It appeared he was not as he seemed, calm and composed. He exhibited a stark contrast to the man on the plane. Even in jest, his words lacked any malice. Such was her assessment of him. She acknowledged her earlier indiscretion in carelessly touching him and felt a genuine disappointment. Never mind. I shall return to consult the higher-ups among the Night Watchers. Xia Siming adjusted her demeanor and introduced herself. I am the captain of the Phoenix team, a special unit of the Great Xia Night Watchers. These are my teammates. The young teammate who had touched Zhang Hai smiled apologetically and added, I am a recently resigned teacher, adept at crafting exquisite cocktails. Zhang Hai seemed unfazed. A teacher? Exquisite cocktails? Such disparate terms left Kong Shang momentarily stunned. Are you suggesting that those at headquarters wish for fine spirits? And they went to such lengths as to hire a brewmaster for our protection? Xia Siming chuckled inwardly, recognizing the absurdity of it all. I would love to enjoy a fine drink, master, if you could whip one up on the spot. We have the ingredients here. Kong Shang pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating whether to push the captain forward. To his surprise, Zhang Hai responded, sure. I happen to be lacking in examples to provide for others. He began to concoct the drink before them. In the expansive military base, everything was at their disposal. Remarkably, someone promptly brought forth various common ingredients, including beverages and even uncommon items like chili peppers. Zhang Hai incorporated a touch of his rare stash, blending it with powdered scales from a serpent demon's offspring. As the onlookers beheld the swirling crimson liquid in the glass, it resembled a tempestuous fusion of hurricane and flame. I call it Bloody Serpent Demon, Zhang Hai proclaimed, having conceived it on the spot. The other cups contained an assortment of other spirits, composed of various mysterious elements. The proportions haphazardly mixed. Xia Siming and her companions watched in astonishment, and even Zhang Hai himself found it bewildering, as if he were previewing a performance. Meanwhile, the Phoenix team stood in awe, questioning if he truly possessed such skill. However, they wondered aloud, but can we drink this? Boldly. Xia Siming was the first to take a sip, her eyes widening in disbelief. An indescribable flavor exploded on her palate, swirling within her mouth, overwhelming her senses like an earthquake or a volcanic eruption. A medley of exquisite tastes lingered, even as it settled in her stomach, igniting cheers from the phoenix blood within her. This is divine. No wonder headquarters sought you out, she exclaimed, thoroughly impressed. Without hesitation, she gulped it down, feeling an unusual warmth spread across her cheeks as her inner desires intensified. Her long legs began to transform, seemingly merging into scales, hinting at a serpentine metamorphosis. Yet, in an instant, flames enveloped her, incinerating the transformation entirely. The other teammates took tentative sips, quickly losing control over their senses. The delight was so overwhelming that they could scarcely contain themselves. Some experienced minor transformations, while others faced adverse effects. Yet, for them, the impact was negligible in terms of their realms. Zhang Hai silently observed these experimental subjects, noting that the spirits crafted from a flicker had little effect on those who had surpassed several thresholds. He made a mental note. Li Yongguang, watching the scene unfold, noted how they gulped the concoction down with abandon. He glanced at Zhang Hai, impressed. He truly is a multifaceted talent. A peculiar gleam flickered in his golden-rimmed glasses. Yet, this was a forbidden realm, was it not? Did consuming this elixir result in transformation? If so, what are the abilities he had previously employed? Old Zhang, may I address you as such? He inquired playfully, let us add a green bubble. Your spirits shall be legendary henceforth. Simultaneously, the bond between the Phoenix team and Zhang Hai deepened, as they repeatedly expressed their earlier impudence and urged him not to take offense. Their words conveyed a subtle shift in their sentiments. While they still found it somewhat excessive to have summoned a brewmaster from such a distance, their attitude had undeniably transformed. Xia Siming, in a brotherly manner, placed her hand on Zhang Hai's shoulder, attempting to embrace him. How exuberant! This was her first time behaving so towards a member of the opposite sex, still newly acquainted, and perhaps the influence of alcohol played a part. Director Lee, won't you join us? No, I have matters to attend to. Director Lee slipped his hands into his pockets, bidding farewell to everyone. The transport aircraft swiftly took off, heading towards the capital. As for the issues at home, Zhang Hai had already sent a message to Hongying earlier, so there was no need for concern. In a towering building in Cangnan City, the moonlight gently cascaded down. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan gazed into the moonlit sky, watching the airplanes soar by, their hearts racing from the events of the day. Is the Phoenix Squad searching for him as well? I don't know if they found him, Wu Xiangnan replied, her expression melancholic, a bitter smile on her lips. It's a pity I cannot assist much. Letting Hongying and Xiaonan, these two young ladies, face such great risks. If it weren't for, her words suddenly faltered, a look of shock appearing in her deep-set eyes. Chun Mai, puzzled, soon watched as Wu Xiangnan trembled, lifting her hands to glance around. With a firm grip, a wave of energy emanated from her, releasing her hold. She retrieved Chun Mai's star blade from his waist and swiftly sliced through the air. Whoosh! A blade of energy shot through, skimming the ground for over 10 meters before effortlessly tearing the wall asunder. The sword's aura continued to extend for several dozen meters before gradually dissipating. And this was merely a casual strike. Chun Mai was astounded, utterly incredulous. The member of the Blue Rain Squad, the undying swordsman, had returned. Xiangnan. Your hands. I'm fine. Joy shone uncontrollably in Wu Xiangnan's eyes, even more agile than before. This was an injury inflicted by Susanoo of Takamagara. Logically, there should have been no chance of healing. At least, he had never found a way. Why now? Suddenly, Wu Xiangnan recalled the fleeting glimmer in her eyes earlier that day at the office. Could it be him? Chapter 37. Zhuqing, daughter? Quite the player. In the daytime office, who else could it be but Hongying's father? Initially thought to be an illusion, if not for the fleeting glimpse. One might have thought he was wearing colored contact lenses. Certainly, if colored lenses were truly worn by Hongying's father, it would appear quite strange. Hence, it was dismissed as an illusion. After that moment, a sense of unease began to settle in. The wound started to tear apart again. At first, it seemed like an old injury had resurfaced, but as the pain intensified, it felt like some form of resistance had ended. Unbeknownst to him, the pain subsided, transforming into a tingling sensation, and in the blink of an eye, it had changed completely. This injury was caused by Susanoo of Takamagara. Even after rebirth, it could not be erased. Every remedy had proven futile. The difficulty of this ailment was off the charts, an indelible taboo. It often escalated to the point where he could not even wield a sword. Yet now, gazing at the two deep crimson scars, the grotesque sword wounds vanished with the passage of green light. No one was more exhilarated than he. No one understood the torment of a swordsman who had lost the ability to wield a sword better than him. Such healing prowess must have come at a great cost. After all, my injury was beyond the capabilities of the headquarters. It was no wonder he had to leave in haste. If it truly was Hongying's father, that would be an immense favor. But if that hypothesis holds, what then is Zhang Hai's true identity? Have I inherited a debt from Hongying? Wu Xiangnan's gaze flickered. I must find an opportunity to confirm this. Of course, prior to that, I cannot disclose this information. Possessing such abilities, to speak carelessly would only invite trouble. Additionally, Wu Xiangnan could not be 100% certain that it was indeed Hongying's father. What could be the matter? Chun Mai certainly wouldn't be so inexplicably kind. Wu Xiangnan shook her head. I'm uncertain for now. Let's discuss this later. In any case, welcome back, undying swordsman. Chun Mai genuinely rejoiced for him, then gestured towards the damaged wall. However, you will need to compensate for this destruction. Furthermore, you must devote significant attention to Lin Chiye's training, various new recruits' duties, and the new soldier training camp. Rest assured, Captain, Wu Xiangnan replied with a sincere smile, then became a bit more subdued. By the way, let us not report this matter just yet. Understood, Chun Mai nodded earnestly. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Night Watchman, under the pitch-black night sky, the transport aircraft landed on its designated runway. Deputy Commanders Zhuqing had been waiting in advance, visibly placing great importance on the occasion. Naturally, the Commander-in-Chief would not be present. For the Commander-in-Chief to personally attend, it would have to be a matter involving Klein or the pinnacle of humanity. Otherwise, Zhuqing was responsible for organizing contributions from extraordinary individuals around the world in special events. If it were unsolvable, it would then be handed over to Commander Yi. Captain Xia, I appreciate your bringing them here. What is that smell? Zhuqing detected a scent of alcohol and soon noticed a group of people, including Xia Siming, leaning on each other. Zhuqing's eyelids twitched involuntarily. What happened to their image? Do you know them? Zhuqing inquired, locking onto the only unfamiliar face. Are you Mr. Zhang Hai? His first impression was one of frailty. Then he noticed the glasses, the gentle demeanor, and the gaunt figure, which was quite different from what he had imagined. Was he certain he had not mistaken the person? It felt as though a slight scare would leave him unable to withstand it. Deputy Commander Zhua. You, how wonderful. To have such a treasure hidden away. A master mixologist, and you enjoy him exclusively with Commander Yi, right? Humph. You lot. Xia Siming attempted to say more, but was swiftly silenced by a female teammate who covered her mouth and pulled her to the back. Drunk? Zhua Qing's suspicion deepened. No, at this level of physique, how could one be intoxicated? Commander Zhua, hello. Zhang Hai gently released Xia Siming's hand, instead extending his to shake hands with Zhua Qing. I am Mr. Zhang Hai, or you may refer to me by your code name, Wang Dali, correct? No need to be surprised. This is our electronic information technology, intercepted from communications with the ancient god cult. Zhua Qing smiled slightly. Impressive. It's a pity that while you can find everything, you cannot locate any news of the ancient god cult's actions that day. Zhang Hai nonchalantly continued. Zhua Qing's expression became slightly stiff before she deftly sidestepped the topic. They proceeded together towards the office building and the reception room, but she did not permit the Phoenix team to enter, as the forthcoming discussion involved sensitive matters. Please. Have a seat. You are quite the talent, Mr. Zhang Hai. I wonder if you have any interest in, she began. But as Zhang Hai walked in and began to speak, he appeared somewhat drowsy, evoking the impression of a leader delivering a speech while students below struggled to stay awake. Zhua Qing quickly adjusted her approach. I wonder if you are interested in this reward? What reward? Zhang Hai opened his eyes slightly. Indeed, Zhua Qing continued. Section 71 suggests catering to one's preferences. He has encountered many exceptional individuals, including formidable talents among the vast population, so he can respond effortlessly. Zhang Hai, however, was indifferent to whom he met. He was there to acquire something and intended to leave immediately after. Wealth, power, forbidden items, and the future of your daughter. This contribution shall be regarded as a special commendation from us, the Night Watchers. You may choose one from each category as long as it is reasonable. Zhua Qing spoke slowly, sipping her tea. Those in positions of authority seem to possess a certain charisma, a persuasive allure. As for money, I desire a grand villa. For power, I have no need. Regarding forbidden items, do you have anything akin to a spatial storage? As for my daughter, I will manage her affairs myself. Zhang Hai selected only 2 options from the 4 offered. His desire for a villa stemmed from the original narrative, where Hongying was supposed to reside in a grand villa alongside him, yet they ended up in a residential community, albeit a decent one. However, it was not the same. If he possessed the capability, why should he not enjoy better living conditions? Why should he not satisfy the most fundamental human desires? Zhang Hai displayed no hesitation. A villa? That is entirely acceptable. Upon hearing this, Zhua Qing smiled, but remarked, however, items related to storage are inherently precious. I will attempt to assist you in applying for one. She spoke in a pleasant tone, stating that the other 2 options were unnecessary. If possible, I would like to exchange these 2 for something equivalent in mystery, regardless of the means. Zhang Hai did not hide his intentions, revealing, the higher the level, the better. Alternatively, inform me of their locations. Zhua Qing was taken aback. Interested in mystery? By any means necessary? She fell silent for a moment. Is this beneficial for the Forbidden Ruins? She silently noted this and nodded. That is feasible, but it will take some time to prepare. Please provide an address, and we can arrange for delivery. As for Zhang Hai's subsequent remark, she chose to disregard it. After all, they were not a specialized team, and it was merely one individual. Was it truly useful to disclose the locations of mystery? Such items could be found nationwide. What if one location was far from another? The travel alone could pose a challenge. Continuing, Zhua Qing said, Mr. Zhang Hai, you often reside in Cangnan. Coincidentally, the next round of the new recruit training camp is to be held in Cangnan City. Would you be interested in providing protection or serving as a guest instructor? You were a teacher before, weren't you? Zhua Qing presented a carefully prepared line of dialogue, as he seemed disinterested in joining the Night Watchers. Thus, she sought an alternative approach to observe the man's character, as individuals of such prowess were rare. If you agree, I notice you seem to have a close rapport with Captain Xia Siming. I will. Zhang Hai interjected. She regards me as a brother. Zhua Qing responded, that will not be necessary. Zhang Hai chuckled leisurely. You all should strive to enhance your own strengths. Of course, I can serve as a guest instructor, provided you adhere to my methods. Initially indifferent, Zhua Qing found her eyelids growing heavier with each passing moment. This is truly unique. I must seek Commander Ye's approval. As leisurely time dwindled, Zhang Hai conceived an idea, a light bulb illuminating above his head. Additionally, please assist in enrolling my daughter in the new recruit training camp. Her level is too low and needs to be elevated. He intended to oversee her personally. Zhua Qing, puzzled, asked, instructor or new recruit? Zhang Hai's lips curled slightly. Zhuqing's expression became intriguing. This civilian powerhouse certainly knew how to have fun. Zhang Hai rose, preparing to depart. That should suffice. I can still return in time for some rest. One moment. Before you leave, may I confirm your identity? Are you truly Mr. Zhang Hai? After all, seeing is believing. Could you demonstrate your abilities for a more precise assessment? Zhuqing narrowed her eyes. Their confidentiality measures were quite effective. Few were privy to Zhang Hai's identity. Currently, only Dr. Li, he, and Commander Yi were aware. Yet, the fluctuations were indeed minimal, necessitating a routine evaluation. Very well, Zhang Hai stepped forward, sensing the pitch darkness outside. Without pausing, at that moment, the reception room's door swung open automatically. The tall, elegant figures of several Phoenix team members stood just outside, or rather, obstructing the entrance. Their captivating gazes were filled with keen interest. It appeared they had received advance notice and had been waiting for some time. However, it was somewhat surprising that Zhang Hai seemed to overlook them entirely, or perhaps he was ignoring them, as he did not halt his steps. As he approached, he casually patted the shoulders of the two female members of the Phoenix team. Just as they furrowed their brows, puzzled, they suddenly felt a wave of weakness. Their bodies weakened, unable to maintain their balance, and they hastily leaned against the wall, as if something had been stripped away from them. They felt disoriented, as if their very essence had been hollowed out. What is happening to me? My strength, my mental power. The lack of mental power would naturally impede their ability to access the forbidden ruins. Had they been stronger, perhaps they would have lost less. But life offers no what-ifs. At that moment, Zhuqing and the other members of the Phoenix team beheld Zhang Hai gliding past effortlessly. As he made contact with the two women, they faltered. One touch in return for another. What goes around comes around. Please convey my farewell to your captain. And next time you drink my wine, you must pay. Zhang Hai remarked as he passed by the remaining female members. They stood momentarily dazed. But once they regained their composure, their gazes sharpened, intent on taking action. That's enough. Just as a few were about to strike, Zhuqing interjected. This is sufficient. There is no need to continue attempting this singular strategy. It is sufficient to demonstrate one's prowess. After all, the Phoenix squad is not composed of mediocre individuals. Even though Zhang Hai has only encountered the two weakest support members within the team, they still possess considerable ability. Certain skills and capabilities cannot be easily surpassed. As they drift further away, unobstructed, the night watchman at the office building, witnessing this scene, swallowed hard from a distance and quickly stepped aside. This is a special squad from the Great Xia. How could they falter so easily? What is their background? Once Zhang Hai vanished completely, the two female team members gradually regained their strength, no longer requiring support. Zhang Hai arrived at the entrance, gazing at the vast expanse before him. A flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips, though its purity was disappointingly low. Even my body at night cannot sustain much. He sighed, casually tossing the flame, which immediately engulfed the ground in roaring fire. This power is borrowed. It is inherently external. While it may serve temporarily, its quality seems inferior. And Zhang Hai cannot retain much of it. This is the nature of seizing, a temporary surge. The extent to which one can draw upon it depends on the host's intrinsic capacity. But how high is this capacity? Since merging with the sun's fire, it has already reached an extraordinarily high threshold, compounded by the fountain of life, exceeding typical standards. Who knows how much he can endure? His forbidden domain is not merely about merging special materials or mixing drinks, as exhibited by the female team member Ling Ling, who appears rather naive. However, seizing mental energy to achieve this level does not resemble mere support abilities. It resembles a form of extraction. Yet, the countermeasure is straightforward, for it simultaneously exposes its greatest flaw, the requirement for contact. Kong Shan emerged from a corner, silently analyzing the situation. Perhaps, as long as he is not touched. Many forbidden domains appear formidable, but harbor weaknesses that can be exploited. Hey, I'm just making a call, and you've already begun? Did you hold back? Suddenly, Xia Siming emerged from the other side, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. How could they look so depleted, as if drained entirely? The so-called immortal and fiery Phoenix squad cannot be reduced to this. This state of mind reflects poorly. The team members explained the recent events to their captain, and Xia Siming began to understand. Ah, so this is the path you have chosen. With that realization, she disregarded the others and dashed outside. However, it was too late. All she could see was the flames Zhang Hai had cast illuminating the entire square, accompanied by his low, feeble words. Low? Who are you calling low? Is that a challenge? While her allies' bloodlines may not compare to hers, they are certainly not lacking. Previously, they seemed honest and unassuming, but that was a misconception. All right. So you have some tricks up your sleeve. Suddenly, a communication crackled through her earpiece. Xia Ximing's footsteps halted, her brow furrowing slightly. A new mission had arrived. And it was urgent. Well, there will be a time for us to meet again. Cangnan has encountered so many intriguing individuals. She made a mental note of each one. Why does it feel as though the headquarters views him more like a shop, where items are collected and then departed? Zhuqing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Shaking his head, Zhang Hai, despite not aligning with many descriptions, still possesses some strength. Could it be that Dr. Li encountered the wrong person, mistakenly stumbling upon another? The probability is slim. Just as his thoughts wandered, the dedicated encrypted phone on his desk rang. Hello? Zhuqing. Deputy Commander Zhua, this is Chen Mai. Mai? Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Xiangnan's injury has healed. Chen Mai spoke as calmly as possible. Xiangnan asked me not to make it public yet. Don't report it upward for now. I suspect he has doubts, worried that the injury may return in a few days, believing it to be a mere accident. However, I think it's still necessary to report. Though his name includes he is not a brute. Wait. Are you saying that Wu Xiangnan, who was injured by Susanoo in Takamagara, has recovered? A wound that even rebirth cannot heal. How could that be possible? Zhuqing began to press for details. It is inconceivable for such an injury to heal spontaneously. Someone must have aided in his recovery. Is he unwilling to divulge that information? Or does he truly not know? Or has he perhaps made a pact with some deity? Zhuqing swiftly dismissed the latter theory. A deity would undoubtedly exude divine power, which cannot be hidden. Zhuqing's breathing grew rapid. What kind of forbidden domain could heal such an injury? It must be an extraordinary talent. He immediately forgot about Zhang Hai and resolved to seek this individual. As long as they are not affiliated with the ancient god church, he would make every effort to recruit them. The headquarters desperately needs talents of this caliber. Everyone is susceptible to injury, and if there is a remedy for severe wounds, it could represent a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Xiangnan had disclosed little. Chen Mai shook his head. Your Cangnan truly is a treasure trove. Zhuqing thought of Zhang Hai and reassured him. Rest assured, I understand your concerns. We will conduct our inquiries discreetly. Any significant movement would attract the attention of the ancient god church, and that would be troublesome. Okay. Chen Mai did not elaborate further. Let us not report this to Commander Yi for now. Understood, Zhuqing nodded. By the way, I happen to have something to discuss with you. Is there a female team member in your squad named Hongying? After Zhuqing arranged the details, he hung up the phone and fell into a brief silence before promptly transferring to another communication. After a moment, a deep, authoritative voice resonated from the other end. Zhuqing? Yes, it's me. Zhuqing pursed his lips and relayed everything Chen Mai had just said. Yi Fan's emotional fluctuations were not particularly pronounced. Rather, he contemplated the broader picture. However, Zhuqing, you must consider the unique circumstances of Cangnan City. Even if there are talents, what if they are individuals who should have perished in the great calamity of Cangnan a decade ago, those enveloped by the mundane divine realm? For us, that would hold little value. Upon reaching this point, Zhuqing fell silent. Indeed, the entirety of Cangnan City was under a countdown to life. I understand. Yet sometimes one must take the initiative to investigate. The time bestowed upon us by the great Xia is dwindling. By the way, Yi Fan, concerning the new recruit training camp and the peace office, as the workday drew to a close, Chen Mai gathered everyone to announce a few matters. First, Lin Xie will participate in the new recruit training camp. Second, after the routine meeting concluded, Chen Mai kept Hongying back in the conference room. Hongying, Chen Mai organized his thoughts. A leader has taken a particular interest in you, especially in light of recent events. Your overall potential, your recent performance, coupled with the loss of your long spear, all these factors have led the headquarters to offer you special commendation and compensation. You may select any villa in Cangnan City's villa district. Moreover, are you not interested in a special squad? There is an opportunity to join a special team for a limited training period and undertake a unique mission. Seize this opportunity. In truth, Chen Mai found it somewhat perplexing, feeling that it was not entirely justifiable, as if a certain reward had been redirected. Nonetheless, since it was a decision from above, he refrained from saying more, especially since it would benefit his team members. What was there to be confused about? As Chen Mai elaborated, Hongying's expression of astonishment grew more pronounced. The villa was secondary, the main point was the special squad. To be precise, it was not quite a special squad yet. And Chen Mai was at a loss for how to explain it. Details would be discussed later, as this matter was confidential and should not be disclosed. After their exchange, Hongying exited the conference room, still in a state of disbelief. Hongying? Si Xiaonan, holding some items, had been waiting and smiled upon seeing her. Thus, the two engaged in conversation as they walked. Hongying divulged only the villa situation, asking, Xiaonan, do you think a certain leader has taken a liking to me? Perhaps. Si Xiaonan replied with curiosity. Is it a form of sponsorship? Ugh. Just joking. Old Zhang would kill me if he found out. Besides, if that were the case, I'd immediately push back. Hongying tossed her ponytail. In truth, she did not care where she lived, as long as that person was there. Anywhere would feel like home. By the way, Xiaonan, why not move in with me? The villa is quite spacious. Hongying suddenly leaned closer, her voice lowered. Is that all right? Wouldn't it be inconvenient? Si Xiaonan hesitated. However, if it meant being closer to that person, it might not be so bad. Would Uncle Zhang agree? Why wouldn't he? You're not worried that old Zhang might peek at you, are you? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Old Zhang is of impeccable character. You can rest assured. In saying this, Hongying was fiercely protective, though she corrected herself, clarifying that she was actually looking out for her father. Besides, Xiaonan, you don't have much to show off. Hongying. Si Xiaonan blushed, pinching her. In truth, Si Xiaonan did not mind this at all. For Uncle Zhang possessed such strength that he could have any woman he desired. Uncle Zhang is still single. I wonder if it's because he is not interested in girls? Not really. Let me tell you. I once secretly found anime-style pictures of beautiful women in old Zhang's room. Hongying coughed, not wishing to delve further into that topic. Perhaps you brought them, leading him astray. Si Xiaonan whispered, then why not find someone? Hongying fell silent, perhaps considering her own feelings. In any case, you're welcome to come. What if old Zhang disagrees? He dares. Hongying waved her fist, then added, to avoid any prolonged uncertainties, I'll contact him right now. As she spoke, she took out her phone and stepped into a corner where Si Xiaonan could not hear. Once connected, her fierce demeanor softened, like steel melting. Hello, old Zhang. Have you finalized that big deal already? I hadn't heard you were brewing wine. Oh, I'm on my way. Actually, I wanted to tell you that your daughter is quite wealthy. She has a villa. By the way, I'd like to discuss something with you. She lowered her voice. Only after receiving a nod from the other end did she breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, Zhang Hai's voice came through the phone. There's a surprise waiting for you when you return. A surprise for me? Hongying blinked, somewhat skeptical. What could possibly surprise her now? Yet she nodded in agreement, not wanting to undermine old Zhang's authority. All right then, Xiaonan. Hongying hung up the phone, raising her hand high. Si Xiaonan nodded. In truth, she quite enjoyed the atmosphere between the two. From initial resistance to an unconscious acceptance, she now looked forward to living together. Unfortunately, such bliss would not last long. It was about to end. A glimmer of something unusual crossed Si Xianan's eyes. At the peace community, when Zhang Hai returned home that evening, he took out the autograph that Xia Simeng had given him during the flight, and Hongying's eyes widened in astonishment. This was from a stranger I encountered on the road, who said she knew my daughter, and then gave me this. She encouraged you to keep up the good work. Zhang Hai retracted his hand. During their journey to Shangjing, Xia Simeng had been quite friendly with him, discussing a lot, including Hongying. Xia Simeng remembered Hongying and had no idea he was her father. In the end, having consumed his own wine, and with no tangible gift to offer, he impulsively obtained an autograph for him, believing Hongying would appreciate it. Moreover, this autograph seemed to carry additional significance and purpose. Now it appeared to hold some value. At the very least, Hongying seemed invigorated. Is it fandom? However, unlike typical fandom, she idolized the soldiers of the people. What a surprise, thank you, old Zhang. Hongying exclaimed, enveloping Zhang Hai in a hug, inhaling his refreshing scent. Zhang Hai silently turned off his phone. In the album were photos of Xia Simeng holding his phone, with them embracing while drinking. Displaying those would surely lead to misunderstandings. My wine. Did that affect her mood? Logically, she shouldn't have gotten drunk. Did something special happen? Zhang Hai found it puzzling. He soon shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further, for there were more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 40. The Faith of Regulations. Summoning Souls. To be precise, there are significant matters to attend to in the coming days. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several days have elapsed. The tavern owned by Zhang Hai has successfully opened its doors. The various formalities and the selection of the tavern's location proceeded remarkably smoothly, far less cumbersome than anticipated. On the opening day, the entire 136th team, including Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongqing, were all present to show their support. After indulging in the drinks, they were effusive in their praise. Exquisite, absolutely exquisite. They even offered a variety of spirits, an impressive selection indeed. Oh, I want beer. Drink less. This is right under your father's watchful eye. Ahem. Captain Lao Zhang has said that today, I should drink freely. Ladies and gentlemen, your beverages. As for Li Yifei and Han Shaoan, they naturally took on the roles of staff within the tavern, each with their designated responsibilities. Li Yifei, embodying the essence of the Naga, found it effortless to alter his physical structure, change his appearance, and modify his voice. Particularly adept at assimilating with humans, he excelled in disguise, infiltration, and concealment, skills that he had mastered over time. It was difficult for him to be detected, although he did cast a few extra glances at Lin Xie, an old classmate. However, under the command of the boss, he felt no inferiority. After being infused with Zhang Hai's magical essence, Li Yifei's abilities underwent a transformation. Previously, his capacity for assimilation was limited, allowing him to assimilate only a few beings per day and at a slow pace. Now, however, that number had multiplied exponentially. Moreover, he was no longer restricted to humans. Beasts and certain weaker mystical entities could also be assimilated. Naturally, this high school student had no intention of assimilating humans or engaging in the nefarious acts of his former serpent self unless faced with ancient cults or particularly vile individuals. And only under the boss's authorization would he proceed with such actions. Additionally, there was employee number 2, Han Shaoan. As a former team leader from Suzhou City, he later infiltrated the ancient cult, mastering the art of subterfuge. After a change of attire and a simple disguise, complemented by a bracelet to conceal his aura, no one recognized him. Even Zhao Conqing and others engaged him in casual conversation. Han Shaoan smiled, his expression gradually becoming wistful as he reminisced about his time as a leader in the Suzhou City team, sharing laughter and camaraderie with his team members. Once upon a time, it was just like this, filled with conversation and joy. Yet eventually, of the 8 team members, 3 perished, 3 were severely injured, and 1 was left disabled. He subsequently vanished, reduced to a puppet of the ancient cult. He wondered how they fared. Thankfully, the boss had granted him a second chance at life. However, the boss never inquired about the specifics of the ancient cult situation. To be honest, it was quite different from what he had initially imagined. The work was broadly divided into 2 categories. One was to guard the tavern and maintain regular shifts, while the other involved hunting the mystical during off hours. Time was not wasted in either endeavor. Although it appeared that the boss was exploiting his workers, hunting the mystical came with rewards. Under Zhang Hai's arrangements and Li Yifei's guidance, a contribution point system was introduced. The more mystical beings hunted and collected, the higher one's level became, and thus more contribution points were earned. These points could be used for vacations, to exchange for items, to assist in breakthroughs, magical power, and various rewards. Upon reaching a certain threshold, one could even exchange their points for freedom, essentially allowing for resignation. However, the amount required was far more challenging than earning 1 billion for an ordinary person, like a carrot hanging in front of Mianyang, perpetually out of reach. For me, this arrangement sufficed. Han Shaoan had no desire to depart, especially with intriguing prospects on the horizon, such as the enigmatic boss and the distinct magical system differing from mental prowess. In the days that followed, as per Zhang Hai's plan, Han Shaoan exhibited remarkable agility, moving like a whirlwind, able to venture wherever he pleased. Together with Li Yifei, who could assimilate the mystical. After assimilation, he could control them, using the mystical to hunt down further mystical entities, thereby gradually expanding their reach. In no time, 99 of Cangnan City was cleansed. The surrounding cities were also swept clean. The hidden mystical beings lurking in the shadows were ruthlessly hunted down. Zhang Hai could easily be said to be reaping the rewards while reclining. Only when faced with insurmountable challenges did he take action, yet thus far, he had not encountered such situations. Most likely, they had already been dealt with by specialized teams. Although these were all lower-level mystical beings, their sheer numbers could lead to qualitative changes. The corpses promised by the Night Watch headquarters had also arrived. There were not many from the sea realm, and the energy contained within had dissipated considerably, hardly fresh, but they would suffice. The only inconvenience was that they could not be brought back to the city, as it would create too much of a commotion. Zhang Hai ascended a mountain peak, kicking open a cave and gazing at the piled bodies, numbering in the hundreds, ready to be sacrificed in one fell swoop. Ding, ding, a series of system notifications rang out. Immediately, they transformed into rewards. Body Bags X10 allows for the extreme compression of biological entities. 1 bag can compress 10 humans. Mask of Traits X10, once worn. 1's true visage cannot be seen by mental powers. Can be formed into any desired color and express various facial patterns at will. Red Leather Shoes X1. Leftover Food from Hawk X1. Regulation. Faith. Effect. If one violates their faith or discards items of faith, their eyes will be burned. Accompanying magical Melaskira, Naga form. Effect. Specific abilities related to the soul are to be developed independently, in an instant. A multitude of luminous orbs appeared before Zhang Hai. As per usual, Zhang Hai opened them one by one. The body bags would certainly facilitate the collection of corpses, allowing for transport without concern for scent leakage. No need to trek to the mountain peak. The mask was indeed intriguing. However, Zhang Hai's gaze ultimately settled on the truly valuable reward, the faith regulation. within the scope of the regulation. Anyone who denies their faith will be met with punishment, specifically the burning of their eyes. For now, it would be set aside, as it had little practical use in his daily affairs. However, the accompanying magical essence, the Melaskira with a Naga form, possessed commendable abilities. After integration, Zhang Hai carefully assessed it. Indeed, it was largely related to the soul. With this characteristic magical essence, combined with incantations, he could unleash various spells. He had previously lacked such means. Now, it was fortuitously a perfect supplement. Zhang Hai instantly grasped numerous applications, opening the gate to the demon realm. Does such a world exist? The Ring of Summoning revives the demon god, extracting the souls of enemies and bringing the dead back to life. He was counting the moments. In the next instant, as if summoned by the mention of his name, he appeared. The magical energy had just been drawn. It seemed it would soon be put to use. A gust of wind swept through the cave. A figure descended gracefully amidst the tempest, none other than Han Xiaoyun. At that moment, he held a barely alive man in his grasp, a familiar face to Zhang Hai. Chapter 41. Lin Xie. Uncle Zhang, you are here too? 202503230758555 Author, God of Marathon. His face was smeared with blood. There were gnawing wounds on his body. His eyes were tightly shut, practically heralding his death. At least in Zhang Hai's view. In terms of his soul, only a faint ripple remained. The essence had truly fled, a fact Zhang Hai could perceive. Was this Zhao Kongqing? He glanced at Han Xiaoyun, seeking an explanation. The ancient god sect had returned, accompanied by a mysterious entity from the Chuanjing, aiming to assassinate Lin Xie. During the skirmish, the situation grew dire. Zhao Kongqing had activated the ghost god's blessing to shield himself from a blow, sustaining serious injuries. I happened to pass by and lent a hand. However, his current condition was far from optimistic. Thus, I thought perhaps the boss had a solution. But now Han Xiaoyun shook his head. Apologies, boss. He is a night watchman. I fear you might think it meddling. Zhang Hai's expression was slightly perplexed. Was Zhao Kongqing plagued by calamity? Always stumbling into danger? No, that was not the case. Rather, it was more accurate to say he was increasingly unable to keep pace with the team. In recent years, the frequency and number of mysterious occurrences had surged. Zhao Kongqing was an ordinary man. Just because he had escaped danger momentarily did not mean he would always be safe. Death loomed close. This was not fate but an established fact, unless he possessed extraordinary luck. That will be deducted from your contribution points, Zhang Hai remarked half-jokingly. He recalled Zhao Kongqing, who had once asked to borrow a lighter at the school gate, murmuring an incantation. Summon the soul allowed one to extract the souls of enemies based on the strength of their magic. Under the sun's influence, it became even more potent. Buzz. Within moments, in a realm only Zhang Hai could perceive, a sphere of light converged from afar, finally hovering in midair. Zhang Hai paid it no mind. With a swift motion, he struck Zhao Kongqing's face, much to Han Xiaoyun's bewilderment. Then, he cast a healing spell. It was uncertain whether he had been too forceful. But Zhao Kongqing's eyes flew open. His body sprang upright. The wounds swiftly healed, his body transitioning from rigidity to softness, his complexion regaining its color. Lin Xie. Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion. What is happening? Han Xiaoyun, regaining his composure, was amazed. Indeed, the boss had truly brought him back to life. Xiaoyun, you should explain to him. Present him with two choices. First, to return as a night watchman. But he must understand he remains an ordinary person. Second, the tavern. As Zhang Hai spoke, he tossed several distinctive masks to Han Xiaoyun. The staff was growing stronger. Though temporarily, it would suffice. His thoughts shifted back from Zhao Kongqing. Continuing to gather intelligence was proving inefficient. The mysterious corpses around the city had vanished. The only avenues left to explore were the ancient god sect. Since they had crossed paths, it was fitting to delve deeper into this matter. Zhang Hai released a bit of magical energy and exited the cave. After Zhao Kongqing regained his bearings, he gazed at the unveiled Han Xiaoyun and the departing Zhang Hai. Feeling somewhat dazed. Han Xiaoyun, is this hell? But what of old man Hongying? Did he perish as well? You have been revived. Han Xiaoyun exhaled deeply, beginning to explain patiently. Minutes later, Zhao Kongqing's lips were cracked, and a tempest surged within his heart. He grasped the situation broadly. He truly had not anticipated that old man Hongying had saved him, a loose organization existing beyond the Night Watchman and various factions. Finally, after much hesitation, his complex gaze settled on a decision. Chapter 78. He had had enough of being an ordinary person, tired of hiding behind others, merely a lookout. Though the ghost god's blessing had activated the forbidden abyss, it was unstable. Perhaps one day, it might vanish? He did not know. So that was how it was. No wonder when I was at the tavern, I felt a certain affinity towards you. Zhao Kongqing slowly reached for the magic. Zhao Kongqing, have opportunities too. As soon as he merged with the magic, feeling the boiling power, he was overwhelmed, his entire body tingling, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Simultaneously, another surge of power propelled him to the pinnacle of the pool realm. This was mastery of magic. Han Shaoan patted his shoulder, adding, "This is merely a rental. Remember to hunt the mysterious to repay your debt." "All right, I will ensure it." Zhao Kongcheng, after adapting, took a breath and spoke. "Every time I see the captain and you all using the forbidden abyss, it looks so magnificent. I have always envied it. Now, with Boss Zhang offering me this opportunity, I will seize it." Zhao Kongcheng adjusted quickly. "What should I do?" Han Shaoyan inquired. "Do you know how to brew wine?" There's a significant order coming in. Zhao Kongcheng responded. Cangnan City. Residential area. Lin Chia's aunt's house. "Are you saying that halfway through, his soul was pulled away by another force?" Yang Jin looked at the small black creature, raising an eyebrow. "And you still can't pinpoint the location from which it was taken?" The small black creature nodded. "Its bag around its neck swaying. Who possesses the ability to compete with us?" Yang Jin's voice lowered. "And what purpose do they have for Zhao Kongcheng's body? He is merely an ordinary man devoid of potential." Time accelerated once more. During this period, Team 136 encountered numerous events. The most significant was the tragic news of Zhao Kongcheng. Even his body could not be found, his remains obliterated, leaving the team in a somber mood. Ultimately, they erected a monument to suppress the sorrow of the event. However, time has a way of washing away all. Perhaps it concealed this grief deep in their hearts or transformed it into a driving force. The team appeared to adjust swiftly. Training was more motivated. Only old Zhao, somewhere, gazed at his gravestone, occasionally visited, his expression darkening. Taking a deep breath, he retreated. It had been a month since Lin Xie joined the Night Watchman. The new recruit's training was imminent. Just as things were progressing as planned, Lin Xie was about to board the train when he received a document stating that the training location had changed. "Hurry. Xiangnan. Hongying. Make a phone call or directly intercept him." "What are the higher-ups thinking this year?" "A training session is being held in Cangnan." Shen Mai pointed forward, instructing not to let him enter the station, otherwise, the tickets would be non-refundable. Meanwhile, a storm of events is unfolding from all corners. Beijing City, Guangzhou Shenzhen City, Mount Jiuhua. Elites and new recruits from across the nation are caught off guard and are converging towards Cangnan City. Prior to this, they had never even heard of this city. In fact, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang had only recently received related documents and was quite astonished. However, everything is now properly arranged. The personnel are already at the training base. At this moment, helicopters, transport planes, and armored vehicles are all undergoing foundational preparations. Heavy weapons are being upgraded and deployed. The special walls are being reinforced. And the arrangements are in full swing. This time, it truly is an all-star lineup. Divine agents, the young masters of the Bailey family, and super elites from various industries. Yet, the more impressive it is, the more we must ensure proper control. Gazing at the names marked with red lines, Yuan Gang withdrew the list and, according to the original plan, summoned the masked squad. The pace is swift. The remaining 20 instructors acknowledged the command and, while tending to their own matters, began discussions. Are we still following the same procedures as in previous years? The processes and dialogues. Why have we even involved the town monument this time? The importance is indeed heightened. And the weapon control has been raised by 2 levels. It is said that several powerful individuals will be concealed in the shadows to provide protection. The list is secure, having been screened multiple times. Rest assured, this time, no flies or ants will get through. Why, then, has a tavern owner been included on this list? Section 79, Alcohol. The new recruit's first meal benefit? How fortunate these new recruits are. Amidst the discussions among the instructors, one named Li had a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. As afternoon arrived, several kilometers away from the training camp, Team 136 personally saw Lin Xie off. At this moment, apart from Hongying, who was on a business trip, everyone was present. "Xie, you can do it. Sister Hongying asked me to tell you to crush them. Go for it. Don't embarrass our team." Lin Xie nodded, dragging his suitcase forward, carrying with him a little encouragement from old Zhao. In a certain area outside the training camp, amidst the bushes, Hongying, now donned in combat attire, arrived at the agreed location. This wretched navigation nearly led me into the training camp. Why is the assembly point so close to the camp? Why is it arranged in the wilderness? Is this really reliable? The more she walked, the more uncertain she became. Even now, she did not fully comprehend the specific task at hand. Is that leader serious? Before Hongying could ponder further, several figures appeared ahead. Their silhouettes looked eerily familiar. The entrance was heavily guarded, with metal barrels aimed in all directions. As Lin Xie presented his credentials and stepped into the training camp, he marveled at the strict security. Buzzing. At that moment, a transport vehicle entered from the other side, laden with various beverages, and quickly halted at its destination. The passenger door swung open, and a man stepped out, smiling as he conversed with an instructor, seemingly the tavern owner. The instructor nodded and directed several soldiers to begin unloading the drinks. Their movements efficient and swift. Lin Xie paid no mind to this. At this moment, he stood motionless, fixated on the tavern owner. Chapter 42. High Energy Approaches. The Corona Squad. March 23, 2025, 7:58. 55 Author. God of Marathon. This can't be wrong. Has the business developed to this extent? Unreasonable. How did it connect here? This is a training camp. Could it be through Sister Hongying's connections? Is Sister Hongying that formidable? The next day, in the new recruit training camp, dormitories began to fill up. Lin Xie also bumped into Bailey Fatty. Rolexes were being distributed. The excitement spread. Just Bailey Fatty's energy immediately attracted everyone's attention. People from various floors, including Mo Li, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qizhu, recognized him. In the evening, during the newcomers' first meal, over 200 recruits could smell a fragrance from afar. But it wasn't the aroma of food, it was the scent of alcohol. Alcohol? Wait, is this a mistake? This is a training camp, not a celebration feast. Rice wine, cocktails, white liquor, there are so many varieties. Hey, masked brother, pour me a drink. At the alcohol distribution window, a man wearing a sun mask cheerfully shook drinks for everyone, exuding an aura of harmlessness. Over 200 recruits surged forward, shouting either brother or uncle, creating quite a commotion. Chef Sun Lao watched from the side, thinking, enjoy this meal, kids. There has been any alcohol in previous years. This meal will be the most enjoyable one for you. At the dining table, those who abstained from alcohol began to speculate. Why is he wearing a mask? Is he just responsible for serving drinks, or is this alcohol supplied by his family? If so, I suspect he got in through connections. I heard that there hadn't been any in previous years. Hiss, does his family hold such power? Some new recruits began to speak ill of him, echoing each other. The masked man appeared neither strong nor particularly seasoned. He exhibited no exceptional skills. Anyone can serve drinks, right? Simultaneously, in several corners of the cafeteria, a youthful face, a frail boy, and a female recruit began to mock in their hearts. Oh, they're drinking now? How relaxed. Do they really think the defenses are foolproof? They're doomed. They overestimate themselves if a mere bartender can enter. They look down on the situation, taking a sip of the rice wine, their expressions changing instantly. Explosion of flavors. A tingling sensation surged through their scalp. The taste that danced on the tongue and erupted on the taste buds was beyond description. This wine? Wow, I hope to have more connections like this. One new recruit shouted in excitement, blushing and standing up. Gradually, more people began to try it. Come on, Shingu. Let us have a drink. Good stuff. Bailey Fatty was lost in the experience. Lin Xie also took a sip. Only one person could create such a flavor. But why the mask? What significance does the sun pattern mask hold? His confusion deepened. The cafeteria was in a state of disarray. Peculiar and unsettling. It seemed as though the instructors were deliberately allowing this chaos. Indeed, it was true. Just hours after settling into the dormitory, a piercing whistle abruptly shattered the silence. What the heck? It was only 2 in the morning. A whistle? Does that indicate a gathering? The new recruit's manual seemed to suggest as much. Before any further discussions could unfold, the instructors began to kick open doors, one after another. The new recruits, still groggy, eventually made their way to the square after some hesitation. Yuan Gang commenced the formal address. Have you all eaten well and rested enough? Aware of your preference for daytime activities, I have specially arranged this opening speech for the evening. Stand at attention. New recruits, novices, a reprimand, establishing authority. Under the pressure of over 20 instructors, more than 200 new recruits finally began to line up. I do not care how formidable your restrictions are. In this current state, even if you reach a higher realm, you are still worthless. Are you unwilling to accept that? Someone's temper flared. Shen Qizhu was the first to express dissent. Others followed suit, stepping forward, while some succumbed to fatigue. Lin Xie, however, demonstrated wisdom, remaining motionless. While Bai Li Pangkong mirrored his example. Good. Now I offer you an opportunity. Do not hold back. Vent your frustrations, as long as you can seize the moment. With Yuan Gang's booming voice. In the inky darkness illuminated by the moonlight, 7 figures descended from the sky, forming a line. This is the special team's mask. A new recruit recognized them first. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Before further discussion could ensue, a masked figure, weak in the knees, was the first to bow and wish everyone an early year. A silence enveloped the air. We are the special team. Mask. The masked team took a deep breath, regaining their composure and intensifying their aura. Yuan Gang continued, from this moment until 9 in the morning. If the 239 of you can remove the mask from any one of them, you will have one. Moreover, You may even apply for your graduation tomorrow. But rest assured, beneath the town steel, the masked team is, like you, also in the light realm. So it is fair. Before his words could settle, before the crowd could erupt in astonishment at the audacity of 5 against 239, a sudden whirlwind swept through the square and the stage. Whoosh! The masked team, along with Yuan Gang and others, were swept up high. As the wind subsided, 4 figures stood at each corner of the elevated stage, each adorned with a sun mask. 1 woman and 3 men, one wielding a gun, another a knife, one a spear, and the last a tiger claw. In that instant, there was a faint indication of the masked team's dominance being suppressed. What is happening? Where did this wind come from? Huh? Are there more up there? Another 4? From the masked team? No, their masks are entirely different in style. Flames, sunlight? Including Lin Xie, the new recruits were once again filled with astonishment. Shen Qizhu and a few of his subordinates remained indifferent, as if it were all the same. No, let me correct that. A vaguely familiar magnetic voice resonated. It was the gentle-voiced man from the evening's liquor distribution, slowly striding forward from behind. In the darkness, he bore no imposing presence, appearing just like an ordinary person. Yet, he walked with surprising speed, passing through the hesitant instructors and the frowning masked team, reaching the highest point of the stage. This year's regulations have been temporarily altered. You will all join forces. It is not 5 against 239, but rather 5 against 270, which includes your masked team and the instructors. He slightly adjusted Yuan Gang's words, stating that as long as you can remove or kill any one of us, you shall be deemed victorious. A reminder, you should regard this battle as one of life and death. After all, no one can guarantee that none of you will perish. By the way, as an afterthought, you may refer to us as the Corona team. The multitude of instructors below seemed momentarily awed by his presence. For a brief moment, they were silent, exchanging glances, ultimately focusing on Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang shook his head, glancing at the masked team, who returned the look, implying, "This was not your arrangement?" Witnessing this scene, Li Yao Wang among the instructors raised an eyebrow. This was not part of the script. The members of the ancient god church had not planned for this. Where did this come from? He hesitated for a moment, being close enough to test the waters. What nonsense is this? Who sent you here? Did you make a mistake? The nearest Li Yao Wang stepped forward, his expression serious. I remember you, the one who sells liquor. Get down here. Explain yourself properly. Don't add to the chaos. Before his words could finish, a burst of purple light exploded from his chest. Boom. A heart suddenly ejected, spinning upwards to a height of over 10 meters. Plop. It still pulsated, but in the next moment, as if gripped by an invisible hand. With a loud bang, it instantly exploded into a mist of blood, sprinkling onto several nearby new recruits. Power absorption, both tangible and intangible, can be seized. You. Li Yao Wang's eyes widened, then he clutched his chest, collapsing onto the ground. He fell silent. The entire process took less than a second. The air was utterly still. The sun-masked man, who was none other than Zhang Hai, slowly withdrew his hand. Why wasn't he finished speaking? Meanwhile, the other instructors, who had intended to approach, were all frozen in place. At that moment, a drowsy new recruit, feeling the blood on his head, paid it no mind. He merely crouched down, touched the remnants of his heart, licked it, and thought, "Hey, this is exquisite." In his dream, this flavor. Subsequently, he glanced at Li Yao Wang lying not far away, staring at him with eyes wide open in death, rubbing his eyes. Just as he was about to close them, feeling drowsy for a moment, they abruptly widened, instantly awakened. What the hell? Chapter 43, Not Dead. The Astonishing Masked Team, 202503230758556 author. God of Marathon, this new recruit staggered to his feet, almost stumbling. The metallic scent of blood filling his mouth and nostrils forcibly roused him. He was not foolish. How could dreams be this vivid? Dead. What a colossal joke. This is a training camp, right? Did someone actually die? Was it really Instructor Li, who had just kicked our dormitory door? The other recruits immediately fell into a panic. The masked team's pupils dilated. The 5 team members, along with 2 auxiliary members, were all tense, aimed directly at Zhang Hai. The instructors sighed. Yuan Gang momentarily lost his focus. Suddenly, his earpiece flickered with a series of lights, accompanied by a strange sound. He refrained from elaborating further. Yuan Gang was taken aback. How could this be? Li Yao Wang truly seemed to be dead, based on his aura. Was he merely an actor? A temporary program? Not even he was informed? Left in the dark? Could it be that this training session employed more advanced tactics? Perhaps a new, deceptive prop invented by headquarters? At that moment, over 20 instructors led by Hong Hao were about to advance and encircle him. However, in the next second, Yuan Gang raised his hand, signaling them to halt. The instructors froze momentarily, their astonishment giving way to confusion. They exchanged glances, including instructors Wang Gui and Wu Ruodong, who felt a sudden release of tension. Upon reflection, it was indeed unreasonable. With 24-hour vigilance in and out, armed with various firearms, and a deployment ready to target any intruders, how could anyone dare to infiltrate silently? Such a possibility was utterly implausible. Yet, the so-called Solar Corona Squad? Never had they heard of it. What was this Solar Corona Squad from the Great Xia? Wang Gui and Wu Ruodong exchanged a glance, realizing that they were indeed part of the Solar Corona Squad. It sounded rather appealing, they thought. It was a pity that the boss had mentioned it earlier. They had contemplated the name Sun Guard, which was rather fitting. Above, in 4 directions, for individuals donned in sun masks, Hongying, Old Zhao, Han Xiaoyan, and Li Yifei had similar thoughts. Yes, the name Solar Corona. They, like the others below, had just learned of it from Zhang Hai. They had no prior knowledge. Particularly Hongying, who had been oblivious to their purpose until a minute before their arrival. Only with the appearance of this unfamiliar captain did she begin to grasp her role. As a special guest instructor, she was to confront everyone in the training camp, not merely in a conventional manner. But even the masked special squad and the chief instructor Yuan Gang from the capital were included in this mission to eliminate them all. Hongying felt a twinge of anxiety, lacking confidence. Yet, as she felt the magical orb in her pocket, she recalled her 3 teammates' words, "If you cannot endure, merge it within yourself." It was a gift from the captain. However, it would only be effective during the day, she thought to herself. Noticing Lin Xie observing her from below, returning to her senses, Hongying fixed a sharp gaze back at him, fierce and determined. Let the games begin. Zhang Hai stood atop the platform, slowly placing a bottle of liquor and a clock that would be set for dawn, precisely at 5:30. "I am your captain. Let us reintroduce ourselves." Zhang Hai turned his head, addressing Hongying specifically. However, many below, particularly the masked squad and individuals like Chang Wei and Tianping, were taken aback. "Wait, you were just getting acquainted? And yet, you have already killed an instructor? Is this a show of authority?" Had they known it would go this far, what were they summoned for? Though they harbored such thoughts, the masked squad did not act recklessly. Since they were permitted to engage, they would do so in unison. "And the new recruits? I can assure you, we are just as bewildered as you are. Perhaps at this very moment, the entire base is compromised, facing its greatest challenge. Yet, it can also serve as a trial, a true life and death ordeal." Yuan Gang shouted, his performance lacking finesse, but there was no room for complacency. Upon concluding his words, he dashed toward a specific direction, followed closely by the other instructors. Though his acting was subpar, the atmosphere felt strikingly authentic. Many of the recruits took it seriously. "Captain, what about us?" Tianping questioned in surprise. "Are we still considered new recruits?" The 4 targets above were for them to choose from. As for the captain on the platform, he would be left for the new recruits. Wang Mian, arms crossed, glanced at the nearby instructor's corpse, then shifted to another side. "Let me see what this Solar Corona is truly capable of." The others nodded in agreement. The vortex turned back, shouting to the new recruits, "This is your trial. Help avenge the instructors." However, the new recruits remained stuck on Yuan Gang and the vortex's words. A trial? Were they out of their minds? Was this truly a trial? Many new recruits turned pale, beginning to retreat. The tavern owner, did he use connections to bring us in to kill us? Yuan Gang had escaped? What was happening? "What are you doing, old man? Have you been possessed? The way you treated me with drinks was not like this." Bai Li, mingling among the new recruits, was bewildered. At that moment, a tender-faced recruit, his eyes gleaming with fervor, rallied the spirits of his peers. "It's just one person. We are all of the same caliber. Why fear? We can overwhelm them, regardless of the truth, whether they are spies or not. If we eliminate them, we will understand what is going on. Just pay attention. Don't get hit by that purple light. Capture the leader first." Motivated by his words, several new recruits steeled their resolve and charged forward. They ascended the platform. The fastest and most agile among them were those skilled in physical prowess and various combat arts, as well as those adept in close-quarters combat. They had the greatest advantage. The Solar Corona captain appeared average in stature, presenting an opportunity to take him down. Bang! A muffled sound resonated. Then several more impacts landed on Zhang Hai. Yet, strangely, upon striking Zhang Hai's abdomen, back, or other parts of his body, their expressions changed slightly. Soon after, they weakened and collapsed to the ground, their strength suddenly sapped. The subsequent recruits experienced the same outcome. Striking out did not incapacitate the enemy but themselves. Was he poisonous? Did anyone who touched him fall? Don't approach him. Shingu? Shin Qingzhu's companions, Dang Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang, halted, wanting to join but sensing caution. They observed carefully. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai stepped out from the collapsed crowd. However, the number of those eager to charge forward only grew, undeterred by fear. They were fueled by adrenaline, impulsiveness, and youth, often capable of suppressing many emotions. Don't touch him. In the face of close-range limitations, one must resort to long-range tactics. The inexperienced recruit shouted once more. Yet, there was no need for such a cry. Those rushing forward halted abruptly, and soon, a swarm of very long-range attacks ensued. Light, radiation, freezing, gas, vines. A cacophony of elemental assaults surged towards Zhang Hai. Boom. The surface trembled violently. Moments later, as the smoke began to clear, Zhang Hai remained standing. Albeit in a horrifying state, his body riddled with wounds, nearly cleaved in two. Numerous gaping blood holes, frostbite, punctures, and corrosive injuries amalgamated into a grotesque tableau. Zhang Hai cast his gaze towards the night sky, exhaling slowly. Indeed, he had never been fond of the night. So feeble. Yet, none could discern if he was lamenting his own weakness or that of others. All that was evident was that, amidst the swirling dust, his wounds began to heal once more, even the severed limbs restored. Finally, he tilted his neck, returning to his former state. The newly minted recruits, including the curious Bailey, were still apprehensive, their hearts racing. Did they just kill someone, presumably an invited instructor? Surely, that couldn't be right? What if there were repercussions? Hadn't he also taken down Instructor Lee? He would be the one facing a military tribunal. I suspect he is not merely an invitee, but rather an agent of some force, having replaced the individual behind the mask. He was certainly not the tavern owner. General Yuan Gang did not deceive us, did he? Before their minds could wander further, their eyes met again. And the recruits felt a chill run down their spines as Zhang Hai restored himself yet again. This level of immortality was astonishing. Even drawing the attention of the masked squad, Wang Mian and his companions, who witnessed this phenomenon from a distance. Chapter 44, The Soul of Weakness? Who consumes whom? Outside. On the second floor of the cafeteria, Elder Sun had yet to sleep, surrounded by alcohol and peanuts, planning to stay awake through the night. Was the event truly scheduled for the evening? This was a suggestion he had made just yesterday while conversing with the young Zhang, the owner of a newly opened tavern. What did they discuss? Was daytime better for training, or nighttime? Young Zhang had expressed his aversion to the dark, while Elder Sun insisted that nighttime was indeed more conducive to training. He had casually mentioned this during a meal with General Yuan Gang and others, and surprisingly, it had been accepted, shifting the schedule from day to night. However, at that time, young Zhang seemed somewhat disappointed, not fond of the proposal. What was wrong with the night? Back then, we would stay awake until dawn without rest. Elder Sun began to reminisce, glancing at the clock, only to realize it was empty. Oh right, young Zhang had taken it. They shared a room, a double, and had agreed to remain awake all night. Little did he expect that just after 2 in the morning, young Zhang would declare it was his turn to take the stage, inexplicably. Were they to serve alcohol to the recruits before the formal training commenced? Elder Sun shook his head. The next moment, a scream pierced the air from the female recruits. Hey, those girls. Why are the boys reacting so quickly? They really lack composure. It's only been a short while. He vaguely noticed something explode in the square, resembling fireworks. Had the prop segment been advanced? In previous years, similar scenarios had occurred, such as releasing a few monsters into the training camp, masquerading as an invasion, with fake corpses strewn about to simulate real combat for the recruits, stimulating their potential. Young Zhang must have wished to be among them. Unfortunately, not everyone can access the Forbidden Ruins. The relentless bombardment targeting the Corona squad continued unabated in the training camp square. As Zhang Hai advanced, he faced an onslaught of attacks. Yet, without exception, his terrifying healing speed allowed him to recover at an astonishing rate. It was even accelerating. Damn, how could he still be alive? Super speed healing? His body could split and rejoin. Impossible. Everyone else is in the realm of the ordinary. No matter how fast their physical recovery, it couldn't match this speed. Neither the pool realm nor the river realm could achieve such feats. I refuse to believe he has no limits. Attack again. Under the leadership of certain individuals, the recruits grew increasingly frenzied. Yet, they were suffocated by the realization that whether through blunt force or sharp strikes, regardless of the weapons they wielded, slicing or hammering, their efforts were futile. The internal organs shredded into oblivion. The power contained within the fountain of life was utterly terrifying, having permeated his entire being. Under the stimulation and refinement, the speed at which the recruits inflicted injuries paled in comparison to Zhang Hai's healing rate. With each wave of assault, by the time it reached him, he had already fully recovered. Many recruits found themselves utterly exhausted. Then, as if fate had willed it, a young soldier stepped forth from the crowd. Who was he? Did he dare approach? Was his name Chao Yuan? Wasn't he the cowardly deserter, always too afraid to act? Little did they know, he had just encountered a certain Lin Chiye and had returned. Amidst the murmurs, Chao Yuan stepped forward, meeting Zhang Hai's gaze. With a calm voice, he declared, I refrain from attacking out of concern for their capacity to endure. Even the masked squad poses no threat to me, save for Wang Mian. You are formidable. Yet death comes to those who are slain. I will heal faster than you. I hope you can manage to survive. He closed his eyes, seeking to alter Lin Xie's impression of him as a coward. Then, placing his hand upon the hilt of his blade, a surge of terrifying energy exploded forth. The dark malevolence erupted. His entire form transformed, captivating the attention of all around him. Opening his eyes, those blood-red orbs reflected a loss of human rationality. He had succumbed to madness. With a single step, he flashed to Zhang Hai's side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black energy surged, swift as lightning. It was unclear how many strikes he unleashed in mere seconds. All that was certain was that, when visible to the naked eye, nothing remained before him save for fine strands. Chapter 85. The Black King's Annihilation. Approaching the realm of the divine. This is my first encounter with the strongest forbidden wasteland beneath the divine, thought Tianping, astonished. This overwhelming force was beyond his capacity to resist. Only the captain could potentially subdue it. Even in the face of the Black King's annihilation, the beautiful eyes of Rose revealed astonishment, sending chills down her spine. The captain of the coronation squad, observing from the sidelines, was also visibly unsettled. As the flesh was reduced to a fine paste, it unexpectedly coalesced back together. In mere moments, it reformed entirely. This ability, could it be akin to the undying swordsman of the Blue Rain squad? A being capable of perpetual rebirth. With the frequency of resurrection varying by realm, the higher the realm, the more times one could resurrect. No, that is not quite right. He has no limits. The intent to kill was palpable. I detest those devoid of murderous intent. Thus, Zhang Hai extended a hand, resting it upon the wrist of the ferocious Zhao Yuan, who was transformed into a shadow. The blade hung perilously close to Zhang Hai, halting abruptly mere centimeters away. The force of dominance activated, causing Zhao Yuan to revert from his frenzied state, his body collapsing backward, unable to escape the aftermath. Yet, Zhang Hai absorbed the surging power of the Black King without a hint of harm, retaining his composure. Tianping and Rose were bewildered. Could it be that this individual could revert even after being reduced to cells? Undying, merely invincible in physical restoration. Yet there remained numerous methods to contend with him. Wang Mian regained his calm and rendered his judgment. No one is flawless. Even the undying have vulnerabilities upon closer examination. What attack proves ineffective? Stable. Let us discuss. Fang Xiaoma, you are truly defying the heavens. Hey, Su Xiaoxiao, what is your ability? Shall we test it against him? Are you courting death? Humph, how pretentious, believing this. Haven T, you noticed that the captain of the coronation squad has only attacked the instructor? The key is that the instructor appears unscathed. How did his heart emerge? It's all a facade. Furthermore, he has unleashed lethal force upon the new recruits. A group of female soldiers engaged in discussion, one of whom turned to a new recruit, Su Xiaoxiao, and asked, Are you daydreaming? What of it? Su Xiaoxiao snapped back, uninterested. Her dorm mate, Molly, interjected, explaining. Don't mind her, that's just how Su Xiaoxiao is. She is probably lost in thought. Indeed, Su Xiaoxiao was deep in contemplation. She could still fake it in the dormitory, but now? She could afford to be dismissive. This time, all three divine agents were mobilized, two of immense power, and a trump card intended for the Phoenix squad was also deployed here. Only timing remained. However, prior to that, she could amuse herself with these minor figures. Undying, a body that does not perish? How intriguing. Yet the mind and soul remain your greatest weaknesses, which is Su Xiaoxiao's forte. A subtle smile graced her lips. Inconspicuous amidst the crowd, she activated her forbidden wasteland ability, locking onto Zhang Hai in the distance. No need for you to try. I shall take the lead. Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Buzz. As she initiated her power, Zhang Hai found his forward momentum abruptly halted. Molly and the others were astonished. It was indeed effective. Just as Su Xiaoxiao reveled in her success, a rich male voice resonated beside her. Why did you only act now? Huh. Su Xiaoxiao frowned, and just as she was about to respond, her body contorted unnaturally, as if propelled backward like a shrimp. Her gaze grew vacant, her body trembling. You. She gasped, suddenly wide-mouthed, uncontrollably releasing a burst of soul light. Pure and flawless. Summoning souls. The man behind her grasped it, taking a small bite, chewing, and upon realizing its unpalatable taste, spat it out. With the loss of support, the frail Su Xiaoxiao collapsed into Molly's arms. Drool trickled from her lips. Her eyes lost focus, rendering her unconscious. Brain death, she was gone. Molly, bewildered, stared at the ghostly manifestation of Zhang Hai before her, at a loss. The other female recruits, who initially felt they had seen through this training exercise, were now engulfed by a creeping sense of panic, glancing at Zhang Hai. "Brother, is that you?" "Hello." Chapter 45, The Son of Sins. The Squat Fully Exposed. 202503230758557 by Marathon God. Nonsense. Is she greeting him? Is she playing a game? Zhang Hai turned, regarding them with a curious gaze. "Your hair?" Upon speaking, he received no response. The surrounding female soldiers appeared vacant, and as they regained their senses, they began to retreat. Eventually, only the red-haired Molly remained. Zhang Hai shook his head. "By the way, could you release the body for me?" In the night as shroud, he maintained a demeanor of gentleness and amiability. Even possessing the power to harm others did not render him excessively violent, exuding a gentlemanly aura. "You." Molly, clutching Su Xiao, felt her body warm. Her heart seemingly still beating, her physiological functions still active. Yet, she strangely sensed no warmth, akin to a living being yet distinctly different. In the next moment, the girl in her arms vanished into thin air. "What have you done?" Molly gritted her teeth. Rising, "Come back." Zhang Hai responded, "No. Even the smallest ant is still flesh." "Madman." Molly lunged. "You can't even spare a girl as corpse?" The myriad phenomena activated. She unleashed her long blade, striking mercilessly. In truth, she had misunderstood. Zhang Hai had just collected Li Yaoguang's body, not exclusively targeting Su Xiao. Su Xiao. Could she have been acting in concert? Something felt amiss. She truly came to confront him. Otherwise, should they, along with Molly, eliminate him? Meanwhile, different female soldiers reacted in stark contrast. Some recoiled, while others advanced. Molly of the Mo clan, the masked squad, rose, witnessing this, hefted her large hammer, thinking, "This domineering lady can't possibly win. I should assist. Wait, be cautious. The fallen girl's condition is odd," Tianping pondered, deciding to follow suit. "Captain." "I'm going to." Wang Mian nodded, surveying the battlefield while still fixated on Zhang Hai. Behind Xin Qingzhu, a wiry new recruit glanced toward Su Xiao, dimly sensing something. She dead. If Li Yaoguang's demise was coincidental, then what of this? Though two had perished, he remained unfazed, gazing at the wall-breaking ring resting in his palm. He continued to await the opportune moment and external responses within the training camp. The battlefield fragmented into several factions. The coronation squad split into 3 sections. The first section features Li Yifei. His mental fluctuations have indeed been suppressed to a state of stagnation, and his magical power is nearly non-existent as night falls. Yet, this matters little, for he possesses alternative methods. During this time, he has continuously assimilated progeny, ferocious beasts, and various enigmatic entities, now numbering in the hundreds. Manipulating them, they emerge from unknown corners, all converging upon the nearby new recruits. How can there be so many mysteries? This is impossible. Where did he unleash them from? Could it be that the training camp outside has truly been breached? The new recruits are in disarray. Li Yifei sits casually atop a cargo container, relaxed and amused. Lin Qie and another one named Bailey Pang Pang, correct? Li Yifei rises, tilting his head in their direction. After a month of training at the tavern, he is a far cry from his former self. "I am aware of your presence behind me." Before long, Lin Qie emerges, along with Bailey Pang Pang, who appears astonished. "Oh, I was actually discovered. It is hardly difficult." Li Yifei alters his tone, gazing at Lin Qie. "You shouldn't be able to discern it, right?" Lin Qie. "What?" "Oh, nothing." Li Yifei chuckles. "If you lack the desire to fight, then I shall consume you." Upon hearing the word consume, Lin Qie suddenly recalls something. Analyzing the myriad of subtle clues observed earlier, he senses something amiss. Time passes, and several hours go by. The moon has sunk low, ready to yield to the dawn. At this moment, the battlefield is in tumult. Hongying and Old Zhao joined forces, and just moments ago, they encountered 2 members of the masked squad. A special squad indeed. Initially, Hongying was quite exhilarated, relying on her experience and the Forbidden Ruins, Rose Fire Feather Garment. She managed to topple several new recruits. However, when the opponents transformed into the masked squad Suigui and Xiankong, the battle became exceedingly arduous. Is this what constitutes a special squad? Truly the pinnacle of teams. They are on an entirely different level. In the state of stagnation, I am no match for them. Hongying steadies her newly acquired spear. Nonetheless, this battle has proven immensely beneficial for her, serving as a true test of her abilities, especially with her comrades, evoking an inexplicably familiar sensation, as if they had fought in unison before. Without them, she would have been defeated at the onset against Wigui. Your Forbidden Ruins bear a striking resemblance to the power invoked by a friend of mine after death, through the summoning of spirits. Hongying cast a glance at Zhao Conqing. She is utterly exhausted, unable to hold on any longer, waiting for the orb to manifest its power. Zhao Kongxing remained silent, merely gripping his blade, intently observing Yue Gui and Xian Kong. He absorbs not solar-based magic, but rather other attributes, allowing him to wield power beyond the state of stagnation and catch his opponents off guard in conjunction with the forbidden ruins. Yet, this is where it ends. I must say, your levels are utterly inadequate. Xian Kong shrugs, beginning to provoke. Are your teammates all like this? Your captain is merely a FAAD, is he not? Had I known it would be this way, I would have allowed our captain to handle this in one fell swoop. Humph, and you still aspire to replace us. Yue Gui nods in agreement. Yet soon, their expressions beneath their masks shift wildly. What has happened to our captain? This is impossible. What transpired over there? The two sense a peculiar and malevolent wave, seemingly targeting the fatigued sides, no longer concealing itself, and erupting in full force. Stagnation, pooling, river, ocean. Ultimately, astonishingly, it transcends into the infinite, and without hesitation, it unleashes divine might. Cold, eerie, as if it hails from the underworld. This is no ordinary infinite. It is an agent of the divine. Moreover, outside the training camp, it appears another individual lies in wait. At this moment, they too erupt, releasing divine power. With yellow sand swirling, equally imposing infinite pressure, Xian Kong and Yue Gui can only sense this aura from the training camp. Even so, it has left them drenched in perspiration. With the Forbidden Ruins monument in place, it should be possible to maintain the state of stagnation. On the other side, Yuan Gang and several instructors are engaged in combat with Han Shaoan. Somehow, as they fight, they have inadvertently exited the training camp, finding themselves in a dense forest. It seems they have been lured here by some unseen force. Then both parties' realms are completely unbound. The former, Han Shaoyan, and the latter, Yuan Gang and the instructors. Howling winds accompany golden light. They intertwine. After a considerable clash, Yuan Gang and the instructors grow increasingly astonished. For in terms of tactics, style, technique, and thought process, Han Shaoyan is utterly clear. He responds with effortless ease, almost, aside from Yuan Gang, utilizing the most exquisite skills. Long spear, wind-related forbidden ruins, and such an understanding of our night watchers. This, with a slight filtering, becomes all too familiar. Recently, he had appeared. You are, however. Han Shaoyan pays him no heed. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he suddenly escalates his speed. Circling behind the two instructors, he executes a swift strike, piercing through both. Wang Gui, Wu Ruoda. Yuan Gang's eyes instantly turn crimson. The heartbeats of the other instructors quicken. As they gauge the time, dawn is nearing. Han Shaoyan comes to a halt. Yuan Gang grits his teeth, enunciating each word with fervor. Former captain of the Gusu City Squad. 13th seat of the followers. Han Shaoyan, Ancient God Church. You of the Ancient God Church infiltrated the Coronation Squad, deceived the captain, intentionally lured us here to slay us? Or has it all been a ruse from the very beginning? As Yuan Gang speaks, he simultaneously contacts via earpiece. He suspects the communication system has been compromised. For the replies from the other end are mechanical and coordinated. Only upon mentioning Han Shaoyan does the tone shift, responding with, "Please wait a moment." The gaze shifts. Upon hearing him expose Han Shaoyan's identity, the near-death Wang Gui and Wu Ruodong, stunned beyond belief, turn their heads with an incredulous expression. The followers, sir? They endure excruciating pain, their minds in disarray. You're alive? They wish to salvage the situation. Yes, we are one of you. You have the wrong person. Watching their performance, Yuan Gang's mind goes blank. Before he can react, a whirlwind of sand engulfs the forest in an instant. Chapter 46, The Birth. The magic power I utilize. 202503230755857 Author. God of Marathon Time rewinds a few minutes. In the plaza, hundreds of new recruits surround Zhang Hai. Under the leadership of Shin Qingzhu, armed with various weapons acquired through diligent search, they took aim. In contrast, Zhang Hai found himself bound by various restraining forces, unable to move. During this period, the masked squad, apart from their captain Wang Mian, also contributed, not remaining idle. They swiftly dealt with the other members of the Corona squad. It appeared that by doing so, they had incapacitated Zhang Hai, leaving him aside. It was at this moment that an unforeseen change occurred. Was this the limit? Inflicting such mutual harm was nearly excessive. Continuing to wait was merely a waste of time. Preparations were nearly complete. A whisper emanated from behind Shin Qingzhu. It was a lean new recruit. Several of his subordinates looked at him, puzzled, and were about to speak when the lean recruit bypassed them. He tore away his identity as a recruit and his disguise. Crack! With a single step forward. The wall-breaker magic ring in his hand shattered, breaking through the suppression of the restriction monument, and he cast his spell. A divine might surged forth. Boom. All present. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the recruits were all pressed to the ground at that instant, unable to move. It was as if gravity had increased tenfold, 100-fold. Mo Li, Chao Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, including those among them, all fell in that fleeting moment. The masked squad fared slightly better, rose, and 2 support members fell backward. The balance could convert the force field, doubling the gravity. But even that could only sustain for 2 seconds before collapsing, all lying on the ground. This realm and pressure were beyond scientific explanation. A chilling divine might spread. Nearby, the vortex and moon demon, upon nearing, knelt on one knee. Unable to hold back, they spat out blood. The moonlight fractured. The position, the vortex absorbed various exceptional restrictions. Under the suppression of this realm, all proved futile. Why did the restriction monument have no effect on him? Who was that individual? He possessed divine might, a proxy of the gods. When executing significant missions with the commander, he had seen this, a member of the ancient god church, a proxy of the underworld judge. Our list had been rigorously screened. How could this happen? Several nearby instructors, including Hong Hao, displayed incredulity. They attempted to force themselves up, but were utterly crushed, unable to rise. Their bones creaked under the weight. Simultaneously, Bai Li, the plump one, saw his golden light shatter completely. Yet Lin Xie withstood the pressure. Not only him, but Wang Mian from the masked squad also remained standing. They unleashed divine might, coordinating seamlessly, charging forward together. Boom. As they released their combined efforts, they struck. Divine ruins. All manner of techniques were employed. However, as it was not night, Lin Xie, stripped of his enhancements, quickly fell. The power of the seraphim was insufficient. Even getting too close was impossible. The gap was enormous. The first voice, cold and merciless, rang out from the plaza. The buffer time for the restriction monument to be released was 20 seconds. Wu Liang. Ming Lu, indeed held us in high regard. Wang Mian's expression darkened. There were dedicated personnel in the base. Should any emergencies arise, they would unseal the restriction monument, which had certainly been done by now. The buffer time was 20 seconds. Thus, he had to endure this period. Are you the captain of the masked squad? What a pity. Even if you restored your full strength, you would still be far from Wu Liang, nowhere near my level. Not to mention now. However, you are quite clever, conserving your stamina all along, avoiding depletion. Unfortunately, Lin Xie is just as stubborn. Ming Lu sneered, the second, with a casual wave. A powerful wave of underworld energy erupted. Whoosh. Wang Mian swung the black blade at Yuan, capable of cleaving through 3 dormitory buildings, colliding with it. Yet it was utterly futile. He couldn't even delay for half a second. Crushed to pieces. Puffed. Wang Mian, like a kite severed from its string, suddenly spat blood and was sent flying out. Faster than before, he crashed through several buildings, landing amidst the ruins, his fate uncertain. The entire venue turned pale. The strongest had fallen. The atmosphere was suffocating and despairing. Did this fellow have any connection with the Corona squad? Were they conspiring together? Emily bit her lip, clenching her fists. Hey, are you all truly foolish? The indifferent Ming Lu spoke up at this moment. You guessed wrong. He is actually one of your allies. Having only slain a few? And they were all members of our ancient god church. Li Yaoguang, Su Shashao, TSK, quite accurate. Among them, you are the most intriguing captain of the Corona squad. Yet, despite your meticulous calculations, you failed to account for this. Ming Lu, uninterested in wasting time, glanced at Zhang Hai. I can break through the suppression of the restriction monument, right? Still wish to play slowly? Heh. As his explanation fell, silence enveloped the entire training camp. Mo Li's lips trembled, devoid of color. She had misunderstood. The other recruits and instructors were no exception. Only a few were different. Among the ruins, Wang Mian and Lin Xie. Haven't you always been so pretentious? Immortal body? Heh, it's still the same phrase, insufficient strength, nothing more. How about a little game? I hit you once, you hit me once, turn-based. If you can hold on without dying, I will withdraw. Ming Lu's words instilled hope in everyone. But they were unaware. Outside the training camp, the ancient god church still had personnel. They were truly investing heavily. Quickly unseal his restrictions. Whose restricted item is this? Shen Qingzhu roared, stiffening her neck. However, before they could finish speaking, before Zhang Hai could respond, Ming Lu, without regard for martial ethics, kicked a stone. The stone shattered into 10 pieces. It struck Zhang Hai's body, exploding him into a warehouse. Immediately, he unleashed a wave of ominous underworld energy, capable of burning the spirit, enveloping him. Boom. The entire warehouse collapsed under the influence of the underworld energy, pressing down upon him. The fluctuation of energy plummeted rapidly. Under Wu Liang's influence, under the impact of the divine ruins, your restrictions are ineffective. He felt a wave of boredom, the third. Outside the training camp, Yuan Gang and numerous instructors sensed the internal situation, their hearts plummeting to the depths. The ancient god church was truly insane. They unleashed such combat power. How dare they do this and remain so well informed about their intelligence movements and deployment plans? Damn. Quickly contact the capital. Inside the training camp, Bai Li wore a face of despair. I am merely a child from an ordinary family, never having enjoyed a good life. Tavern owner, are you still alive? If you are, I will share half my inheritance with you. If life is lost, who still cares for such matters? My father will surely support him. Lin Chia silently recited something in his heart. However, the feedback received elicited a frown. Cough, cough. A flicker of pain and fatigue glimmered in Wang Mian's eyes. It was not over yet, and he would not concede defeat. He gazed at the ascending sun, closing his eyes. Just as he was about to take action, a voice interrupted him. It was Zhao Kongqing. You're mistaken. The inadequacy of the team members does not imply the incompetence of the captain. Do you know why we are called the Corona? The moon demon and the whirlpool frowned. Suddenly, the alarm bell rang out. Ding ding. The cacophony of the alarm clock startled Ming Lu, who felt inexplicably irritable. Upon discovering its proximity, he crushed it underfoot. Noticing the liquor beside him, he paused. This wine seemed rather fine. He picked it up, poised to drink. Yet, just as it neared his lips, he found it scalding hot. Wine, hot to the tongue? No way. Gulp, gulp. The wine jar glowed red. The liquid began to boil. In the ruins of the warehouse, hissing sounds resonated as it visibly melted. How could it heat up so rapidly? The nearby recruits were drenched in beads of sweat, feeling as if their clothes might dissolve. Amidst the wreckage, a figure gradually loomed larger, the mask cracking, the garments tearing. Step by step, it emerged from the deep pit. The ground scorched, emitting white smoke. He unabashedly unleashed his magical power. The game continued. The colossal shadow enveloped Ming Lu, radiating intense heat, transformation and size. Was there a hidden hand? Ming Lu raised his gaze, an inkling of doubt flickering, followed by a sudden realization that widened his eyes in shock. It was you. He noticed the dark energy spontaneously dissipating. His form became somewhat rigid. The surrounding heat surged at an outrageous speed, soaring to thousands of degrees. Bang! Zhang Hai's hand pressed down on his head, cupping it inward, slowly leaning closer, as if addressing a child. He looked down upon him from a great height. What was the matter? Chapter 47. The Collapse of Ming Lu. Compassion and Arrogance. 202503230758557 Author. God of Marathon in stark contrast to the gentle evening. Was he still the tavern owner? The disparity was astounding. This could not be a mere illusion, could it? The recruits, sweating profusely, swallowed hard. Morning. The alarm. What purpose does an alarm clock serve? Why set it in the morning? They seemed to grasp the essence. Yet, why could he also surpass the constraints of the town ruins monument? This was a question shared by all. The night belonged to the sentinels. But it was not the domain of the Corona team, nor that of the captain. Only now did they realize that the town ruins monument suppressed mental strength. But what concern was it of magical power? In the distance, Li Yifei stood up, his gaze flickering. The other members of the Corona team began to rise one by one, including Zhao Kongqing and the amalgamated magical power of Hongying. As she marveled at the power within her, she beheld the towering figure ahead, distorted by heat. Her heart raced with astonishment. Just moments ago, she had fused with solar attribute magic, breaking through to the pinnacle of the river realm, one step away from entering the sea realm. Yet, compared to the primordial magical power ahead, the disparity was astronomical. The difference between a well and the ocean. At this moment, merely gazing from afar, the slight magic within her could not resist the urge to break free. It was utterly uncontrollable. In this moment, she understood that the magic within her was merely borrowed. To withstand the assault from the boundless realm and still be alive was remarkable. The fifth realm of the boundless, with mental strength nearly infinite. Truly, wait a moment. Hongying glanced at Li Yifei, suddenly recalling something, her heart racing as she recognized the distorted silhouette ahead. The heat, the forbidden ruins, that form, was it him? Hongying's memory jolted. Wasn't this the man who had aided them during the Ghost-Faced King incident and the Nanda Serpent Demon event? The man of the high-temperature, forbidden ruins. Now, he had become our captain. The divine might was waning. Now, it was our turn to act. To manage logistics, assist the injured in retreat, and evacuate personnel. These were the responsibilities Zhao Kongqing and Li Yifei contemplated. Only Hongying remained momentarily perplexed, including the members of the masked team, who did not comprehend the meaning. What was the captain's responsibility? What about the team members? To assist the captain in battle? There was no time to ponder further. They redirected their focus. For ahead, Zhang Hai had made his move. Although the view was distorted under the searing heat, they discerned through perception and various aids. Zhang Hai, like a child, crushed Ming Lu's skull effortlessly. Was it truly that simple? But the next moment, a chilling voice echoed from above. Humph. Did you truly believe that the boundless could be easily defeated? This was merely a clone, lacking even a tenth of my strength. It seems you are as the intelligence suggested. To kill that useless Han Shaoan, one must be at the pinnacle of the sea realm. Perhaps even on par with me in the boundless realm. Ming Lu hovered midair, drawing back the dark energy below him, wrapping it around himself, cold and eerie. You struck once just now. Then it is my turn next. He had stated that if Zhang Hai did not perish, he would retreat. However, he also declared that each would strike, seeing who could endure longer. Chapter 91. Yet now, had not his recently summoned clone also taken a hit? According to the rules, it should be his turn to strike. Therefore, even if retreating, it must wait until after completing the turn, once the round concluded. It mattered not. The outcome would remain unchanged. Zhang Hai spoke calmly. You are no different from the masked team, a pleasant surprise. Rest assured, I will treat this seriously. The divine ruins and divine might emanating from Ming Lu erupted. He unleashed all his power, reaching the pinnacle state. Last time, the ancient god sect suffered a great lesson. To underestimate one's opponent. The same mistake would not be made a second time. Boom. The crackling dark energy clashed violently with Zhang Hai's magical aura. The center formed a fierce whirlwind. The might was so overwhelming that it shattered the surrounding tiles, clearing an area of dozens to hundreds of meters. Fortunately, the recruits were now able to move, beginning their retreat, already 100 meters away. 20 seconds had passed since the town ruins monument was unsealed. Should we assist? The masked team's members, such as the Whirlpool Rose, felt the vast gap between them and the boundless. Even if they had recovered, they would merely be offering themselves up as fodder. Unless they joined forces with the captain, there might still be hope. But the prerequisite was peak condition. Their team had previously slain mysteries beyond their level, but that was with mysteries, not humans. Not to mention being a divine agent. Even more formidable. No worries. Wang Mian covered his chest and approached from the rear collapse. As his realm restored, his injuries healed rapidly. Let us assist. Whoosh. A sharp sound pierced the air. In the central front, Ming Lu made his move, interrupting everyone's thoughts. In his peak state, his physique expanded, rivaling that of Zhang Hai. It was well known that the star blade was indestructible and extraordinarily sharp. Today, I shall test it. With a wave of his hand, a wild star blade appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, possibly from some instructor. At this moment, dark energy enveloped him. The long blade elongated. Its tip and base shrouded in dark energy, resembling a halberd. It appeared as if an axe and spear had merged into one, with a single-handed swing. The boundless mental energy propelled the blade's light, unleashing tremendous force as it struck towards Zhang Hai's right shoulder. Whoosh. Boom. A wave of slashing energy surged forth in the direction he swung. It was as if cut by nanotechnology, a whirlwind of dust billowing along its path. As the dust settled, it spread over 1,000 meters. The various floors of the training camp, encompassing a dozen buildings, an arsenal of firearms, watchtowers, and armored vehicles, all stood like a steel fortress. The sound of a thunderous explosion resounded. In one swift motion, it cleaved everything in its path. The destructive dark energy obliterated all matter in this direction, even bursting forth beyond the training camp. Hundreds of trees in the forest were severed, toppling one after another. Countless birds were startled into flight. Even the swirling yellow sand, indiscriminate in its fury, was sliced in half. In the forest, Yuan Gang and the other instructors looked up, their scalps tingling. This was the might of the boundless realm. Wait, who was he attacking? The masked team? In the center of the training camp, over 100 new recruits were paralyzed in fear, gazing at the blade's light above, their hearts pounding. If they had still been standing, they would have surely perished. Their hearts trembled as they looked at Captain Coronation, who stood motionless. Conversely, the wild star blade in Ming Lu's hand was lodged against Zhang Hai's skin, also unmoving, merely trembling slightly. His pupil shook, suspecting he had been poisoned. The slight resistance the star blade had met was being pushed back by muscle. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is this opponent specialized in physicality? A high-risk physical anomaly? It couldn't be this absurd. What kind of adversary had he unwittingly sought out? What monstrous being was he facing from the ancient divine church? Wrong, entirely wrong. A grave mistake. In terms of physical strength, the person before him had surpassed anyone he had encountered in the boundless realm. Perhaps overwhelmed with confusion, Ming Lu gritted his teeth and, with a defiant roar, placed his other hand on the blade, gripping it with both hands. Chapter 92. Once more, a surge of power. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Utilizing all his strength. After a few seconds of stalemate, he could not tell whether it was out of pity, but finally, a trickle of blood appeared on the blade's edge. His emotions slightly eased. However, it paled in comparison to the blood vessels visible in Ming Lu's eyes at that moment. At least it had some effect. His face reddened. A boundless realm divine agent seemed to regain a semblance of dignity at this moment. Unfortunately, in the next instant, the trickle healed. Chapter 48, Triple Laws. Conceptual Weapons. 2025032307585 Author, God of Marathon. Efforts wasted. It seemed he really had inflicted some wounds. However, that was all. Every second, magical power, combat strength, and energy were amplifying. Zhang Hai's combat power in the next moment already surpassed that of the previous second. Simply put, if he could break skin in the last second, he would lose that qualification in the next. Not to mention, the fountain of life was also present. Alas, there was no opportunity to mend the wounds. As for the enemy, the only opportunities available were at dawn and during the night. If missed, it would be extremely difficult. Even if not missed. Sweat poured from Ming Lu's forehead, unable to extricate himself. Sigh. Zhang Hai silently sighed, having witnessed the performance. Indeed, they were mere rookies. Did you think the shattering of my mask was due to your strike? He freed one hand and pressed it against Ming Lu's blade, then slowly pushed it towards his shoulder. Zhang Hai's hand was steady, yet the blade trembled, shaking ever more violently. The reason was Ming Lu's desperate exertion. He was resisting. A vein bulged on his forehead, but it was futile. No matter how much effort he exerted, he could only watch helplessly as the blade moved farther from Zhang Hai and closer to his neck. Competing in strength was futile. Ming Lu's eyelids quivered uncontrollably. His brain raced. Fine. Here is a suggestion, Zhang Hai. What? Ming Lu held his breath. Was there a turning point? Was this guy a soft-hearted fool? A twinge of sympathy? Or was he simply arrogant, offering him a chance? At this moment, he sat down, vigorously tapping his temple with his index finger, muttering, "Relax, relax. Trust me, you will come up with a brilliant idea." Zhang Hai's expression turned serious. "Do not underestimate me." Ming Lu almost spat blood. In an instant, his temples throbbed. Then he truly thought of something. Now that the turn-based combat had concluded, since you successfully withstood my strike and did not perish, I should honor my promise and withdraw voluntarily. This was a vow never broken by the ancient divine church. He suddenly released his grip, turned, and made a swift escape several hundred meters away. Seeing him flee so quickly, showing no regard for martial ethics, the new recruits, instructors, and the massed team below, who were still immersed in Zhang Hai's monstrous physique, were all taken aback. Huh? Leaving just like that? Escaping so boldly? So brazenly? Hey, why did you run? Coward! Bai Li Pang Pang shouted from below, jumping and waving his hand. As he spoke, Ming Lu indeed paused midair, suddenly turning around to reveal an ancient lantern in his hand. An old lantern. The wick was a ghostly eye. At this moment, it slowly opened. Everything within the vicinity began to stagnate. Escape? Of course, I was deceiving you. All's fair in war. The recent feint was merely a tactic to make Zhang Hai lower his guard. As for physical combat, it is not my forte. It is merely the approach of a brute. Now, however, is the realm where I truly excel. He hurled the nether lamp. The condensed nether energy was unleashed in all its fury, violently tearing apart the surrounding matter within the realm of the divine ruins. Am I not yet up? Zhang Hai expressed his dissatisfaction, wielding the star blade. With a casual sweep of the blade, a colossal hand of fire was released, enveloping all the nether energy. Lu Ming was caught within it as well. The city is ablaze. The internal temperature skyrocketed, escalating from 6,000 degrees to 12,000, then to 24,000. Doubling with each layer. It seemed to have no end. Initially, the nether energy could still contend, holding its ground. But soon enough, it faltered. Lu Ming could no longer endure. The heat was unbearable, forcing him to break free from the fiery grasp. Yet, the flames followed him relentlessly, as if possessed by a spirit, tirelessly pursuing him. Rhadamanthys, the god I serve. I am willing to sacrifice my lifespan for a modicum of divine power. Do you hear my call? For heaven's sake, save me. Lu Ming was nearly burned beyond recognition, his body trailing flames. Wherever he went, everything ignited. Damn the gods. At such a critical moment, they were utterly useless. Lu Ming, deprived of divine response, lost his composure. He began to abandon his faith. As for the mission of the ancient god church, to hell with it. Upon witnessing Lu Ming's previous strike and now Zhang Hai, the new recruits understood that the residual shockwaves were not something one could evade by merely retreating 100 meters. Retreat, 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 retreat. This is the battle of the boundless realm. Listen to the coronation squad. Quickly, carry the wounded away. Follow me to the underground base. Hong Hao and several instructors began to organize the new recruits, guiding them with order. A young recruit, with a naive face, gazed at Lu Ming. His lips twitching while an odd energy seeped from his nostrils, surging towards the female recruits, such as Molly, who were further back. Humph, they haven't noticed me yet. I have grown tired of playing with the demon child. This time, I shall experiment with a female soldier. Their resolve should be even less steadfast, right? It was so subtle that hardly anyone noticed. But halfway through its infiltration, it felt a sudden heat, igniting spontaneously and letting out a wail. Zhang Hai retracted his gaze, waving his hand to collect it as sacrificial material. Outside the training camp, amidst the forest, the yellow sands engulfed the area. A man of towering stature, clad in a black coat, emanated an overwhelming pressure from the boundless realm. With a mere wave of his hand, he ensnared Yuan Gang and Han Xiaoyan, holding them firmly in place. If Han Xiaoyan's tempest was an uncontrolled force that could sweep an entire city, then his sandstorm was a supercharged version. The moisture from my body was rapidly vanishing. Yuan Gang's lips cracked. He then discovered in terror that each grain of sand had become as hard as iron, capable of piercing through flesh effortlessly. Clang! He hastily unleashed golden light, enveloping the surrounding instructors within. Han Xiaoyan, step inside. Your winds are inferior to his. The gap in realms is evident. Meanwhile, the towering man descended slowly, sensing the commotion. Lu Ming, it seemed, was nearing completion of his task, and he needed to hasten his movements. Ah yes, esteemed instructors, allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Sha from the ancient God Church. Before he could finish, a wave of heat washed over him. Looking up, he was astonished to find Lu Ming bursting forth from the training camp. His eyes were burned blind. Half of his body was petrified, while the other half was scorched. His eyes represented the laws of faith. The petrification signified the reality of those laws. The burns were the result of demonic solar energy. He bore 3 layers of negativity and was still on the run. One cannot deny, the agent of the divine still possesses remarkable prowess. In that moment, he swiftly flew past the towering man and shouted at him. Look back quickly. There's a surprise. With that, he instantly soared over the towering man. Yet, as he flew, his nether energy depleted entirely, and he fell to the ground, reverting to a regular running posture, his arms flailing swiftly. With the petrification taking hold, he transitioned to hopping on one foot. Shortly thereafter, after barely leaping a few meters, he succumbed to complete petrification in his unwillingness. What is your call, and for what purpose? Simultaneously, the consciousness of the Greek underworld judge responded to Lu Ming's summons. Have you completed the task I assigned you? Upon seeing his agent motionless, now rigid as stone, the deity's gaze was filled with resentment. He raised an eyebrow and vanished abruptly. Lu Ming, how did he end up like this? I must turn back to see him in such a state. The towering man's face twitched, unable to resist glancing back. Upon doing so, he discovered a burly figure. A man standing in the sunlight, even taller than him. Slap. The man clapped a hand on his shoulder. Whoosh. The towering man ignited in flames, his entire form twisting as his mouth opened and closed soundlessly, as though flames had choked his throat. The swirling yellow sands in the sky halted abruptly. After Zhang Hai's clap, he fell to the ground, only to disappear the next moment. The rain-like descent of sand gradually began to dissipate. Yuan Gang and several instructors felt on the verge of collapse. They had been saved, yet they could not recognize who it was. Firstly, he wore no mask. Secondly, their physical builds were drastically different. There was no match within the entire training camp. Thirdly, the strength displayed. The agent of the yellow sand god, a being of the boundless realm, was in such agony from the flames? Would someone of this caliber truly fear fire? Who could achieve such a feat? The elite at headquarters were limited, and none matched this description. Moreover, judging by the current situation, it was far from over. Where was he headed? To slay the gods. Han Xiaoyan's voice erupted in their ears. Chapter 49. Am I the one petrified by Medusa? 202503230758558 Author. Marathon God slaying the gods? The surrounding instructors were left bewildered. It was slaying the agent of the divine. Yuan Gang added, casting a glance at Han Xiaoyan. The agent of the divine is a far cry from the deity itself. Was that boundless realm individual in the training camp also dispatched by him? Did you join this coronation squad? As Yuan Gang spoke, a splitting headache overcame him. This was indeed a significant oversight. Who would have thought that the ancient God Church would deploy 2 beings of the boundless realm at once? Are they still the agents of the deities? The most overlooked aspect is that they remain oblivious to the ancient church's ability to break the ruin's steel. Otherwise, even those of immeasurable levels could be ensconced beneath it. Yet, this issue has now been resolved. Why does your captain still intend to slay the divine agents? Is there yet another one? How many divine agents does the ancient church possess? This time, they have all come out in full force. A serpent-like shadow flickered in Yuan Gang's mind. A woman, Medusa. More precisely, it is the agent of Medusa. After the last operation failed, it is highly probable that she has returned. Entangled in this scheme, I bellowed, interrupting their contemplation. Not dead yet. It seemed that upon witnessing Zhang Hai's departure, the yellow sand above the forest began to coalesce, forming a fearsome visage. It was indeed the agent of the yellow sand deity. Buzzing, countless grains of yellow sand converged, drawing closer to him, forming a colossal body. Each grain of sand possessed the capability to annihilate those below the threshold of the river realm. It posed a threat to both the river and sea realms. With such overwhelming numbers, even an opponent of the same immeasurable level would find it perilous. Do not conflate me with Minglu, that waste. A mere spark cannot compare. His words were abruptly cut off, as Zhang Hai, who had ventured far, did not even glance back. He swung his blade once more in this direction. A torch. At the very moment the blade was drawn, a swirling wall of flames emerged around the yellow sand agent, enveloping it and igniting into a furious blaze. This flame was unlike any other. As long as the sun and moon persist, it would not cease until its target was reduced to ashes. Buzz. Zhang Hai continued onward. Yet, attacks came in rapid succession. At this moment, from the missile launch base, over a dozen gleaming metal warheads aimed directly at him, seemingly intent on halting his advance. Alas, it was futile. Before even approaching within 100 meters, they melted down to a third of their size, followed by a series of explosions, unfolding a spectacular fireworks display in the daylight. Yuan Gang and the others were taken aback, their faces turning ashen. The missile launch base had also been compromised. Inside the training camp, on the second floor of the cafeteria, Elder Sun stared blankly at the ceiling, now flattened. Outside, the morning sun streamed in. The warmth enveloped him, yet his heart felt a chill. Is this the power of humanity? After living for so long, this was his first encounter with such devastation. The magnitude of destruction caused by such an entity was staggering. In mere seconds, it was snuffed out by an even greater force. Is there a being even more powerful than the immeasurable within our camp? He swallowed hard. The stimuli he had experienced today felt more intense than anything in the past half a lifetime. In the face of absolute power, everything appeared insignificantly pale. Xiao Zhang has yet to return. Could he have been caught up in this? Elder Sun mused, his gaze pausing. Suddenly, he noticed a battered alarm clock placed beside the balcony, along with a note. A jolt ran through Elder Sun. He was not a fool. This was his alarm clock. Xiao Zhang had taken it, and now it had reappeared silently, coupled with the previous peculiar occurrences. It was clear that it was his turn now. This series of unusual actions led Elder Sun to form a hypothesis. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. The seemingly frail individual turned out to be a member of the ancient church, or perhaps the one responsible for its downfall. Regardless of which, neither was simple. Elder Sun was greatly alarmed. It turned out that he had been harboring a being of at least immeasurable power all along. He regretted not having mentioned his granddaughter during their lengthy conversation. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. The individual had been amiable in person. Had they revealed their true nature, approaching them would have been foolish. Moments prior, at a missile launch base, a woman with flowing green hair. Her jacket half draped over her shoulders carried 2 black boxes. Her body swayed enticingly as she entered, captivating the staff in her wake. With a few turns, they were all petrified. In the face of a hail of bullets, she gracefully maneuvered, breaking through to the control room. Aim, fire. One wave was insufficient, another followed. However, as she prepared for another round, she encountered another serpent demon. Nanda, a serpent demon? Wasn't he killed by the Night Watcher? Not dead, it seems. The woman delicately covered her mouth, chuckling softly. What? Have you become their slave? Ha ha ha. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Li Yifei maintained his serpentine form, asserting, and I am Li Yifei, I have a name. With that, he unleashed his pool realm strength and engaged her. The reason he was only at the pool realm was that this was merely a doppelganger. The woman flicked her tongue like a serpent. Not from around here, though. As for her realm, she had recently broken through to the river realm. Soon enough, Li Yifei found himself defeated, petrified in the process. You cannot stop me. No. It's already enough. Li Yifei's doppelganger smiled, closing his eyes completely. What do you mean? The woman furrowed her brows slightly. At that moment, a rich voice resonated from nearby. You are the agent of Medusa, the one who escaped during the campus incident, aren't you? What now? Medusa turned her head, maintaining her composure. Suddenly, she was met with a forceful blow, crushed into a pulp. A resounding thud echoed, leaving a deep crater. Had she encountered that army? Approaching was Zhang Hai. Whoosh. A serpent's eye materialized nearby, reassembling into the form of the Medusa agent, who gasped for breath, her fair face pale. That was close. Had I not opened the divine ruins early to replace my true self, I would have lost my life. However, the Medusa agent swiftly regained her composure. You should not confront me. Zhang Hai felt perplexed. Logically, with 2 immeasurable beings slain, her calm demeanor was utterly illogical. Was she not afraid? If you do not eradicate me at the first opportunity, it will become your greatest regret in life. She licked her hand and, in the next moment, lifted the 2 black boxes. Originally, these were 3 formidable weapons intended for the Phoenix Squad, and now, 2 of them are right here. Moreover, there are 2 predecessors of the Infinite Realm. In the next moment, she suddenly froze. Where are those 2 predecessors? Yes. She now realizes that they seem to have lost all life signals. No, one of them is still struggling, but it won't last long. How could this be? Is it because of the one before her? Forget it. Let it be. Medusa quickly regained her composure, smiled faintly, and was about to activate her powers when she suddenly discovered her hands were empty. Is your confidence derived from them? Zhang Hai lifted the 2 boxes. Medusa's smile froze. Chapter 50, Lucifer. Arrogance. 202503230758559 Author. God of Marathon, how could you? When did this happen? Medusa was incredulous. In the next second, her hair transformed into serpents, fixating all her gaze on Zhang Hai. Serpent eye could petrify anyone who meets her gaze. However, 1 second. 2 seconds passed. Their eyes grew weary from the stare, yet Zhang Hai remained unchanged. No, rather than unchanged. It was more accurate to say that the change was exceedingly slow. If one were to use a magnifying glass on him, they would discover that a single strand of hair had begun to petrify. But that was all. To petrify a second strand would require Medusa to maintain her gaze for a while longer. Medusa's scalp prickled. She lost her composure and allure. Indeed, under normal circumstances, she would deliberately allure and entice. Yet now, before someone who could genuinely threaten her life, such behavior would be tantamount to courting death. It would be a farce. Hey, handsome brother, would you let me go? I would be eternally grateful. Her eyes flickered, adopting a softer demeanor. She leaned forward, speaking in a cutesy tone. If Hongying were to witness this, she would undoubtedly be filled with goosebumps, feeling a shiver run through her body, especially when addressing her father in such a manner. She could just drop it. Seeing others behave like this was utterly disgusting. Eternally grateful, she repeated. Let us play a game. If you can answer correctly, you shall live. If not, Zhang Hai paused slightly, granting her an opportunity. What? Medusa's agent smirked, feeling relieved. Go ahead, brother. It's simple. Please listen carefully. What belongs to you but is used by others incessantly? Zhang Hai's expression turned serious. What? Medusa's agent choked momentarily, her mind racing. Is this a riddle? What belongs to me but is used by others? What could it possibly be? Medusa pondered for a moment. When she raised her gaze again, she locked eyes with Zhang Hai, seemingly realizing the answer, and slowly uttered a syllable. Nearby, Li Yifei, who had been largely silent, widened his eyes upon hearing this word. Wow, so clever. Wrong. It is your name. Zhang Hai shook his head. Medusa was taken aback, her face twitching. Zhang Hai, you lost. Thus do you think I would meekly surrender? Medusa's agent reverted to her venomous visage. Beneath Zhang Hai's feet, a colossal serpent eye pattern emerged. And the 2 black boxes vanished in an instant. Turning back to look, Medusa herself morphed into a cloud of mist, seemingly using an illusion to conceal her disappearance. Who would heed your command? Only a fool would keep their promises. From the very beginning, the ancient god sect has never honored its commitments. However, as she moved while pondering how to open the boxes, she suddenly felt her entire body beginning to petrify rapidly. The truth of the edict: wrong answers do not exempt one from punishment. Medusa's agent's form became stiff. Part 97. What the hell? She being petrified? What power does this guy possess? Is it akin to my own? Divine being, save me. I am willing to sacrifice my soul and lifespan for the next decade. As she was petrified halfway, she hastily cried out for help, expressing her willingness to offer herself to the divine. Meanwhile, the deity she represented replied instantly with 2 words. Not enough. In the next moment, Medusa's agent's soul and lifespan were entirely extracted. Once she lost her soul and vitality, the petrification ceased. It was not that it had failed, but rather that the edict determined that Medusa's agent had perished, thus rendering the petrification unnecessary. Simultaneously, a burst of green radiance erupted from her remains. A figure more enchanting than before, bearing an inviolable divine majesty, ascended from the air. Looking down upon Zhang Hai from a distance, her form was colossal, with eyes ablaze with green fire, serpentine hair, and a snake-like tail extending nearly 3 meters. Venomous calamity, Medusa, my poor agent, slain by another's petrifying power. Truly useless. However, I shall fulfill your final request and eliminate him. With that, she fixed her gaze upon Zhang Hai, inciting divine wrath. Medusa, adopting a regal demeanor, sensed something and abruptly changed her tone. You, among mortals, are quite impressive. The divine's sensing ability was formidable. She could perceive Zhang Hai's combat prowess increasing with every passing moment. Even when he tried to conceal it, a significant portion still leaked out. This caused the surrounding air to distort continually, and the ground began to melt. At this level, her projection could not contend. The agent had indeed presented her with a dilemma. However, as long as she eliminated him, her request would be fulfilled. Thus, regardless of the means, it would be the same. Medusa's fingers curled slightly, and a surge of psychic energy overflowed, causing the two black boxes to levitate in midair. Boom! One of the boxes burst open. As a segment of a black finger bone drifted out, an indescribable aura erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to plunge rapidly. Black and red energy swirling. Even the heat radiating from the vicinity could not withstand it. At this moment, everything retreated, suppressed. Following this, a far larger entity gradually coalesced. Emerging after the finger bone, the abyss, terrifying, emanating waves and divine might that far surpassed the previous two infinite beings in Medusa's projection, combining to unleash a divine might that could be described as worlds apart. In the training camp, even the new recruits, despite the considerable distance, felt a tremor. Could this be yet another divine agent? Shinchiju, Emoli, Bai Li Pang Pang, and others had an ominous premonition. The sense of impending doom enveloped them. For the first time, they felt their own insignificance. Life seemed to be at the mercy of others. Lin Chie stood still, witnessing the scene before him, and his mind drifted back to the muscular man he had encountered moments ago. Uncle Zhang Hai, the holder of the high-temperature Forbidden Ruins, a member of the Coronation Squad. They appeared unrelated, yet their paths began to converge. Normally, this would not be apparent. Could he have been possessed? Much like the offspring of the serpent demon? He had intended to confirm this matter after it concluded, but now perhaps there would be no opportunity left. Indeed, this was the true manifestation of divine energy, not the mere pretense of an agent's power. In the masked squad, before the other members could react, Captain Wang Mian immediately looked up, his eyes reflecting profound shock. Judging by the aura alone, it surpassed even the Yamada no Orochi they had previously encountered. If that one could be delayed through special means, this one was simply beyond possibility. Divine energy? Hongying felt a sense of bewilderment as she looked to Zhao Kongqing and the others, wondering if their captain could handle it. The others shook their heads, uncertain. No matter how formidable the captain, he was still human. Humanity had yet to triumph over the divine. Damn it! Among the many instructors, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang stepped forward, clutching the star blade, and once again made a call. The nearest elder of the infinite realm had already departed. What? 2 infinite beings from the ancient god church had arrived. I will personally report to the commander. Mobilize the special squad, the mediums, and the Phoenix squad. No. The mediums must go faster. Ensure they reach the site. The new recruits are our future. You. Coronation? I am unclear how. Chapter 98, The City of Shangjing. Xiaopinggu put away his languid demeanor, now utterly serious. But just as he set the phone down, it rang again, urgently. What did you say? Another surge of divine power has appeared, and it is not ordinary. It is divine energy? A deity. His complexion turned pale. Which god? Divine Code 004, the Fallen Angel, one of the demons from Western mythology, the Sin of Pride, the Fallen Angel, Lucifer. Was he not sealed beneath a volcano? I understand. I will immediately report to the commander and attempt to deploy a top-tier human. Xiaopinggu was drenched in cold sweat, working to provide support at the fastest speed. Chapter 51, The Body Shudders. 50,000 meters per second. Under the illuminated hall, the Moon Huai and Whisper, 2 of the 3 ancient gods, were absent, preoccupied with pressing matters. Only the enigmatic Qian Mo remained. The wrath of the evil god has finally been unleashed. The 2 of them could only hope their plans proceeded smoothly, as the night watchmen were not fools and would undoubtedly mobilize forces for support. At this moment, these 2 needed to represent the ancient god church and distract their attention. However, since the wrath of the evil god had been invoked, their actions must be deeply entrenched, likely resulting in the demise of numerous recruits, potentially even affecting the masked squad. This would explain the rapid arrival of the Phoenix squad or the mediums. His voice was neutral, devoid of gender. Otherwise, this powerful weapon would not be necessary. Woof, woof. In Cangnan City, at his aunt's home, the little black dog stared intently into the distant, desolate suburban wilderness, barking fiercely. The next moment, he was kicked by Yang Jin. Mom is still sleeping, stop barking. Yang Jin whispered, then turned to gaze at the rising sun, which was gradually obscured by clouds, mirroring his deteriorating mood. Even the cup and toothpaste he had just used fell to the ground, unnoticed. An invasion by outer gods? My brother is over there, and so close. Lucifer? Then there is no problem. The projection of the goddess Medusa sensed the aura, but the condensation of her divine avatar required some time. Do you think I will grant you that time? Zhang Hai began to approach, casually grabbing the petrified Li Yifei's avatar and tossing it aside. No. Medusa snapped back to attention, a slight smirk curling her lips. What does it matter? I shall ensure you have no time at all. Although the power of this projection was limited, it could still strike once or twice without issue. God ruined circle in an instant, the entire missile base, along with many surrounding areas, was enveloped in a faint green light. Within this area of release, all targets were under her control, allowing for long-distance teleportation. With a single push of her palm, divine power erupted, and as she exerted her force, a green, serpentine eye sprouted from her hand. Whoosh! Zhang Hai, illuminated by the light, seemed unable to move, instantly transported over an immense distance. Upon his return, it would be a hell on earth. Now, within the scene I favor, I shall seize the opportunity to select a new agent. Oh right, there are good things too. With a casual wave, another box burst forth. An ancient, foul-smelling serpent skin appeared before her, and Medusa did not hesitate to swallow it whole. In an instant, her aura began to swell. The duration of her stay here would be extended. 10,000 serpents could summon countless giant pythons, creating a locust plague that devours everything in its path. This was one of the weapons to eradicate the Phoenix Squad and was certainly not weak. Thus, let the blood sacrifice commence. Before Medusa could finish her words, she was abruptly interrupted by a sound from behind. To be precise, it was the sound of something landing. Crack. The ground split open with a fissure over 10 meters wide. The person who landed was none other than Zhang Hai, who had been transported away. Somehow, he had circled back behind Medusa. He bore the star blade, which appeared diminutive against his stature, and held a cup of soy milk in the other hand. Observing her as one would a monkey, Medusa whipped around, her many serpent-like hairs swirling, emitting a silent roar. You returned. How is that possible? How did you do it? You are merely a human. In the training camp, mere seconds ago, the instructors, closely monitoring the situation, felt their spirits plummet. His aura had vanished. Could it be that he was defeated? Yet, it should not have dissipated so quickly. It vanished in an instant. If he faced a deity, it was not impossible. It seemed he had succumbed to the divine. Had the captain of the coronation squad perished? Regrettably, they could not last longer. The expressions of the instructors shifted slightly, for the essence of Zhang Hai and Medusa was undeniably potent. The abrupt disappearance was too clean, leading to a high probability of only one conclusion: absence. This absence equated to death, with life's fluctuations diminished to the point of leaving no trace. Silence. Before Li Yifei and Zhao Kongqing could utter a word, Hongying was the first to step forward. Still adorned with the corona mask, her identity remained concealed. Yet she would bravely proclaim herself, even if revealed. You have been protected until now. Do you still have the audacity to speak on this matter? If not for the undercover among you, colluding with the ancient god church, we would not have reached this dire juncture. Hongying's countenance was frostbitten, her fury palpable. Beside her, old Zhao sighed softly, realizing that the higher echelons of the night watchmen were not a unified front. They could not all possess the trust that the former 136 squad had, where no one would betray another. The other instructors exchanged glances but remained silent, including Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. They were not cowards, yet they felt like burdens. This was the truth. Even if they wished to assist, they were incapable. A proactive approach would likely result in becoming a liability. At that moment, Wang Mian of the masked squad stepped forward. I am the captain, and I shall return to a time to prevent all of this from occurring. He inhaled deeply, aware that even involving deities would cost him much of his lifespan. But now buzz. Before he could contemplate further, Zhang Hai's aura surged anew, even more vigorous than before. 50 kilometers away from the training camp, outside a small town, a high-ranking night watchman was hastily making his way, his face etched with urgency. The headquarters placed their hopes upon him. He could not let them down. 50 kilometers was too far. At this pace, he would not make it in time. His potential was exhausted. The future and worth of the recruits, instructors, and the masked squad far exceeded his own. Above the boundless realm, even a leap of several hundred meters was insufficient. If he waited, it would be too late. Without hesitation, he resolved to risk his life. The wrinkles in his eyes shimmered with determination as he removed the insignia. Hidden within was the Ghost God's Guide. The Ghost God's Guide could briefly ignite all potential, consuming life to elevate one's realm and drastically increase speed. This was precisely what he needed. I have lived a fulfilling life. Luo Qing, Yi Fan, remember to give me a grand burial. Just as he was about to inject himself, a figure appeared before him. A tall man with an exposed torso. Moving at high speed, the elderly night watchman could not halt, akin to a runaway locomotive. Just as he was about to collide, the man merely extended his hand, effortlessly stopping him. Immediately, the man swayed, producing a cup of soy milk. You are a night watchman? Please help me settle the payment in the town. Thank you. The Boundless Realm elder widened his eyes. You too? By the way, do you know how far this is from the recruit training camp? Forget it. It's just a few steps. Zhang Hai did not elaborate. With a slight bend of one leg, he exerted force. Boom. The hurricane surged. Dozens of towering trees were bowed down, unable to rise. The ground cracked open for hundreds of meters. Amidst this tumultuous fluctuation, even the Boundless Realm Elder nearly lost his footing, retreating a few steps before barely stabilizing himself. When he regained his composure, where was Zhang Hai's figure? What did he mean by a few steps? Chapter 52, Domain Unleashed. The Iron Enclosure Mountain. 202503230758559 Author. Marathon God. How far is the training camp? Is this a joke? He is a night watchman? So young, yet I see no badge on him. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could ponder further, another unfamiliar figure clad in heavy armor slowly emerged from a concealed corner. Was that commotion caused by you? Reinforcements from the night watchman? I've been waiting for you. Finally, you have arrived. He chuckled, emanating an aura that rivaled that of the Boundless Realm. Likely at the early stage of Boundless. However, due to various factors such as talent and the Forbidden Ruins, he could still contend for a brief period against those in the mid to late stages of Boundless. Delaying time would pose no issue. You are from the ancient God Church. Here to intercept me? The elder's breath was unstable. Certainly not. Do not conflate me with them. My purpose is merely to buy some time, allowing one person to perish. The armored man cracked his neck. He had accepted a bounty targeting the young master of the Bai Li family, Bai Li Tu Ming, not for monetary gain, but for a special forbidden item. In any case, before he could finish his sentence, his form suddenly distorted. Following this, the sound of overwhelming strain and cracking echoed. Boom. It was as if a heavy meteor had struck him. His features were squished into a grotesque pancake. The heavy armor he wore was compressed into a heap of scrap metal, flattened into a sheet. A wave of energy erupted. As the mist dissipated, the familiar giant silhouette emerged, Zhang Hai. Beneath his feet lay the previously armored man, now reduced to a tomato ketchup sandwich. Boundless Realm, name unknown, deceased. Forgot to grab a straw. He wiggled the transparent straw in his hand, inserting it into the soy milk cup. With a gentle step, akin to a superhero taking flight, he vanished once more. Meanwhile, the Boundless Realm figure was catalogued by the system as material for the next sacrifice. The elder of the night watchman stood in shock. Not a straw? This physique. Just drink up. Finishing a drink in one gulp. Did it even matter whether there was a straw? Wait, that is not important. This young man just crushed a Boundless Realm being. The missile launch base. On Medusa's side, she activated her teleportation ability to successfully transport Zhang Hai away before commencing her own tasks. Yet, mere seconds later, she heard the sound of a footstep landing with a single foot, as if trying to be as quiet as possible. However, it was futile. A tempest erupted, striking with an extraordinary intensity. The air was filled with a cacophony. The garments and tresses of Medusa billowed wildly, crackling in the wind. Medusa herself, with her serpentine gaze, spun around abruptly, her eyes brimming with incredulity. For before her stood Zhang Hai, seemingly unscathed, who had been previously displaced. He merely flickered and reappeared. Why do you stare at me? Would you like a drink? Zhang Hai finished the fiery soy milk in his hand and tossed it to her. Medusa instinctively caught it, murmuring absently, how is it possible for a human to return within such a brief span of time? At this distance, my divine domain extends 1,000 meters, and all beings within are subject to my control and displacement. Unless you preemptively leapt beyond this 1,000-meter range, evading my teleportation, is that so? Seeing Zhang Hai's expression remain unchanged, her countenance shifted. Could it be that he did not leap beyond the spell's range? Instead, he simply chose not to move. Returning from 50,000 meters away on foot, by sheer physicality? How many times the speed of sound would that require? Could his body withstand it? Would he not be reduced to ashes from the friction generated? Her thoughts spiraled. Is it truly so difficult? Zhang Hai inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. As the so-called evil deity, are you incapable of such feats? The demon Jelin from the 7 deadly sins can leap thousands of meters in an instant. His physical prowess is terrifying. He surpasses Jelin. Is this degree of mobility excessive? Of course, sustaining such speed for 24 hours is a formidable challenge. Yet, it is morning now. My strength will only continue to grow. It is indeed achievable. Medusa regained her composure, seemingly piercing through the veil of reality. You possess a similar forbidden object or a means for long-distance teleportation, do you not? However, I sense no divine might emanating from you, indicating that you are not an agent of any other deity. Therefore, that previous exertion must have placed a considerable strain on your mental faculties. How much longer can you endure? Medusa appeared agitated. Do not be alarmed. Are you not merely awaiting the full manifestation of your power? I shall wait for you. Zhang Hai, wielding a long blade resting on his shoulder, found it too light and set it down. I will grant him the time to coalesce. Even if it is merely a false deity. Medusa seemed to perceive his disappointment in her gaze, which initially held anticipation. This is quite amusing. Waiting? How ostentatious. It seems you remain oblivious to the reality before you. You are about to confront not one, but two deities. Merely a projection and a divine thought. Zhang Hai shook his head. Then let us wager. With a cold snort, Medusa responded, I shall annihilate everything within a 10-kilometer radius, including you. If I fail, she deliberately adopted a seductive demeanor, then I shall grant you one request, anything you desire. With that, as if assuming Zhang Hai had acquiesced, she let out a light laugh and, without waiting for Lucifer, took the initiative to strike. Buzz. The divine domain expanded. Countless serpent eyes emerged from every corner, manifesting within the training camp. In nearby villages, towns, and all corners, every observer was petrified. Not only that, but the serpent eyes rapidly grew into colossal 5-meter-long pythons. They petrified those in their vicinity while simultaneously beginning to devour. However, this consumption was indiscriminate, sweeping away all nearby matter like a swarm of locusts, leaving not even a skeleton behind. The trees of the jungle, weapons, buildings, reinforced concrete, and supermetal alloys were all obliterated. The devastation escalated to a catastrophic magnitude, exemplifying the might of a deity. The area surrounding the training camp also fell victim to the onslaught. Quick, to the underground base. It is fortified. No, Commander. Even the underground base cannot withstand this. These serpents could only be harmed by those in the sea realm. The instructors and recruits experienced the divine power they had only read about in textbooks for the first time. Suffocation and despair enveloped them. This was merely the prelude to Lucifer's intervention. Red Ing and the others desperately combined their magical energies to fend off the pythons. Meanwhile, the Night Watch Elder, a being of immeasurable power, observed this scene, utterly helpless. The vastness of the area left him with only a few to save. What madness is this? We are here too. The ancient deity's followers, and those drawn by the bounty of Fatty Bailey, could no longer contain themselves, frantically fleeing from the encroaching serpents. As the monstrous pythons converged, Zhang Hai glanced over, losing interest. Over the past month, the solar magic had fully integrated. In terms of application, he had ascended to an entirely new level. I indeed lack large-scale techniques, for they were unnecessary until now. If required, I shall devise one on the spot. Zhang Hai extended his index finger, pointing skyward, as clusters of solar flames transformed into long streaks shooting upwards. In an instant, they surpassed 1,000 meters, reaching an extraordinary altitude. Then, like a birdcage, they expanded outward, forming a grand canvas that enveloped an area of over 10 kilometers. The domain unfurled. Chapter 53. The deity kneels, standing at the pinnacle of all races. Buzz. In an instant, everything around plunged into darkness, becoming incomprehensibly black. The ancient deity's followers and bounty hunters were engulfed in an abyss. Suddenly, the ground fractured, creating fissures, 1, 2, 3, beginning to spew molten lava. Like a volcanic eruption, the surrounding terrain underwent a frenzied transformation. The dark sky and earth morphed into a conflagration of flames and lava, enveloping them. As the engulfment occurred, all recruits from the training camp and innocent bystanders were automatically expelled from this area. The remaining multitude of frenzied pythons, ancient deity followers, bounty hunters, and even the sand deity's agent struggling within the fiery vortex began to scream in horror with a single breath. Lava enveloped and consumed them. Amidst the fierce blaze, those of lower realms often could not endure even a second, while the stronger ones could manage but a few fleeting moments. They all turned to ashes. The minimum temperature within this inferno, saturating every corner of the air, soared to over 1,000 degrees. The closer one approached the missile base, the higher the temperature rose. At the core, it began at tens of thousands of degrees. Gazing into the distance, this was the true visage of apocalyptic despair. Yet, from an external perspective, a different scene unfolded. You have altered the very terrain and landscape. A divine realm? No, it resembles some form of barrier technique. Within this domain, Medusa felt as though she were trapped within a colossal furnace of molten heat. She managed to endure for mere seconds. Even she, agitated and restless, could scarcely bear it. If this continued, she would inevitably suffer burns. As for the myriad serpents, they had long since perished. Meanwhile, within the back end of the Zhang Hai system, the harmonious sound of energy gathering resonated, bringing a sense of delight. Indeed, anything of value within his domain, once reduced to ash, would be automatically absorbed by the system. This included the two immeasurable beings of the ancient god church and the countless serpents, although their uniqueness prevented prolonged retention, leading to lesser than expected value. Their sheer number, over 10,000, was undeniable. Your abilities can enact large-scale slaughter. Medusa lifted her gaze, astonished by the unfamiliar surroundings. She could distinctly sense that she had been instantaneously transported. This individual indeed possessed teleportation capabilities. This domain had appeared to be manually crafted? A self-created realm? What tremendous mental energy must such a feat consume? She had never encountered a human like this before, at least not in her realm. To maintain such an extensive area and temperature, the expenditure must be substantial. Is this your ultimate technique? How long can you sustain it? Medusa flicked her serpent-like tongue but had to retract it due to the unbearable heat. The numerous serpents atop her head followed suit. Is this all it takes to awaken me? Suddenly, a solitary, dark voice echoed through the stifling domain. The voice's owner was a towering figure, draped in black wings, exuding an alluring malevolence. It was the fallen angel Lucifer. Upon his arrival, the surrounding temperature dropped a notch. Medusa felt an immediate sense of relief. However, it seemed only a byproduct of his presence, for throughout, Lucifer did not cast a glance in her direction. In his eyes, she was naught but an insect. This realization struck Medusa with a significant blow, yet considering the rumors surrounding this deity and his titles, it was not altogether surprising. He was the foremost warrior of hell, the embodiment of the sin of pride among the 7 deadly sins. Such a title was not bestowed upon just anyone. You have earned the right to provoke me, human. I hold you in high regard. However, can you endure until Klein or the ceiling-level powers arrive to aid you? I can offer you an opportunity. Become my servant, my agent, and traverse the great Xia. Lucifer floated in midair, a fleeting thought emerging. Just moments ago, he sensed the presence of Michael. More precisely, the essence of Michael within a human. It seemed he had chosen a representative. As arch-enemies, the human embodying Michael's will could not be spared. Kill Michael's agent, along with those by his side. Agree, and I will grant you power, he began, but before he could finish, Zhang Hai swiftly struck. With a single sweep, he cleaved Lucifer in two. Yet in the next moment, he reformed. Lucifer's expression darkened. Do you not realize where you stand, Zhang Hai? Indeed, Lucifer had not noticed. Now that he was aware, his sinister gaze narrowed. A volcano? Why am I still at a volcano? No. This seems to be a manifestation of some kind of power. The source of this aura emanates from the human before me. You possess neither a forbidden realm nor a divine domain. What you wield is a unique essence of power, indescribable in nature. It appears you are far from human. He squinted slightly. Medusa was taken aback, then began to scrutinize Zhang Hai as well. What human possesses such a plethora of distinct traits and powers? Petrification, teleportation, barrier techniques, and heat attributes. No, I am human, Zhang Hai replied, his demeanor unfaltering. He then extended his finger, forming a singular gesture, signifying uniqueness, as if stating something utterly ordinary, a law already established. However, I simultaneously stand at the pinnacle of all races. As he made this gesture, the distant sun outside responded to his summoning. It flickered slightly, connecting with the domain. Abruptly, it began to amplify and supply power to the realm. In an instant, the core temperature within the domain surged from 10,000 degrees to 30,000, 60,000, 90,000, infinitely approaching 100,000 degrees. 100,000 degrees. In the external world, this would instantly vaporize everything in its vicinity. Even within the domain, it was exceedingly terrifying, distorting everything around it. Surpassing all races? Including angels and demons? Medusa scoffed, her arrogance surpassing Lucifer's in this moment, a clear sign of recklessness. However, her words faltered mid-sentence as the temperature soared dramatically. Even the amplification brought by Lucifer was forcibly dissipated, engulfing him. Boom. Medusa ignited in flames, suffering internal injuries. Clutching her abdomen, she writhed in agony, exuding a green glow. She collapsed onto the molten ground, supporting herself with her hands, kneeling before Zhang Hai, emitting silent screams of torment. How can you still? She struggled to speak. Oh dear, what is the matter? A rich, deep voice interrupted Medusa. Zhang Hai maintained a stoic expression. Is even a deity offering New Year's greetings to a human? He gently patted Medusa's head, akin to caressing a pet dog. 202503230759000 Author. God of Marathon, are you feeling proud? Medusa, in excruciating pain, remains defiant, insisting that this is merely an illusion. What you face is insignificant, as Zhang Hai gently claps. Medusa collapses once more, prostrating herself on the ground, trembling with rage. The intensity of her shuddering causes the charred yellow scales of her serpent tail to fall away in clattering pieces, resembling a cascade of coins. It becomes clear. My apologies. It seems I misunderstood. You are not bowing to greet the new year, but rather bending down to gather your fallen coins, Zhang Hai. This statement nearly drives Medusa to the brink of madness. You scoundrel. This is an utter humiliation. To kneel and pick up coins before a mere human implies she has become a beggar. Yet in the next moment, the pain overwhelms her, rendering her momentarily distracted. If there were a health bar displayed, it would indicate that she is losing health by the second. Haha, You are the most audacious individual I have ever encountered. Lucifer glances at Medusa, amused, and chooses to disregard this worthless creature. Without exception, you are the first to exhibit such arrogance before me. In this regard, you truly are unparalleled. He turns his attention to Zhang Hai and begins to unleash his powers. However, it all proves to be futile. Your weapons, your body. Everything about you is a mere illusion. In Lucifer's disdain, the aura of corruption attaches itself to Zhang Hai's blade, twisting and transforming into a demon that viciously bites at him. Who? Pfff. Yet, even when Zhang Hai allows the demon to bite, it cannot penetrate, shattering several of its teeth in the process. This causes Lucifer to raise an eyebrow slightly. He then intensifies the output of demonic energy, summoning more forces from the depths of hell. An increasing number of entities descend into corruption, igniting volcanic eruptions and waves of heat. The entire realm appears to be engulfed in a chaotic dance of demons. Simultaneously, however, the domain itself begins to clash, with demons continuously dissipating within, consumed by flames. Curiously, these vanishing demons do not yield any benefit to Zhang Hai. They seem capable of regenerating, as if their existence is tethered to Lucifer's immortality. Observing this, Zhang Hai voluntarily dissolves the domain, losing interest in its maintenance. It is meaningless. He had opened the domain solely to dismantle Medusa's myriad serpents. With so many small snakes involved, Hongying was also affected, necessitating intervention. Now that his objective has been achieved and he has gained significantly, it suffices. Indeed, it was feeble. Lucifer scoffs in contempt, believing that the demonic energy has dismantled the domain, and instinctively raises his head. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the domain, Medusa, the clever one, brightens with realization. Having just suffered humiliation without a chance for revenge, she now finds solace in the fallen angel's ability to act on her behalf. Outside, the trainees in the training camp had moments ago, when Zhang Hai opened the domain, felt a sudden shift, as all the ferocious giant serpents vanished. Within their field of vision, everything that posed a threat seemed to have been inexplicably relocated. The moment ended in an instant. Then, in the next moment, a massive black sphere appeared at the forefront of the training camp, resembling a sports arena shrouded in darkness. What is that? Where have all the snakes gone? A barrier. Is this the forbidden domain of Captain Corona? Ultra high risk? Or something even more formidable? The scale is astonishing, reminiscent of the boundless void. Judging by the aura, all those disaster serpents have been transferred inside, imprisoned, and now seem to be vanishing one by one. The presence within includes 2 divine beings, and one of them is Captain Corona. The new recruits gazed at the immense black sphere, utterly bewildered, their eyes filled with shock. What sort of person could accomplish such a feat? The instructors, having seen more, particularly Yuan Gang, quickly analyzed that this bears resemblance to the boundless void. However, it is distinct, for this one possesses lethality. The members of the masked squad inhaled deeply. This is, in effect, a means of protecting us, isolating us? No. It feels more like we are perceived as an obstruction. Medusa's projection, Lucifer's consciousness. Can the captain withstand this alone? Even with reinforcements, will they be of any assistance? Meanwhile, the Elder Watcher of the Infinite Realm also arrived at the training camp. He was indeed the reinforcement but knew he could be of no help. Everyone else should head to the underground base. Stop staring in disbelief. Only the underground base is the most fortified. Yuan Gang, you all should go to the underground base, reinforced with multi-layered supermetal alloys. Inside, projection panels are set up. The new recruits gradually move there for refuge. Fortunately, the monitoring facilities are intact, allowing them to clearly observe the external situation. Lin Xie is also present. Amidst their anxious emotions, the black sphere suddenly developed a crack. Crack. It spread and shattered. Immediately after, 3 figures plummeted. With a resounding bang, a tremendous noise erupted. One was a half-dead projection of Medusa. The other was a remarkably solid dark-winged angel, now hovering in midair like a demon with black wings. Under the training camp's super instruments, it could be magnified to reveal a vague silhouette. However, due to the influence of a mysterious magnetic field, it remained somewhat unclear. Is this Lucifer? And Lin Xie's seraphim energy began to stir. A wave of soreness surged in his eyes. 1 against 2? It seems my weapon has also vanished. Do we have any means to send weapons over? Even getting outside is difficult, let alone delivering anything. And what do you wish to send, cold weapons or firearms? Bili Pang Pang hesitated to speak. He indeed possessed many forbidden items stored within the tranquil space. Yet concerning the severity of this situation, only treasures from the forbidden artifact repository might prove useful. At the heart of the battlefield, 2 unseen forces clashed. Flattening the surrounding trees, they manufactured a clearing. I have stated before, you possess nothing now. Before me, everything is an illusion. Witnessing Zhang Hai empty-handed, Lucifer sneered, conjuring a hellish scythe, with demonic hounds howling atop it. amplifying his intimidation. I possess nothing? Is that so? When have I ever claimed that the star blade is my weapon? Am I a watcher now? Zhang Hai's expression remained calm. His right hand opened. As I gazed back, it felt as though I were summoning something inexplicable. Lucifer paid it no mind, focusing instead on manifesting the fallen divine ruins. By your own words, this is now my domain. He unfurled his obsidian wings. Within this realm, every lifeless entity, be it weapon, tree, or even the very ground, could be corrupted into a demon. Yet, in the next instant, Lucifer's pupils constricted. Instinctively, he looked upward. Bang! A radiant beam of overwhelming pressure surged forth. Before it could approach, the newly formed enigmatic ruins crumbled under its sharpness. What was that commotion? Was there something within the mountains? In Cangnan City, at the foot of a certain peak, the Night Watch commander, Zhuqing, was hastening his pace. Indeed, he was fortuitously nearby, ready to provide immediate support. However, as he ran, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Buzz! Whoosh! From a distant mountaintop, a golden figure soared skyward, displacing torrents of mud and stone. Countless beasts fled in panic, emitting a cacophony of roars. Yet all were drowned out by a piercing metallic sound. The golden figure, suspended in mid-air, shattered the sound barrier, leaving a trailing shadow as it shot forward. Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Moments later, realizing something, he quickly shifted his gaze. Cracks had appeared all over the mountain. At the epicenter, a massive chasm had been cleaved open from the peak to halfway down the slope, as if split by an unseen force. Zhuqing connected the dots, his mind buzzing. What had he just witnessed? A golden axe had burst forth from the mountain, cleaving a path before soaring away. In Chapter 55, slaying the fallen angel, frightening the demons of hell. Neither the Night Watch headquarters nor the Bailey Group's so-called forbidden artifact repository contained such a weapon. There were no records of it. Yet, there were legends, perhaps of one who wielded such a weapon to save his mother from a mountain? Zhuqing pressed his lips together. No. The axe's trajectory was fortuitously aligned with his own path. Who was using it? Whoosh. The sound of cutting through the air echoed. The divine axe ignited in flames, racing forward while generating a thundering roar. As it passed over towns and cities, it captured the attention of countless citizens, yet when they looked up, they saw nothing. In the training camp, the masked squad, led by Rose, declared, "My hammer, lend it to him. Your hammer could never withstand such power. Ordinary weapons like knives and spears are futile," Wang Mian replied, shaking his head. Even a mediocre forbidden artifact would likely be inadequate. His words resonated with Hongying. "I'll use my black blade, Yuan," Wang Mian decided. "I'll hand it to him." "Captain, it's too dangerous. That is the divine vortex. And what of it? He has helped us immensely." Wang Mian grasped Yuan and began to stride forward. The elder of the Night Watch moved even quicker. By the time Wang Mian reacted, Yuan had already vanished from his hand. Predecessor. At the center of the battlefield, the colossal axe responded to Zhang Hai's call. In mere seconds, it soared from thousands of meters away. With a thunderous crash, akin to a celestial thunderclap, it landed in Zhang Hai's grasp, unleashing a shockwave that sent nearby Night Watch elders reeling. Simultaneously, the demons festering and raging within the fallen divine ruin stilled, collapsing instantaneously. One strike for another. Zhang Hai's domain dissipated, and Lucifer's divine ruins were similarly shattered. Upon seizing the axe, Zhang Hai felt a long-lost sense of solidity. This artifact, the divine axe Reduth, was undoubtedly more compatible and comfortable than a mere blade. Its appearance, radiating divine might, with intricately carved inscriptions, captivated even Medusa for a fleeting moment. Lucifer frowned. "To clarify the earlier statement, you ask if I can hold out for reinforcements?" "Of course not, for by that time, you would already be dead." Zhang Hai smiled gently, yet his tone dripped with mockery, a stark contrast to the warmth he had shown at night. Lucifer paused, then let out a deep, mocking laugh, seemingly unconcerned. "Very well. Quite well." Lucifer floated before Zhang Hai, their faces mere inches apart. Leaning slightly forward, nostrils flaring towards Zhang Hai, he said, "Since you are so audacious, I have been holding my breath for far too long. Arrogant fool, I shall drag your soul down to hell." He erupted into laughter, transitioning from a low chuckle to a boisterous cackle, culminating in a sinister grin, as if he had never encountered something so amusing. "Ha ha, ha ha." Zhang Hai laughed as well. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, sharing in a moment that felt inexplicably beautiful and harmonious. At that moment, the elder of the Night Watch finally arrived. Witnessing the scene, several question marks inexplicably appeared above his head. Not only were the two laughing, but Medusa seemed to be moved by the scene, joining in the laughter, already imagining Zhang Hai being ravaged. She had great trust in Lucifer. Then, without warning, Zhang Hai swung the divine axe Rita. Swish, thwack. A crimson line of blood erupted from Lucifer's forehead down to his lower body. Bang! He was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. The earth shattered. Dense smoke billowing. Countless waves of corrupted energy surged forth. Even Medusa was caught in the aftermath, losing a significant portion of her form. Her smile froze. Do not presume it was easy. Had a Night Watch elder of immeasurable strength been present, there could not have even been a hair on him. Only Zhang Hai could accomplish such a feat with such ease. An eerie silence enveloped the air. Arrogance. Zhang Hai bore the weight on his shoulder, his expression impassive. Thus, I am the embodiment of pride. The elder of the Night Watch felt as though struck by lightning. One strike had incapacitated Lucifer, the divine being ranked 004 in the hierarchy. He felt that Yuan was superfluous. In Chapter 107, do you still not learn your lesson? Such an assault, wielded by an ordinary mortal's weapon, was utterly trivial to me. As Lucifer prepared to recover and reassemble his two halves, his voice became choked. His injured body began to emit strange flames, refusing to heal no matter what he tried. Damn it! What are you wielding? Lucifer twisted in agony. On his severed flesh, there was no burning flesh to be found. Regenerating a demon, this was the only way to recover. Yet, it came at the cost of 1/3 of its power. The divine axe, Rita. Zhang Hai spoke succinctly. A divine axe? How dare you wield the divine? Lucifer understood. He could not afford to grant any more chances. His demeanor shifted dramatically. The scythe transformed into a pitch-black longsword, striking towards Zhang Hai's shoulder. Every means at his disposal unleashed. The power of the fallen. The enigmatic divine ruins. All were activated. With a resounding hum, it was as if the gates of hell had swung wide open, summoning forth countless demons. Amplifying his divine might to unprecedented heights, Lucifer exerted every ounce of his strength. On the axe wielded by Zhang Hai, twisted demons emerged, only to be instantly incinerated, their wails echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Lucifer's form swelled to an imposing height of 6 meters, towering like a 2-story building. His divine might fully unfurled. From the abyss crawled the most malevolent of angels, enveloping the surroundings with an overwhelming pressure. Am I to be intimidated? I prefer not to look up at others. Regardless of how much power you possess, be it your true self or mere projection, it must bear a semblance of divinity. Thus, Zhang Hai exhaled slowly and swung the divine axe once more. This time, it was a serious endeavor from start to finish. Indeed, Lucifer possessed formidable strength. After all, few had previously managed to resurrect under his relentless assaults, even if they were mere casual strikes. Was he truly the foremost combatant of hell? So, let me unveil my genuine strength in this state. His tone remained calm, yet when Zhang Hai raised the colossal axe high, everything shifted into extraordinary intensity. With a mighty whoosh, the giant axe ascended. Bathed in sunlight, it radiated an unparalleled brilliance. Golden flames erupted violently, forming fiery divine circles. In Lucifer's eyes, Zhang Hai's figure instantaneously transformed into an immeasurable giant, rendering Lucifer insignificantly small, as if he were being compressed. Akin to the disparity between a first-floor dweller and a 10th-floor titan. With a thunderous roar, the divine axe giant planted its left fist onto the ground, the veins bulging on its knuckles. Its colossal legs stood like twin mountain peaks, poised in the most optimal stance. Then, it swung the solar divine axe down with great force. Boom! The air exploded. The surrounding oxygen was stripped away, creating a vacuum. A medium? How does one sustain combustion? Magical energy serves as the medium. Zhang Hai is the medium. At this moment, the temperature at the center of their confrontation soared beyond 100,000 degrees, reaching 200,000 and even 300,000 degrees. Lucifer's pupils dilated in shock. It was as though he glimpsed the seraphim Michael, codename 003, seated upon the moon. The heat was identical. No, they were entirely different beings. The man before him was no seraph but an embodiment of the blazing sun. Boom! Zhang Hai unleashed the blow. At this moment, he seemed unperturbed by the aftermath of his actions. He released his full power unabashedly. Crack! Even before the divine axe descended, the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters shattered into powder. It hadn't even approached him. Yet Lucifer began to crumble under its might. All the demons disintegrated. The wicked struggled, terrified, shielding themselves from the blinding light, dissipating into nothingness. Only he remained, isolated. From the gates of hell, a horned demon, several meters tall, witnessed this and desperately tugged at the loop, striving to close the door. The radiance was so piercing, so overwhelming, that it illuminated the so-called gates of hell, bringing forth unimaginable destruction. Chapter 108. Lesser demons scrambled to cling to the door, a mass of wings flapping at breakneck speed to assist. Chapter 56. Cleaving the river. The blood of the sun. A reversal of destiny. This seemed to be the manifestation of fear expressed by the air of corruption. It appeared as an illusion, not entirely real, merely a reflection of the mental realm. Yet, none of that mattered now. At this moment, Lucifer's exquisite, seemingly flawless visage contorted in frantic spasms. Even he was taken aback by the suddenness. It felt like he had just been wielding 10 units of power, thinking it was his limit, perhaps able to unleash a few more, only to find it skyrocketing to 100. It caught him completely off guard. Had he been holding back all along? This fellow, what domain had he unleashed? What was this and that? From beginning to end, the consumption he endured was negligible. That wretched Medusa had been misleading him all along. You were anything but human. All his wings began to melt. It was as if the true Fade was being torn away. Even if he did nothing, Lucifer would soon self-erase. I remember you. You are the second individual, after Michael, to leave a profound impression on me. But this is merely a tiny remnant of my divine consciousness. To preserve face. He chose to sever the connection and self-immolate. If one cannot defeat, then one must self-combust. Regardless, it represented the dignity of the fallen angel Lucifer. Had it not been for the inability of his skeletal structure to bear greater force, Lucifer proclaimed amid the immense pressure, extreme heat, shockwaves, and indescribable radiation. He was on the verge of explosion and ceased his words. Alas, before his true form could fully retract this fragment of divine consciousness. It was already torn apart and vaporized under the utmost duress, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Zhang Hai, whose axe had originally dwindled to 1/3 of its power, hadn't he even grazed a hair on Lucifer. It was still several meters away. Witnessing the emptiness below, he released a hollow strike. Yet even so, the inertia imparted by the divine axe, Rita, propelled that cleaving strike forward, unfalteringly crashing into the earth. Buzz. Rip. A terrifying sound of tearing reverberated through the heavens. The ground, which had already disintegrated into powder, was further twisted, burrowing downwards in an explosive rupture for dozens of meters. The length was unfathomable. Dozens, hundreds, even thousands of meters. A lightning-shaped chasm split open, crisscrossing in every direction. The spiderweb-like crack spread outwards. As he passed through the training camp, it effortlessly shook the underground base, as if it were glass fracturing into countless pieces. Even the sun's rays penetrated through, startling many new recruits into silence, as they mistakenly believed it to be an earthquake. Yet this was not the end. A chasm cleaved through the training camp, traversing an immense distance of several thousand meters, arriving at a riverbank, effortlessly slicing through. A literal severance of the river. Indeed. The aftermath split the waters over hundreds of meters wide, creating a gaping void. It took several minutes for the bifurcated river to refill, while nearby vessels gradually resumed their position. Fortunately, the local populace had been evacuated by authorities, or else they would have faced dire consequences. The total span reached an astonishing 8,000 meters, nearly 10,000. The myriad fissures resembling roots were beyond estimation, sprawling extensively. Is this your arrogance? The divine axe hovered suspended, not yet descending. Zhang Hai retracted it, gently resting it on the ground. However, due to a lapse in control, he inadvertently tore a gash of several meters on the opposite side. Observing this, he had no choice but to hoist it back onto his shoulder. What a pity. I had intended to showcase my true prowess to you. Just as the words left his lips, not far away, the coiled Medusa trembled, her tattered serpentine tail entwined. Interrupting him with, "What are you? What am I?" Zhang Hai gathered his magical energy, exhaling deeply. Once again, this question arose. I am your superior. Medusa's form began to dissipate, transforming into motes of light. Yet, in the fleeting moment of her soul's dissolution, an instinct for survival emerged from an unknown source. Or perhaps her essence had severed ties with its original form. Nevertheless, this fragment of her soul mutated, gaining consciousness and a fierce will to survive. Wait, I shall uphold my promise. I previously stated that if I lose, I would grant you one condition. Zhang Hai raised an eyebrow. She had nearly forgotten to mention it. Then I demand you become my servant, sworn to absolute loyalty. Will you comply? In truth, Medusa found herself with no option to refuse. Once Zhang Hai uttered the words, it would signify the fulfillment of his promise, the binding of a genuine oath. Impossible to defy. Should she resist, petrification would ensue. As for whether it would affect her original form, Zhang Hai was uncertain, having never tested it. It was up to this fragment of her soul to gamble. A servant? Human. I am a deity. Medusa had not formally rejected him. She merely contemplated, struggling to accept this reality. Unexpectedly, her damaged soul was drawn away by an inexplicable force, as if to be offered as sacrificial material. Wait. Ding. Remnant of Lucifer 1, special, Lucifer, that entity's essence must be fixated on me. Zhang Hai withdrew his gaze. It was only natural to attract more attention. Yet being targeted without the strength to match would be dire. Fortunately, this endeavor had yielded substantial gains. Throughout the ordeal, several immeasurable entities and a multitude of serpents had been encountered, leading to an undeniable profit. Not to mention the words of Bai Li, who claimed to offer half of his family's fortune. How amusing. The Bai family possesses countless treasures, especially that forbidden artifact museum, which piques my curiosity. Of course, the specifics would need to wait. Moreover, in this battle, my mental fortitude is nearing its limits. Indeed, with the unique assistance of magic, he had been maintaining restraint. Primarily suppressing his energy proved advantageous. The more stable the foundation, the higher the potential limit, until reaching the threshold of his capabilities. Currently, relying solely on his mental prowess, he could cleave through realms with ease. If utilized as fuel to ignite, he could harness solar energy, sustaining his state for several seconds into the morning. Looking around, he observed the devastation, barren land, ravaged and desolate. He pondered briefly. I am not some Ultraman or superhero, merely striking without remedying. Zhang Hai drew a line across his fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to escape. This was not ordinary blood, but rather infused with the essence of life itself. Thus, in a sense, his blood could cure ailments and even resurrect. It encompassed all living beings, akin to the healing eye technique, yet distinct, as this single drop could regenerate in 0.0000001 seconds, as if nothing had been expended. With a flick of his finger, that drop of blood soared into the sky under the brilliant sunlight, bursting forth like a spider's web. A sanguine rain, resembling fireworks, cascaded down. In an instant, the soil was nourished, visibly revitalizing and becoming fertile. Plants began to sprout. Spring returned to the earth. All living things awakened. The over 200 new recruits and numerous instructors stationed at the training camp looked on in astonishment, their eyes widening. The aftermath of that previous strike had not yet subsided. The crowd remained entranced, struggling to process the spectacle before them. Now, they were confronted with a scene that rendered them speechless. A gentle rain fell in a brief wave, yet even this was profoundly impactful. The training camp, its square, combat platform, dormitories, and dining hall lay in ruins, shattered and disordered, bearing the scars of devastation. Even the most fortified underground facilities, capable of serving as shelters during disasters, were nearly obliterated. Steel reinforcements and load-bearing columns lay scattered and askew amid the wreckage. The surrounding forest wept for the destruction wrought. What on earth did this protect? Injured recruits were present, and the plant-based forbidden ruins seemed to have affected their minds, causing one to ponder whether they had suffered a blow to their heads or were influenced by the environment. This notion inexplicably arose within them. Moments later, the blood rain falling through the crevices cascaded down. The vegetation began to flourish wildly. The droplets of blood that fell upon the gathered individuals healed their wounds, hastening their recovery. This recruit from the plant-based forbidden ruins stood agape, speechless. What is happening? The other recruits and instructors present possessed varying levels of fortitude, facing no imminent threat. Even amidst the blood rain, they felt their injuries swiftly mend. At first, many new recruits hesitated, but soon they stood up, filled with curiosity. Red rain. The flora and fauna have all rejuvenated. This blood possesses regenerative and healing properties. How astonishing. Who is responsible for this? Blood? Could it possibly be the blood of a deity? Nonsense. What benevolence can a deity possess? The blood rain descends upon the earth. Above the base, numerous barren areas rapidly transformed into lush forests, visible to the naked eye. There was no trace of the devastation from the recent battle. Within mere seconds, the training camp and its surroundings appeared even more verdant than before the conflict. The only lingering evidence of the recent battle was the terrifying fissures. The new recruits trickled out, gazing at the massive scars on the ground. They were overwhelmed with awe. The plant-type recruits observed as well, yet they dared not utter a word. They feared that even a stray thought might be perceived, and a mere glance could spell their doom. This is the battle of deities, or more accurately, of humanity against the divine. What could the outcome be? Is it even necessary to ask? If we had lost, could we remain here in such tranquility? We have triumphed. Indeed, the divine fluctuations have ceased. My transformation into the myriad and the true slayer of white, no, even the genuine slayer of white pales in comparison. Amidst the astonished murmurs, Wiley felt for the first time just how inadequate his offensive relic was. He even compared it to the slayer of white. However, such comparisons seemed unfair. For the slayer of white disregards distances of kilometers, significantly shortening the time, showcasing remarkable attack speed. Yes, each has its advantages, each has its merits. He repeatedly reassured himself in his heart. Shenqi Zhu and Chao Yuan fell into a heavy silence, their previous bravado diminished. They were struck too deeply by such formidable power. Lin Xie, on the other hand, felt a stirring in his thoughts. There were matters he must discuss privately with Uncle Zhang Hai to seek clarification. Was it truly a misunderstanding or something more? Had the true Uncle Zhang Hai been replaced by captain of the coronation squad? Or was there another reason? Mother, is this mere brute force? His spirit sank as he reached out to the mental hospital. Soon, a gentle female voice responded. Denasdus, if given the opportunity. I wish to meet him. A blade, a weapon. Is it possible to achieve such a level without relying on the forbidden ruins? Molly grasped her katana, gazing ahead, her beautiful eyes quivering slightly. How did this crack form? Is it a type of forbidden ruins or something else? Molly, your myriad frequency movement. Wasn't there an incident where you shattered a door? Is it possible to produce localized vibrations? Could this be the result of a high-level individual combining with the myriad frequency movement? If so, develop it further and combine it with your sword. With a single strike, the air shatters and the ground cracks. The thought of achieving such feats in the future is exhilarating. Several female recruits' eyes lit up. Section 111, seeing this. Bali joined in with compliments. Molly's expression darkened. Was this praise or mockery? The two are worlds apart, entirely different levels. What she aspires to. It could almost be considered the ultimate goal of her life. Moreover, she had not sensed the fluctuations of the myriad frequency movement in the Forbidden Ruins. Considering this, a terrifying conjecture arose within Molly. Could it be reliant solely on pure physical impact? Don't overthink it. It might also depend on a certain immensely powerful relic, unleashing its strongest strike in a short time. The masked team member added, is it reliant on a relic? Molly paused. Furthermore, you have misunderstood. The captain of the coronation squad did not face a true deity. It was merely a projection and divine consciousness. There is a fundamental distinction between this and the true essence of a deity. They are not of the same concept. As the vortex spoke, the scales nodded in agreement. Indeed, being a deity, do not take it for granted. Furthermore, to my knowledge, there has been no record of humanity slaying a deity thus far. However, one undeniable fact remains. This captain of the coronation squad is indeed unimaginably powerful. No one doubted this. Particularly, Rose, wielding a massive hammer, her apricot eyes shimmering incessantly. Humph. As if we needed your input. On the coronation squad's side, Hongying raised her swan-like neck, filled with pride. Coronation squad, what exactly is your origin? Are you a special team hidden by headquarters? But why is the strength of your members so varied? The remaining members of the masked team cast skeptical glances at Hongying, Zhao Kongqing, and Li Yifei. What are you looking at? Is it allowed for you to suppress your realms while we cannot? Hongying waved her spear. Deep down, she felt somewhat embarrassed. She was merely a filler, but could not bring shame to her captain. Yes, this sense of belonging. In less than half a day, it had filled her up. Captain, we finally get to meet up close. She exhaled, filled with anticipation. This had been a considerable time since the Ghost-Face King incident, through the No.2 Serpent Demon event. To now, on the second floor of the cafeteria, Old Sun sat by the window, wiping his sweat, panicking. It was finally over. Oh dear, if this happened every year. My heart might not withstand it. Outside the training camp, Wang Mian found the Elder of the Infinite Realm. Discovering that a yuan was still in hand and had not been sent away, you must have noticed. A beam of golden light descended from the sky. The Elder of the Infinite Realm, being closest, felt the deepest impact and was thus the most astonished. Even from a distance, he could still sense the overwhelming might. Feeling like an insignificant ant amidst the sand. Senior, what realm do you think this captain of the coronation squad belongs to? Wang Mian took a yuan, his expression complex. The individual did not require his assistance from start to finish. A fissure nearly 10,000 meters long had opened. Left Qing also took note. Now, he found it difficult to move his legs, as there was a fissure in front of him, and moving further would lead him in. He had just hung up the communication with the training camp. Based on the analysis along the way, Left Qing quickly deduced the scale. The fissure before him, resembling an abyss, indeed approached a 5-digit length. Was it truly Zhang Hai's doing? Left Qing's eyelids twitched. The thin man in his memory? The polite thin man? The small business owner skilled in bartending? The one who had been protected by the Phoenix Squad? If true, the contrast before and after is truly shocking. Above the infinite. What other realms could there be? Klein, it was clear as day. It seems that on that fateful night, a grave error was committed. A profound miscalculation of the situation. Chapter 58, Michael's Heartbeat. A Tremendous Harvest. Author, Marathon God Klein. If one were to attain the 6th realm, the level of importance would shift dramatically. Should one's mental prowess be inexhaustible, capable of transcending spatial dimensions, akin to a Klein bottle, it would signify the 6th realm of Klein. It is noteworthy that in the entirety of the Great Xia, there are scarcely any Klein entities. Moreover, the upper and lower limits of Klein vary significantly. Some are exceedingly weak, while others are exceptionally strong, each possessing unique specialties. Certain individuals are numerical aberrations, embodying sheer physical force, yet their souls are fragile. Others are adept in magic but lack in close combat. Some excel in soul manipulation, albeit with frail physiques. There are those aligned with natural elements, exhibiting extraordinary destructive capacity. They can invoke calamities that far exceed their own realms. Hence, each Klein possesses distinct strengths. The resulting disparities in strength and destructive potential are profound. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Hai, based on the current display, is at the very least decline. In his heart, Zhuqing silently resolved to take a certain course of action, even if it were merely a transient surge of ultimate power. Even if it relied upon that mysterious colossal axe, the wielder's strength could not be insignificant. Coupled with that enigmatic golden axe, he would not be deemed weak among the Klein. Of course, even at the pinnacle of Klein, Zhuqing still had a considerable distance to traverse. Numerous factors determined the outcome of a battle, including experience, technique, and the compatibility within the Forbidden Realm. Not to mention, he had already 1 foot in the ceiling of power. Before he could ponder further, another call came through from the Joint Investigation Team. Commander Zhua, we have uncovered information based on the list you provided. Without exception, all individuals are implicated. Liao Wang, November 14th, 9:42 p.m., Wang Gui, Wuruado. They have concealed themselves adeptly and altered numerous documents, marking a significant dereliction of duty on our part. Zhuqing lost interest in the ensuing conversation. Zhang Hai, Zhang Hai, Zhang Hai. He repeated the name thrice in disbelief, questioning how he knew so much. This was facilitated by others. This time, Zhang Hai was invited as a special guest. And despite facing considerable opposition from the upper echelons, he and Yi Fan persevered in their decision to proceed. Unbeknownst to them, this turned out to be the most astute decision yet. Furthermore, one could hardly fathom the potential consequences had Zhang Hai not been involved. Simultaneously, dozens of kilometers away from the training camp, on the flowing Yangtze River, a vintage carriage skimmed across the water's surface, as if it were traversing mere inches. With each step, it traversed an impressive distance. Not even Santa Claus on his flying reindeer could match its speed. Master, how could an outer god appear within the borders of Great Xia, and furthermore, 2 at once? The youthful driver glanced towards the carriage's interior. An outer god? It need not necessarily be the outer god in person. They could be employing other means. Nonetheless, it is ultimately a manifestation of divine power. The voice from within the carriage floated out languidly. However, before the statement could be concluded, the previously placid river surface erupted into furious waves, accompanied by a tempestuous wind. The air currents were exceptionally unusual. The youth nearly lost his grip on the reins. Fortunately, with the master present, the surrounding waters immediately calmed. Subsequently, the carriage continued on for some distance. As they neared the shore, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. The river parted, with the waters filling in the gap, repairing the fissure with a thunderous roar. This, however, was not the limit. For on land, a deep rift was also intertwined. He wiped the sweat from his brow, not from fear, for he had journeyed far and wide with the master and encountered many phenomena. This scene was indeed shocking, but not so alarming as to induce perspiration. Moreover, with those inside the carriage, there was the utmost assurance of safety. Yet, it was genuinely sweltering. It was clearly still early morning. Yet the temperature felt exceptionally high. Was it always this hot in Cangnan? Furthermore, what could have caused such a commotion? Inside the carriage, Master Chen paused slightly before speaking. Let us proceed. It is concluded. Someone has arrived before us. He scoffed, to have me run this errand so early in the morning. However, their strength is indeed formidable. The youth is impressive. The last remark was laced with amusement. However, mere minutes after their departure, a call came through. The youth answered, exchanged a few words, and then turned to the carriage. Yes, Master Chen, Deputy Commander Zhua says the enemy is merely a remnant of divine thought, but it has been resolved. However, it was not by the aid of those who arrived. Strictly speaking, it was not the Night Watchers. The youth pondered. Is it truly so that a mere remnant of a deity necessitates such power to resolve? This is no trivial matter. If an actual god were to descend, what magnitude of strength would be required? But who, then, is it? The master's voice resonated once more. Had I known it would be like this, I would not have hurried back. Although Cangnan is rather peculiar, I still wish to meet those of interest. The coronation team, captain's name confidential, the youth replied. A new special team? How come I have not heard of them? Are they renowned practitioners? What? Are you jesting? The infinite have been diminished. It was supposed to be a sure victory. Within the dimly lit hall of the ancient god church, numerous members stood, their spirits not elevated. Even Qianmo herself mirrored this sentiment. The divine agents had practically all perished. Who would be elated in such circumstances? A low chuckle escaped from the lips of the whisperer, causing Qianmo to frown. To have achieved this level of success, the whisperer bore no anger. Even the weapon aimed at the Phoenix team proved ineffective. This was the divine thought of the codename 004, Lucifer, the fragment of bone. Even an ordinary Klein would struggle against it. Certainly, if it were the whisperer, one of the 3 gods within the ancient god church, they could resolve it instantaneously. But how many of them existed? Yet what a failure. Specializing in destructive capabilities within the realm of corporeal entities? Had they forgotten what I excel at? The stronger one is, the more secrets they harbor. Yet, the rise of more peculiar entities remains increasingly intriguing. Alas, for those of this type, they have encountered me. The Whisperer. Before Su Xiaoxiao severed contact with me, she conveyed his fatal weakness, thus rendering their sacrifices worthwhile. Weakness? Qian Mo inquired with curiosity. Murmurs escaped as lips parted. Softly uttering the word soul, Qian Mo raised an eyebrow. Before long, it appeared he had received significant intelligence just before the demise of one of his subordinates. With a gentle smile, Qian Mo's brow relaxed at the mention of a weakness. It was now the turn of the murmurer to inquire, "What? Night? Night?" A chuckle escaped Qian Mo's lips, eliciting laughter from the murmurer. The entire hall resonated with mirth. Below, numerous church members exchanged glances, yet dared not speak. Beyond the mist, at the base of a North American volcano, a terrifying pressure erupted. The ground trembled ever so slightly. It was Lucifer, through the feedback received before death. He was acutely aware. Ants. You. A rapid series of claps echoed. After a moment, and you, Michael. The figures of the two converged. With a fierce gaze, he had slain 100 times over. On the moon, Michael, transformed into a golden-haired Western man, suddenly opened his eyes wide. The ripple from Lucifer dissipated. He focused his sight, searching, only to retract it after a while. Yet, abruptly, he cast his divine gaze downward. Why is it him? That audacious fellow. He actually managed to defeat him? Thoughts surged within Michael. It felt as if Zhang Hai was more inclined to devour and subsequently replace, rather than merely strike down. Alternatively, was it a matter of combating piracy? Was it an illusion? Or was it humanity? The shadows of Zhang Hai and Lucifer seemed to gradually converge. In the following moment, Michael's brow furrowed deeper. Outside the training camp, at the missile base, researchers began to awaken from petrification. Outside the base, the Medusa agent, once petrified below the waist and presumed dead, miraculously recovered. It appeared that by severing her lower half, she had regrown, thus liberating herself. Now, she exuded even more allure. Though her expression remained somewhat cold, striding in high heels, her eyes revealed an air of superiority that was distinctly non-human. Until Zhang Hai, standing before her, suddenly turned and pointed toward the sky. You should raise your middle finger that way, preferably with both hands. Zhang Hai knew Michael would sense it. What does this mean? Medusa inquired. This action, Zhang Hai explained, is because the Seraph Michael is watching us. Michael, a member of the Western Holy Church and archrival of Lucifer, is currently stationed on the moon. Medusa paused, bewildered. What does that have to do with us? Why should I do it? Because you promised to be my slave. And thus you must obey unconditionally. Do not question me. I simply find him displeasing. Moreover, this gesture is not suited for me. It is rather childish. Zhang Hai chuckled lightly. Your hands are quite lovely. Just moments ago, Medusa's fragment of a soul had successfully transferred into the agent's body, having been freed from petrification. Zhang Hai helped her sever her lower half, and with a mere drop of blood, it regrew, granting her a new lease on life. It was that simple. He then infused her with a measure of magic, ensuring a double layer of protection. As for why she remained, Zhang Hai initially had no such intention, but upon reflection, realized that simply slaying her would not be a wise transaction. It would be far more beneficial to let her grow stronger before disposing of her. During this time, she could assist him. Why not embrace such an opportunity? As for her true form, the genuine plague, a deity? Zhang Hai chuckled. To him, she was merely a demon. Regardless of her nature, she remained beyond the mist, far from his concerns. He was only interested in the present. You are quite enigmatic. Medusa's sultry voice snapped Zhang Hai's attention back. My actions will only draw hatred toward my true form. The two faced each other as the temperature around them soared rapidly. Within 3 seconds, a vein throbbed on Medusa's forehead as she struggled to hold back. She raised her middle finger to the sky. Use both hands, Zhang Hai instructed. Medusa, expressionless, complied with the other hand. Under the sun, her fingers appeared exquisitely delicate, the green nail polish accentuating their beauty. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes began to sting, realizing Zhang Hai had already departed. She quickly lowered her hands and followed him closely. Along the way, she beheld the rejuvenated ground around her, her gaze flickering with astonishment. Just a drop of blood can achieve this? What an extraordinary constitution. Is he truly a mere mortal? In her memory, only certain unique divine realms or exceptional races could accomplish such feats. In truth, this was a result of Zhang Hai's extraction and suppression. If he were to unleash his full potential, combining the life spring's great healing, solar magic, and merging them into his blood to release, the growth rate of this suburban area, under special irrigation and photosynthesis, would reach extraordinary levels, resulting in a supermutation. Any single tree would grow to dozens of meters high, even visibly surpassing 100 meters. However, Such remarkable phenomena would be too conspicuous and lack any real significance. In fact, this single act had already attracted considerable attention, though those nearby hesitated to ascertain its cause or the perpetrator. Put on a mask to avoid trouble. Zhang Hai tossed a corona mask behind him. Where shall we go next? To the training camp. Zhang Hai intended to digest his gains, lest the night stretch on too long with dreams. Soon, they entered the training camp. Upon their arrival, the soldiers at the gate immediately stood at attention. Saluting with utmost respect, Zhang Hai returned their greeting with a smile and continued onward. Before long, they reached a spacious building and encountered old Zhao and others. Captain, there is no one here. Han Xiaoan gently landed. Zhang Hai nodded, not waiting for the excited Hongying to approach and say anything. With a clang, Zhang Hai withdrew the divine axe and drove it into the ground. The weight and sharpness seemed perfectly adjusted this time, remaining stable without sinking. Of course, the internal solar power remained intact. Keep watch outside the door. Do not let anyone in. If someone must enter, tell them that whoever can pull it out may have an audience. After saying this, Zhang Hai ascended the stairs. As the figure vanished in an instant, a surge of intense heat enveloped the divine axe. Zhao, Li Yifei, and even Han Xiaoyun found themselves unable to approach, retreating repeatedly. Hongying puffed her cheeks. Her expression obscured beneath her mask, yet it was evident she felt a tinge of disappointment. But there was no need for haste. She must have matters to attend to, and there would be opportunities. Whispers of resolve escaped her lips as she rallied her spirits. In her heart, her idol seemed to have gradually transitioned from the Phoenix squad to Zhang Hai. Who are you? She inquired, glancing at the enchanting figure of Medusa. Me? Humph. I am a deity, Medusa replied, her tone laced with disdain. Before they could delve deeper into conversation, a throng of new recruits arrived at the training camp. The female recruits screaming with enthusiasm even before they had arrived. Molly hesitated to step forward, seemingly nudged by someone to offer an apology. Rosa from the masked squad also appeared, her demeanor vibrant. Didn't you claim to have no interest in men? Vortex teased. I am intrigued by his strength, she retorted. Simultaneously, the din of the recruits grew louder. Hey, look, that axe, is it not the one that delivered that strike? The weapon of the Solar Crown Squad's captain? Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, before they could draw closer, the distorted flames forced them back. Disperse. Don't cluster together. Are you all idle? Yuan Gang, accompanied by several instructors, arrived. They fared slightly better, but as they approached within 10 meters, they too were compelled to halt. What is this heat? How can it reach us from such a distance? The chief instructor Yuan Gang exclaimed, astounded. I have urgent matters to discuss with your captain. Han Xiaoyun asserted just as Yuan Gang began to speak. Han Xiaoyun shook his head. Meanwhile, Wang Mian and the elder from the Infinite Realm rushed over, bypassing the bewildered Yuan Gang. Little Yuan, I shall go first, the elder from the Infinite Realm stated, patting his shoulder. Yuan Gang pursed his lips, remaining silent. Just as the elder attempted to step forward, he was unexpectedly halted by a firm grip on his shoulder, followed closely by a gust of wind and an imposing pressure. Old Zhang, allow me, the elder from the Infinite Realm said, turning to see the newcomer, his spirit deflating. Zhang Hai paid no heed to the commotion outside. Ascending to the upper floors, he casually sought an empty room and sat down to digest his gains. The excitement of the battle had inadvertently created quite the uproar. Now was the time to absorb it. Once he got busy later, he wouldn't have the chance. 3 corpses from the Infinite Realm lay before him, 2 divine agents and 1 enigmatic figure, seemingly targeting by Li Tu Ming. Additionally, there were countless serpent corpses. The essence of Lucifer and a plethora of other miscellaneous infiltrators added to the haul. The rewards from this endeavor far surpassed any previous accumulation. Not knowing what explosive rewards awaited him, Zhang Hai raised his hand without hesitation and offered them all as sacrifices. Ding. First sacrifice of Infinite Realm corpses. Receiving a supercritical hit. Ding. First sacrifice of Special Divine Essence, receiving a supercritical hit. As the system consumed the offerings, a series of prompts echoed in his mind. Extracting rewards. Ding. Extraction successful. Magic. Creation. Includes the accompanying divine artifact, the God Hammer. Magic. Calamity. Includes the accompanying divine artifact, the Spirit Spear. Commandment. Compassion. Effect. In your presence, anyone harboring hatred will lose the ability to inflict harm. Chapter 60. New cards. Yi Fan urged, quickly recruit. Commandment. Purity. Effect. Those who commit impure acts will be afflicted with illness. Random. Magic. Combo Star. Section 116. Continuous attacks that do not cease. Under conditions of consecutive hits, each strike will add 200,000 pounds, 907 tons, of weight. Note. The potency of the combo star varies by individual. The greater the overall strength, the more significant the augmentation. Evaluation. 90 tons is the limit for others, yet merely your baseline. As the system's voice faded, the sacrifice space was nearly empty. Correspondingly, 5 orbs of light materialized before Zhang Hai. He already knew what they contained. With a flicker of his gaze, he reached for the first orb. Magic, creation, though termed as creation, it more closely resembled the manipulation of the earth. A unique ability associated with the giant clan from the 7 deadly sins, accompanied by a massive hammer. After integrating the magic, he retrieved both. For now, he had no use for the dual-handed hammer. Buzz. Energy rippled forth as Zhang Hai opened the gate of hell, inserting it within. This ability belonged to Melascura. Activated through magic. Inside the gate lay the demon realm, barren and saturated with demonic energy, devoid of life, perfect for his needs. With the marking placed, he could sense it at any time, thus using it as his private space. Moreover, he had integrated the magic of calamity, embodying the sin of sloth. Calamity accelerates the deterioration of an enemy's latent injuries, diseases, or hidden wounds. For instance, if you suffer a minor cut under its influence, it would instantly escalate to a fatal wound. Coupled with the Spirit Spear, it possesses myriad extraordinary effects. The Spirit Spear, crafted from the divine wood of the Elven realm, boasts exceptional strength and can transform into various forms: guardian beast, plush pillow, or weapon. In its offensive form, its abilities are primarily plant-related. Zhang Hai felt quite pleased with this magic. With a mere thought, the pillow before him transformed from a green plush bear into a golden lion. It stood on the ground, immense, exuding an invisible pressure. A scar adorned its fierce gaze, radiating power. Thanks to its mossy, moisture-rich nature, it was particularly fire-resistant. Though not resistant to frost, encapsulating all attributes of the Spirit Spear. With his will, it floated in midair. The guardian beast nodded in satisfaction. The remaining system introductions had already been covered. The commandment of purity targeted the impure, generally, of little use, yet under specific circumstances, it could yield miraculous results. Should he activate this commandment and stroll down the street, countless individuals would likely succumb to illness. If contagious, the consequences would be even more terrifying. Then, using calamity to amplify injuries would result in catastrophic casualties. He would become a veritable harbinger of plague. The commandment of compassion? This one was even more potent. Those who harbored anger or hatred towards him would find their strength diminished. Zhang Hai could hardly contain his eagerness to test these newfound abilities. And there was still the main event, the magic of Combo Star. The most intuitive way to enhance combat prowess. 1 strike, 90 tons. Is it possible to stack this infinitely? Zhang Hai exhaled deeply. If all the forces surrounding the sun were combined, how formidable would that be? The Combo Star is 90 tons. Is my assertion merely a starting point? Its potency increases during the day. Hundreds of tons, perhaps even thousands? The more strikes, the greater the amplification. With one decisive blow, what could possibly withstand it? Of course, this is contingent upon his opportunity to execute such numerous strikes, ensuring each one lands. Should there be any interruption, the efficacy would diminish. This hidden card is quite substantial. Yet, is it the weight that accumulates? Or the strength? Does it augment the weapon or the body? Alas, I shall test it when time permits. Regardless, each swing signifies an enhancement for me. 3 types of magical energy. 2 kinds of edicts. I have absorbed 5 streams of power all at once. Even for Zhang Hai, it took a considerable time to fully digest it. With the sun at its core, it revolved like planets in orbit. Let me experiment and create. Zhang Hai stepped forth, sensing the connection to the bloodline of the earth, feeling the torn land around him. As his thoughts coalesced, he began to manipulate. The surging magical energy poured forth. Remarkably, the fissured earth began to heal, albeit at a cautious pace to avert unforeseen complications. At first, no one noticed. He attempted another, the Edict of Compassion. Meanwhile, below the building, Han Xiaoyun received a notification through his earpiece, glancing at Medusa. The captain wants you upstairs. Medusa said nothing, merely huffed at Hongying, her disdain evident as she swayed her hips to ascend. Although devoid of divine power, she still retained a certain prideful aura in front of others. She ascended the stairs with a click of her heels, soon spotting Zhang Hai's silhouette. What is the matter? Medusa tossed her hair. Zhang Hai turned, amiable and warm. Abruptly, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a force upon Medusa. Whoosh. Thud. Medusa's eyes bulged. The haughty expression concealed within her beautiful gaze instantly shattered. Her abdomen erupted. A searing pain surged. She instinctively clutched her bloodied mouth, incredulous. Her elegantly sculpted legs. Pristine knees buckled as she collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath her. Medusa raised her eyes, gritting her teeth. Yet, in the next moment, her entire body lost strength. Even the ability to support herself vanished, leaving her crumpled on the ground as if drained by some mysterious force. Even when Zhang Hai employed healing magic to mend her wounds, she remained immobilized. What is happening? What kind of power is this? What else is concealed within this individual? She could not fathom what she had done wrong. Such power still existed. During their previous confrontation, had only the tip of the iceberg been revealed? Medusa clenched her teeth. Closing her eyes, she quickly opened them again. I understand now. I will recognize my true identity moving forward. She was no longer the divine Medusa, merely a shattered soul. That was just a test. Zhang Hai withdrew his hand. The edict experiment was successful, and just as he contemplated an excuse, Medusa was already compliant. This works well. Saving him the trouble of explanation. No harm done, Zhang Hai noted. Seeing her still kneeling, he helped her up, but halfway through, released her. For an old friend had arrived. Medusa thudded back onto the ground. Her starry, profound eyes were filled with confusion. He needed to contact Yufan immediately. Moments earlier. En route to the training camp, Zhuqing was about to dial when his phone rang, an incoming call from Hongying. Upon answering, a rapid-fire barrage of words ensued. Zhuqing. Why didn't you inform me sooner? I should have personally received him. A civilian Klein, though not on par with the Apex, is still a significant force to be reckoned with. The mysterious elements of Daxia are proliferating, and high-tier combatants will only become increasingly scarce. One more Klein means fewer sacrifices each day. Zhuqing. If the background check poses no issues and his character and values align, ensure he is retained. Offer him the best possible treatment. Yifan's emphasis was palpable. It was significant enough for him to make the call personally, even inviting him for a meeting at headquarters. If the hierarchy of importance were rated by stars, with the absolute pinnacle at 6 stars and humanity's ceiling at 5 stars, then Zhang Hai had already reached 4 stars. The caller was the supreme commander of the Daxia Night Watch, the highest authority. In his mind, he ranked 3rd, which is quite impressive. You're aware? I was thinking the same, Zhuqing promptly affirmed. By the way, he previously requested a storage-type item. What more is there to discuss? Yufan interjected. Valuing talent immensely. As long as they weren't among the core individuals, he would bypass the usual procedures and take charge immediately. No. Let us send it over right now. Chapter 61. The Code. Just how heavy is this extraordinary giant axe? 2025032307590 Author. God of Marathon. Yufan's tone shifted. However, you must confirm if he is indeed a Klein. After all, the training camp indicated that his specific realm fluctuations have consistently remained at the lamp realm. It's somewhat odd. It doesn't appear to be suppressed by some forbidden object, but rather is purely natural. Yet, his expressiveness is remarkably strong. The fluctuations are abnormal. Mentioning this, Zhuqing recalled his first encounter with Zhang Hai. Indeed, his realm was the lamp realm. But aside from mental strength, what else could he possess? Chapter 118. If he is willing to speak, that's fine. If not, one cannot force him. Zhuqing. Yufan. That's right. Zhuqing. By the way, there is a significant anomaly in the southern suburbs of Cangnan. Just now, a localized blood rain fell here, possessing regenerative and healing properties for flora and fauna. Speaking of healing, Yufan immediately thought of the healing talent reported by Zhuqing recently, also in Cangnan. Could there be a connection? Furthermore, shortly after the rain, large fissures caused by battle began to self-repair, slowly converging and healing. These unusual phenomena all occurred closely in time and location after the battle. I suspect it's all related to him. Upon hearing this, Yifan's eyebrows twitched. So you believe? I believe the Corona team is not merely the few individuals presented, Zhuqing asserted with rationale. Aside from Zhang Hai, there are several powerful allies behind them. They operate as a cohesive unit. Such feats could hardly be attributed to a single person. Naturally, it is reasonable to harbor such suspicions. During this assistance, the credit is due to others as well. Zhuqing continued the conversation. However, due to the urgency of the journey, he quickly ended the call. Just as he hung up, he arrived at the training camp. Zhuqing immediately sensed a gathering of people nearby. The Corona team, the masked team, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, and numerous students were present. With a thought, he landed before the building. Understanding the situation, he stepped forward and placed a hand on the shoulder of the elder from the Infinite Realm. Old Zhang, I'm heading in, he said. The elder paused and turned around. You are Deputy Commander Zhua, Director Zhua? He exclaimed. Recognizing both of Zhuqing's titles, Deputy Commander of the Daxia Night Watch and Director of the Special Operations Division. He was the second in command after Yufan, Zhuqing. At the mention of the Deputy Commander, all eyes, including those of the new recruits, turned to him in unison. The commander is here. Is that really Commander Zhua? Many were wide-eyed with excitement, realizing they were in the presence of a living legend. However, Zhuqing had no time for leisurely greetings. He casually nodded at everyone, glanced at the masked team and Yuan Gang, then indicated slightly before moving forward alone. Yet, even he was stopped by Han Shaoan. You are from the former Suzhou? Zhuo Qing looked at the masked Han Shaoan, seemingly aware of something from Yuan Gang. We can discuss this later. Are you trying to block me now? Apologies. I don't care who you are, Han Shaoyan replied stiffly. Wait, even the commander is being stopped. Hongying watched as important figures, whom she had never seen before, appeared one after another. Blinking her big eyes, she felt uncertain about where to stand. After all, this was one of the highest leaders among the Night Watch. In front of him, the masked team and deputy leader Yuan Gang were nothing but mere workers. Isn't the Corona team part of the Night Watch? She thought. However, Lao Zhao and Li Yifei responded directly with their actions. Actually, Director Zhua, hello. Our captain said that anyone who wishes to meet him must first prove themselves. Li Yifei pointed to a spot not far away. Zhuo Qing looked over. Under the sun, the axe blade gleamed blindingly. Distorted by heat, the golden axe caught his eye. His gaze narrowed as an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Was this the giant axe that had cleaved the small mountain, allowing him to soar away? His forbidden object? It was indeed extraordinary. What secrets lay within? Were they known or unknown? Zhuo Qing stepped forward, disregarding the high temperature that kept others at bay, and approached the divine axe Rita. Nevertheless, he pondered. Was it difficult to lift? He scanned the surroundings and noticed curious eyes upon him, each filled with various expressions. Smile, this must be set up specifically for you. They don't want disturbances, yet they are waiting for me, hence the threshold. They likely anticipated my arrival. Just as Zhuo Qing reached out, the elder from the infinite realm, resisting the heat, approached him. Director, you are quite the busy person. Please go ahead and don't waste your time. This small matter I will handle. He stroked his beard and extended one of his hands, resting it on the divine axe. Ouch, it's a bit hot. But he still enveloped it with his mental energy and gripped it forcefully. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. The elder's expression changed repeatedly as he realized he could not lift it at all. As time passed, the members of the masked team began to exchange glances. Is it really that he cannot lift it? Has this elder not used mental energy? Perhaps it was merely a purely auxiliary forbidden object, lacking any physical enhancement, fragile. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form on the elder's forehead, and his face gradually reddened. After realizing his approach was incorrect, he extended his other hand. Gripping with both hands, gradually, veins bulged, not only on the backs of his hands but also on his forehead. Each vein pulsed, and even his body trembled slightly from the excessive effort. As a double-handed axe, the design of this axe handle was too short. The divine axe remained as still as a pond. Was this really an axe? Why did it feel heavier than a mountain? Was it truly that exaggerated? What realm was this elder in? He must be advanced in age. His realm could not be low, especially since he could endure such heat. Was he not using mental energy? Was this elder unqualified? In the midst of the noise and murmurs, Zhuo Qing, who had initially stepped forward, shook his head and returned. This left the elder feeling quite embarrassed. No one knew that he had long since activated his mental energy. His powerful demeanor had vanished, and now he was being laughed at by a group of new recruits. It was impossible to deny aging. The future was indeed the realm of the youth. Is this axe really that heavy? What ridiculous characteristics does it possess? I was once a general too. Now, even the elder of the infinite realm seemed slightly dazed. Let me try. Zhuo Qing casually placed his hand on the divine axe Rita. With a gentle exertion, he found it, completely immovable. This axe is heavier than I imagined. No way, has he also aged? Moreover, it was important to remember that with Zhuo Qing's realm strength, he could easily lift not just one metal axe, but even 10, 100, or 1,000 axes stacked together. He could effortlessly raise a building with a single finger and toss it aside as if it were child's play. Indeed, the design was somewhat short, but he did not intend to use both hands. Zhuo Qing coughed lightly, preparing to focus and utilize some real strength when the axe handle slipped from his grip. In an instant, the entire axe vanished from sight. Whoosh! Clang! Only a cut mark and a faint metallic ringing were left behind. Of course, it was brief, as this was a one-handed axe. And it had a name, Divine Axe Rita. When Zhuo Qing looked up, he was astonished to see a remarkably robust man before him. With an air of confidence radiating from his brow, he held the divine axe effortlessly as if it were a mere toy for a child. In stark contrast to the earlier elder's struggle and the seriousness required by the deputy commander, the difference was evident. The scene fell into a momentary silence. After Zhuo Qing recognized the newcomer, even though he was somewhat prepared, his eyelids twitched slightly. Who are you? 2025032307590 Author, God of Marathon. It has been nearly a month since we last met. Zhang Hai donned a corona mask, appearing somewhat larger in stature. Zhuo Qing snapped back to reality, offering a faint smile as the two exchanged handshakes. No further verification of Zhang Hai's precise realm was necessary. The mere act of lifting that axe was enough to confound a multitude of formidable opponents. If Zhang Hai were not Klein, how could he effortlessly raise it? Either he possesses a unique trait akin to blood recognition, rendering it exceptionally heavy for others yet light for himself, or he genuinely possesses innate divine strength, capable of lifting it solely through sheer power, reminiscent of a physical technique banished to the void. Regardless, both possibilities are extraordinary. Of course, Zhuqing remained unconcerned. To him, it was all the same. As for the inability to lift the axe, he had not truly exerted himself moments prior. Had he applied even a modicum of seriousness, it would have been a trivial matter. The town monument had already been unlocked, yet his mental prowess still remained at the lamp level. What truly required confirmation was the other force emanating from him, seemingly not that of mental energy. Zhuqing chose to refrain from inquiring further at this moment. The more Zhang Hai delved into his discoveries, the more enigmatic he became. The fog of survival and the background checks of ordinary individuals grew increasingly elusive. If the Phoenix Squad were to learn of your Klein status, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. The utterance of the name Klein from the lips of the most authoritative figure would incite a renewed wave of excitement among the recruits. Speculation had long been rife. But official confirmation carried an entirely different weight. This matter is inconvenient to discuss here. Shall we move to the office? As Zhuqing spoke, he suddenly noticed Medusa beside Zhang Hai. Her aura felt slightly off, tinged with an unsettling presence. Upon observing Zhuqing's scrutiny, Medusa placed a hand on her hip, adopting a slight elevation of her chin, as if to say, "Have you never encountered a deity before?" Zhuqing raised an eyebrow and chose not to linger. Zhang Hai had matters to attend to as well. With the most crucial figure having departed, the eager recruits began to gossip. Is Deputy Commander Zhuqing unable to lift it? Hey, Deputy Commander Zhuqing, you simply weren't prepared, were you? We are still far from bridging the gap to the strong. 7 nights. I must strive even harder from now on. Don't forget, you promised to share half your fortune with him. Ah, haha, he must have forgotten. They bantered merrily as they made their way. In the office area, Zhuqing saw that many members of the Corona Squad were present, smiling as he gestured for discretion. All were familiar faces. There was no cause for concern. After scanning the room, Zhang Hai's gaze settled on Medusa. You, with a keen eye, step outside. Medusa's expression darkened. Zhang Hai briefly glanced at the overly excited Hongying. Taking a deep breath, Hongying replied, Captain, I understand. I am merely a temporary team member here for a mission. She nodded, her demeanor cautious, before promptly departing. However, Zhang Hai had not actually dismissed her. The storage prohibition application he had submitted would soon be approved. Regarding the merits of this mission, once everything was settled, would it still follow the old practice of exchanging for corpses? Seeing Zhang Hai's lack of objection, Zhuqing continued, What are your plans moving forward? Will you remain at the training camp, or will you leave now? Your strength. We will temporarily suppress its disclosure to the outside world. But it cannot be concealed for long. Especially from the ancient God Church, they are likely already aware. Can you withstand that? They have recently suffered the loss of 3 divine agents, their most promising futures, a significant blow. They certainly will not let you off easily. Noticing Zhang Hai's apparent indifference, Zhuqing emphasized the gravity of the situation. It is natural for a young person to feel invincible, but do not rush to respond. Perhaps for the time being, we can delay their 3 ancient gods from taking action against you. You may not fear for yourself, but what of your family? Can they be watched over and protected at all times? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai glanced at Hongying outside the window. Sensing his gaze, she quickly straightened up, signaling to cover her ears, indicating that she had heard nothing and was being obedient. She then swiftly moved further away, only to return immediately and pull Medusa along to depart together. Zhang Hai remarked, They will uncover the truth eventually. Zhuqing countered, However, joining the night watchman changes everything. We possess unique prohibitions. If you wish to protect someone, you can entrust them with us for safeguarding. Furthermore, with your current realm, he went on to elaborate on numerous benefits, perks, and privileges. Seeing Zhang Hai appear somewhat intrigued, Zhuqing recognized an opportunity and seized the moment. Of course, once you become one of us, transparency is expected. Zhang Hai was indeed swayed. Under Zhuqing's eager gaze, he posed a perplexing question. So, where is the headquarters of the ancient God Church? What? Zhuqing was taken aback. Why do you ask that? Upon exiting the building, Zhuqing busied himself with various matters concerning the training camp, delegating numerous tasks before preparing to leave. He was indeed quite occupied, with a packed schedule ahead. Headquarters has many matters to address, he remarked. What do you mean, Director Zhua? The Elder of Boundless Realms approached, accompanied by Wang Mian, maintaining their cooperative relationship. Zhuqing refrained from elaborating. As the tavern owner, he was unable to extricate himself from business. Wait, a tavern? What? A tavern? Both the Elder of Boundless Realms and Wang Mian were taken aback. Isn't it about buying alcohol? Such a powerful individual. What purpose could that serve? Perhaps to temper one's mindset, Zhuqing vaguely explained on Zhang Hai's behalf. It is quite normal. Strong individuals either possess a touch of arrogance or eccentricities. For instance, a certain sword saint working in a restaurant or a delivery person. While Zhang Hai may not yet reach that level of power, it is not unusual for him to exhibit such shadows. Maintaining cooperation is also expected. After all, he has not joined the ancient god church, has he? He is doing well and certainly does not need to be subservient to anyone. However, they would not relinquish their attempts to recruit him. Time waits for no one. Cangnan, Zhuqing mused. He then recalled the earlier conversation. It was quite strange that Zhang Hai had inquired about the headquarters of the ancient god church, its location. He also asked about deployment and realm conditions. Zhuqing had indeed divulged some information. Yu Huai, the founder and pinnacle of humanity, was notoriously elusive. Xian Mo and EU, both at the peak of Klein, had been entrenched for quite some time, particularly EU. His cadre of followers was notably peculiar and remarkably powerful, having accumulated strength over the past 40 years, utilizing all their resources to build a profound foundation. Oh, I see. Caution is warranted. This was the final remark from Zhang Hai. Zhuqing observed this with keen interest. It seems that Zhang Hai has been somewhat affected. I understand his feelings. Klein is formidable, and Zhang Hai has undoubtedly exerted immense effort to reach this stage, surpassing ordinary individuals by countless times. However, facing the most nefarious forces of the Great Xia, it is only natural that he would find it difficult to accept. Yet, he should not underestimate himself. After all, he is an individual, while they operate as a collective, two different realms. He should contemplate this during this period. If the ancient god sect targets you or makes an appearance, contact us immediately. After Luo Qing departed, Zhang Hai pondered for a moment and had already formed a decision in his heart. It was merely a matter of scavenging a corpse, but it had escalated to involve Hongying as well. He sighed. Shortly thereafter, Hongying and Medusa entered, all masked. As Zhang Hai convened the first coronation meeting, prepared tea was placed on the table. Upon revealing the forthcoming actions and perspectives, all present, Han Xiaoyan included, were taken aback, causing their teacups to tremble and spill water onto their trousers. Medusa's eyelids twitched incessantly, while Hongying, sitting upright like a diligent student, wore a look of bewilderment in her apricot eyes. The other two remained as stoic as stone. As night fell, Zhang Hai reverted to his original form and laid down momentarily, his mind reflecting on certain matters from the day. However, he had not rested long when a fragrant breeze wafted near his bedside. Soon after, a slightly cool, delicate hand brushed against him, gliding through his hair and across his forehead, finally resting upon his cheek. A gentle and melodious female voice, brimming with affection, filled the air. Hemora, my daughter, I have finally found you. Chapter 63. What? The master drops his cup, again. Meanwhile, time rewinds. The training camp operated with remarkable efficiency, completing all preparations during the day and reinforcing security. The masked squad had departed early, as their duties required them to travel nationwide for missions. Before leaving, Rose cast a deep glance at Zhang Hai, her eyes reflecting the gaze of a strong individual. Zhang Hai understood this and did not dwell on it further. Additionally, his team engaged in conversation with the masked squad, and under Zhang Hai's leadership, they were met with unexpected astonishment. Senior, they exclaimed, their attitude contrasting sharply with their initial demeanor upon arrival. They were indeed the true rookies. During this time, the elder Zhang, of the Infinite Realm, remained stationed here, having learned a grave lesson. In the evening, at the cafeteria, Zhang Hai bid farewell to the reserved elder son and returned to his single dormitory. Upon entering the instructor's dormitory, he found that each member of the coronation team had their own room. Zhang Hai's was the most spacious, enjoying the same privileges as Chief Instructor Yuan Gang. To avoid complications, he and Han Xiaoyan, Li Yifei, and Old Zhao adjusted their appearances today through magical transformation, ensuring that even without their masks, they would not be recognized. Naturally, Hongying also underwent the same adjustment. As for what lay ahead, he did not plan to leave just yet and preferred to allow Hongying and the others to practice more. Training the new recruits was also a means of self-improvement, while simultaneously preparing for battle. As night enveloped the world, when everyone had fallen asleep, in a newly renovated barracks, Lin Xie suddenly awoke, hesitated for a moment, and made her way to the top floor of the dormitory. Activating her new ability, she unleashed the Dark Erosion and the Dark Divine Ruins. After experimenting, the results were promising. Soon, a shadow appeared beside her. She, draped in black veils, possessed an unparalleled beauty and an extraordinary aura. The light spots on her starry gown sparkled as she moved gracefully, exuding an air of dignified beauty. Beneath the night sky, she resembled a true deity. Donnas, is this your divine realm? She surveyed the surroundings. At the same moment, Yuan Gang, smoking in his room, was still writing reports about the day when he suddenly looked up. The divine fluctuations? What was happening? Could the ancient god sect have returned? He swiftly made a call and prepared his weapon, stepping out. No, this energy was purer and could not be compared to mere residual thoughts. With his call, Xiaoping Gu, stationed in the capital, received it once more. Luo Qing also learned of it immediately, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. The one most affected was the master, who had visited earlier that day. He spat out his tea in shock. What? That ghostly Cangnan is summoning me again. Did I not just go there? Was the coronation team not thorough enough? In Cangnan City, Yang Ji noticed his weary mother working late and placed his hand on her shoulder, wanting to give her a massage. He truly was a filial son. Suddenly, Little Black let out a loud bark. Yang Jin felt a strange sensation, causing him to grip too tightly, making his mother cry out in pain. I'm sorry, Mom, he quickly apologized, feeling a whirlwind of complex emotions arise within him. What on earth was happening these days? Why did every situation lead to unforeseen circumstances? He thought he had resolved things during the day, yet they were resurfacing now. Had he stirred a hornet's nest? Zhang Hai uncle and Hongying sister surely did not expect him to be this sort of person. He chuckled to himself. Zhang Hai uncle, you are truly formidable. Who would have guessed that you possess Klein's strength? Within the empty villa, Si Xiaonan let out a self-deprecating smile. Her figure flickered as she disregarded the lock on Zhang Hai's door and entered his room. She did not wish to act in this manner, but there was no alternative. Si Xiaonan, no longer bearing her usual demeanor, surveyed the room expressionlessly. Finding no surveillance equipment or counter-surveillance devices, she began her search. Not long after, she unearthed something. Upon closer inspection, she swiftly returned it. As time passed, her confusion deepened, for Zhang Hai's room was impeccably clean. Besides basic clothing and essential items, there was nothing else. Nor any of the chaotic objects Hongying mentioned. No notes either. He appeared to be a person of integrity, she mused. Suddenly, her phone rang. The caller was Zhang Hai. Si Xiaonan was taken aback, but gradually answered the call. Xiaonan, you wouldn't want Hongying to discover that you are a thief, would you? Chapter 123. The calm voice resonated like thunder. Si Xiaonan's expression shifted, wanting to deny it but feeling it would be futile. Zhang Hai uncle. How you are a good girl. Time is short. Do not stray down the wrong path. However, we shall discuss this matter further upon my return, as I am currently preoccupied. Suddenly, the call ended, leaving Si Xiaonan with little time for her thoughts. A mere few minutes later, her expression shifted dramatically. This fluctuation was sensed by several members of the Day Crown squad, who emerged from their respective dormitories. Before stepping out, they pondered the words spoken by Zhang Hai during the day's meeting. Are you interested in joining the Ancient God Society? Would you like to experience it? He chuckled, no? Of course, I was merely jesting. The team leader questioned, what does this mean? Join the Ancient God Society? They were all bewildered. If it was a joke, that would be one thing. If not, in any case, Han Xiaoan and Medusa remained behind. To some extent, both were former members of the Ancient God Society. What Zhang Hai specifically learned from them and arranged remained a mystery to all. Yet one could surmise it might involve sending an undercover agent. The Ancient God Society had been quite active. Dispatching an operative to gather intelligence would indeed benefit them. As they conversed, they noticed Chief Instructor Yuan Gang present, confronting a striking woman across from him, leaving Hongying and the others utterly perplexed. Lin Chia was also there, standing quite close to the woman. The key was that this woman made their complexions pale. Even without any divine might, her mere presence effortlessly subdued everyone in the room. Yuan Gang and Han Xiaoan were no exceptions. Even Medusa had no inclination to draw near. In her eyes, alongside disbelief, there lay an intangible fear. Did it relate to Lin Chia? Yuan Gang's forehead and back were drenched in sweat, more tense than during the day. To him, she was a true deity. May I inquire, Lady of the Night? I have come to find my son. Nyx spoke softly, her eyes sparkling as she recalled another purpose for her visit, her daughter. With a swift motion, she turned towards a specific direction. Is that where your team leader is? This is bad. Yuan Gang glanced towards the Day Crown squad, a sense of foreboding rising within him. We must not let this escalate. What is happening? Why are you seeking our team leader? Is this an external deity? At that moment, Li Yifei and Han Xiaoan sensed something amiss. What is happening tonight? Yuan Gang immediately turned back, his mind racing. Is your team leader in a vulnerable state at this time? He realized something significant. The window opened automatically. Nyx approached. Lin Chia's eyelids twitched. First, he encountered Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, and now the special instructor, his mother. He is our instructor. No, he is my daughter. Nyx drew near the bedside, her long hair cascading down, resting upon Zhang Hai. Hemera, it is truly you. Her excitement grew exponentially, and in the next moment, she opened her arms to embrace Zhang Hai. However, she found herself embracing emptiness. I would rather be your father. Behind her, a sliver of moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating a figure that was far from robust. This figure began to swell like an inflated balloon, rising above Nyx by 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, until it completely overshadowed her. An invisible sense of oppression emanated. Look closely. Is it not enough to disturb you, Hongying? You dare to intrude upon me as well. If you have a mental ailment, you ought to seek treatment, madam. Chapter 64. Unlocking the Heart's Sun. Divine Compensation. Weak knees. Your daylight goddess is not here. She resides in either hell or heaven. Such audacious words fell without reservation, indifferent to the identity of those present. They tore through the atmosphere. If Yuan Gang were here, his body would likely tremble thrice. Zhang Hai's broad hand rested upon the delicate shoulder of the woman. Indeed, after consuming the fountain of life, Zhang Hai's skin had become considerably more refined, rendering him notably more handsome, with an exceptional aura. Yet, he was not mistaken for a woman. Daughter, how have you grown so much? Taller than I, Nyx exclaimed in astonishment. As she turned, her starry gown swayed. Upon closer inspection of her well-defined muscles, she became frozen in disbelief. Daughter, where is my daughter? Nyx was bewildered. How have you transformed into a robust figure? Zhang Hai's lips curled into a smile, his muscles swelling further. Nyx took a step back. Are you truly my daughter? What has happened to you? She grasped one of Zhang Hai's arms, resting it against her face, tears welling in her eyes. Why have you changed so? Her gentle voice seemed to carry a hint of unfulfilled desire, affecting the surroundings. A wave of dark clouds surged forth. It was unclear whether it was mere coincidence or fate, but it obscured the moonlight. Not only that, but the twinkling starlight also began to dim under the shroud of thick clouds. This caused Zhang Hai's physique to revert to its original state. Zhang Hai raised an eyebrow. Nyx's beautiful eyes sparkled anew. Mother, Lin Chia quickly interjected, you have truly mistaken the person. He is not who you think. He yearned to inquire of Zhang Hai, but the moment was clearly not right. This is the day crown instructor, and he is male. A boy. Nyx tilted her head. Yet I recall that from my womb emerged Hemera, a girl. Had she been mistaken? Daughter? As Nyx pondered, she glanced outside, spotting the silhouette of Hongying. My daughter. Yes, that is the one. Beneath this starry sky, it seemed she could teleport anywhere. Thus, with a single step, she flickered before Hongying, wishing to embrace her. Yet in the next moment, she was restrained once more. Hey, she is my daughter. In a channel only Nyx could hear, Zhang Hai's voice resonated. Nyx's gaze suddenly turned sharp as she spun around. Do you intend to snatch my daughter from me? Snatch? Zhang Hai sneered. You might as well inquire whom she would prefer to be close to. Hongying blinked. Yuan Gang promptly interjected, stand behind Nyx. Or do not move. She is a deity, do not provoke her. This was unlike the events of the day. However, Hongying was quicker. She recognized only the team leader. They had conversed earlier. At any moment, as long as she remained a member of the Day Crown, he would assist her. Therefore, perhaps driven by instinct and trust, Hongying stood behind Zhang Hai, even though at that moment, he was not particularly imposing. I truly am a fool. However, upon regaining her senses, she felt that it would incite conflict and harm the captain, prompting her to consider leaving. Do you wish to be my husband? Nyx's thoughts shifted. I can sense it. At this moment, you are at your most vulnerable, are you not? She seemed to regain her composure, speaking normally, I must take my daughter back. The word vulnerable immediately captured the attention of several nearby. You merely carry a fractured soul and divinity, she continued. Every movement drains the essence of your soul. Zhang Hai dismissed this notion, bluntly pointing out that not only was he lacking in power, but he was also at risk of losing his soul entirely. It was incomplete. If he could truly move freely, there would be no need for Lin Chia to engage in battle so exhaustively by means of a vessel. Indeed, on a certain level, the night was a true nemesis for Zhang Hai, and as the goddess of the night, Nyx was even more so. Battling in the dark was a disadvantage for him. But what of it? Step by step, increasing strength was all for this very moment. The incomplete Yuan Gang was perplexed. Was this not a true deity? A surge of energy flowed. Nyx's emotions were unstable, tinged with obsession. Darkness emanated from her. Zhang Hai chuckled lightly. In the absence of moonlight, starlight, and all other illuminations, he extended a finger. Flames ignited. To everyone's perception, the fluctuations of Zhang Hai's realm began to burn intensely. His body filled with energy. Though he could only sustain it at a height of 1 meter and 90 centimeters, the intensity of the fluctuations and aura remained formidable. Between the two sides, two forces began to clash. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted. A kilometer-wide shockwave exploded. Moments passed, and both sides found themselves dwindling, utterly fatigued. Just as Zhang Hai's mental energy began to wane, He closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to something. Captain, I stand with you. My marksmanship is ignited. Hongying, aware of her own limitations, still pressed forward against the turbulence. If you do not mind, I am but a new recruit. In Zhang Hai's mind, something once elusive began to take form. The decay of energy abruptly halted. A grin spread across Zhang Hai's lips. A familiar scene unfolded. The surrounding temperature began to soar dramatically. In an instant, it reached tens of thousands. Nyx, with her pale visage and beautiful eyelashes, trembled slightly. Apologies. I mistook you for someone else. You are not her. None of you possess such power. Observing Lin Xie being continually pushed back by the heat, she seemed awakened. Her form dissipated voluntarily, her expression somewhat lost. If there is a chance in the future, I will make amends, she finally said to Zhang Hai. I apologize for my recklessness. Returning to the celestial asylum, the crisis was averted. Yuan Gang was drenched in sweat, thoroughly soaked. Had the deity been repelled? Even if it was merely a fractured god? As for whether the night was a weakness? Who spread such rumors? Zhang Hai opened his eyes, absorbing the high temperature. Regrettably, he had hoped to experiment further with that state. It had been a struggle to enter it. If he could truly master it, it would serve as his greatest trump card during the night. Indeed, he felt very weak. That had been his utmost effort. After regaining his composure, Zhang Hai glanced at Medusa, then surveyed everyone, staggering a few steps. The crowd murmured, Do you think we believe you? You are quite humble at night. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, a small raven, after a brief observation, brightened its eyes and swiftly conveyed news. Though it was unclear what the message was. Forgive me, instructor. My mother, no, she is not just a woman, not that either. In short, I apologize. Lin Xie repeatedly apologized to Zhang Hai as they made their way to the dormitory. Mind your mother, Zhang Hai remarked with little elaboration. He needed to intensify his efforts. There were indeed weaknesses to address. He had to accomplish everything he intended during the day. Facing a relentless assault at night would not bode well. Deities possessed peculiar methods. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Zhang Hai contemplated the ancient god's church. Today, threats loomed overhead, attacking the young and old alike. Why remain passive? He could not afford to sit idly by. A plan had formed in his mind. Han Shaoan had knowledge of the ancient god's church headquarters. Medusa could serve as an undercover agent, gathering followers and selecting an auspicious day to engage in a trial of strength. Assessing the extent of his capabilities when facing true deities, thus providing a rough gauge of the situation. Time was of the essence. Moreover, there was another matter of great importance, though it was likely to be fraught with difficulties. He turned to Lin Xie. Summon Bailey Tumming, he has awakened. And I have matters to discuss with him. A few minutes later, upon hearing the request, the plump Bailey felt his legs go weak. Thousands of kilometers away from Cangnan City, a young boy driving a cart with his master had been traveling for some time. Suddenly, the phone rang. The boy answered, reporting to his master. A vein bulged on the master's forehead. Chapter 65. Bailey Xian spits blood. A massive harvest. 202503230759004 Author, Marathon God Guardian of the Night. Should we relocate the training camp? Would it be of any use? With so many people moving together, the objective cannot remain hidden. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we are always in a passive position. In a high-level meeting, two factions had emerged, the older generation and the younger cohort. The former represented the die-hard traditionalists, while the latter consisted of the younger generation. Primarily those promoted by Yi Fan, such as Xiaopinga and others. Every argument was a clash between these two sides, each holding their own opinions. This could not continue. The ancient God's Church was a persistent nuisance. In my opinion, they should be eradicated entirely. Their headquarters is well concealed, difficult to locate, and they often disperse, making it futile to find them. Their mobility is far too great. We are uncertain of their specific deployments or the Klein factor, let alone our top-tier combat strength. Top tier? Is it as simple as you wish to mobilize them? Are we not defending against external threats? Moreover, do they not possess top-tier members? The strength of the Moon Sephora is indeed unfathomable. In summary, unless the members of the ancient God's Church emerge on their own, there is no feasible way to confront them. They often arrive at a location, create chaos, and then slip away, as if they have been thoroughly studied by those in the dark. It's akin to billiards. What strategies and plays they employ. They have essentially analyzed everything about you, while you are left in the dark against a new round of players. With scant knowledge of the situation, each encounter requires adaptation, and one often finds themselves caught off guard. Although the metaphor may not be entirely fitting, it conveys a similar sentiment. It is akin to engaging in guerrilla warfare. In fact, even if the ancient deity church were to take the initiative, the entire headquarters of the Night Watch would have to mobilize a substantial force to counteract it. It is not as simple as summoning personnel stationed across various locations at will. What a joke. This has been entrenched for decades. The greatest adversary domestically is precisely them. Each year, there are discussions about eradication, yet it is far from easy. One senior official in his 50s, He Xingwen, responded directly. He had no time to spare. The birthday celebration of the Bailey family head was about to commence. Numerous esteemed individuals were involved, and he held shares in the venture, necessitating his preparation. As for the rest of the chaotic matters, he couldn't be bothered. Maintaining the status quo was sufficient. What purpose does seeking change serve? During this time, Zhuo Qing, unwilling to listen any longer, stepped outside for some fresh air, accompanied by his secretary Chen Moyu. They conversed about the safety measures for new recruits and also discussed Zhang Hai. He would remain for a while longer. The security for the new recruits posed no immediate issues. However, we must not let our guard down. In the training camp in Cangnan City, Li Pangpang was dragged by his close friend Lin Qiyu to visit Zhang Hai's single-occupancy dormitory. After Lin Qiyu left, the two faced each other. That instructor is quite something. I came to find you, and you should understand the situation, Zhang Hai stated directly, maintaining a cordial demeanor that was not intimidating. Yet, Li Pangpang could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Who could have known that their wager would be overheard? Who could have imagined it would be taken seriously? Who would have thought that this instructor was also a client? Do not be nervous. It does not require half of your family fortune. Just transfer your shares in the forbidden items, and I will handle 2/3 from the Forbidden Objects Museum, Zhang Hai said with a smile, inviting him to sit. However, Li Pangpang, trembling, found himself unable to take a seat, his heart sinking further at the words. No, are you serious? A significant portion of the forbidden items is worth far more. Teacher, he began, but was interrupted. You must consider this carefully, If you refuse, I will be unable to assist you, Zhang Hai warned, his gaze flickering. Even if he did not take it seriously, the regulations would. However, Li Pangpang misinterpreted this as coercion, believing Zhang Hai was indeed after his family fortune. Hey, this might not be such a bad thing, he thought. With his father's intellect, he was certain this could be transformed into a collaboration, a positive outcome. With Klein's support, perhaps things would turn out even better. If the cost were merely the forbidden items, then, cough cough, there should be room for negotiation, right? With this in mind, he reassured himself. Instructor, may I call my father? This matter is too significant. Li Pangpang borrowed a phone, selected a number, and dialed. In the luxurious estate of Cangnan City, brilliantly illuminated, the central garden featured a fountain showering down amidst twinkling stars, exuding an air of opulence. Inside the lavish white villa, a middle-aged man with graying temples and a stern expression was imparting his business acumen. This was Li Xian, the chairman of the Li family. Beside him, his adopted son Li Jing diligently took notes, absorbing various philosophies while sharing the workload. By the way, Dad, I heard there was another incident at the training camp. That waste wouldn't he have died prematurely, would he? If so, our plans, Li Jing suddenly realized something. If he dies, there will be arrangements for his demise. And as a substitute, he will have fulfilled his mission. Li Xian spoke with an unusual coldness, your identity remains intact. Then, will I have to participate in the training in his stead? Li Jing inquired. That useless, Xiao Jing, a seemingly gentle woman interjected, her tone disapproving. After all, that was your brother. Is it appropriate to speak of him in such a manner? Mom, you raised him deliberately to be that way, coddled him like a fat pig. And now you dare to criticize me? You never regarded him as a person, did you? At most, he was a pet, Li Jing bluntly pointed out. Noting the woman's displeasure, quickly, he shifted his tone. Do not worry. After all these years, there will be no slip-ups. You child, the woman shook her head. How can you speak like that? He has shielded you from so many assassination attempts. Over time, feelings develop. Even if a livestock perishes, one might feel a tinge of sorrow. If Li Pangpang were present, witnessing his mother's unfamiliarity, he would be at a loss for words. He was out in the world, braving storms, experiencing life and death, while they were at home, discussing when to dispose of him. Suddenly, the woman's phone rang. Upon checking, she realized it was Li Tu-ming. Hello, Tu-ming. The mother seamlessly transitioned, her tone immediately softening, though her smile was somewhat forced. What is it? Is something the matter? Mom, is Dad there? Li Pangpang asked cautiously. Thus, the phone was passed to Li Xian. Li Xian, indifferent, thought it was likely some trivial matter. I am resting. If there is an issue, just say it. He was disinterested, unwilling to feign concern like the woman. However, upon understanding the context, Li Xian's demeanor shifted dramatically. What? You promised someone half of the family fortune. Moreover, the other party is a Klein. This useless child. He actually offended a Klein. At that moment, Li Xian's heart brimmed with cold laughter. How greedy. The child casually mentioned it. And this person actually dared to pursue it? It seemed there was no room for negotiation. 2/3 of the forbidden items? Did he even comprehend what that entailed? The captain of the Solar Corona, his background and intelligence. The next moment, the butler presented information. As an esteemed figure within the Night Watch and the second largest sponsor, his sources of information were indeed extensive. He quickly grasped the general situation and, feeling even more disdain, thought to himself, who am I? With no identity or background. Not even a member of the Night Watch, merely a collaborator. The Klein is formidable, but my Bailey family is not easily offended. When it comes to collaborators within the Night Watch, who can rival the Bailey group? Naturally, Bailey Xin did not outright refuse on the surface. Understood. Such matters require further discussion. After your training concludes, we shall converse privately. He had just hung up the phone, and Bailey Jing was somewhat incredulous. This good for nothing. Relying on his status, dared to make promises. All for the sake of survival? If he continued down this path, what would become of him? The key issue was Klein. Bailey Xin raised his hand to interrupt, his calmness chilling. All right, I will handle this matter. Bailey Tu Ming, resolve it in advance. Contact the 4 forbidden items users. I will arrange a suitable time. As for this captain of the coronation, he chuckled. In Cangnan City, at the training camp. Bailey Pang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his father cared for him and did not blame him for his refusal. Zhang Hai sipped his tea, thinking it was all a ruse. Nevertheless, it was sufficient that he had agreed. There was no need for you to worry about the subsequent matters. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 10 days had passed. The new recruits had undergone numerous experiences and matured significantly. With the assistance of the coronation team in their training, the recruits progressed rapidly. It was uncertain whether it was due to the special effects of the wine they had initially consumed, but their recovery speed had accelerated. They were brimming with energy. The results of a day's training could astonishingly equate to the achievements of the previous 10 days. This left Chief Instructor Yuan Gang and the other 20 instructors in a state of astonishment. Meanwhile, the tavern was still in operation. Zhang Hai occasionally returned to create a presence. Back at the training camp, he would sometimes use his phone to respond to messages from Hongying. Old Zhang, do not worry about me. This business trip is a bit prolonged. I will return soon. Upon seeing the message, Zhang Hai, reclining on a chair, glanced at Hongying not far away. Ah, Captain, hello. Upon catching the captain's gaze, Hongying quickly put away her phone, one hand behind her back. The other reaching forward with a smile, greeting him with youthful exuberance. What a coincidence it was that just today she had sent a message and caught the captain's attention. I didn't slack off. Indeed, she had been striving to perform well, wishing to avoid any deductions. Zhang Hai continued to scroll through his phone until he received the latest message from Medusa regarding intelligence on the ancient god church. Finally, the time was ripe. It had been a while since he had engaged in any substantial activity. Zhang Hai rose without notifying the team, calling over Bailey Pang and leading him to an open area. Instructor, did you call me for something? Bailey Pang scratched his head. During this period, he had gained weight, but it was a weight that imbued him with strength. Zhang Hai and the others were getting along well. When wearing a mask to maintain a normal physique, he was quite amiable. It seemed he had completely forgotten about the matter of betting for the inheritance. Could it be cough? Is there wine to drink? Bailey Pang leaned in closer, one hand covering his mouth as he whispered excitedly, Teacher, I could trade 10 Rolexes for it. Yes, indeed. Bailey Pang had been longing for the wine from the first day of training. Unfortunately, after that, it had entirely disappeared. The training camp prohibited smoking and drinking. They were not even allowed to mention it. That wine was meticulously concocted. It was not something one could get easily. I called you here because it would be safer for you to stay by my side. Zhang Hai grasped his shoulder, instructing him to deploy all his defensive measures and forbidden items. What? Bailey Pang was taken aback, utterly bewildered. The next moment, Zhang Hai bent one knee. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated, threatening to rupture Bailey Pang's eardrums. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished. Today, the weather was not favorable. Coincidentally, shortly after Zhang Hai departed, it began to rain. The ground near the base started to tremble, the intensity increasing. Then came a piercing whistle. Emergency assembly. What is happening? A disaster has struck in Cangnan Mountain. We are, after all, soldiers of the Great Xia. A rescue operation? Is this considered real combat? Where's Bailey Pang? Where's the captain? The members of the coronation team gathered to assist, but found no sign of their captain. The new recruits, Lin Qiyi, Shenqing Zhu, Chao Yuan, and Emily, were searching for Bailey Pang. There was no time to waste. Someone would find him. Now, at once, we must depart. Coronation team, you technically do not need to come, but I request assistance from the Night Watchman headquarters. Yufan suddenly put down the phone, exhaling. The ancient god church was making moves. According to my intelligence, a portion of their actions is targeting Zhang Hai in Cangnan. It involves not only him but also those connected to him, mobilizing the highest-ranking devotees. He may not be able to withstand this onslaught. Or he may not react in time. His gaze shifted. Was the information accurate? Understood. Zhuoqing suddenly rose, saying little more as he dialed Zhang Hai's private number, transforming into a beam of blue light, heading straight for Cangnan. The call connected swiftly, though it was quite noisy, alongside the howling wind. There were cries akin to those of slaughtered pigs. Oh, understood. Zhang Hai's tone was grave, but he reassured, do not worry. I am prepared. The ancient god church will not see them. They will not meet in Cangnan. Upon hearing this, Zhuoqing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Zhang Hai had made prior arrangements. They will not see anyone, not meet. This implies that at the first sign of trouble, they will hide away. Yet, one must remain cautious. What if their hiding place is discovered? Recently, he had sent additional forbidden item teleportation symbols in case of emergencies. They could transport their families to the headquarters, but that did not guarantee absolute safety. At the headquarters of the ancient god church, the atmosphere was sinister and oppressive. Ravens flew in from all directions, converging into shadowy figures. He pushed open the door, the creaking sound echoing. Inside the hall of followers, nearly 20 devotees gradually took their seats around the elongated round table, from the 3rd seat to the 18th, all present. This force, if unleashed in any city, would wreak havoc and inflict catastrophic damage. Esteemed colleagues, how have our recent victories fared? The space rippled as the 2nd seat tore open a spatial rift, seating himself among the front few positions. The spatial-type forbidden ruins were truly enviable. The devotees began to report, each with distinct roles. Indeed, they were not solely combat-oriented. There were also those engaged online. For instance, responsible for inciting emotions, spreading rumors, creating panic and division, as well as anxiety. Commonly referred to as the online army. They even utilized this to recruit and expand the ancient god church's auxiliary personnel. I have released a batch of mysteries and eliminated the local squad leader. Some are standing tall. I have procured information on the night watchers of Team 122, including familial details, as leverage for coercion and defection, among other strategies. Now, let us delve into the main topic, for time is of the essence. This time, all 3 ancient deities, including the Lord of Whispers, are mobilized. And we must step up our efforts, particularly regarding the captain of the Corona squad. His identity has been thoroughly investigated, and the whereabouts of his family, friends, and acquaintances have been uncovered. Simultaneously, the 3rd seat produced a document concerning Cangnan City. For instance, there is an individual named Zhang Hai, with whom he shares a significant connection, preliminarily assessed as a fraternal relationship. This is his likeness. The other devotees took note, scribbling down the details. Our responsibilities extend beyond preparing the altar for summoning the outer god. We must also target him. After all, the captain of the Corona squad, like myself, is a client and not to be underestimated. Should he refuse to comply, the Lord of Whispers would have no recourse. Hence, our hidden piece on the board could prove effective. Capturing Zhang Hai and Team 136, along with their associated relatives, would compel the captain of the Corona squad to submit willingly and sign a contract, much like how he once coerced Han Shaoan. We would use those close to him to pressure this captain. The Lord of Whispers, however, seems to show mercy. What if this Zhang Hai is not truly his brother? She felt a slight itch and bent down to scratch her calf. This caught the attention of several other devotees, who quickly averted their gaze. There are no contingencies. Do they truly believe we are benevolent? Once located, we could easily brainwash Zhang Hai, as he is merely an ordinary person, and together with Hongying, he would willingly sign the contract. As for the scenario where he is not a brother, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. The 2nd seat chuckled derisively. The 7th seat also let out a soft laugh, but as she did so, the itching intensified. She began to scratch furiously with her crimson nails. Moments later, the itching became unbearable. The severity escalated. It itches so much, damn it. What is happening? Unbeknownst to her, she had even torn her own skin, bloodied and bruised. Her cheeks were marred. She resembled a demon. This left the other devotees utterly stunned. Chapter 67, Golden Armor. The Merciless Sun. Annihilation. 2025032307590 Author, God of Marathon. By the way, a bounty has been placed on the captain of the Corona squad, offering not only a fortune but also several exceedingly rare forbidden items. TSK. I must admit, the reward is tempting. The 5th seat picked up a black market list, and through information tracking, we discovered it was issued by the Bailey family. Her voice was interrupted by the sound of scratching. It was the 7th seat. The force was so great that even she seemed unaware. The tearing sound grew louder. She could hardly bear it, emitting a series of painful groans. The 7th seat. Do you not pay attention to your hygiene? This is peculiar. At our level, ordinary ailments should not have any effect. The 8th seat extended a hand, activating the healing light of the forbidden realm, which floated forth. Yet, in the next moment, before he could heal the seventh seat, she began to cough violently. Her gaze turned bewildered. Cough, cough. It was not just her. Some devotees suddenly had nosebleeds. Others experienced bleeding from all orifices. Some fell into inexplicable depression. A few jumped onto the conference table and squatted down in front of all the other devotees. Then, what the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? The 16th seat kicked him off with great force. Their mental prowess was not weak, yet at this moment, they appeared as ordinary people, plagued by various bizarre ailments. The entire hall resembled a hospital. Only the 9th seat, along with the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th seats, remained unaffected. What is going on? The 5th seat furrowed her brow. Suddenly sensing something, she shot a glance toward the door. Is someone eavesdropping? The figures of several individuals blurred, and they swiftly retreated deeper into the church. The agent of the goddess Medusa, the snake woman, why have you not executed your mission? The snake woman had only just returned, claiming she had narrowly escaped a calamity. At that moment, she felt fortunate to have survived. She had inquired about many matters, aligning everything, but now it was evident that something was amiss. So what about their condition? Snake woman, was it you who caused this? The 3rd seat spoke slowly, her gaze sharp and exuding an icy aura. Illness? What illness? The snake woman, naturally Medusa, was somewhat taken aback. She had been eavesdropping and transmitting information, not for the first time, and this gathering was larger, with special operations included. She had reported to Zhang Hai. However, she never anticipated being discovered. The accusation of spreading some illness seemed utterly baffling. The remaining devotees in the hall soon emerged, glaring menacingly at Medusa. Yet, burdened by various ailments, their movements were sluggish, each resembling a sickly wretch. Of course, under the healing effects of the Forbidden Realm and various special medicines, their conditions were gradually improving. Yet, their disgraceful appearances from moments ago had left them utterly humiliated. It is best to lead a life of purity. A little modesty is advisable. Even as the garments grow loose, I have no regrets, for I have withered away for her. A voice floated in, sounding ethereal, almost poetic. Yet, the devotees frowned upon the arrival of a muscular man clad in golden armor. Thud, thud. The entire quiet church trembled slightly. With each step he took, the ground quaked. Purity of conduct. Those who commit impure acts, infidelity, shall be afflicted with disease. The specific criteria for this judgment remain unclear. It is only known that 8 out of 10 devotees of the ancient god church have been ensnared. Are there still a few missing? He scanned the room and discovered that there were not even 20 individuals present, and the most central ancient gods were absent, turning his gaze toward Medusa. You are the captain of the Corona squad. The 7th seat expressed disbelief. The previously low-profile 9th seat, trying to diminish her presence, now had her eyes flashing wildly. Chapter 131. This individual has killed Elyong, the one who murdered our divine agent, and wait, he was supposed to be in the training camp, right? Now, you should be engaged in disaster relief, only to encounter the Lord of Whispers. How did you know the address? The serpent woman has been seduced and has betrayed us. It seems that if they were not acquainted, I would write my name upside down. Inform Lord EU. No. There is no need. Since it is just him here, we can take him down directly, can't we? The 2nd and 3rd seats are present, however. The faithful sensed something. They discovered that apart from Zhang Hai, there was only a small, plump individual outside, at a pitiable level of power. Mere ants, easily disregarded. In an instant, they believed that Captain Rixing had completely lost his senses or had become utterly reckless. Even Medusa appeared momentarily taken aback. What is happening? He has approached so brazenly. Indeed, in her mind, she thought of going undercover to extract intelligence and prepare for future contingencies. Yet, she had not fully grasped the situation. Approaching so directly and alone? Is that wise? She was aware that among the members of the ancient god church, there were those whose power was comparable to Zhang Hai's, not to be underestimated. So, what is your level of power? Zhang Hai exhaled a breath of frustration. To the outside world, I am Klein. Do you truly have such confidence in confronting a Klein? Upon hearing this, the other followers exchanged knowing glances and began to chuckle. So, you don't even know when we arrived? Where does your audacity stem from? Have you grown too arrogant, intoxicated by your prior victories? I heard that he has yet to join the Watchers. It seems our strength hasn't been adequately communicated, has it? Even the Watchers do not fully comprehend our capabilities. Well, let us enlighten him. Amidst the cacophony, the 2nd seat raised his hand, silencing the crowd. Then gestured for the introduction. I am from the River Realm, the Sea Realm, the Boundless Realm. Half a step in decline. I am Klein. The 2nd seat is also Klein. Furthermore, within the confines of this church, we have established a special enhancement through the Forbidden Object Array. The 3rd seat shook his head. Laughing softly, his strength surpassed the others. He too had expected a cadre of experts from the Rixing team, yet this is all they presented? Zhang Hai exclaimed. 2 clients. In 1 half-step? What did you think? Do you believe the accumulation of our followers was achieved overnight? It has been decades in the making. Can you guess why the upper echelons of the Watchers have not eradicated us completely? The followers gradually produced their forbidden objects. Zhang Hai had contributed significantly. They all wished to partake in the spoils. Yet, they were woefully weak. This sentiment was voiced by Zhang Hai after removing his mask. He restored his original appearance and glanced at the time. It was merely 2 hours until noon. So all this time, I have encountered individuals of your caliber. Had I known the level of your prowess, I would not have donned my armor. How foolish of me to take this so seriously. He raised a finger. No longer suppressing his magical power, releasing it freely, and reenacting a familiar scene. Buzz. In the dimly lit church, a radiant sun suddenly ascended, transforming into a colossal orb of light. It continued to expand. This magnitude surpassed all previously condensed solar forms Zhang Hai had ever produced. As the sun spun, the internal turbulence churned relentlessly. The temperature soared beyond 100,000 degrees. Next, it began to expand at an astonishing rate, increasing by 100,000 degrees every second. Madness reached its peak. The blinding light illuminated the depths of the church, rendering every corner visible, even the tiniest strands of hair. Yet, the followers could not discern Zhang Hai's visage. Nor did they need to, for before the sun could unleash its full force, the river realm, sea realm, and half-step boundless realm individuals began to disintegrate. Their skin collapsed into skeletal forms, turning to wax, evaporating in place. Not even a scream remained. Klein, do not perish too swiftly. As Zhang Hai's voice echoed, his fingers curled slightly, casting forth his power.